Mic check, mic check. I believe we are live, guys. Welcome on in. Hope you guys are doing great. We have a great, fantastic set of weekend events. Of course, cities going on currently, but we're going to be covering the good old China Unleashed Regional. The first one at that being Suzhou, China. And JQ, let's go, let's go. Tell us what's up, what's up. And Juan, the reason we're not covering Sydney is because there's no coverage for China, so we thought we'll be the one to cover China, and then B, the big stream is already covering Sydney, right? So that one kind of has that one handled. We thought we would show some love to the stream that no one really knows where the heck to find it. Like, guys, where do you tune in to find it? Chinese regional? It is Runes and Rift is where you find it, so that's the main reason why. But either way, when China has a downtime, we'll be tuning into the RQ. So we'll catch both ideally. And luckily, even if we miss a round, we could just rewind back and just rewatch it. I know it won't be live, but virtually live for me because I didn't get to watch it. But guys, we are about, let me look at the timer. So yeah, we're exactly 30 minutes away from the Chinese ceremony, the opening ceremony for the Unleashed Regional. If you guys know Chinese production, they usually go a little bit crazy. So I'm excited. What did they do for the first set 3 regional? So we'll find out in about 30 minutes. In the meantime, I just thought I would get on and just watch a little bit of the Sydney RQ since I won't get to watch it too much. So, and hey, EK, good morning, good morning. EK, is it nighttime for you? Wait, no, it's good morning. It's daytime for you, right? Wait, no, what time is it for you, EK? Either way, what's up, what's up? Gotta love Ruzer has a better production than Sydney. JQ, I don't know if it has a better production, but definitely on par. We'll see. But guys, I won't go into caster mode yet. You know, we got a 10-hour, 12-hour event ahead of ourselves. So I won't be like casting the RQ. But let's see exactly what these guys are bringing, because I caught a little glimpse of the Pike and Diana one. I believe Diana ended up taking it. I'm pretty sure she did. But here, I could go full screen so we can see it clearly, but I think I can still have the camera in the bottom there. Chat, for watching the RQ stream, should I leave the camera or do you guys just want full screen, full screen? The Dragon Rengar. Oh, I just realized that's not a Volibear deck. Wait. Let's turn it up a little bit to hear what the casters are saying about this.
I'm worried Rengar bot is at real risk of decking himself out. We're having a quick check. That looks like there's only 2.
Oh my god, and he just dropped the Cadrigan as well. That's a 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 draws. He's crazy. This is a spicy Rengar list, at least for round number 1. You can't get any better than this. You know, I've seen traditional Rengar I've seen Aurora Rainguard, but Rainguard Dragon Storm was not on my checklist. I am happy to see this. It looks like they're a game down though, so they desperately need to win game number 2. And then they have about 19 minutes plus overtime to try to close things out, but it's against Aurelia, which is still, I feel like she's running a little bit under the radar, guys. Aurelia is still a really good deck in set 3. She has the Vex Apathetic, but more importantly, the Baron Nashor, which we all know with the Boots of Swiftness goes crazy in Aurelia. So I think we're going to see a lot of Aurelia in Sydney and as well as in China.
Just straight up hard cast that one. Baron Nashor has been a quick favorite to slam into Aurora deck, so it's less likely to be seen, and there it is. That's going to create that third battle.
They should give us an animation. You know, that's something China always has for us, right? The good old animation. I could only imagine the first Baron Nashor they drop. I already know they're going to have a sick animation for us, because I could already see like the full middle of the screen getting something. But this is cool nonetheless. Life's still Baron, so you go up to what, 4 is Aurelia on now? Okay.
Play me add the Baron Pit Battlefield token to the board if it's not there already. And if you do,
I don't think Aurelia could win this. If he has exactly what he has in hand, a confront plus all those dragons, he could easily take over Nashor, right? The same way Volibear can. Those dragons are coming in for 8. Coming to stream because the video being in 0.5 speed is pissing me off. Next, what do you mean? We're watching the RQ for now because China starts in about 28 minutes. But what's up next? Welcome on in. I love the Chinese fans dress up and they have art installations. Yeah, JRQ, they do it right. I mean, they do it good in all regionals, but China just knows how to put on a show. I am super excited. Oh, JQ. Okay, I hear you guys are saying he's been slow playing a little bit. I mean, they're in the midst of game 2. They're not even, I mean, they're almost at the tail end of game 2, but they only have 18 minutes. So they're running out of time, chat. They need to hurry along up. Honestly, if I'm Aurelia, I guess because you do have a healthy hand size, I would almost just concede to Volibear, because look at Volibear's hand. He has 3/3 or 3/3, that's the whole point, but a third of his deck in his hand, if not a little bit more. I would imagine he has confront. He has 3 dragon Herald of the Scales, so those gem dragons come down for, he's 8, so 6, 4, 2, and then they ready 2 or 4 energy because there's a gem dragon already on the board. And then every dragon after that comes out for free, or it should be a net gain actually. So I'm conceding from this position because Aurelia doesn't have any access to like hard board clear removal. Usually you can clear boards if they stack them on battlefields, but from this backline position, there's not too much you can do. I mean, like the RQ stream is currently being played. Look at the timer. Oh, next, let me see. And guys, you guys are going to excuse me. This couldn't have been worse timing for me. I've been fighting a sore throat this entire week. Hopefully I can hang in there though. Luckily I have some amazing casters to join us here soon. NA45 will be starting off with me for round number 1. He's going to be hopping in about 20 something minutes. But let's see what he has, because guys, is it his deck in the middle of the screen? Wait. Speaking of his deck, I think he literally has 2 cards in deck. Look down below, chat. And JQ, I'm not sick. Like, I don't have a cough. I don't have like headaches or feel ill. It's literally just a sore throat. I don't know where it came from. Actually, I know exactly where it came from. It was from my daughter, chat. She got a little daycare sickness, but she got a little bit worse than me because she had like boogers and stuff. I just had like a little raspy throat around here.
As we were mentioning, Sigil of the Storm does get conquered by Aurelia. Has to, of course,
oh, chat, it is 7.5 speed. Or, I mean, I wish I knew exactly how long a second was, but it feels slower. I think, who said that? Next, you're onto something here. Yeah, look, it looks like the seconds hang in there for a little bit extra. Yeah, it might be my mind playing tricks on me, but next, I think you're right. Why are they playing it at 0.75 speed? That is so weird. The daycare sickness rep, I know how that goes for sure, JQ. I've been dealing with it all year because this is their first year in daycare, but I hear it gets better. You know, it's to build their immune system up, so hopefully it gets a little bit better.
Where do you need to put it? Because when you use Tide Toner and when you reveal it,
You know, Chad, that's not intentional. I don't think any stream would intentionally play their video on 0.75 speed. Yeah, it does look like we're watching things in slow motion. In the meantime, while Aurelia decides on the play, let me just double check we're not missing anything on the Chinese side. So guys, there we go. Let me hit a quick refresh. 22 minutes from now, we will be getting things started with the Suzhou Regional Open out in China. Super excited. They have a brand new set of overlays, interface, and we'll see exactly what the production value looks like in the actual convention center as well. But let's head a little bit back over to the RQ for now. Let me see. Why does it say
another layer of protection hiding that? So these hidden cards right now adding such a and another Tide Turner has.
Yeah, I'll figure out that quality settings later. But let's see if we can catch a little bit of the slow motion type game. I'm pretty sure China won't be going in slow-mo since it's always live. I think the reason why this is in slow-mo speed is because it was pre-recorded and maybe they messed up something with the recording of it. It's weird because you wouldn't record it that slow. All right, chat, here we go. It is Rengar's turn. Let's see exactly what he can do here. Are those 3 hidden cards? I didn't expect that from Aurelia. I know Tide Turners are common. I don't think Aurelia's running things like back off. What else? What am I missing from Aurelia? Because I was maining Aurelia and I was only hiding Tide Turners. Let me pull up an Aurelia list here.
A lot of time to think about his answers into the board state that Jixiao has presented.
Outcomes, is that a Gem Dragon again coming through?
Okay, I am seeing some back off, some Zhonya's hourglasses as well. Okay, so it could be some of those.
Has to do a lot of maths. Outcomes, the +1s.
Yeah, NJ, I think it's probably back off to stun one of these dragons, but I don't think it's going to be enough. You have 2 energy at the ready, so you got what? 1 Defiant Dance, maybe another Defiant Dance at best. This is just one too many cards.
He's essentially got that unit for free. He's just showing his opponent how we went through that rune process. And how
Guys, I would hate to play this in person. Trying to make sure they're keeping track of their floated energy is a nightmare. So yeah, he's floating some energy. It looks like he's floating 2 energy from the 2 he got from Gem Dragon. And then he should play Confront here. Oh, is the Gem Dragon for free basically. But then you get 6 energy back? Oh, I do not envy this guy. Like trying to keep track of everything as the opponent. I'm like, I'm just gonna trust you.
That's one of those cost reducers that you do love to see. And I don't think there isn't a dragon in Riftbound that isn't in this deck right now. With a name like Rengar bot and a legend.
Wait, chat, why didn't he start with Confront? Was he scared of a Defy maybe? Maybe a Defy for Confront?
It's the sequencing here that matters.
Because with the Confront, I'm pretty sure you're so close to ending the game. You're from 5. You can literally triple conquer up to 8. I mean, it's tricky. It is Aurelia, but you have a lot of cards on the board. You have a lot of energy to work with. I feel like you could have closed out this game with a Confront.
If he plays a dragon, he gets to ready up 6 runes.
Yes, it does. So with that cost
Oh, true next. Edge of Night. I've seen a lot of Edge of Night lately, so I can maybe see it from Aurelia as well. I've seen it a little bit more in Vex as well, because Vex only has access to Discipline. So having those little 2 increases of might actually helps out Vex a little bit more. So I can see that. Edge of Night's pretty good too.
So if he has a way to be able to sort of force the ready, it could work.
Looks like though he can, though using these dragons.
The casting's not in 0.5 speed though, right? I believe the casting should be live. Let me turn it up a slightly bit more.
It's just a free might.
he could absolutely also just decide to start trading.
And guys, for anyone just joining, keep in mind, we'll go caster mode in a little bit from now. We're just tuning in, having a nice little watch party in the meantime until the Chinese regional starts.
Overwhelm and conquer the battlefields. The problem, Zhizhao is presenting 2 runes up.
Yes.
And we know he has 2 Defiant Dancers, which is 1 and 1. So that's a big sort of 6 might.
You know, that is the downside for the Dragons deck, is that it has so many decision points, similar to how Miracle worked in the past, that you're just running out of time. Even if you win this game number 2, how in the world are you going to be able to close out game number 3? I think Aurelia probably wins this in the long run in the best of 3 series, but I do feel like he might be able to take this game number 2 at the least.
Particular game here, as we do see Rengar. But I mean, he has the thrill of the hunt. He has the mobilizers as well. He has the detonates. There's no gear being presented though, so can't use that one.
I mean, he has everything. He only has one card, I think, in his deck. So
He has Blind, Fury, a single card. He has every single card in his deck. I mean, how can you not close things out here?
lots of options. Maybe, as you said, Thrill of the Hunt. I mean, he's not going to use the Detonate, but so many options. He's going to be using 3 runes.
It would be an unusual position to be in with such a.
I personally
strong
would have just
deck
tried to bait out the
in hand
Defy here.
and still
Like, you want to play Confront to try to win this turn.
Dancing Grenade?
There is a Dancing Grenade. That is the card that is on top of his hand, yes.
Dancing Grenade, is that the one that readies a unit or does damage? Let me look it up.
And then go into that Nasher. I've never seen it happen before. That was just my first thought. I was like, what if he does that?
But the Bouncing Grenade itself is a spell.
Oh, it just does deal 2 to a unit. Its controller may play the spell again for 1 power. If they do, this deals 1 additional bonus damage each time the spell has dealt damage this turn. Okay.
Yep.
If you want to target those Aurelias.
Similar to how Death from Below works, but just does 2 damage instead of kill a unit. So here we go. So he's trying to kill a unit, most likely targeting the Stellacorn for now.
Yeah, I've seen it once in one Nexus Night, but we were really
Yeah, perfect Devo, divot. Rengar Dragons looks to be the spice of the weekend, at least for this opening round. No one could have ever thought, yeah, we'll see a Rengar Dragons this weekend. I'm happy. I hope China has some spicy things too. But this is awesome. I don't think anyone was expecting this.
If the controller does do this, it deals an additional bonus damage each time it bounces.
I like this. I feel like he's baiting out the counters, but honestly,
So you can
Yes.
bounce it amongst your own units,
Yep.
building up
Build
that
it up.
damage,
Yep.
and stay in control of this grenade. And then once you pass it off to
oh,
Irelia,
this is interesting, chat. He's trying to take advantage. And here, I'll hide my camera. Oh, wait, how? What button? I think I only have my camera on the other screen. But if you can't see, the Dancing Grenade does 2 damage. And then you could pay a Fury or pay any power to repeat it, right? And then for every repeated, it does 1 extra damage per that. So he's doing it on his own
It'll
units.
be interesting to see how much he wants to commit to this.
you can bounce it on the same unit multiple times. And so he just says, oh, this unit, I've got too many. I'm just gonna
Chad,
get
this
rid of
is
it."
so
And
weird, though. Why are you killing your own units? I mean, he has to be cooking something here. He has to, because this doesn't make too much
So
sense.
they make excellent targets for this Dancing Grenade. To
You're
build
like
that
killing
damage up.
your offensive pressure. I mean, guys, he's onto something. He brought it to the regional. Let's see what he does, because this just doesn't make too much sense to me.
10,
Why not just use those units to attack in? That was 15 total might you just threw away to the bin. That 15 might could have taken care of Nasher. Guys, what? Wait. What are we doing here? He realizes Nasher is untargetable, right?
Drake's 2 Blazing Scorches. He's gone for the 3rd. That's 6 units he's committed to this Dancing Grenade so far.
I have never seen anything like this, chat. He's obliterating his own board. Granted, at one point he's going to be able to one-shot the Aurelia, one-shot the Stellacorn. He's just saying, I have enough in my hand. I have enough energy, which is risky because you're kind of running low on energy to push in the Baron Nasher.
Right now, but he is playing into the best dancer in Riftbound, Aurelia, the Blade Dancer. So you better have your tango shoes on.
Yeah, perfect. I'm right there with you. I think this is a little bit too much of a cook-up if you ask me. I mean, I see where he was going with this, But I said it 100 times for those that have hopped in here already. I think Confront was just a better line. If he has the Defy, he has the Defy. Go for the move after that. But Confront to start things off and then just try to ram in your units against all this board. Yes, he could have a back off. He could have a Zonius. He could have a Tide Turner. But you have like a million units. I feel like that was the line.
And Rangabot is considering it. We can see how many runes he has left. That is 3. But as you said, if he plays any dragon, 6 of them are going to just come back straight up.
You absolutely do love to see that, though.
His opponent, look at his mannerism, chat. He has his hand in his face saying like, come on, you're giving me a little bit of a trauma. You're bringing back some nightmares of miracle decks. Because how long has this turn been? I think this has been like a 10-minute turn at the minimum. And hey, Lodi, what's up, what's up? Good to see you. Maybe he believes he can recycle everything back if he decks and he can easily repay. Oh, okay, perfect. I mean, he has Vi. He has Vi in hand, so he can recycle everything back. But he needs to find a way of... If he doesn't win this turn, Aurelia wins.
So nice there.
Guys, he's going so Mega Mine that he might be Mega Mining a little. Okay, Gem Dragon comes in, so you untap 6. Because you replay it, right? It goes to the banish zone, it gets replayed out, so you're untapping 6.
It has started between this Gentle Gem Dragon and Irelia, who, I mean, remember, 2 runes up. Has that Defiant Dance, 2 of them, in fact.
But wait. So, what was the Dancing Grenade for? I thought he was eventually going to end off the turn Dancing Grenade one of their units. He only Dancing Grenade his own units. Chat, someone help me out here, because I've seen a lot of Riftbound, but I've never seen it where you just kill your own units and you get no positive benefit from that at all. Or what am I missing, chat? Let me know if you guys spot it, because I thought he was at least going to use the Dancing Grenade at the end to kill the Stella, to kill the Aurelia. But it's in the trash. Oh, chat, I am so confused. Yeah, Master, I am exactly what I'm wondering. What was the point of the Dancing Grenade? He had something in mind and it was almost working. And then he gave up halfway and was like, never mind, this wasn't the play.
That didn't work out. Which unit will actually, no, he's not going to be...
No, he's going to present more might because of the Baron buff onto the Tide Turner. So that sort of secret bonus unit, that +4 might, he's able to win that battlefield.
Basically a little team-up with the +4 right there. Surprise +4 might.
So now
And chat, real quick, let me just make sure we're not missing anything for China. Okay, 13 minutes. Let me hit a refresh. All right, less than 10 minutes. Okay, hopefully this game could finish in 10 minutes. Hopefully, right when they finish, we'll get things started. But, ooh, I'm already loving the advertisements they're doing in China with those, with the over numbers.
the problem is, though, she's not ready, so he has to find a way to get her ready.
Yeah, exactly what this caster is saying. The problem is these units are coming down not ready. He has the confront in hand. There's actually no defy in the hand of Aurelia either. I feel like that was always the play, but he's the one bringing it to a regional, so he's definitely having a bunch more reps than I would in this deck. And hey, EK, I'll see you a couple hours from now. A good amount of time. Take care, EK. Yeah, NJ, the kitchen has been completely burned down. You know, he started off, he was cooking. He started off being a good chef with the deck in general, but he started pouring a bit too much ingredients. He spread the oil all over the place, and now it's a fire in the kitchen that I don't think he's going to be able to get off, but he still has double confront. But I don't know, chat. I think he spent way too much time doing the work around here.
He's actually keeping himself alive. He's preventing that burnout and giving conquest points over to his opponent by putting it into the trash and he's detonated.
So JQ, you think he just did the dancing grenade to put cards in his deck? I don't know about that, because he wasn't at the risk of decking out that crazy. He could have just Vi and put the cards already in the trash into the deck without killing 3 or 4 of his units, no?
The might increased. I don't think we have an indicator for Vi.
And City memes, but I appreciate it. Couldn't spare 1 power to try and kill Aurelia with it. I'm saying Master Eyes. It's confusing to say the least. At least the Stellacorn, which is the littler unit, right?
Some of that flexibility, but that June Drake coming down again. One of the ones that he did actually kill off with that bouncing grenade from earlier.
Yeah, so June Drake comes down, and with those gentle gem dragons, we'll be able to ready up those runes once more. This is just, what do you call it, a snowball effect?
You know, this guy's, he's just suffering from success. He's having the classic case when you have so many options, you don't know what direction you want to take it, right? So he had 50 cards in hand. He's like, okay, I want to do this. No, never mind. Let's do this. And then somewhere in the middle, he's just lost in the sauce, chat. I think he's going to take up the entire turn. There's going to be no such thing as turn or as game 3 because I don't even think he's going to finish in the next 6 minutes. And yeah, City, it was exactly that. It was Cadragon. Cadragon drew like 7 cards. It was even big before I tuned in because I tuned in right about the 19-minute mark. And City, I'm saying he had a crazy cards. Oh, and chat, I forgot to tweet, but I guess I'll tweet now because the China hasn't started, so I guess I'll tweet now.
Still hasn't got control of any of these battlefields. He wants to conquer 03 because he's 5 and 8.
Yeah.
He wants 3 more to get to 8. Sorry.
Yeah, but there's 3 battlefields because of the Baron Pit. So if he's able to move into all 3 in this one turn, as we do see some smiles happening here, if we move into all 3 in one turn, he could win from this position right here, right now, as well, Ricey. As this game is fantastic. I'm loving the longevity of it.
Wait, chat, I looked down for a half second. What went down? Was it a judge call? He literally could go infinite as resource map. That's hard. I'm saying perfect. I think it was just a little bit too much to handle for a single turn. I know I said it 100 times by now, but just start out with confront number 1. If that gets defied, confront number 2, and then just slam down as many dragons as you can and then push everything in. That has to work. I don't see a world where that doesn't work. Gem dragons are 8, drakes are 5. He had 3 blazing scorchers already on the board. He had the math, chat. I know Baron Nashor makes the math crazy because it's +2 on every other unit. But he started to turn off with like 10 units, no? If unit die, he could use Vi to get him back. Yeah, NJ, at the end of it, right? Maybe end the turn with a Vi, but he had to clear at least 2 battlefields. Or honestly, I think he had to clear all the battlefields because Aurelia probably had an easy way of having the Baron move from battlefield to battlefield.
One of our second feature match, so we do have the results. It is going to be Rangabot who does take that second game. It's 1-0 at the moment, but there's not much time left in the
okay, so the pre-recorded stream was at the 75% speed, so the game really did end already. So Rengar took game number 2. I don't think he's going to be taking game number 3. Are they going to show us is the question. Oh, we're not going to get a game 3. All right, chat, forget about it. Since it's a break, let's see if we can go ahead and start prepping for the Chinese regional. Let's hit a quick refresh. We're 4 minutes away. Let me tag our co-caster. I'll turn this down. I'll turn this up. I'll head back over to our Chinese scene for now. And chat, let's settle the debate. What's the best over number? What is hands down the best over number coming out of Unleashed? I'll let you guys know my favorite one after a couple of you guys write in the chat. And I hope it doesn't... Here, let me get the settings good. Why does it say original? Maybe main story? Because I don't know why it's set to... Why it's set to 720. Here, I'll put the high frame rate for now, but if it starts lagging, I'll put it down some. Oh, and they're going to give us a good old Baron Nashor one. Here, chat, since we're 2 minutes away, I'm going to have the RQ stream closed down. But guys, keep the stream, the RQ stream. I would hope you guys have both streams open. At least if I was tuned into both streams, I would have one on the left, one on the right. So we'll tune into the RQ stream when we can. But for now, we are moments away from the first Riftbound Unleashed Chinese Regional. I just want to make sure... Here, let's leave it like this for now. And let me see what you guys said. Diana, Vi. Okay, those are really, really good. Diana, Legend, then Nash. Nash. Oh, Baron, Nashor. True, true, true. That one's really good too. Baron, Vi are top. Yeah, Baron looks... I mean, obviously the ultimate, if you guys are talking about the ultimate, that one is hands down the best. You can't really beat the ultimate one. But yeah, I think Diana looks really good. What is the one I'm thinking of? Ivern looks pretty good. Rainguard I didn't like, but chat, I ended up pulling a Rainguard, a signature at that. I have it here. I don't know if you guys can see it. You can see the little signature. It was my first one I ever pulled. I was like, you know what? It was Thursday for me, approaching midnight. I was calling up shops. I'm like, can you guys sell the product early? Can I just drive by and pick a box up? And I called 2 shops. They're like, no, releases on Friday, so you can't technically pick up a box. But then one shop was like, yeah, no problem, come by. So I went to drive that, and I'm like, I didn't pre-order anything, chat. I didn't get the Riot raffle. I didn't pre-order anything. But day of, I got kind of the FOMO. I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to go and buy 1 box. What the heck? What's wrong with just 1 box? So I went to the shop, just got 1 box. I told the owner, I'm like, you sure this is the lucky one? He's like, yeah, I gave you the lucky one. And then next thing you know, I pulled the Rainguard signature. I'm like, whoa. He actually hooked it up there. How much did I pay? EK, I paid 130. 130 plus my taxes. But guys, this is the opening ceremony. Let's go full screen while we witness the greatness. Oh my goodness, this thing's lagging. Let me go back a little bit. Yeah, this is an epic intro video for the regional circuit out in China, the Rift. Sucking up all the set 3 cards. And here we are, chat, in Suzhou, China, the first stop here in the Riftbound Unleashed Set 3 season is 1 of 4 stops. The next stop will be next weekend, and I believe the stop is after that one is 2 weeks following that. So let's see what the convention center is looking like, because it is time for the first Unleashed Chinese Regional. And I'm excited, chat. Let me know if you guys are excited. Oh, and they do got a little bit of the ambience build up here. Chat, in the meantime, I'll head back to our little intermission. I believe the games are supposed to start, at least the schedule set, in 5 minutes. We'll see if they hold true to that. In that time, let me see if I can bring in NA45.
本场赛事的召唤师商店也为大家准备了符文战场、英雄联盟对战卡牌赛事限定卡店威古斯，以及艺术卡套威古斯与黑影，更多的系列周边、系列商品等待各位召唤师们的挑选。同样的，我们也非常荣幸的邀请到了拳头游戏符文战场英雄联盟对战卡牌的执行制作人柴成然先生。
Looks like there's a judge call issue on Sydney. JQ, is that the judge call from the Rengar Dragons match? Because I'm calling judge for not slow play, but taking too much of the turn. There should be a ruling like if you take 10 minutes per turn, that's like you gotta stop, right? You gotta just pass the turn. If you couldn't finish a turn in 10 minutes, you just gotta go ahead and pass it. Oh, JQ is the new match? Okay. Guys, we'll try to tune into the matches. We might have to rewind a little bit. But for now, at least for this weekend, we'll stay more focused on China for now.
大幕渐季，我们今天齐聚苏州，迎来第3赛季区域公开赛的首战。迎接大家的不只是新的城市。
China, let me try something real quick. Let me hit a quick refresh because usually there's a secondary option that says 1080 Bluetooth. There it is, 1080 Blu-ray. Perfect. I knew the refresh would help it. All right, guys, we're going to go ahead and bring in our caster to help us out this round number 1. Let me add his little camera, and then we'll bring him in here. And JQ, no subtitles, no English subtitles. They have subtitles, but they're still Chinese subtitles, kids. It's I mean, unless there's a way to put them. Last time I checked, they were just still Chinese subtitles. If anyone knows Chinese, let me know what they're saying, though. I'll turn this down just a slight little bit, but let me make sure. Okay, oh, let me join here. And how are you doing, sir? I think you can hear me. Mic check, mic check.
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you.
How's it going?
I'm doing good. I'm excited. I have liked Unleashed so far.
Yeah, it's gonna be a
Excited to
good
see what-
time. Were you watching a little bit of the Sydney RQ? They just got done with a Rengar Dragon Store matchup. If you saw that.
Yeah, I did. I was watching you watch it actually.
Nice. It was a weird sequence of events towards the end there, but I like the idea of it.
Yeah, it is cool. I guess I'm not quite sure what Rengar does better than Volley in that case, but it is cool.
It is. I
It is
think the
cool.
only thing he would maybe have a little bit of an edge there is with the signature spell. I feel like
True.
Thrill of the Hunt is just useful in any situation, right? So maybe that gives him a little bit of an edge, but I like the ramp from Volley. I think Volley is the true Dragonstorm legend. But either way, trying to focus at the matter at hand. It is Chinese regional time. Like I said, hope everyone at home is excited. I hope NA is excited. And I guess we could talk a little bit of what we expect, because I don't know if you saw the meta breakdown for day 1. I believe LeBlanc was the #1 representation out in Sydney. Did you see that, NA?
I didn't actually. I have been working most of the day, so I
Okay.
am trying to get caught up on everything. But I'm not super surprised. It was pretty hyped up by the players. I have heard mixed feelings in the actual testing part side of things, but I think it's definitely a strong pick, and people like playing with the new stuff, right? So
Right? There's always the best of metal. Having a first ever best of metal LeBlanc seems like a good little thing to do. But I'm there with you. I've heard mixed opinions. Some people feel LeBlanc is completely busted. Some people feel like there's enough answers currently. If you know how to approach the matchup, is not unbeatable, or is pretty beatable, I would say. So we'll see. I believe the second most represented, to no one's surprises, was Master Yi. I think we might see Master Yi as the most represented in China, because just based off the city challenges recently, he's been the #1 most represented across all top 8, across all of China. What do you think it is about Master Yi NA that China's so drawn to him? Is it the consistency? Maybe because it's like best of 1, or is he just really that strong right now?
I mean, I think he actually is that strong, and it might be a bit of a crazy take. Maybe it is, maybe it's not. I don't know. But I think there is an argument for saying that Master Yi could just be the best deck of the format.
Okay.
The being able to play the Ambush Rengar from your hand, it's just so oppressive. It really makes it difficult for decks to play aggressive, and then you still do have the option to play cards like Rune Runner, which just solo some decks entirely. Like I can say from my perspective, as someone who's been playing Ezreal kind of nonstop for almost, now it's going on 2 sets, as it can feel really bad. Like if they can stick the Rune Runner on curve and then just not see your outs to it, because there aren't a lot of main deck outs to this card for a lot of decks. Like a lot of decks do have to actually go through it the hard way.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, that card is still a thing. Like you can still play that knee.
I think we're going to see a
it's
good
like,
amount of it as well. I know some people have actually put it a little bit to the side, but I
Yes.
agree with you. I feel like Rune Runner, especially after we saw how strong Ezreal still is with the infamous Fizz and Starcross combo, you can't Starcross an untargetable unit. So I like Rune Runner. If people weren't running it then, I think it definitely should be added into, at least for this regional, in expectation of things like Ezreal and maybe Diana getting increased. But I believe the only clean answer in those decks has to be something like a Thousand Tail Watcher. But it is an uphill battle. I know exactly what you mean. It almost feels like you drop the Rune Runner and you're just almost going to win the game outright from that moment on. But we'll see. I believe, thanks to JQ dropping the numbers in chat, it was LeBlanc number 1, Master Yi number 2, and third representation, it was Aurelia. Any surprises there, Renee? Or do you still feel like Aurelia is still pretty prominent so far?
I'm not super surprised. I think Aurelia is probably one of the best decks going in. Its game plan hasn't changed, and it did get new tools with some of the purple cards. I think that Aurelia is pretty solid, and honestly, my opinion has not changed too much. I think the deck is like relatively simple. You have one game plan, and the deck, when it functions, like it just kind of wins. Like
Right.
you draw 10 cards off Stellar Corn and you have an answer to everything your opponent does. And I think the biggest boost that deck did get, though, is the new battlefield that gives Aurelia +2 every time you play a spell, which makes it that you pretty much cannot beat this deck in combat and on that game unless they've like bricked.
Mm-hmm.
And I know personally that Aurelia playing that card just makes it that like I can't play that card in decks that I feel like I would want to. Like I actually wanted to play it in Ezreal, but I just can't, because the Aurelia matchup's already almost unwinnable if she's on that battlefield. I mean, do you want to give them 2 games on that battlefield?
Yeah. Similar how people kind of let go of Dreaming Tree, because there's like, oh, I could run Dreaming Tree as a pretty good card for my deck, but man, it feels so bad that Aurelia and Annie's and Kaiser's take advantage of it a little bit better than I do. Real quick though, look at the pricing from the Chinese regional circuit. That custom 1 of 1, or I guess it'll be 1 of 4, 1 of 5 at the end of the day after set 3's done. The Lilia, that's the top 4 one. There's a champion Lilia, which I believe the only difference is the stamp on it. Either way, I think it's a sick artwork. Have you seen it, NA? I don't know if you're tuning in, and let me know if you want me to stream my stream. Did you? I forgot about that. Did you want me to stream my stream on Discord?
Oh, that's all right. I actually do have it pulled up, and yeah, no, it's very pretty. I am quite jealous that China is once again getting like a more playable promo than us.
Right. Poppy's cool, but Lilia is definitely slightly more playable for now. Although I heard little rumors that there was a couple undefeated Poppies by the pre-regionals ending there. So maybe some people are cooking up with Poppy, but Lilia has a bit of a proven track record, if you will. So I like it, especially because it is the more playable one, being Lilia Faithon, the blue one.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that card is pretty powerful. It sees play in LeBlanc. It sees play in the Lilia deck itself. Definitely a pretty strong one. Any champion unit that you can play without a power cost on curve tends to be pretty decent.
Oh yeah,
we've seen that like Yee's switched over too, and having a 4-drop that you can just play on your second turn that will defend for 6, pretty good.
Super good if you ask me. So I'm right there with you. And look at the best of metal cards. If you were out there today, NA, what legend would you be running? Would you be going for set 3 or you're sticking true with your guns with Ezreal?
I would be playing Ezreal. I'm absolutely loving Ezreal right now. It
Okay.
has been so much fun. I think one of the few issues that the deck had has been kind of solved. Well, issues. The deck is slow. And unless you're playing like the tempo variant, which I don't like because I am a control player. So I'm playing like the control version. And I personally think one of the best things that you could do against the deck is you'd score your points early, you'd build up a hand, and then you just push through in the later turns as you had enough answers in hand. But now you do have access to the Bewitching Spirit card.
Right.
And I think that this kind of solves some of your late game problems because this card isn't very good to play on curve. Like I'm sure if you've tested set 3, you've noticed that a lot of the Ezreal decks are playing this card, and it doesn't do much when you play it and your opponent has like 6 cards in hand, because there's definitely a bad card in there. But when your opponent is late game and you can play this card 2 or 3 times in a turn, then discarding 2 or 3 cards from their hand is a lot of times better than even a targeted rip.
Right.
Unless you're against certain matchups. And then if you're playing pack, which I'm just playing 1 pack, but you could even play a bunch of them, and in that case, you could just like play this 4 times in a turn and then get your opponent down the top deck and then deal with the board. So I think Ezreal got a lot better, and I love it.
To your point, we're talking about late game. If you don't have a lot of card advantage tools, granted, set 3 has introduced a good amount of card draw, but if you don't, and then you catch them slacking, that's going to be eliminating pretty much their whole hand. Like 2 cards out of a hand of 4 is 50% right there. So I like what you're saying. The only downside of it is sometimes you do get caught up in trying to just discard the hand. If you're not dealing with the board at hand, they could just keep on going and applying pressure. But a good Ezreal knows how to kind of mitigate between the two, right? So hopefully we see a little bit of that. But, you know, if I was in China myself, looking at those set 3 best of metal cards, I don't know which one. I mean, I think Vex would be an easy one for me, but I like them all. I feel like the Rengar looks cool. The Pyke looks really cool. The Lilia looks cool. LeBlanc. I mean, you can't go wrong with any of those best of metal cards. And I believe there was a question in chat. Default saying any matches in China so far. Default, it just got started. So the RQ started, I believe, 2 hours before China. I'm pretty sure it's 10 right now. It started around 8. So yeah, I believe they're in round 2 for the Sydney RQ. It hasn't even been round 1 for the China regional. So we're just getting things started literally as we speak.
Are you still playing Vex? I know I did catch you on your stream playing it for a little bit.
I changed it up. I got a little bit off of Sona. Weirdly enough, because Sona is such a good deck. Or Sona is such a good card, period. But because of I guess it wasn't really resurgence, but now that we know that Ezreal alone is pretty popular, I'm mainboarding Ale. Ale, the deflect one, applied deflect across the board. So I feel like I made a little improvement. So for now, I'm still on Vex. I'm having fun with her.
That is very evil. There are a lot of deflect units right now, and it really... It can be pretty hard with Ezreal. Like, when you play against some of these LeBlanc builds that are playing into... I'm forgetting his name, but the little machine dude. Do you know who I'm talking about? When they make all of the deflect birds, it's so annoying to deal with.
Wait, the machine dude. Wait, what deck? What deck?
LeBlanc.
LeBlanc machine dude. Chad, what is NA talking about? Let me look it up here. The machine dude. What is his effect though?
It's when it dies, Death Knell, play a deflect bird.
Oh, the mech 1/1, right? Or the 2/1. I know exactly what you mean. It's a yellow card. Machine Evangel. No, default is the new set 3/1. Let me pull it up here. It's a 2-drop, chat.
Normally you would deal with a lot of these small units with like a big bellows, but you do not want to bellows 6 birds with deflect.
Yeah, that sounds like a death sentence. And it looks like his name is Carrion Dagger or Dredger. Carrion Dredger.
Yeah, that card.
So yeah, that card. Thank you, Nelly. But for sure, as we were getting to, I believe round number 1 should be started rather shortly, as they're running already 10 minutes behind schedule. But hopefully they kind of do a little bit of picking the pace up. Either way, Weirdly enough, you guys are telling me that RQ is having a little bit of hiccups here and there. When I was watching it, it looked okay. Only thing though, I don't know if you noticed, and they were watching the backup feature match slower speed than your normal speed. I believe someone in the chat said it was like 75% speed, which was really weird. It almost felt like a mini bit of a slow-mo kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's oh look, on while we're waiting, I don't know if you have Sydney pulled up, but there's a bird on the board. One of those stupid birds I was talking about.
No, I don't have Sydney pulled up just yet, but
Okay.
nice next. It looks like they got it together. I think it was just for the pre-recorded matches like those backup feature matches.
Mhm.
I'm curious to see though for the China side of things, because I saw the playmat in Sydney. No disrespect or anything, but slightly underwhelmed. I expected at least like the battlefield slash zone indications, but sometimes it is a little bit cleaner to not have those grid. So I can respect that, but I know China, they have a massive table and they tend to go pretty big, at least for the national circuit or for the national open. I believe maybe a month or two ago, I can't really recall. It was the final conclusion for Spirit Force. They had a set 3 playmat set up. Do you remember slightly, NA, of that mat or no?
I don't actually.
It was for day 2. Chat, let me know if you guys look back at some of our YouTube videos from that event. They had like the jungle environment, jungle themes all along the side. So I'm wondering if they kept that playmat or if they're bringing something new to the table, no pun intended. So we'll see. We'll see. I guess for now, since they're still not giving us round number 1, we could kind of speculate a little bit what to expect on the Chinese side of thing. Do we expect LeBlanc to also be number 1 represented, or do you think it's another card? Or deck, I mean.
I kind of expect Yi to be more,
Okay.
but I guess it is the first RQ, so people will want to do like the new thing. So there is some bias there in that. I mean, new thing is exciting and people want to mess with it for at least the first event. So I think you're probably right. It'll probably be an Unleashed Legend.
That could be cool.
LeBlanc seems to be a popular one, yeah.
You know, for anyone that's been following the Riftbound scene over in China, every time they do these regionals, every season, they do a really good job of showing off every single legend they can. And what I mean by that, I don't think we're going to see every single legend in this regional, but by regional 2, they should be giving us at least the 12 new Unleashed Legends. Because I remember when Spirit Forge started, they would even take it back a notch in terms of the top table, so we wouldn't be watching undefeated, which sometimes we wish we could catch those undefeated matchups because they're super high level. But
Yeah.
I think just in case, or not in case, they just really wanted to prioritize showing off the diversity of the meta so far. So I'm curious to see, are they going to do something similar? And you were right on the dot, NA. It looks like Master Yi is the number 1 represented. Nothing too crazy though, chat. Only 11% of the meta coming in at number 2. Aurelia, we're talking a little bit about her as well. 10% of the meta on Aurelia. And then number 3, the first set 3 legend, it is Diana. So we're seeing both trends here from Sydney RQ as well as the Chinese regional. They like Diana more than Ezreal. How do you feel about that, NA? Because it's very similar, but I feel like Ezreal does have a slight little bit of an upper hand against Diana. What do you think?
So my opinion is that Diana is significantly easier than Ezreal. You play a more aggressive game plan and you can play for tempo. There are a few different builds going around. I personally like the Huai build the most. I think it's kind of cool. It does its own thing. And Aurelia is a lot easier deck to pilot in my opinion because you are actually playing the board. You are not trying to ramp up. You can actually contest things early. And that does mean that you do not have to you don't really need to deal with the board as much as you do in Ezreal. Like you're just winning combat. So you're naturally dealing with the board as you play.
Okay.
Whereas Ezreal is like, well, I'm building up my backline. I'm scaling up runes. How do I stem the bleeding before my deck really takes off? And I don't think that it does not feel to me like you really need to do this in Diana as much. Because again, you can just win combats. So I think the deck's a bit easier, and I mean having an extra energy almost every turn is like very powerful. We've seen this in pretty much every other one of the events from set 2 in the West, actually. One of the kind of untold stories that no one really talks about. But Darius had one of the best conversion rates at almost all the RQs. And no one talks about it. He's not popular. But for whatever reason, I mean, having that one extra energy off the leader ability for the Legion, apparently is really powerful.
Right, not too bad.
Yeah. But yeah, I believe at Atlanta, I want to say he had like the second. It was either the first or second highest conversion in today too. So
I remember that, right? And, you know,
yeah.
speaking of being a little reminiscent of set 2, I feel like Diana and Ezreal are very similar to how Annie provides resource generation in terms of energy, and then Ezreal provides the card advantage generation in terms of draw, right? So they're very similar in that regard with Annie and Draven. And we know at the end of the day, Draven ended up pulling a bit ahead. Of course, Prismat did win the most recent regional qualifier over in Atlanta with Annie, so maybe they're about even these days post-ban. But either or, let's see how well Diana can do in today's regional. Other than that, I'm impressed though in a 10% meta share for the number 1 or 11% meta share. If we remember from Spirit Forge, I know this was pre-ban, but Draven didn't see anything lower than 25% of the meta share. I think I will say, I don't know how confident, but decently confident I will say, this has to be the healthiest meta Riftbound has ever seen. How do you feel about that comment?
I guess I'm gonna have to actually play in some bigger events to have a really solid opinion.
Okay.
Because I do think there is a lot of cool stuff out there, a lot of fun stuff. At the same time, I think there is also a lot of degenerate things out there. So, like, I think a lot of the Aurora decks are maybe a little bit degenerate. I think that honestly, the Rengar play pattern with, the Yi play pattern with Rengar is a little bit degenerate.
I know what you mean. There's some things that feel a little bit degenerate, as you pointed out, but I meant so more in terms of the diversity. But speaking of diversity, to start things off, round number 1 of the regional Riftbound Open over there in Suzhou, China is going to be our Vi, over number Vi at that. Then we'll see on the other side of the table. But this is it, NA. This was the set 3 mat they debuted in that Shenzhen National.
Nice. Okay. Quick question for you before we actually get in. Now that we see the Vi over number, what is your favorite over number?
We were talking about that. I think I have to give it to Ivern. Looks good. Diana looks good. I think I like the Vex one. Naturally, because those are the colors I like. But I think it's the coolest artwork from set 3. What about you before we dive into this game?
It's probably either Vex or Diana. I mean, Diana's is a little bit too anime for me, but it is cool in that it's like a different style, just like the Vex one. They really do feel like they're very different than the original, which I like.
Right.
But yeah.
I like those as well. We'll see. So it is going to be starting things off with Master Yi, the number 1 most represented deck, versus Vi, a deck we haven't really heard or seen too much of so far, at least from the Runes and Rift events. So I'm curious, what can you tell me about Vi? Do you know a little bit about this deck?
I know a little bit, and it mostly stems from I did a tier list with my good friend Aaron McInnes for Unleashed stuff, and we did end up rating Vi after reading her cards. Wow, that was a pretty playmat, but we did end up rating her in like the D tier.
Okay.
I am not impressed by the card. I think it's pretty bad. I do think that playing some of these Vi cards as your chosen champion is not bad. I just don't think that Vi itself is like a really great pick. I'm looking forward to be proven wrong though. Maybe this guy has the secret sauce.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, he did decide to bring it to today's regional. I will say from the times I played against Vi, they really rely on having equipment as well as some stronger units, because you do have access to Fury, you do have access to those order cards. They don't really go the spell route. Maybe they have maybe 1 Falling Stars or something like that, but they're trying to take advantage of just strong, high quality units like those Kaiser Survivors. I believe we're seeing it here, those the Rex size as well. And actually, I guess this Vi variant is kind of going a bit more on the spell route with those hidden blades. And it looks like we even have against the odds main board. So trying to prep, and he immediately puts one back because against the odds versus Mastery doesn't feel too beneficial, as he most likely will just have a single unit on the battlefield. But I will say, I feel like one of the MVPs in the Vi deck has to be, as you pointed out, the Chosen Champion. I feel like in any yellow deck, it's almost playable. Ambush, stun when it attacks. You can't go too wrong with that card.
Yeah, it's definitely a pretty solid card, and I actually do like the yellow Vi myself for the champion. For the champion zone, I think that it like the yellow Leo. If you remember Leo from set 1, the card that did see a bit of side deck play, it really does make some matchups quite annoying for your opponent, especially like stuff like Yi, where they want to stick one unit on the battlefield and then just kind of sit with one unit. And when you have a stun on attack, well, that means that you are always stunning their unit and your unit is never dying. And you can do this every turn, right? You can say, shove my guy in, stun yours. All right, are you going to buff yours up to save them? Or do I just get the free win? And then even if you do buff them up, well, the Vi just gets recalled, right? Because it can't take damage. So you can just do it again and again.
Yeah, we'll see exactly how it comes into play in this opening round of today's regional. So starting things off nice with a nice little... Oh, why am I forgetting her name? It's been a little bit since we've seen her. It's obviously it has Legion. When you play a second card, you get a nice little +1. But what is the name of the card in A? We haven't seen it in quite some time.
Isn't it the Glory Seeker?
No,
Yeah,
chat.
Glory Seeker.
It is still earlier. We'll start warming up. It is actually Trifarian Wars Glory Seeker, no?
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah. Ooh, I'm surprised they're playing Sigil of the Storm, to be honest. That feels like more of a ramp battlefield, and Vi is a aggressive combat deck. Wait. Never mind. Okay, these are switched, right? Is
Yeah, but
Vi's
it's on
the
Warrens.
strong
It
Vi?
is on Warrens for the Master Yi, it looks like. And Orge of the Fluff, I would imagine for Vi, because I believe they always put their battlefields on the left. So getting the first conquer point of the day, going towards Vi. So going on Orge of the Fluff, I could imagine, as we were kind of alluding to before we were getting into this matchup, they do rely on things like longswords, which I believe we see one in hand. And also the signature spell from Vi is also a gear. Have you seen that one in A?
That is true. It's the Gauntlets, right? I'm not sure the actual name of it. Okay, it's probably like Hex Tech. Okay, I'm gonna look this up. Yes. I have seen it. I mean, it does seem pretty solid. It's personally probably the best card in the deck.
It's not too bad, right? Let me go ahead and pull it up for the folks at home that aren't too familiar with this card. So I could definitely understand why they do choose to run something like Orge of the Fluff as their opening battlefield, just in case just to make it a little bit more. Because I believe Orge of the Fluff, is that the one that costs one less to play your equipment? I believe so, right? Or you tap your legend to attach it? Because I always confuse this one with Orange Forge.
This is the one where you tap your friendly legend, which is kind of funny because that is just saying I'm not going to be able to use my legend. I do think that the legend is a little bit difficult to use, but maybe it's like I don't need the turn I'm playing the gauntlets, I'm attaching it, and then next turn I'm going to have the big swing with the gauntlet, and then I can use my leader, I can use my gauntlet to draw a card. It is a pretty high bar. Oh, that's an interesting card. Okay.
Very interesting. Trying to be a little bit greedy in terms of the Master Yi ability. So it doesn't just like getting an additional +2 on the defense. Wants to add an additional +1 from that massive foresight, on top of getting a little increase on your attacking units as well. They do have to be single attacker, single defender, but that's exactly what Master Yi thrives in. So I don't think it's that bad of a card to play. I just feel like it's a bit redundant in Master Yi. What do you think?
Really depends what you're playing for the 2-drop slot. I think that if you are playing units, and when I say units, I mean, of course, like Lonely Poro and what's his name again? I always called him Stupid Idiot Poro because I always hated how he defended for 5 might.
Stewart Poro, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, that one. So if you are playing the 2-drops, it feels like it is kind of competing in that space because you do now have like Zonias and stuff as well for 2 drops, and you don't want to go over too many of them. So it kind of depends if you're okay with coming into the battlefields like a turn later and not actually establishing the 2 drops. I mean, he is playing the Pickeroo, which I do like a lot in this deck, and that has kind of seen a little, I'm not going to say resurgence because it was played before as well,
Mm-hmm.
but I do think it's getting like, it's even better now. I
Oh,
would
are we
not be
going to see our
surprised if he's
first
not playing too many
ambush of
2 drops.
the day? The newest mechanic coming into Unleash. You do have the
Mhm.
option of swinging in and then bringing in at the ambush speed the new Vi champion. So he's thinking about it unless he has a buff in hand. We also saw the longsword, but here it is. The Vi does come down, and that's going to be stunning the first mate. Even though he's defending for 5, that's going to be 7-5 as it stands. So he should be able to conquer, but we did see in hand there is that punch first from Master Yi. So if he chooses to do so, he should be able to at least push these off, meaning you still hold. Actually, that's a defending for 6 because of the massive foresight. I
Yep.
forgot about that there.
Yeah, so you don't even need like a punch first. You could just have like, I don't think they have it, but like even a discipline or an on guard would be enough. And okay, yeah. Wow, committing the punch first. This is like a very aggressive play line.
It might have been the
I,
only pump, but you're right. I would almost be inclined to just give up that unit there, but maybe doesn't have too many units in hand. But we did see he does have, or I should say she does have the trophy hunter in hand. So instead of using those runes then, maybe saving those rune economy for down the road to go ahead and surprise your opponent with that trophy hunter. So he does defend for 7. Actually, this is going to be more than enough with a punch first. So those units get recalled back,
yeah.
meaning you should be able to hold at least 1 more point. So tying things up to 2 on the very next turn. But that took your whole turn. Maybe didn't expect the punch first, but I don't know if it was truly worth it because you are talking about Master Yi coming down to just 3 runes, meaning 5 runes next turn. So at the minimum, you do have access to a trophy hunter. Is that enough, NA? Because that's 4, 5, 6. Massive Foresight brings it up to 7. Can't you technically throw the trophy hunter into the Forge of the Fluff?
Throw the trophy into the Forge of the Flood.
It would
Yes,
tap
I
you out,
guess you
though.
could, yeah. I don't hate it. In fact, I do kind of like that idea, especially if the Vi did tap out, which I mean they are pretty tapped out. So using the runes like that means that this is like no longer an option, and you're kind of playing a whole turn behind. You had to recycle 2, and the thing that I like the least about it is, well, just look at the board state. Like the pit crew was just stunned, so this can just be done again next turn. So you have to defend him every single turn if you are going to go ahead and do that. Is that a white? Okay, cool.
Not too bad. Something I was getting at, I believe most Master Yi variants these days, at least in China specifically, they're going more the late game package where we've seen, yes, those trophy hunters, they are mid-range, but in terms of late game, we've seen those white flame protectors, those Valmons as well. They are so expensive, but once you have their energy, they're so pesky to deal with. You get an additional draw for holding each and every turn, and they defend for 10 with Master Yi, of course. And on top of that, everything, if you can't get over 10 with one of your units, you can't apply damage whatsoever. But I think she's thinking about the play we just talked about, tapping 5,
Wow.
spending most likely one of these power. Trophy hunters should be coming down to go ahead and conquer, and that's going to be defending for 7. But this is tricky, as we just kind of talked about. This is a good play for right here, right now, but it's coming at the expense of tapping out. So I like this, having a little bit of reinsurance in the hidden card. Did we manage to see what was hidden there in terms of what was left in hand?
Zonias.
Maybe something like a Zonias?
Yeah, it's a Zonias. We did see it. Unless, of course, they drew for turn and drew another hidden card. But if they did not, it was a Zonias. The other card would be Back Off, probably, that you'd consider. Like, this is so aggressive. You have no runes. You have no cards in hand. I guess maybe the thought is that they don't have cards in hand. They don't have access to any draw. And they're worried that if they do play a little bit slower, a little bit more passive, they're just going to run out of resources and they're going to try and make this early push instead. But I do not like Yi's position here, as the yellow Vi actually kind of owns Yi, as we did talk about, right?
Yeah, I remember earlier on in set one, maybe going a little bit early into set two, Leona had a decently good matchup because of those stun potentials, and that is exactly what Vi Champion has here on the table as well. So having to think about a couple lines, we know the longsword as an additional +2, but right now we do have to be conservative because Trophy Hunter defends for 3 on top of the 6, so defending for 9, that's a bit of a tall unit to try to take down, but 5+4 matches that, so stun for stun, you're going to be baiting out that hidden card, but goes for the down below battlefield, making sure you 100% conquer that with your opponent being tapped out. I guess, I mean, I don't know. What are we feeling about this play, Nate? Because I almost would have been, I would have liked to maybe take down the bigger unit in terms of Trophy Hunter, but maybe he was a little bit, didn't want to spend too many units for that.
Well, he could have just thrown all of his units in, right? And that does trade with it, but because Rengar's stunned, no damage is dealt, and you win the combat, right? Because Vi is 5, and oh, actually no, he could have just gone Vi plus Hopeful.
Exactly, 9/9, right?
Glory Seeker. Yeah, I really am not a fan of this play because, like you said, getting rid of the Rengar seems more value, and sure, you can probably tell that it's a back off or a Zhonya's, but I think you're fine with either of those, because if it is a zone or if it's a back off, well, your guys just retreat and no harm, no foul, right? It's the same thing that happened on the last turn because you stunned him, can't do damage, and you can just continue to develop. And if you do have if it is a Zhonya's, then like whatever. I mean, that's fine. You got the Zhonya's out. Your opponent doesn't really have many cards. Whoa, what do you draw?
A Vengeance, so nice little kill spell. Once that Zhonya's Hourglass is dealt with, you have something to go ahead and kill the back line. So I like the potential going forward, but I like what you're saying because at the minimum, it's not like a pure loss situation. As you point out, you do stun the unit, so even if it is a backed off, yes, you won't conquer, but you should be able to go ahead and bait out some cards. If it is a Zhonya's Hourglass, you do conquer. It goes to the back line, but we just missed it there. It was the Vi Legend ability. Since you did 3 damage excess, you are able to go ahead and tap your Legend, ready a unit. So he went ahead and prioritized the safety of the Order Champion, retreating it back to base for the time being. So not too bad because she is pretty much going to be the single one best card to keep going on and pushing forward against his Master Yi, because right now, you're slightly behind, but not too behind, as Master Yi is only going up to 4 runes. Or is that 5 there? Okay, just 5 runes so far.
Yeah. Kind of surprised that the Forerunner was even played to the battlefield, because it's pretty hard for Yi to get over. You literally need, like, Pit Crew, but if you play Pit Crew, that's your entire turn. And then you just have 1 rune up. Sorry, 2 runes up, which is only enough for, like, a single pump. And if you do play the Forerunner to base, you have a big push over the Rengar, right? With the Vi plus the Forerunner. But maybe he was worried about that. I mean, are there any other rush units that I'm missing at 5 energy?
He could have probably been playing around another Trophy Hunter for 7 damage as well. So maybe trying to reinforce that battlefield just a little bit more. I know it's unlikely to have the second one in hand, but you never know. But applying ganking thanks to the Gem Jammer onto the Pharaoh's Forerunner, of course. So does have the capabilities of sending in with the attack of the Vi as well. That's going to be more than enough. So I like this line. You should be able to conquer and trigger the Zhonya's Hourglass, and because you still have that vengeance in the back line, you should be able to deal with that. And with everything getting sent that way, I think things are getting ever so favorable for our Vi Legend player here.
Yeah, if you do have the Gem Jammer, that does absolutely make sense to make this play, because at that point, I mean, your Forerunner is essentially in the base, and it is sitting on the battlefield, so like you said, defending against like the Trophy Hunter. So I think that is a pretty heads-up play.
And he's just passing Prio, so Zhonya's does proc. He goes back to base, and is he going to go ahead? Because I believe Vengeance does kill any unit, not just a unit out of battlefield, right? Unless I'm mistaken. Let me pull it up here.
I want to say you're correct. Yeah, it's just kill a unit. So I think you're absolutely correct. You could opt here to, I mean, just remove everything from the board, which I definitely don't hate. Well, not everything, almost everything. There's still the Yi, obviously, but the Yi is not solo taking. I guess it is actually solo taking over these Onwarns if he did decide to push it up with the mask. That is something to remember. Looks like he's thinking about that exact play you said.
Yeah, he's thinking about it because he has the longsword, but he only has 5 runes available. Or actually, I think the overlays. No, I'm reading the overlay wrong. He has 6 runes available. I like these plays here. I believe a Vengeance. Go ahead and take the Trophy Hunter. You can't even get defied because of the 2 power Vengeance cost. And then you have options to leave ready a longsword to go ahead and bring that Noxus Hopeful or any of these units that get pushed into from the Master Yi up to 6. So I feel like he has really good tools here, but instead prioritizing board development, goes for 8 rather than 2 additional might on that battlefield, which is technically the correct play. But because Vengeance is an action speed, or let me double check, it is not action speed. I guess he didn't want to tap out, but I'm taking down the Trophy Hunter if you ask me.
Yeah, I definitely don't hate taking down the Trophy Hunter. Especially against a deck like Yi, where when they have played their runes so aggressively, like only at what, 7, I want to say? Yeah, only at 7 runes, I definitely like removing their stuff, putting them on nothing. That being said, Vi is in the lead here. I think that it is a little bit annoying for Yi to try and get back in this game, as you do need to is on even point. So technically, if you go for a double conquer, you would find yourself in the lead. I think that's pretty unlikely, though. Yi is not. It's not a super aggressive deck, so it is pretty unlikely that you're going to find yourself doing double conquers.
You know, thinking about it further, I can respect this play because when you're tapped out, like the Vengeance would have let him be, or would have just left him be. It makes things a whole lot more straightforward for your opponent. You don't have to think about what can they have in hand, what kind of interactions do they have. So this kind of slows down the game plan for Master Yi, saying, man, what can he possibly have? But goes for the discipline nonetheless. So we'll be attacking him for 9 total damage. 9 is more than 8 currently, unless there's going to be the quick draw interaction as we saw in hand, which is why he's leaving a couple runes available for this turn. But they do go both ways because there is some combat tricks as well. Master Yi definitely has access to, so tap into, which has to be something like the longsword, I could only imagine. So it is up to 10 versus 9. Most likely we'll be passing that priority on. Does he have an additional pump? Because I don't think I saw one, but oh, he's tapping 5. Is that going to be another Trophy Hunter?
Yes, absolutely. It is. It's a lot committed for that battlefield. Does this actually Okay, this does defend, right? Because you have, on the next turn. So Vi is 5, Jim Jammer is 7, and then Rengar defends for 9. Okay, so taking this is good because then you do. Oh no, you have to deal with the longsword as well. So what? 9 into 9. Yeah, this does just lose to board, which is kind of what's he got? Oh, hey, that's not bad.
Not too shabby, right? Your opponent completely tapped out, so taking advantage of no defined opportunity. So down the Rengar goes, and it looks like Vi in firm control of these battlefields. Doesn't want to let anything go. It does trade the longsword 1. Actually, does he? That was 4, 6, 6. Oh, yeah. He definitely does die for the longsword 1. But I guess that's just a single conquer. But as you were pointing out before, that is a backline Vi order champion. Most likely will be able to take it down on the following turn. You hold to 6, conquer to 7, and that's just 1 hold away from closing out this game number 1. I don't know. I think it comes down to Master Yi kind of expending her runes a little bit too early on. Maybe we could trace it back to that original punch first. I don't know if that was worthwhile thinking about it.
Yeah, it's definitely hard, and this is something that if you are a player going into these events, these are the kind of things that you need to actually go back and analyze is, did this play at turn 3 set me up to lose 4 turns later? And that can be hard to see. That can definitely be hard to see if you do not actively think about it. You can just be like, oh, well, he had all the outs. Well, sometimes the misplay on turn 2 catches up to you much later. I honestly don't actually even like the hidden blade there, and maybe it is correct, but I feel like you don't care about losing your or losing your hopefuls, right? Because you're just clearing the battlefield on the next turn cleanly with what you have.
Mm-hmm. I know exactly
So,
what you mean, right? Because you would have just, yes, you give him a point now. You ended up giving him the point regardless, but
mhm,
then he's tapped out either or, right? So you could have just easily conquered
yeah,
it back the following turn to your point and then have the hidden blade for the hold potential up to the 7th to 8th hold. Could have been a little bit
yeah,
cleaner, but nonetheless, he's still in a fantastic position. Speaking of hidden cards, there's going to be another hidden card for Master Yi, so most likely either a back off or the Zonya's Hourglass we saw in the
yep.
past, but throwing it back over to Vi, and let's see exactly what they have in mind for this turn. Not the closing turn, but soon to be a potential closing turn. And oh, it looks like they're running pretty low on hand size so far. I believe there's only 2 cards in hand. One of them being another ambushable Vi, though, interesting enough.
Oh wow, I'm surprised they're playing multiples of that card, but it would be pretty good in this matchup.
Maybe he came prepared. He's saying, like, I've been seeing the data. I've been seeing Master Yi go rampant across China. Let's try to go ahead and pick something like a counter pick. He could go pretty far because so far he's playing clean, and I like what he's bringing to the table. So I don't, or was that a Vi? I know there's a Ferris Forerunner in hand, but I saw he picked up another Vi there.
Not sure.
We'll
I
see.
wonder if you're just supposed to full retreat here, to be honest. Like, what does Yi have to... He should be on 6 points, right? Did he
Yeah.
not give him a point to hold?
China
Okay.
production not caught up just yet, but you're totally right. He should be at 6
Yeah.
points currently. So I love what you're saying, and the full retreat and then set up for a final 6 to 8 push. But instead, going a little bit more on the offense because you do have the longsword to rely on. So pushing in for 7. He's defending 7-7, but one of these units is stunned. The other one is not. So it's not going to be an even trade. What is behind the door? Another Zonya's Hourglass. So does proc that. More importantly, you do conquer. Yeah, you do conquer because it goes back
Yes.
to base.
Yeah, absolutely. I wonder if there's a world where you pull back fully, but I guess this isn't bad. Like, you're not really losing anything for this. You do just get because you use the Vi Legend, you didn't even need to commit a card to a rune. My only thought was, like, is there really a way for Yi to get over to... Oh, okay. There's the Vengeance that we did know about. It does put Yi and maybe an unwinnable... Like, what do you have here? I guess it's like Rengar plus multiple pump spells or something?
No, yeah, unwinnable
Like,
position for Master Yi. You don't know, you
yeah.
don't have any tools of conquering both battlefields in a single turn. Charm could maybe do a little bit something, but with the lack of Trophy Hunter, with the lack of any kind of accelerated pressure, this game number 1 will be going the way of Vi, doing a great job, and I like what he's bringing here. He has the Ferris Forerunner, which tends to be tricky. Definitely had some more answers in set 3 with the Star-Cross, but against Master Yi, he has to do it the good old-fashioned way. He has to take care of the 6 total might and then deal with the 6 total might on the clapback as well. So I am really intrigued to see how far this Vi can go in today's regional, because I feel like Master Yi has become, at least for China, as a matchup that most players have come and prepared the most for. Similarly how it was for Draven of the past, for Kaiser is set 1. I feel Master Yi might have become that, so everyone knows what to expect, I feel like, from Master Yi so far. So how'd you feel about that game 1 as we go to the little intermission booth for now?
I think that if I had brought Yi to the event, I would be very frustrated right now that I matched into a deck that plays a stun unit from the champion zone. That being said, I mean, like we said, how much of it can you chalk up to a bad matchup and how much can you chalk up to maybe not playing perfectly? Because I think that almost not every game, but a lot of games do have avenues to win. Just got to find them. And in that case, maybe was not able to find the correct avenue. But I am looking forward to seeing what adaptations come in game 2. Do you have any thoughts on what the Yi player might be siding to deal with something like this?
You know, interesting enough, I expect, especially with seeing the Orge of the Fluff, a little bit more equipment. We didn't get to see the Hex
Mhm.
Tech Gauntlets. We saw the Longsword, but we already saw one main board in hand being the Action. But I would imagine something like a Sabotage is never too bad of an idea. Take care of those Vengeance before the Vengeance takes care of you is never a bad strategy, I feel like. Other than that, maybe so. If you're expecting like Falling Star to get sighted in to deal with the units before you get the Master Yi value, maybe a not so fast could be pretty good. Let me look here because I know we saw a good Master Yi player do pretty good in our recent tournament. Let me pull up a deck list and see what they had in the sideboard real quick. Okay, similar to
Yeah,
what
well,
we
you
said. You know, these days is all just dazzling Aurora hate. So they had 2 disarming rakes, they had 2 actions, 2 sabotages, and 2 not so fast. So similar to what we were talking about just then. Other than that, I feel like you have the tools needed to take care of it. It might have been a little bit chalked up that you were on the second player that turn, which always is a bit of a disadvantage for Master Yi because once you establish yourself on a battlefield, it makes it a little bit trickier for your opponent. With that said, though, that imbushable Vi, he's just tough. Maybe a direct counter to Master Yi so far.
Yeah, there are answers. You can not so fast the viability. It's going to feel really bad, but really all you need to do is get rid of the vi once, and you probably won't have to deal with it again for the rest of the game.
Okay.
It doesn't seem super likely to me that you are going to run into multiple Vi's in this deck. I guess it is possible. It is possible.
Maybe.
But if I was the Yi, I would try and set myself up to not so fast the viability and then kill it with combat damage. And then at that point, I think the matchup should be pretty favorable to, because your deck is, your deck is a little bit better. Otherwise, if he is playing Rune Runners also cleanly check this.
Right.
So
we saw there was one Rune Runner in hand. You know, I think it just comes down to exactly what we mentioned, just having a little bit too low on rune economy too early on, right? He didn't get to go ahead and bring out the late game cards like we're used to seeing from Master Yi. At least the most recent set 3 Master Yis, those Rune Runners, those White Flame Protectors. Heck, we could even see maybe in this game number 2 something like the Valmons, because most Master Yis I've seen recently, they're running at minimum 1 Valmon, even 2 Valmons. So they have to kind of get there into that late game to take full advantage of those decks, or those cards, I should say. So we'll see. I feel like this game number 2 could get approached slightly differently. It could be a matter of just pure skill difference here. I feel like maybe one player has a bit more reps under the belt than the other player, but who knows? We'll see. I mean, to your point, Nate, if he does have additional vines, that's going to be complicating things for sure. But if he has just the single chosen champion Vi, if you somehow manage to take care of it, kind of like what you said, maybe a not so fast, maybe a charm here and there. I know you're still the attacker, but some way of taking care of it, I think it should be not super smooth sailing, but a whole lot smoother than it would otherwise.
absolutely. I am pretty interested in seeing what the Yi is going to be siding into, because like you said, there's a lot of Aurora hate, but I would personally like to see some Rune Runners.
Okay.
It is kind of what I mentioned before, is so much targets. And I mean, if you look at what the Vi did this game, it was almost all targeting removal, right? Like you had the Vi unit to target and stun, you had the Vengeance, and the rest was just units. And Yi is very efficient at dealing with units, because the +2 on the leader ability is broken.
Yeah,
So
and
if
including
you
on
can-
top of that, little Massive Foresight as an additional +1. Not too
Yeah.
shabby. Though I feel like, as I said before, a little redundancy in the deck building. You don't necessarily need a Massive Foresight. Is it good? Does it cause a bit of value? Yes, but that could have been a spot for another card. If you don't have the full 3-3-2, meaning 3 discipline, 3 on guards, and a punch first, and then I think some people are playing the Grim Resolve as well. If you don't have a full set of those in the deck and you're putting Massive Foresight, I think you're doing yourself a little bit of the disservice. But here we go, Nick. It looks like round number 1, game number 2 should be starting rather shortly. It should be Master Yi on the play, and he's going to be Star Springs. This is one of my favorite battlefields from set 3. How do you feel about this battlefield? Have you used it yourself previously?
I actually have not used it, but that's just because my battlefield lineup is kind of solved for Ezreal. I've been playing, and that's really all I've been playing. I love Ezreal.
Right.
But it is a really strong battlefield, and I really do like it in the Yi deck. It's insanely powerful that it kind of turns your units into pseudo accelerate. And it reminds me, and don't get me wrong, the cards are very different, but it reminds me of how Reaver's Row gave cards like more mobility.
Right, you're so true on that. You know, I didn't even consider it similar to a Reaver's Row, but it's so similar in a sense. It just has to add the additional price to pay of playing a unit on that battlefield. But I like it. Like I said, one of my favorite battlefields coming out of set 3. It kind of acts as a pseudo gank potential because you move it back to base in the ready position, go ahead and attack the other time. But for Master Yi, you have those plays as we saw from our recent weekly, or actually I believe it was a triple box tournament, where you have a defending unit on Star Spring, and then you could go ahead and surprise attacker Rain Guard, and then still move it as it does trigger Star Spring back to base, allowing the Rain Guard to get the additional +2 for defending for Master Yi. So well, actually, would it trigger? Because it's on defend. Actually, I don't think it does. Or I think Master Yi reads when defending, actually.
Yi defend +2 is just continuous. It'll happen anytime you're alone, and you'll lose it if a unit comes in with like a pull. So as long as Rengar is alone, by the time damage is calculated, he would get the +2.
Right. That's what we saw. Okay. So starting things off, nice little optimal curve for Master Yi. The little Scuttle Crab, additional draw 1 when you play. And then reading the Rek'Sai Red Champ saying, wait a minute, I'm not too familiar with this card, but it does have the accelerate. More importantly, we see the synergy with Fair's Forerunner, right? Because it's not played from the hand, you do have the potential of accelerating those mech tokens once the Death Knell trigger. Granted, you still have to pay for the accelerated, but those are some nice little cheeky plays that I've seen from people in the past. And okay, I like these lines. So double conquer potential as early as turn 2 is quite impressive. So readies the Scuttle Crab, sends it back with Star Spring, and goes over for Sonya's Hourglass. Or not Sonya's Hourglass, so Zon Warrens. I'm liking these plays. She's playing a whole lot sharper, it feels like, this round.
Yeah, that is a pretty cool little play there. I'm a huge fan of the Scuttle Crab unit. I think it's really cool. I mean, Zero Might. Obviously with Yi, it's a fake Zero Might, but it is still technically Zero Might. And being able to get some early game information, I think is very cool. Lets you make some more lets you make better informed decisions for the first few turns, and then as the game progresses, you slowly lose that information. So I think Scuttle Crab is a pretty well designed card. I think it's pretty powerful, and we've seen Aurelia make very good use of it too.
Yeah, it doesn't just show the hand, it also shows the hidden zone as well. So a lot of information is power, especially in TCGs, where the whole idea is to guess and what you expect / play around from your opponent. It takes the whole guesswork out of it, so makes it a whole lot easier to go ahead and strategize what you can do to go ahead and pave that path to victory. But taking the XP counter out here, interesting enough, maybe alluding to that Master Yi chosen champ might get played out the next turn, because I don't think there's any other XP besides, I guess, as I'm speaking it out, Grim Resolve is another XP generation tool, but I think the only card that would benefit from XP will be that champ, unless you can think of another card, NA.
Well, Scuttle gives you XP when it dies, so that would probably be why they brought it out. Like, well, it's gonna die. So,
I see. It does say gain 1 XP. You're totally right.
Yeah. Gonna be probably not very useful for the E deck, like we said, but it does exist. And it's important to keep track of these things because your opponent doesn't know your deck list. They don't know that you probably are not playing XP cards. I think most players would be pretty, what's the word for it? If you know the metagame, you can probably tell just by the leader. You're like, okay, they're not playing much in XP. But like you said, the champion unit does get, I think it's ganking, and does he get deflect?
That's exactly right. So at level 6, meaning 6 XP, you do get deflect, you do get ganking, which deflect could come into play. We know the stun is going to be costing him additional rune every time he applies the stun onto Master Yi. And then if you're able to defend him, that could be a little bit dangerous down the road. But let's see, it looks like Vi, thinking very carefully, doesn't have a good line, does have a simple conquer over to the Scuttle Crab since it will be 3 to 5, but there's a single rune, which is why he's reluctant to go ahead and push it in. It could threaten out something like an on guard. That's going to be 3 to 4, but you probably have some interaction as well. But I think this Scuttle Crab, It's just a bit of a sacrificial unit. As you said, once he dies, you reveal your entire hand. So if I'm Master Yi, I'm saying, okay, thank you. Show me what you got.
Well, Rek'Sai does have assault, right? So it would be
True,
4
true.
into 2, and then if you unguarded, it would be a trade. But
Right.
now you get the full hand knowledge here. And what's the bottom card? I can't quite.
That's a Ferris
Oh.
Forerunner, but those 2 middle cards
Yeah.
are Rumble. Rumble to try to bring back the Ferris Forerunners when you hold, which is an interesting tech. Let me go ahead and bring it up just to go ahead and remind us exactly what Rumble does, because we don't get to see it too often. We saw a little bit of it in Draven decks at the end of Spirit Forge, but each one of your mechs has Assault 1, which is not too bad. But when you conquer, you may recycle another friendly unit to play a mech from your trash, and then you reduce its energy cost by the might of the recycled unit. So the unit you recycle doesn't have to be a mech, but it's probably more so to try to get back your Ferris Forerunners from the trash, most likely.
Yeah, if I saw that hand as Yi, I would be pretty happy, to be honest. I think, like we said before, Yi is pretty efficient at dealing with units. So you're like, okay, nice. There's nothing really to worry about. I just play the unit battle, and my units are more efficient because of the Yi leader. I will say the hand does not look super happy, though. I guess there's the Trinity Force, but other than that, you don't really have anything super, like, that you really want to see here, like the Trophy Hunters, like pump spells. Kind of dead, to be honest.
Right, not too much gas in the hand, as I like to say, but I like what you said. I mean, you do have Star Spring, so you could play out your Yi champion onto Star Spring, bring the first mate back, and now you're defending for a good little bit rather than the first mate. But it's Charming over, taking advantage of being completely exhausted out, so trying to take care of him while you can. So that's going to be hitting the bin, and now you don't have to deal with anything in the back line. 4 runes remaining, so you do have the option to establish out your chosen champion. But I like this play that most likely she's leaning towards. Go ahead and set up the Trinity Force, baby. Get the additional +1 point every single turn. I think it has to be the correct play.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you've seen the hand. You know there's not too much going on from the Vi either. Just say, hey, I'm going to send this battlefield and hold. I really don't think it was necessary to charm over the unit, though. Because you saw the hand. There's no pump, or at least there wasn't any pump. And you are pretty cleanly beating the Rek'Sai at Trinity Force plus first mate, right? Because that's going to be defending for 7. So you could just say, okay, this is fine. Like, whatever you want to do.
I think it's more so respecting the ambush potential, right? Because it's just denying any kind of push in from the back line to allow those ambush cards. Like we saw, he just top decked an Inferno, which also has ambush. But more importantly, we talked about it time and time again, the Vi Order champion there. Yeah. So I think that's more so to do with that. Almost guaranteeing the additional +2, going up to 5. And the point tempo is definitely favoring Master Yi, so just puts 1 unit on the board, retreating it back to allow him to try to do his best he can and try to take care of the Trinity Force unit. Is going to be tricky. Did he draw at least 1 combat trick? Okay. Something in A. I hope she has all the discipline on guards, because that Massive Foresight doesn't feel the best right now.
They did not add the Trinity point, right? It should be on 5, right?
They didn't add it, but look down below. She went to 5. So they got it together on the table. There it goes. Production caught up.
Do you go... So what? Be to 6. So that doesn't get over. I mean, this is... I guess this works. It just really stinks that the hand is so dead for you. You're going to have to deal with these units eventually, and you don't win for another 2 turns, assuming you're able to full hold, which it seems pretty unlikely at this point. And then you have to deal with whatever goes up on the battlefield with just a couple first mates.
I do like she's threatening out a potential punch first. Just 2 cards in hand. Your opponent doesn't know what 2 cards there are, so you are kind of taking it... could catch him by surprise, at least mentally saying, you know what, I am threatening out, so be careful who you swing with. but I think you just have to risk it from this position. You don't really have any other play. Just force them to have it. I think you send your units. On top of that, you go ahead and add the stun from the Vi, and then you kind of take it from there, I would imagine.
So this is 8 into 8, and then, yep, plays out the Vi. Should be pretty clean. Hopefully they do remember the hidden Zonias. So there is a set. There are 2 Zonias on the board. We have the hidden and the face-up one, so this first mate will not be dying anytime soon. That being said, being stunned makes it quite annoying for Yi, as we did talk. Oh wow, that wasn't a Zonia. Okay, that's cool. This doesn't do anything though, right?
It would be 6, 7, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 to 4, 5. Yeah, to 8, right? So 7 to 8. So you're still not. It doesn't do anything as you mentioned. So you're still going to be pushed off, and you're still losing your Zonia's Hourglass.
Isn't it 8 to 8 because of the mask?
It's Trinity 3.
Isn't it 2? Am I wrong?
So 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, 8 to 8. You're totally right. So it trades, but you're stunned. So I believe they're still getting the conquer for Vi.
Yeah, exactly. And because their units are stunned, doesn't do anything. You just they get the full conquer and it doesn't do anything, which is unfortunate. Because then you do have to be able to deal with all these units on the follow-up turn, because none of them died, like you said. They were stunned.
Oh Lord, things are looking not too hot. This is exactly the point where he turned it around for himself. He held up to 4, conquered, or held up to 3, conquered up to 4 this turn, and now setting up a big fortress. Because right now, normally you would have some kind of ready / accelerate potential with the old Master Yi legend ability, or not legend, but chosen champion, but you don't have it with this one. So you only have to be reliant on something like a trophy hunter, and then the unit currently on board. I don't think she has that trophy hunter in hand, because if you could find a way, oh, this could be really good for Master Yi. Do you have the runes to do so? That's 2, 4, 6, 7, 1 rune shy, or 2, 4, yeah, 7, 1 rune shy from getting the impressive Valmaul being able to come down at ambush speed. If she's able to trade over the Trinity Force somehow over to Valmaul, that could be a way, because you do conquer, whether it be one of these battlefields, conquer up to 6, and then the hold will get you the 2 points needed to close out game number 2. It is a little easier said than done, though, because you have to figure out, do you wait a little bit, let them go up to 6, and then go in on the offensive on the next turn? What do we think about this play? Because this is a tricky spot. There are some outs for Master Yi, but it's definitely a complicated way to do so.
Yeah, it looks like just going to play up the Yi unit and pass it over, I would imagine. This does kind of stink, though, because this does open up the Vi unit to be just retreated back to base on the next turn, and then you got to deal with it during another combat. But like you said, the Valmaul is pretty good in that scenario. Maybe you're okay with that.
I mean, we could think a little bit ahead. The Valmaul is able to get stunned, but you're not applying combat damage, which means you're able to hold on. All you need to do is hold on with that Trinity Force to guarantee your victory here. So first mate over the Master Yi, so attacking in for a total of 6, or 6 on the first mate, and then 5 on the Master Yi. But keep in mind, you have to attack alone to get the benefit from the Massive Foresight. So does he want to go ahead and try to dwindle down the Starspring battlefield? Because I could see a world where you attack with first mate just to get the Trinity Force off of the first mate, so that you can go ahead on the next turn, apply the Trinity Force on the Valmaul, because that's the most likely card to go ahead and hold your way to win this game.
Yeah, and there was a route there where you did try to take the Zonwarns with shove up the first mate and then shove up attach the Trinity Force and shove up the Yi. But the problem is that your opponent has your Starspring, so it is very easy for them to move over to the Zonwarns on the following turn. So even though you do have a Yi with a Trinity Force threatening game on a hold, well, there's 2 mech tokens plus literally any unit in hand brings the Vi over as well.
Mm-hmm.
So good heads up play from the Yi there to not go for something like that. And now does have a fair amount of units to develop on, or to push forward with on the next turn with a Valmo, like you said.
I think it has to be the better line here, so I do give props to this player, realizing that you don't really have too much of a potential to do too much on this turn. Let's go ahead and forfeit over those 2 points for this time around, but those 2 points could be the crucial 2 points, because now you are knocking on the door for Vi 6 points, meaning I'm wondering if the play could be very similar to how we discussed in game number 1. Is this a turn you go ahead and retreat things back and feel confident that you could go ahead and double conquer on the next turn? Because we have the caster knowledge. We know there's a Valmon in hand, but he doesn't. So maybe he can be like, you know what? I feel confident I could conquer. I have an accelerated Kaiser Survivor. I have a Hidden Blade to take care of one of these units. And then you even have... Oh, no, that's not Hidden Blade. That's the dog card.
Yeah, it gets +1 when there's another unit there, right?
Right.
Yeah, okay. Full retreat then, I guess. Okay. See, what's interesting is, unless there's a spell in hand, and I can't quite see, none of this does deal with Valma, right? Because Valma just says units less than me don't deal damage, right?
Mm-hmm.
So even if you stun the Valma, that doesn't deal with it, right? Because none of the units are doing any damage to your guys.
Right. You need a straight up kill spell, like we said before. The Vengeance, the Hidden Blade are the only outs for Valma. So I think the play here, you have to make sure you get the Trinity Force, because you're only winning. Actually, can you win this turn? Your opponent only has 1 rune at the ready, a simple Conquer to Starspring, and then an ambushable Valma over to the other side of the battlefield. Did he just throw? Is there a single card with just a energy? I know there's a cleave, but that's on offense. There's no such thing as an on guard. There's no hidden cards. I think this is a... Oh, no. You have to hold... Oh, no. Yeah. Never mind. Double Conquer doesn't do it. For some reason, because I thought of the hold. So you can't win outright, which is why he made this play. So you have to prioritize getting the Trinity Force on the target that will most likely stick around. That's going to be the tricky part.
I don't think it matters too much, right? Because you can just go... As long as the Trinity Force is on the same battlefield as the Valma, I mean, it's pretty city safe,
true.
right? So you could just go, like, shove up the first mate without the equipment into the Starspring and get your point to 6. In fact, you don't even need to do that. You could just full send every unit onto the Zon Warrens, play out your Valma, and then just say, like, do you have the kill spell? Because that's literally what this game is going to come down to, is do they have the kill spell?
It really does. And look at this. For the first time in this regional, we get the Valmon, the newest additions, which is one of the strongest cards. Some people say the strongest green card. It is a bit expensive, but coming down. I'll go ahead and bring it up. And I'm surprised, Anae, that they don't have any animation for these set 3 cards. As I speak.
As you say it.
There it is.
Yeah, and there comes down the Valma. So full sending to this battlefield should be enough if they do opt to go for that line. I guess, maybe you don't even full send. Is there like a world where you just sit the Valma plus the unit there, and then, because it's kind of the same, isn't it? If they can deal with the Valma, they can take it kind of regardless.
Yeah, I mean, if they're taking care of that battlefield, then you automatically lost. But I do like the splitting the difference here. Actually, I mean, you're not getting the E value, you're not getting the massive foresight value regardless, but you are forcing the units to be spread across, because right now, actually, no. You would conquer up to... Actually, yeah, you do conquer to 7, and then meaning either of these battlefields hold. So this is a tricky play, but keep in mind, guys, there is a punch first in hand. So she has to get over an extraordinary amount of might. That's going to not normally the 15 with Valmon being alone, but you got to get over 13 might, or else you're doing 0 damage. So I like what you said earlier, is a kill spell or bust for the Vi, because I think Master Yi might be bringing us to that decisive game 3 if they can't deal with this Valmon, of course.
Thinking if they do want to commit the first mate here. I don't think the first mate changes anything. to be honest. So maybe you do just keep it in base. What is it actually doing if you put it on one of these battlefields? If they have the kill spell, your Balma is dying anyway. In fact, if they have the kill spell, the game is over, regardless of what happens, right? So
even with the first mate, so you're absolutely right. I don't think it's
yeah,
going to make any difference whatsoever. It comes down to exactly as we keep pointing out. Does he draw a vengeance? Does he have a hidden blade? Does he have any kind of kill interaction for the Valmont? If not, that's going to be a hold up to 8 either or. I mean, you most likely can easily take care of the Yi down below. But the trickier one is taking care of the Valma, of course. So she's doing the math. He's saying, how in the world is he going to get over 8 with just this? And does he keep in mind that I might have something like a punch verse in hand? If he did have a hidden blade, you're a little bit hesitant from the Defy. But we see here, she doesn't technically have a Defy right now. But your opponent doesn't know that, of course. So this is going to be a good turn. He has so many units on board. This is an impressive board. Very similar to what we've seen before from Darius's, from Rek'Sai's. Oh, and they do push it up, huh?
it's interesting. But yeah, I guess like I said, I don't think it should make much of a difference. I think the game is kind of decided on this next turn anyway. I guess we will have to see. I have not been able to catch the Vi's hand since that first Scuttle Crab. I'm not super sure. I'm not kind of confused what they're even talking about here. I guess maybe doing math. Like, how much do I need to push up?
Yeah, I'm not too sure. It honestly just comes down to that single thing we keep pointing out. But
Yeah.
I believe Vi is running a little bit low on hand size currently. He might just have a single card / 2 cards in hand. So it is most likely going to be down to what he top decks on this turn. So passes it over, keeps the punch verse in hand for the defensive push, or for the defensive on this turn. So everything readies, and let's see, can we get a little bit of an insight, a little bit of a glimpse of what he has in hand? That's a Doombreaker, a Kaiser Survivor.
Well, he has it.
And he does. The vengeance is right there.
Yeah, I mean, this should be pretty straightforward. Like, if he has it, he has it, and if he doesn't, well, it's very simple.
Yeah, it's undefiable because of the 2 powers. So it's as crystal clear as that. The vengeance was always in the hand. And man, the Master Yi player did so well.
Goodness.
I was really hoping we get that final game number 3, but there's just one too many units on the board. And of course, with that kill spell in hand, we said it comes down to that very moment right there. It should be able to clean things up. Imagine if Almo had the Ruin Runner or Baron effect of being untargetable. That would be bannable.
That would be quite good. And I think, actually, I'm thinking back, I think there was a slightly better way to play this out so that you don't play into against the odds as well, because they did play into against the odds. Is you could have sent up your... You send up your little... your first mate, and you, with the Trinity, you trade with the Forerunner. Then you can go ahead and play the other first mate to the Star Spring, and then you can play Valma to the Star Spring, retreat back the first mate, attach Trinity to the Valma. So Valma is now no longer losing to against the odds. That actually isn't out here as well.
True. So you're giving your opponent multiple outs with those 3 cards at hand as well. Because it's going to be +6, which I believe gets you to 11 on one of those units. The tallest unit being the 5 Might Vi. So I like what you're saying, NA. Just trying to play around everything you can. But I'm wondering now, on the other side of the board, what is taking so long? Because you have the spell. Your opponent has a single energy. Your spell costs 2 power. There's not much to think about. Of course, there's still 14 minutes remaining. So you could take your time. You're pretty much solidifying your victory here. Just trying to put that final nail in the coffin. I don't know how much you do have to think about things. I mean, a punch verse is good when you're attacking, but when you're simply saying kill a unit, there's not too much to consider. I mean, I guess you still have to do a little bit of math, right? You got to take care of 8 total might once the Valmon is gone, and then 6 total might down below. So I think that's what he's thinking about. Or not more than 6 total might, 7 might. Oh, I like what Javer's saying. Repulse, the newest addition, a newest counter spell. So that could be a thing.
This is like the same thing though. Like if they have it, you lose. If they don't, you win. So it's just a very kind of silly situation where, obviously, it's easy for us to say we're sitting comfortable at home in our chairs and watching, but you, it is on you to be able to kind of see these things and play at a reasonable pace because, yeah. And there's the vengeance coming down, and this should be pretty straightforward from here.
And scratching her head, she's saying, you had it this whole time. You dragged on your turn to just have it. You gave me a little bit of a glimmer of hope. I thought I could hold on, but the vengeance taking care of the huge Valmont. And now there's just 8 total might defending, which you should have more than enough with the current board state. But Doombreaker does come in readied. What does Doombreaker even read? He comes in ready when you have... Oh, I don't get to see that card too often. Let me pull it up.
It is, yeah. It comes in ready when you have 2 or less cards in hand, and then
That's what
if
it
it
is.
holds, you draw 2, I want to say. So, cool card. I actually played against an any list that was at Atlanta, which is crazy.
That's some tech. I don't think I've ever seen it in any. But either way, is coming in pretty clutch here. I believe, what did he have before? 8 plus the 3. That's already more. I guess he was definitely playing around the punch first, but more than enough. Vi coming in as a counter pick potential for these Master Yi players that are the majority out here in Suzhou, China. Well done. A nice little clean 2-0. I expect this Vi to go decently far if he keeps running into Master Yis.
It does seem like a decent matchup. That being said, I would not be surprised to see a Rune Runner kind of putting a lot of this in it, stopped in its tracks, as you no longer get that really cool interaction where Vi is just stunning anything that stays alone. So you're just able to keep developing your board because none of your units ever die when you push in. But Rune Runner obviously would not let that happen, and then eventually the Valmaw is coming down and things get a little bit more difficult, but that really does depend on if these Yi players are even playing the Rune Runner.
We saw one. We just see one in hand, so we know Chio's at least running one of them. But I agree with you. I feel like Rune Runner would have made that matchup a little bit easier. But honestly, there was just one too many units established on the Vi's board state so far. Not so far, but in general, that I think he could have just brute forced his way into or against the Rune Runner regardless. Maybe a punch first could have had something to say about it. But Vi was looking good. We'll see exactly how deep of a run they can make in this weekend's regional. But thinking of the trends that we've seen from the previous season regionals out here in China, they tend to give us a little taste of every legend for every round going forward. So we saw Vi, so we most likely won't see a Vi for the remaining of the event, unless they day 2, of course. What legend are we feeling to spectate this next coming round, NA?
Give me an Ezreal.
There we go. No, set 3, because they want to give us set 3 legends to start things off.
Set 3. Give me a Pike.
Okay.
Pike's cool. Yeah,
nice.
I like Pike.
There we go. And guys, for the folks at home that are tuning into the Sydney Regional, what was just on the stream? What's the one we missed? Because I don't know how long of a break they're going to take, but maybe we could catch a little bit. We won't cast over the Sydney Regional, but instead of watching the Chinese speakers or give us the break that they usually do, we could catch a little bit of Riftbound gameplay. A Nazir versus Vex. Okay, Default. I heard someone say that Vex is favored in that matchup. I'm like, no way. There's no way. Vex can't deal with so many units that have those equipment. They're good at stunning individual units, but a good Azir player, I feel like it's 60-40 favored for Azir. But Default saying a LeBlanc versus Zyra. Okay, there's been some good matchups for Sydney RQ, so we can maybe tune in. I just want some confirmation if they're throwing us to a waiting soon screen. Then we could go ahead and watch a little bit of the RQ. If not, we'll wait if they're going to give us a backup match in China, which sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. And for the time being, I could... Oh, I think RMC is already here. Random Minion Caster, if you can hear me, if you're in the camera thing, I could pull you in. Okay, I see the camera here. Let me go ahead and pull you in here. Got the cam, got the name, and I believe just like that.
Okay.
RMC, how are you doing, friend?
Am I here? It's been a while. Plus, NA45. It's good to see both of y'all online again. I saw Plus at Atlanta. NA45. I saw you at Atlanta. Didn't get a chance to talk to you.
Oh, okay.
We were
okay,
all
yeah.
at Atlanta, funny enough. Yeah,
Yeah.
NA was in
Yeah.
Atlanta, RMC was in Atlanta. I saw both of you guys and said what's up.
Yeah,
Oh,
we
yeah.
we could have gone. I don't know, had like a cool night out. But anyways, we were all busy actually playing Riftbound,
Right.
which was I was gonna say fun, but then I remembered that Volley was not kind to me at Atlanta.
I
So-
actually ran volley as well, so small world.
Oh, you did? Nice,
Yeah,
nice.
it also was not kind to me, unfortunately. Billionaire was topping over at Atlanta with volley,
Yeah.
so felt like we didn't.
Wait,
have,
RMC,
a
I
lot of
thought you
chance
were
to-
on Victor. Was it just for the pre-regional you were at Victor and then
Yeah.
did volley for the main?
Yep, that's what I did. I went chasing best of, but now volley's even better. Set 3 Dragons.
This is
It's actually
true.
busted.
Yeah,
Dragon
you know,
build.
speaking of set 3, since you're just joined us, RMC, what have you been
Mhm.
kind of leaning towards coming into set 3 meta?
So I'm actually really sad. I was experimenting with LeBlanc Death Knell. Like
Okay.
when LeBlanc first dropped, the information just dropped. And then I didn't expect it to become meta. And suddenly everybody's on the LeBlanc train. So kind of sad about that. I'm playing around more with Dragons now because I don't like to play meta. So
Right. A little bit more of an
Dragons is kinda
off-meta
where it's
kind of
at.
guy. Now, for the LeBlanc one, because I've seen two builds be the more prominent variants right now. There's the one we saw pop off originally from Neuroff in the first Runes and Rift Unleashed one, which is centered around the Death Knell triggers. But now I believe, still, I mean, LeBlanc is kind of revolve around Death Knell regardless. But now I believe they're trying to take advantage of Baited Hook. Have you guys seen that variant
Yes.
running around?
Yep, that's the Challenger TCG list, I believe, that's kind of making the rounds there, where you're using Galio to kind of cheat the hook to bump up to the big units, get the heralds, get the big units coming through as well that way. You're still kind of playing around Death Knell a little bit, but just not as much as it was. Well, like LeBlanc's always going to take advantage of Death Knell, but the whole point is to get big as fast as you can, just swarm the field with mirror images.
Yeah, I'm willing to see all the LeBlanc players. I don't know which one is necessarily stronger, but the Baited Hook one seems pretty fun. It makes sense to me, right? Because you make the reflection tokens. They're already temporary, so might as well use them to sacrifice and get the purpose from the Baited Hook. So I feel like that might be the stronger, more high rolly variant, because LeBlanc already felt a little bit of high rolly. If you're able to stick the Karthus, if you're able to get those Ruin Rexes online, there's no way you're losing, right? So I'm curious to see. I would love to see a LeBlanc going forward. But I just asked NA what he wanted to go ahead and cast for this round 2. I'll throw over the same question to you, RMC. What do you necessarily want to see coming up?
Wait, hold up. I don't think I got the answer to that. I know you mentioned Ezreal, but then I think Plus.
Oh yeah, did you
said
not
that it
answer
had
me,
to
NA?
be
I think we
set
were
3.
bringing you on.
So,
It-
yeah.
wait, what did I not do? I thought I did. Did I not say I want to
Which one was
see see Pike, right?
Oh yeah, exactly right. You did
yeah.
say Pike.
Yeah, Pike's interesting. I'd be down to watch some Pike. I heard he's really good on Ripper's Bay, and then after Ripper's Bay gets played, it's kind of up in the air where he goes after that. So, yeah, I'd be very interested in potentially watching a Pike play.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we get a set 3 legend regardless, so I'm happy with whichever one. I mean, I would imagine the more meta ones, the most meta set 3 legend today is Diana. Have you been able to play against Diana yourself, RMC?
Yeah, I've seen quite a bit of Diana. I'm gonna be honest, I'm actually not sold on Diana. I feel like Ezreal might still be the better blue purple, and I know you can confirm this or not. You're the Ezreal expert here. But I just feel like card draw is so incredibly powerful, and yeah, Diana's chosen champion lets you cheat a little bit with the card draw, but I just feel like Ezreal is more consistent.
Yeah, I absolutely think that Ezreal is better, and I am biased because I played the deck, but I think Ezreal dog walks Diana, to be honest. I think it is not close.
Nice. I agree. I feel like Ezreal is a stronger blue-purple deck, but we'll see. It could be people metal card hunting out here. But I think after everything's said and done, I do think Ezreal will reign supreme in terms of the blue-purple domains. But I do know Alan ZQ over in Sydney has swapped over to Diana. Do we think more so because it is the new set 3 kind of is fun to play new things, or does you think he actually feels Diana is stronger?
I mean, if I am a pro player, I am, and this sounds a little bit what's the word for it? Cynical. But if I am a pro player, I am playing kind of for the prize money and the money in
Mm-hmm.
it. And I think right now the set 3 metal cards are going to be a lot more money, at least initially,
Oh yeah.
than the set 2 metal cards. So I would be playing a set 3 legend and going for a metal card if I was a player playing the game at the top level and actually playing it like as a full time. So
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying this is what he's doing. I don't know Alan, but this is just my take as someone, and it would make sense to me if I was in that position to go ahead and play something similar to the way I'd been played before, but there's a lot more potential EV out of it. So
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And with how good Alan is, well, like I don't think Diana is bad by any means.
yeah,
I do think she's
absolutely.
good. Yeah, most of the Chaos Legends are still pretty strong. So given that the color is the same, a lot of the tricks are similar. You just get a little bit less consistent card draw. You still get card draw with Diana, and her signature spell Moonfall is kind of strong. I still feel like Arcane Shift's a little bit better, but again, you know, like I'm sure Alan Ziku can pilot it either way. There's also sort of the added element of a newer legend. Sometimes it takes a little bit of time for people to get used to it, and maybe you can catch people off guard. I don't know whether or not the card draw vis-a-vis the extra energy, kind of what the payoff is there, because Diana's Legend lets you get up to 13 energy potentially, right? And breaking 12 is kind of a big deal when you're able to do it. That's why Dragons works really well, for example, as well. So perhaps there's more to that than what I've seen, because all the games I play tend to be quite fast, so I don't see 12 runes all that often. So I'm not sure if maybe that's why Alan might be thinking that, okay, Diana might be the new tech.
We'll see. I mean, if there's anyone to kind of break the meta or break a legend, it will be Alan ZQ. Granted, I think he might be able to get another top 8 under his belt this time around as well. We'll see. I know Prismaticism is also there. Sydney has the more familiar names because a lot of the Chinese names haven't gone global just yet. The only exception being maybe Omega Zero winning the first ever national from Riftbound. So I feel like he's maybe, I mean, no name is truly a household name, but a nice little Riftbound niche. You know, a lot of people do know his name, I want to say. But guys, I do hear that there is a game being played for the RQ in Sydney. I could go ahead and open it on Discord stream if you guys want to see it, or if you guys want to just open up. We don't have to cast it. We could just kind of chill and wait for the breaks to go. Because I believe China is just throwing us to a break for the time being. There's about 14 minutes at the end of that round. And then we have to wait for everyone else to finish their overtime as well. So it's going to be a little bit of time.
Yeah, that's an understatement. I feel like with how long some of these games go, for sure. But yeah, and I believe somebody said in chat it's Ivern versus Ari in Sydney. I'm down for that. I actually was thinking Ari kind of might be viable in set 3 with Valmaw and Alpha Wildclaw, right? Like the ability to hold is going to go nuts. Plus the green Ari legend that she can always just pull up.
Yeah, that I would be surprised they picked that on stream, because that sounds like an awful stream matchup where they just both sit on another battlefield and say, like, come at me. But you know what?
It's who can hold better, right? One of them has access to the Ori green champ, though. She has the additional plus, so I will give the slight little edge to Ori if that's the case. But chat, let us know, since you guys have been tuning in on the RQ more than I have. Is this a backup match, or are we about to see what round are they in the RQ? Are they already round 4?
Well, Ivern has the same thing on his champion, right?
Oh, true. When you have all the tags online.
Yeah.
Yeah. Once you've got the whole menagerie, the whole zoo running, you score points too. So yeah, it's easier for Ari to do it. But yeah, what I do think would be interesting about that matchup is actually how they end up breaking the other side of the board, right? Because you've got to assume at some point that that things are going to invert and somebody's got to swing it some way or the other. And yeah, I'll be curious to see like, how each side kind of does it. Because yeah, like green has what Emperor's Decree, Emperor's Divide, sorry, the one that moves everything back. So you've got a way to swing. I just don't know if Ari's necessarily run that card very much. I haven't seen very many Aris.
Right, I don't think they do. But you know, they both have access to charm, so if you can kind of charm a unit off a board or bring them towards you where you're the one holding, that kind of makes it easier for you to push and contest that the battlefield a little bit later. So we'll see. It's a tricky matchup. Anytime it's green versus green, calm versus calm, it just becomes a whole lot of complications. They both have access to defies and not so fast. Even though I don't know how many Ivern players are running counters. They even have the one counter that I think is only seen in play is the 4-2 power, the one that can make 4 birds or counter spell. You guys know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, the flurry.
Birds. Called
Yeah,
the birds.
Flurry of
The
feathers.
birds.
There we go.
Wait,
Yeah,
flurry of birds, right?
flurry of
Something like
feathers.
that.
Okay.
Yeah, so basically you can use it to counter a spell or create 4 bird tokens. I've seen it
Yep.
in use a little bit with what's that garbage? Gutter Palace.
Nice.
Yeah, I don't think that's real competitive tech, but it is really annoying when it hits.
Right. There's a little bit of truth in there, but yeah, I don't think it's too competitive. We'll see though. And they said it was on, but maybe they're just right about to get things started with set 3. For anyone joining in, by the way, Miss Jordy, how you doing? Welcome on in. We are watching the China regional, but right now the round 1 just ended, so we're getting a little bit of a little break from them, and we're watching the RQ for the time being. But this is what I was worried about. If both are on break at the same time, I could just rewind and watch some of the matchups we personally haven't
Sure.
seen ourselves if we wanted to do that. But I'll give it like 4 or 5 minutes to see if they will start, because someone told us, I think Default in chat, saying they're starting the match unless they actually just finish the Ivern matchup, which would be a little bit sad because I was down for that matchup.
You know, and I'm curious, but why are you interested in the Ivern specifically? Is that your tech for set 3?
Ivern. Oh, I'm not interested in Ivern. My brother loves
yeah.
Ivern, though, so I am trying to find a list for him to play. So because he doesn't like to lose. But Ivern is, yeah. I mean,
That's not the worst, but definitely not the best right now.
Yeah, so he really wants to play Ivern, but Ivern isn't amazing. So it has been I'm on the hunt for a list that he can play that will do at least positive. At least positive.
Does it have to be the Ivern Legend, or will he settle for
Yes.
Ivern Champion?
It has to be the Ivern Legend.
Good luck with that.
Yeah, we'll find something early.
There's some Ivern believers out there. I know Marshall from Riftbound Report. He is an adamant Ivern player. He wants to get the best of metal card. I believe in how do you say the city in Europe? Erlich?
Utrecht?
Utrecht. Thank you, NA. There we go. Utrecht. He's hunting for the metal best of Ivern out there, which I'm feeling confident. I feel like no one has as much reps on Ivern than he does, and I know he's grinding. I've seen a couple of his streams and videos here and there, so we'll see. I feel like he definitely feels like Ivern is something to kind of push into this meta. I don't know if we've seen it enough per se, because maybe not too many people are high on it, but we'll see. It could make a little bit of a splash in Utrecht, but we'll see, of course.
Did they drop the breakdown for Sydney for the main event yet? Because I know yesterday for the pre-regionals, there were very few. I think there's like 5 Iverns or something like that.
Yeah, they did drop the statistics. And real quick, you just reminded me, let me refresh and see if they have the statistics for today's Chinese event as well. No. So nothing just yet. But for the Sydney side of things, we did see it was LeBlanc being the #1 represented. Chat, if you guys can remind me, or I could pull up Twitter as well, what was the percentage of LeBlanc? Because I'm seeing maybe it wasn't the healthiest in terms of some kind of interactions, but healthy in terms of diversity. Because here in China, the most represented deck was just 11%. We've never seen a Riftbound meta where the #1 was just about 10 to 11%. That is fantastic if you ask me.
There is a match on Sydney now.
Yeah, I'm hyped for it. And guys, just to keep you updated on the China side of things, I believe they just have a 10-minute window right now. Or let me refresh. Yeah, it's down to 7 minutes. So we'll tune into this matchup for about 7 or so minutes. But don't get surprised if I go ahead and shut it off, because we are going to be co-streaming the Chinese regional. And then we'll see the RQ on the side. But I did want to ask chat there, would you guys like to watch it on the full screen, or do you guys have the RQ stream already pulled up on yourselves? Because we could just chill here and just chat about the match here and there. Unless you guys really want to see the match, I could go ahead and throw it over the big screen. Let me know.
Yeah, it looks like somebody said 26 irons from yesterday in pre-regionals. Also, looked like the match that we're seeing right now. Okay, so LeBlanc, oh no, Lilia versus Ari?
Yeah, it's Lilia versus Ari. I think this Lilia legend is really solid, to be honest. You can play.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys were super aware of it. The only reason I was is because I really liked Yasuo in sets 1 and 2. Though not so much in set 2 after I found Ezreal. But the best of Yasuo build ended up being a lot of 2-drops. You would just play a 2-drop. You would play like multiple masks, and you would play Heart of Dark Ice. And you would just pump your 2-drop and then send it in every single turn with Yasuo Legend. And Lilia is just like that, but better. Because you just get a ready unit every turn. And you don't really need to commit many units from hand. You can just play these like cards that are just giving a buff every turn. And sending in a like 7 might token, 7-8 might token every single turn is pretty impressive.
Yeah, and I think Gale wins, who is the big big Yasuo player in sets 1 and set 2, has actually switched over to Lilia, or at least he played it some recent 10k or 25k tournament. So yeah, kind of makes sense that it's kind of similar in terms of what they might want to do. I think this matchup in specific is kind of interesting to me because Ari is sort of very defensive. Lilia is not so much about holding as she is about kind of just spamming the sprites and being very aggressive each turn. If she holds, it's mostly through combat tricks as well, and there's a limit on how many turns you can effectively hold with Lilia before you sort of run out tricks.
You know, a card I just saw in hand for the Lilia player is a card I don't get to see too often, Forgotten Signpost. I don't know if you guys seen that card. I could pull it up for the folks at home, but I saw it in the current hand, and I know it doesn't match the overlay. It's supposed to match the Chinese overlay, so don't take that too much into account. But it says, exhaust a unit you control, and then move a different unit you control to the location of the unit exhausted. So... oh, he's actually playing it out now, or is he just discussing it right now?
I think they might be playing it out, because the other thing about it is we were just talking about how Lilia doesn't have a ton of ways to hold effectively, but Forgotten Signpost is a way to do it because it's a gear with action speed. And with the Lilia Chosen Champion, the blue one specifically, Fei Fawn, like when you move, you drop a little bit, you drop a sprite where you were before you move. So it's a way of kind of defending, and you can kind of buff up certain battlefields as well when you're just leaving that behind, moving to the other side, and just helping reinforce the other battlefield.
It's a cool card. It's kind of, when I originally read it, and I was looking at the reveals, I was like, wow, this looks useless. It is cool that it does have a home.
You know, something to point out, I don't get to see it too often, the Black Flame Altar. Let me read that card one more time. Or do any of you guys know exactly what that battlefield does?
It's +1 might for temporary units.
+1 shield, or basically +1 might. So shield on all temporary. So it definitely makes sense for Lilia to run. I guess I haven't been against too many Lilias that were running that, but it makes sense, and it makes even more sense with the signpost as well. So not only having a game plan for conquering and pushing your board state forward, you also have a little bit of a game plan for your defensive options. Yes, they're temporary, but they're not temporary until it goes back to your turn, which I like this. And not a charm, but the second best, the Skyward Strike coming in to move around some of these units is basically a charm, but it can add a stun if you have XP. Or let me remind myself of that card. A couple new cards here.
Yeah, like you need a certain amount of XP. I think it's level 6. I can't remember off the top of my head, and I can't see the font.
It is 6. Yeah,
6.
That's why I make the cards bigger on the Chinese stream, because they have the cards on stream, but you can never really read them, right?
Yeah. Unfortunately for me too, like I'm kind of squinting away right now. But yeah, I'm glad you kind of enlarged it there. But yeah, I'm curious if this is just like an Ari deck which already has 3 charms and they want more movement, or whether like, there's actually some XP built into the deck to hit these breakpoints for force things like the Skyward Strike.
Can't imagine there's XP in the deck. It seems like it would be pretty hard to fit. To me, it's just another 3 charms, but I could be wrong. Maybe Ari players have some new technology I'm not aware of.
Right, another way of getting XP. But I do like this addition, Diana, because very similar. Ari plays a lot of spells like Diana Legend does, so you do take advantage. You're able to predict and then look through and pick one of those up. But you have to go ahead and pay it energy rather than tapping your Legend like the Diana Legend tends to do. but does clear it up. And guys, I just remembered we weren't supposed to cast these. These are just supposed to be like a chill watch party style, but we can't help ourselves, can
We're
we?
chilling. We're chilling.
Yeah,
I don't
this
see
is
anything
just
wrong.
chill, right?
Yeah, we
We're
do
not-
like
we're not talking
chill
about
light
every
commentary,
action.
but I caught myself trying to get into caster mode. I'll save the energy. I'll save the energy for a little bit down the road. But yeah, guys, for anyone just tuning in, we're just tuning in during a break from China. So China's about in their preparations for round number 2. In the meantime, we're catching round number 3 of the Sydney RQ. I wish I had the bracket up because I'm kind of curious to see how the good known well players are doing. If anyone in chat can let me know, how is Prismaticism doing? Maybe how is Colin from Challenger TCG doing? Hopefully they're still undefeated so early on.
There's that site that tracks that stuff now, right?
Is there? I did see, and I really liked. It was very cool. The best of tracker. That was really cool because I had 2 rounds where I was the first place in Valley I was very excited. I
Nice.
started off 301, so I was like,
Nice.
and things went downhill.
Yeah, I believe Prismat's still, for now, undefeated 2-0 playing Annie.
Nice.
Currently 321, just because some games have finished already.
Okay, so he's still on Annie. I think on the pre-regional he played something else, right? I think I saw on his
Really?
Twitter. What did he play? I'm forgetting now, but I'm like, wait, he's not on Annie or Draven? What's going on? But he is going back to Annie. Trying to think, I know we're focused on this matchup, but what new tools did Annie get? Are we thinking Starcross is still a pretty good card in any purple deck, or anything else you guys can think of?
And Starcross is really cool in the deck, and I actually, one of the variants of Ezreal I've been testing even plays the Annie unit in the deck, specifically because you have infinite Starcross with it. It's very similar to the Downwell loop, where you just go play Annie, get Starcross back, play Starcross, bounce Annie, right? And you can do this kind of infinitely as long as you have 7 runes up every turn. So I would not be surprised to see that card in the deck at the very least. It's the Starcross card. What other tools did they get?
I mean, it's already busted Starcross with the Bewitching Spirit plus Fizz, and with Annie, like you pointed out, like there's the Annie who can also pull back the card, so it just feels like more and more and more, and almost like it does Pike better than Pike because you just burn through the entire enemy hand, so they don't even have cards that they can use, and you just keep bouncing things back as well. Yeah, I think that alone already kind of makes it incredibly strong with all the other stuff that Purple has also gotten, all the like Abscon and stuff to like block spells and potential Baron as well. Though I don't know if we run Baron and Annie necessarily, but the fact that they have access to all these things is kind of annoying.
Baron is just a heck of a card, right? I feel like if you could make it fit in any deck, maybe it could work in Annie because you don't completely tap out when you play it. So I could almost see it. I mean, just being untargetable is such an impressive thing to do in these days, especially with the amount of control options or even kill spells, as we saw in this round number 1, that people have access to. So I think Baron Nashor is definitely one of the better cards to come into the Unleashed meta. But chat, forgive us. We had to close down the Sydney RQ stream because the Chinese round number 2 is right here, right now, which I am extremely excited for. But taking us over is going to be RMC and NA45. And I think I saw a glimpse of your reaction, RMC. That's a team member from EDG, one of the winning team members, or one of the winning teams of one of these regionals. I'll go ahead and throw it over the feature table and let you guys take it from here.
And EDG, of course, like an organization that's well known in TCGs and esports, and I believe they've actually sent a team over to Sydney as well. So it looks like they're running both events simultaneously, and looks like we've got the legends here coming through. Is that an Azir we're seeing?
Yeah, it looks like Azir. I didn't catch the other legend, but Azir got a huge boost, and it's not a super obvious boost. It is literally so the sacrifice card is quite insane in the deck, and they also just got another 1-drop gear. So now it is very, very consistent that you will hit that 1-drop gear, and when the deck sees the 1-drop gear on turn 1, it is an entirely different deck than when it does not. So
pretty much
big boost.
If you get that turn 1 guarantee, it's so incredibly good. And even if you don't hit it, or back in set 2 when you didn't hit it, you play from behind, it's still doable. But just having it is so incredibly strong. It's worth noting we're up against Irelia. So set 2 legends actually from both these players. And Irelia as well, I feel like getting a bit of a boost Green getting more options. Purple, we already talked about how Chaos is just incredibly strong as well.
Yeah, I mean the biggest Aurelia buff, as we did mention, is I believe it is something Hall, right? Abandoned Hall. Yeah, Abandoned Hall is going to be the biggest Aurelia buff. That card is quite insane in this deck, so I didn't quite see what the battlefield for game 1 for Aurelia was. Okay, yeah, it is the
It's the Abandoned
Hall.
Hall that you
Yeah.
go for. Spot on. I mean, such a strong battlefield. Why not? When a player plays a spell, they can choose to give a unit there +1, and with Irelia, of course, that is effectively a +2. Now I'm trying to figure out what the battlefield for Azir there is. I don't quite recognize the art.
Seat of Power. It's Seat of Power. It is when you
Okay.
conquer, you can draw up to the number of other battlefields you control. So in a 1v1, in the standard format, it can be a draw 1. But in multiplayer, technically, this could be like a draw 2.
Yeah. Unfortunately for them, it is a 1v1, so it will be a well, max of draw, yeah, for each other. So it'll be a max of draw 1. But I think card draw is still pretty good for Azir as a whole. There are some combat tricks, and I feel like that deck still revolves largely around playing Arise at the right timing. So you've got to get the Arise card to play it. So looking for it, always solid.
I'm gonna hold on to that point a little bit before we move on. But did you see that at Sydney they are doing a 2v2 event, and it's like a very big one. It has, I want to say, first place prizing was, it was a lot of tickets. It was like a lot of tickets. Sorry, I'm just checking one second. Yeah, okay. It was first place gets 576 tickets.
That's
And
for
it is-
both players, right? Like the team.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
And it's like a 512 person journey. So it's really cool to see them kind of supporting these, or trying to support these alternative formats. I've heard that there's some really broken stuff you can do in 2v2.
Yeah, like last set I was playing with Renata Mastery, like Origins Mastery or Proving Grounds Mastery, where Mastery's thing affected friendlies as well. So Renata's stuff that defends alone also gets a +2, and Renata, when your partner holds, you can also channel gold. So kind of goes a long way there. So we're already seeing the Azir's hand. There is a Hidden Blade. I believe I saw a Call of the Week, although I don't know if that got mulled, and a Rise already in hand with an Eye of the Herald. What more could you want? You've got the first turn drop. You've got the first turn soldier. You've got the Arise in hand already, and you've got kill spells.
Yeah, bad. The only thing I think I could wish for is like a Brutalizer. Like give me a turn 2 play, because right now you are kind of like, I have a turn 1 play, and that's about it. So hopefully there's a little bit more going on. Obviously you can go play the Eye, move up your soldier, create a token, and then play like a call and hit something. But the early units Aurelia plays aren't really valuable to call. Like right now Aurelia is mostly playing just like Scuttle Crab, which quite obviously is not a good a good call target. You want to save that for like the Aurelia. And is that a Pike in the Aurelia hand? I think I saw a Pike.
Yeah, like Alt Art Park, maybe
Nice.
Pike, maybe. Yeah, I saw a Tide Turner as well, and I'm not sure if I caught a Stellacorn potentially, but it looks like lots of units available for the Irelia in terms of what he wants to play. But yeah, as we call it, Azir, very straightforward. See gear, play gear.
Yes, see there, gear, play gear, and on the next turn it will be attack, attack, attack.
Yeah, that is Pike. Alt Art Pike.
Oh, okay. Well, this is a interesting hand. Yeah, I actually really do like the purple Pike. It is a very solid unit, and I have spent some time on the Pike deck. I was trying to make a control Pike deck similar to Ezreal, where you essentially just have a pack on your legend ability, which means that you can get these powerful on plays. I was playing like triple Ezreal and stuff, where you can just keep reusing Ezreals. But I actually liked this chosen champion rather than the red Pike that I've mostly seen people play, because this one, if you go second, you can play it on your first turn just from the champion zone. It reminds me of Draven, actually. Remember where Draven is just like, okay, I'm just going to go second with Obelisk. I'm going to play my 4 might, and then when it wins a combat, I'm getting a gold. And this is literally the exact same. So
yeah, the interesting thing to me about that Pike specifically is that it can be hidden. It's one of the units that can actually be hidden and then played, and it's got backlines, so you got to hit it last. But if you're playing it from hand, of course, it comes in exhausted. It's 3 might. There's no real combat trick to this. We did see the discipline come through, but there's the cull. We said before, hey, early low might units aren't that impactful for Aurelia. Well, unfortunately for the Irelia player, Pike is one of the ones which could have had a bit more of an effect if it could have stayed alive.
I'm surprised they even called there, to be honest, because it doesn't really feel like Pike does too much.
No.
Like, you can't walk over the Sand Soldier without committing. Actually, I guess it depends where you play. I plays it to the battlefield. So yeah, you can't walk over the Sand Soldier unless you're just like skipping your turn for development, because you'd have to play out like your discipline. I guess it's just like the Pike's hand maybe doesn't have gear, but no, there's absolutely a brutalizer in the hand. So yeah, I don't know.
Okay, there's another call in the Azir's
Oh,
hand.
is there another
again.
call?
Yeah, so I'm guessing
Okay.
the idea is that he can call again, take out the
Yeah.
Celicorn. Could be real useful there. You know what? As a former Victor player, like it feels
Mhm.
really bad for your opponents when you just keep drawing call after call and there's like no play you can make. I think Celicorn's definitely a card that you want to just take off the board. I know
Yes.
that Irelia is going to be coming out soon, but the draw engine is just too strong with this.
Yeah, get rid of
Celicorn.
it. Get rid of it. That card is
Yeah.
crazy. And honestly, if there was a non-purple card to get hit on the ban list when they did the ban list, it would have been this. Like,
That's right.
it is a silly card. So I think deciding here if he does want to pull back, create the token, and call. I mean, I imagine it's pretty straightforward, right? Like you said, get rid of the Stellar Corn, cut Aurelia off of its draw engine. They are... Oh, okay. So opting to not do it. I guess was trying to play around maybe the Defy, which he did actually have, I want to say. Yeah, so the Defy was available, which I imagine 100% would have been dropped.
And we
Can draw a
know
lot
that
of cards this turn, though.
Yeah, that's the thing with Tide Turner. Fighter Fight's no longer an option, but Flash is something that Irelias are now playing a lot of. You've got to assume that there are ways to keep this Stellarcorn alive and that he's not just swinging it up with no protection. I was wondering if EDG Nobody was thinking of using the Hidden Blade because he has the 2 energy up, but even if you Hidden Blade the Stellarcorn, it still feels bad because first, it can still be flashed and dodged, but secondly, you're giving them more card draw. Anyways, and here we go. Here's the engine, right? The Tide Turner comes down, Stellarcorn pull back in, 2 cards sat quickly.
Oh, wow. And you get the draw from Seed as well. Yeesh.
Wow. So that's just, okay. 2 from Celicorn, or 3 from Celicorn's movement.
Yeah.
Plus 2 more from Seat.
Look at his hand.
5 cards? Jeez.
8 cards now. Went from 4 cards to 8 cards.
5 runes up as well, and with the like.
See, these players, very excellent players. So maybe he's like saying, I have a plan for later in the game. I don't think that deep. I just see the Stellarcorn and I'm gonna be like, die. I don't want you alive. And if you got the Defy, well, oh well. what can you do?
Yeah, I'm very much with you there, NA. Especially, I feel like with this year, that's the thing with this year too. Like, there's a lot of math involved, but besides the math, it is fairly straightforward in terms of what you usually want to do, depending on what cards you draw in hand.
Yeah.
So I was just a little bit surprised, but looking back at it now, the fact that EDG Nobody has opted not to Hidden Blade, not to call, it feels like he's trying to build up runes for later on. So he doesn't want to rush anything right now. We'll see if he comes to regret it. Potentially, I think already giving 5 cards like that is huge. Preemptive Flash from the Irelia player already. Okay, just going for
more cards. Yeah. I mean, oh my god, he's got like double Defiant Dance, Boots of Swiftness. Is that I think a Charm, a Zonia's, a Discipline. Like, he has every single card you could want in the deck. I think
like, answers for everything.
Is that okay? No, that's Dance. Okay, I was like, this hand is so good. Like, oh my gosh.
Yeah, and he's playing it this turn. Like, next turn, you know that Irelia is coming out, and with the sheer amount of protection, you've got to assume. Like, the only thing, as far as EDG Nobody's concerned, as far as the Azir player is concerned, the only thing stopping the Irelia coming out right now is the lack of a GA or Zonia, or some sort of protection in terms of being able to stop kills from coming through. Once that shows up, then the Irelia is swinging. And we know, of course, having seen the hand, that the Zonias is already there, ready and available. He's got Defiant Dance for combat pumps. He's got the Defy to stop the kill spells as well. And he's got the Boost of Swiftness to let that Irelia just kind of run amok all over the place. So, yeah, the Irelia, we thought the Azir's opening hand was good, but the Irelia's hand with that Stellarcorn draw has developed into a monstrous hand.
Do you even... I feel like you don't even need to play Aurelia. Like, a lot of the games that Aurelia does win is where you just stick a unit that matters, and it's generally Stellarcorn or Aurelia. You stick a unit, and at that point, you just don't play more units. You only play your spells, and you keep that unit alive. Like, very much protect the president. And at this point, I think your president is Stellarcorn. Like, do you need the commit Aurelia? Maybe later in the game if you are afraid of Azir like really building up a ton of gears and then making this very big push that you need to defend against with a giant might unit. But I think for now, I personally would be totally fine with just like playing with Stellarcorn and saying, hey, like I don't need this giant unit because all your units are fairly small, and I'm just going to draw 15 cards with Stellarcorn, and then eventually, if I need to, I will play that Aurelia out. But
yeah, I think that's a fair shout. There's only 3 pieces of gear out on the field right now.
Yeah.
So you're not too terribly worried about a Rise potentially. Like you have enough things to deal with the Rise. Even just the Divine Dances alone are enough. So yeah, perhaps the Aurelia is kind of going with that route. It's worth noting though, EDG Nobody already at 4 points, has double scored because the Aurelia didn't even try to defend against the Conquerors, which is perfectly fine. But as the Aurelia player, you do have to be a little bit careful about letting this as your ramp up for free. If he hits the 6 points next turn, that's when you're really worried about the Arise coming in.
Yeah. I would like, ideally, to see the Stellarcorn end on the Hall, so it is maybe a little bit unfortunate that you do have to feel the need to push up onto the Hall first. It would be nice to be able to end on the Hall, because that makes it very hard for Azir to double conquer on the next, right? Because you can just say like, hey, my Stellarcorn can potentially be like 20 might here. So even if you have like a Rise, you're not going to double conquer. But instead does go for the Hall first, which means that now Boots of Swiftness over onto the Seat of Power does not get the double conquer, or sorry, does not leave Stellarcorn on Hall, and you would have to go like Tide Turner on the Hall and then protect the Tide Turner, which does not feel very good.
Or you just bring in Aurelia.
This is true. You're actually, yeah, you're absolutely right. You could just play Aurelia onto the Hall here and just say,
wait, he's looking at 4. Aurelia is 5.
Maybe he has another Stellarcorn, right? Am I missing?
Okay, yeah, he's going for the Stellarcorn. So how much draw does he want? How greedy is he gonna be?
Is he?
So one purple for the attach, 1 green for the legend. Ready that up.
Oh, he needs to play a spell here.
Okay.
Yep. So this will give the +1 from the Hall. So now it is at 6. So it will be able to cleanly take the seat as well.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he was already at 6. No, 5 with the boots, right? So 6 to come to overcome the BF sword.
Yep.
There's 2 runes up for AG Nobody right now, so
yeah,
Hidden Blade still exists.
That's true. It would feel pretty bad to Hidden Blade a Stellarcorn, though. I will say, it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world if you do think it stops the double conquer, and it might here actually, right? Because he's invested a fair bit into this. You'd have to go like Boots of Swiftness plus a buff onto the Tide Turner to be able to then clear the seat. Which, I mean, let's be real here, that he has infinite cards in hand. It's pretty likely he has that, but you could say put him on it, put him on having it.
I wonder if this pause actually makes the Aurelia player think there might be a Defy or something.
Yeah.
I mean, you're sitting there thinking for quite a while before even moving that unit up.
I mean,
there we go.
I would be surprised. I think most of the Azirs have just like cut all defensive cards and they just say, I'm going in, I'm going in, I'm going in, right? And wow, okay, just slams down the Defy. It's like, no. I will be...
What's even worse is because it's still on Abandoned Hall. So the Soraka just got another pump from it.
Yeah.
And again, there's still the ability to swing across with the Boots of Swiftness. You can put Tide Turner up to do another... what is that? Two card draw, 1 for the move, 1 for the thing. And you've got pump spells, but
this is even better.
Forget that. Yeah, you've got the Vex now down.
Oh my gosh, that's so good here now, because even like Arises are just not doing any. And you have the Tide Turner in the back, so you're not worried about Culls. Culls don't do anything here as well. So wow, this is very clean turn.
Yeah, and what I really like about that too is getting Vex Apathetic down. Of course, that's a set 3 card that just came out, Unleashed. It's got Deflect, but more importantly, it's got the ability that when you play a unit for that turn, it's while Vex is at battlefield, it enters stunned. effectively. So now Arise doesn't work. What was it? Was it Guards? No, what's the card that creates Sand Soldiers that you can ready one up? I'm backing on it.
Yeah,
it is Guards.
Is it Guards? Yeah,
Yeah, it
it's
is
like
Guards, okay.
Guards, but with an exclamation point, right?
Yes.
Gotta remember that.
Exclamation mark
Guards!
Guards.
You gotta say it with the exclamation point. Guards!
Yeah, but with the Vex there, it's not Guards, it's apathetic. It's Guards. And unfortunately, they don't come in ready anymore, so they can't be swinging in. So now you've just got to deal with this one lone Sand Soldier coming in with, unfortunately, no runes up. Something's going to die, and it's a devil's choice, right? Like, do you go for the card draw engine, or do you take out the Vex Apathetic, which could potentially stop you from stopping, heck, the Irelia's game-winning play, right? When you can't enter Sand Soldiers ready.
I would like, because so much power was paid on the last turn, I think the line I like the most here is you go Cull. Go Cull, and then that they probably... Ooh, I guess it's not quite that easy, because if you do go Cull, they probably just kill and save the Stellar Corn, which retreats it and keeps it safe off the battlefield.
Yep.
And you really do want to go on even points, so it doesn't really accomplish too much to like just conquer one battlefield. I will say if you do go Cull and then you can like double equip to the Sand Soldier and swing over the Vi, or sorry, the Vex, which does open up your Arise on the next turn. That is an option. But at that point, you're just kind of saying that, yeah, I'm going to try and deal with the Stellar Corn later. I will say it does feel like you almost kind of have to do this, though, because the Vex is going to like...
Yeah.
Okay, this is interesting, because now you can just save it with the Zonias, right? And then...
Yeah. So he's trying to pop the Zonias, and now the Cull is not going to be effective, because Tideturner is just going to be the Cull Soak in this particular situation. So a little bit of I think perhaps miscalculation. Perhaps EDG nobody also was not aware about the stun, because it looked like the judge as well as the Ironic's that were kind of
no, this works. I'm stupid. I'm stupid, right? Because now the Vex is no longer in a battlefield. I forgot. So now the Rise units come in ready, right? Without the stun. Okay.
Yeah, it does. Okay. But I almost feel like this is premature to do this, because Vex is still alive. And now you've got to hold against an Irelia with pumps, which is kind of dicey. You're also tapped out inside of the Azir. And if Vex gets back onto the battlefield again, well, now you need to have enough might to take her out, or else Azir can't enter accelerated. Or if he does, he gets stunned, and then you can't go for the sort of winning play, which is usually send all your Sand Soldiers to one side, have Azir accelerated, swing to the other side, and pull all the Sand Soldiers back with him for the double conk.
Do you... I guess the one thing to note is that if he does get the Conquer over the Stellar Corn here, which seems pretty likely, right? Because you just play double accelerated Sand Soldier with BF Sword plus I over it, and then you go kill Stellar Corn, and then that goes up to even, and you're still on 6. So I actually think this might be fine, because you still will have like 3 Sand Soldiers in the back. Is it 3? Because BF plus 1.
It'll
is
be
it 3?
2. Yeah, three.
Yeah.
Sand Soldiers. Yeah. Sorry, one of them was hiding under the other Sand Soldier for a second. So I was like, wait, is that he's equipped to something?
Yeah. No, you're good. You're good. So okay, this is. I did not see this line, and this actually does look pretty good.
Well, we'll see if it plays out, because we do know the Irelia has a ton of pump spells available.
Well, she has no cards, right? Or no runes.
She's no runes for this turn, yeah. I'm just thinking like sort of the next turn.
Sure.
Vex can swing, take both, and then you just pump up to kind of hold again. I don't know what the arrow is looking at, like. Just taking whatever trade you can, and that's kind of it.
Yeah, the only thing that's a little bit scary is last turn was super power intensive for Aurelio, so you're only on 4 runes. So you do have to double conquer, and then also potentially, I guess you technically don't have to double conquer, but it is very scary with all those Sand Soldiers there in the back if you don't. You could just go conquer one and try and hold, but like I said, that's kind of scary.
I don't think it's too hard to double conquer. Again, Azir's in the same situation Aurelio was in, where he's out of runes at this point. So it's kind of easy to just move the Vex up to the Seat of Power, and you just, the Vex is just going to win that, and then you can attach the... Ooh, That's an interesting choice. Because I was thinking you go Suit of Power, you attach the boost to this, ready it, pay the runes, pay both runes, kind of swing over, and then you've got spells to pump up the Vex potentially. But it looks like they're going to do this manually. Yeah, there you go. Because they want to keep. I guess they didn't want to deramp the runes.
Yeah,
they want to keep as much up as possible.
That's what I was more saying, or trying to make the statement is that yes, it's easy for them to double conquer. I am more afraid of investing cards and runes into the double conquer and then not having them for actually the defense here, because there's going to be a lot of might coming in here. Because one of the really gross things that Azir does like to do when it is on the offense here, trying to get these last points, is you can just kind of keep cycling your equipment through your units and just swing in big a lot of times, like go BF plus Brutalizer 3 times, 4 times. And sure, it'll deramp you a lot, but you're also swinging in with an insane amount of might every time. And that being said, I mean, we do know that there's like double Defiant Dance, and the Vex is on Hall, and it is at 6 base with the boots. So there is a lot of might to work with here.
And we got to remember too, every time a Defiant Dance comes down, it's not just a +2 to the Vex, it's +3 because she's on the Abandoned Hall. So she's acting as a pseudo Irelia at this point. After like 1 or 2 pumps, suddenly that Brutalizer doesn't look quite that good anymore, or quite sufficient anymore to make this work. I don't know if Azir still got any kill spells in hand. If you do, like now is kind of the time to start throwing them out. It looks like he's thinking about something, so I don't know if that's the 2 for Hidden Blade, 2 Hidden Blade, recycle yellow, potentially deflect costs.
No, it's probably just double attach swing, right?
Okay, double attach, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that's funny that the Vex actually stuns the token unit. Forgot about that.
True.
That's kind of
Can't
funny.
even math it.
So the eye is a bit fake, but
And to those asking, is this EDG nobody from Valorant? I'm gonna be honest, I don't know, but it kind of looks like him, so I wouldn't be surprised. Also, if I almost feel like EDG wouldn't have 2 people with the exact same name in there, so we'll kind of see how that goes. Interestingly, a discipline thrown out early onto the Vex.
What's
I
he
think
trying
that
to
was what we're
find?
pointing at. I don't know. Like, what are you pumping with the Tide Turner?
What is he trying to find here? Because so Tide Turner's at 2, soldiers attacking in for 2, 5. Can't see what is that. The BF sword under it. 2,
There's
5,
1 BF sword
8.
and
It's attacking for 8, I think. Right?
this is BF sword. I have the Herald and Brutalizer. So
Yeah,
Brutalizer
so
was just attached, so that's 3 plus the 3 from BF sword plus the 2. So yeah, 8. Yep, you got the math right.
Okay. So what? Yeah, I was gonna say it's kind of okay. Maybe there's something I was missing.
Yeah, I'm not sure what he's looking for. And then there's like you could have baited soldiers into the Vex.
Yeah.
I feel like this is okay, just a bit of a preemptive play. Next station, Bilibili has 2 players to the tag Knight, 1 League, 1. But I did not know that. Okay, that is interesting. So maybe this isn't the Valorant Pro EDG nobody.
Ooh, have
If anybody can confirm, please let us know in chat.
sorry, I have a kind of interesting update from one of my guys. We have a person who's a big Ka believer, and at Sydney he is currently 3-0 with Kazakhs, and he went 4-1 at the pre-regional with Kazakhs. So
very nice. Hey, hopefully we get a Kazakhs on stream. I think Kazakhs is a really fun watch.
Yeah. Okay, so there is a is that a guards? Is that the guards? No, that's not guards. That is Desert's Call.
I'm gonna be honest, I always get those 2 mixed up.
Yeah, Desert's Call, which is the repeat play Sand Soldier. Guess maybe he is trying to go for a big hold onto.
Oh.
See it? Oh, wow. Okay.
Disciplining again? Okay.
What? Okay, I guess maybe just trying to cycle. I feel like these are good cards to have in hand, though. Oh, okay. Just. Did Azir scoop?
Azir
wait,
won?
Azir won. What did I miss? What did I miss?
I wonder if the Irelia player just thought I don't have enough to swing and break the other side. Because I don't know. Yeah,
With
I'm
double
not.
Defiant Dance?
double define, but that's with the ability to play Irelia on the next turn as well. Yeah, I'm kind of shocked.
What did I miss? I'm sure I missed something.
I'm missing it too. So chat, if y'all
Yeah.
know what happened or why that happened, because I'm still. Oh, there was a call played that we missed.
There was a call played? Okay, I did not see the call, but okay.
Yeah.
Good to...
Did he not have a Defy in hand? Or I guess he used it already, never mind, on the...
Yeah, he already used it. Okay, I guess the call just
Okay,
got
so
dropped
that's what
into the
we-
discard or something, and I could not see it. But yep, that would make sense. I mean, remove the unit, swing in with soldier. Very simple. Maybe that's what he was digging for there with the disciplines, is he was like, I need to find a Defy here.
I'm just looking back and I realized why I didn't see the call. It was the way he held his hand. The top card was the call, and the finger kind of covered it, so I didn't actually notice it. And then yeah, he dropped the call after, and that was when he disciplined was off the call in reaction to it. So yeah, he was looking for the Defy, didn't quite find it.
Okay, yep, makes sense.
Okay, yeah, really unfortunate for the Irelia player. Things were looking really good for a second there. Like everything looked like it was lining up. Right, he had all that might going for the Vex. The stun looked really good for the Arise, but I guess that's one of the reasons why, as you're kind of mentioning, NA doesn't have to play defensive cards anymore, right? You can just play aggro, because you've got the Desert's Call to generate more units. You've got the guards to accelerate, and you've got Arise. You've got plenty of bodies. Forget about holding, forget about defense. Just aggro and score 2 points every turn.
Yeah. There is a point when you hit critical mass of good aggro cards, and once you hit it, and there's not really too much to think about at that point. You just play them all and say, I mean, deal with this. And sometimes it's hard to deal with it. Like we saw, Aurelia had infinite cards in hand and somehow could not find a single counterspell. Sorry, could not find the second counterspell. Let's be fair here. And not every Aurelia is playing Defy at 3, right? Like some of them were favoring other counterspells. So I think that's maybe a little bit unfair of me to say.
Yeah,
it might
they're
just
still
be a
not
2
so
of.
fast as well.
Yeah. Well,
And
that wouldn't work against Call, right?
true, yeah, because it's non-targeted. You actually need to Defy, and I guess that's the problem.
Yeah.
In set 2, I know like a lot of times it was kind of a balance between like how many Defies you want, how many not so fast, and that was one of the reasons why Yellow was such a problem for Irelia to deal with in set 2, and like Victor especially was one of the matchups that I think she didn't want to meet. But Azir, similar things. Going to game 2, I'm curious, and do you think there's a need necessarily to sideboard for the Irelia? Because part of me feels like if you've got more Defies, sure, bring them on. But at the same time, that wasn't really something I feel like you necessarily sideboard into. That's just kind of unlucky that you didn't find it and they saw 2 calls.
It is a bit unfortunate, especially it can be pretty frustrating when you're playing a deck that sees a lot of cards against a deck that does not see a lot of cards, and then they just have the correct cards for the scenarios and you can't find the answers. And I will say, as someone who's played a lot of Ezreal, that this comes up every so often, and then you always feel really bad about it. You're like, wow, I saw 30 cards from my deck, but I couldn't find the Mind Splitter that's 4 cards from the bottom where my opponent had like quad accelerate in hand. But it is just a game of numbers. Sometimes you are going to have these bad games and you're going to get unlucky. It is kind of is what it is. You play to the best of your abilities and you'll randomly get an auto loss, but you play for the games that you can win.
Yeah, and with the Irelia deck as well, like when things roll your way, you're gonna feel unstoppable as well. So sometimes the tables turn, opposite things happen. Like I said, I don't really think there's a need necessarily to sideboard too much. I'm kind of curious though, because I haven't seen too much Irelia in set 2. I've heard that she's still really good, of course, and again. Both green and purple got buffs, but are you familiar if has there been a lot of changes, like especially with the battlefield since the bans came through? Like, what does an Irelia run right now?
I mean, they did get some new cool tools, like we just saw. The Vex unit is pretty solid. It does, it puts in a lot of work in against these accelerate decks. It's actually pretty good in the mirror too. A very solid card, and Aurelia has the tools to defend it. With the infinite buffs, honestly, she does a better job at defending it than Vex does itself. Maybe the card is just totally poached. It would not be super surprising to me. Like we did see, the Abandoned Hall is just maybe one of the most broken synergies in the game, besides potentially the what is it called, Black Rose Lab in LeBlanc, I think is. I think that one's also like a pretty gross synergy. But I mean, it's really not that different of a list. Like you play some of these new units, maybe you play your Scuttle Crab as like a 2-drop, if you choose to even play 2-drops, which is still personally, besides Tide Turner, it's like pretty optional. You can
Yeah, I
play
think
like the lower unit count Aurelia and then just play pure Protect the President. So deck's solid.
yeah, I think we saw Lonely Poro right at the very end there,
Okay.
with that last discipline draw. So there are 2-drops, at least currently in that Irelia deck, and
Hmm.
I think you want to keep them in there, especially with the culls that came through.
Yeah,
Really
fair enough.
unfortunately for her. Yeah, I think Raven Bloom Conservatory is the other one that I see Irelia is running quite a bit right now, just to look for Sid defies, you know, the not
Mhm.
the pump spells and all of that to protect Mr. President or Mrs. President, as the case might be with Irelia. Yeah, and then the third one's the one I'm like not sure what, like, is it still Targans? Like, 'cause I think that's what people went towards after some of the bans came through and Obelisk got taken away because you just wanted the energy up.
I don't think I've really seen a super good consensus on Unleashed stuff yet. It feels like feel like people are still kind of experimenting. Okay. Okay, Sunken Temple, I don't hate it.
Okay.
Pretty much everything in your deck can get you a draw off of this, except for like the turn 1 Poro / Scuttle / Tide Turn, or whatever you choose to play. I had also seen some of the Grove, because now with Vex, it is very possible to just sit on a Grove and say, deal with me.
Yeah. I just imagine like a random Valmor shows up in the Aurelia deck. I don't know. Every time I see Grove, I just think of like Valmor, because that's the tech that a lot of people are running in like all sorts of all sorts of green deck, pardon me, right now, where just to hold and then Valmor's draw 1, Grove is draw 1, and then you just show them for your turns 3 every single turn. Okay, the other battlefield, of course, being Hall of Legends, which was a traditional Azir sort of battlefield where when you conquer it, you can pay an energy to ready up Azir, and you do it right every other turn, you're going to get double Sand Soldiers as well, which feels really, really good when you can get it. It costs an extra energy, but Azir just wants more bodies.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy aggro battlefield for Azir. If you do get that first conquer off, I'm not gonna say it feels unwinnable, but it does feel very difficult to play into, because like you said, you just get so much value. And Azir doesn't play expensive stuff outside of Arise. Like Arise is your top end. So you have infinite free runes to just use this and get the free Sand Soldiers every turn. But I think I see a Starcross in the okay, cool.
Yeah.
Starcross, Double Defy, Swifties, and a Stellacorn. Nice.
The way
Okay.
he's tapping the Stellacorn too, like you know, this is a and it looks like we're already on to turn. So turn 1 was just passed over by Aurelia, couldn't really play anything, so it's going to be the sort of it's almost like you're going second with 4 runes, like a fake Obelisk going second to get your Stellacorn out there. Unfortunately for the Aurelia, going second for Azir is pretty much guaranteed that you'll be able to get a unit down. And if there's, and I believe I saw a BF sword as well, that should mean that there's going to be, and I don't know if there's another gear, but pretty high chance you're going to see the double Sand Soldier come through.
Or off the top, very unfortunate. You do hate to see it when you are playing. It always feels so bad when you look at your opening hand, you mulligan 2, you don't see a 2-drop, and then you draw a 2-drop for turn on your next turn. It feels so bad, and I imagine he did opt to play the Poro over the Stellacorn because you just get blown out by a call, right? So you don't want to just lose the game on the spot, which makes sense. Instead, opting to play out the Poro, has the Defies to back it up. I don't even know if I would want to defy a call, to be honest. Like, I don't want to set myself behind in runes. And the Poro isn't getting over any of these Sand Soldiers on its own anyway. Oh.
And I feel like that's kind of why he played the Lonely Poro, right?
Yeah.
Because he wants to have that protection so that he doesn't have to spend the Defy necessarily. Oh, is that okay? Another Irelia in hand as well. But notably, no pump spell really for the Irelia right now. So she's not very safe to play. 6 runes up, that's a very healthy level to be at for the Irelia at this point. I think you just play the Stellacorn. And that's where your Lonely Poro. That's a big question. Do you swing up to get the point to stop or to try and at least keep pace a little bit? It's early on the game, and I feel like you still want the Poro for cull protection. So I think you just leave the Poro at base here.
What does suck though is if you leave the Poro at base, now they can cull and get more value out of it, right? Because your Poro is not alone.
True. Right, actually.
So you probably do swing up, and this does kind of guarantee that their Poro is turning into a draw on the next turn, which is better than nothing. It is nice that Aurelia didn't have to pay any power yet. It does always feel really good in this deck when you do get to ramp up really fast in your runes, and then you can make these explosive turns with like the Boots of Swiftness, the Aurelia leaders, the Defying Dances, the counterspells, etc., etc. Because when you are stuck on the like 4 to 6 runes, it can feel a little bit tight if you do need to like play a buff on your turn, push up, conquer, and then like spend some power to move your unit around. And then you still need to have runes up to protect your stuff on your opponent's turn. It can feel a little bit tight there, which is why it's nice to be able to just kind of free ramp in these first few turns, and then you have these resources for the later turns. That being said, I mean, it is scary to kind of take turns off against this Azir deck.
Yeah. Okay, so we're seeing the Sand Soldier, I believe, with the BF sword being swung up to that to get the mighty, to get the card draw as well. And normally I don't hate that. Oh, hit the Arise off of it. Okay, that's going to feel really good. It is worth noting, though, that for the Azir player, you with one energy up, there's not a lot of combat tricks you can do. So you're probably not going to be able to kill that Stellarcorn swinging in. You will get this card draw off the Sacred Shears if that's where the Stellarcorn decides to go. Yeah, okay, fully tapped out.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, it is Azir, as we did talk about in the first game. It's like pretty expected that they're not going to be playing defensive stuff. So you can kind of go free willy on your turn. They're just going to choose to establish. I'm really curious to see what the Aurelia is playing for gear hate. Because at least in my experience, I played Volibear, like I said, at Atlanta, and I found Aurelia to be a very free matchup as an Aurora deck. I was just like, I'm like, okay, yeah, you can draw your entire deck. It doesn't matter. Eventually, I'm going to overwhelm you with giant units. And your only out is if you like draw these Adaptatrons and stuff early. So I'm curious to see if this Aurelia is playing like the Rakes or the Adaptatrons, because Adaptatron would go pretty hard in this matchup. Because you can go double conquer and just kill 2 gear.
Yeah, and specifically, I feel like with Aurelia, she's one of the few legends who can actually use Adaptatron well. Because not usually you see the Adaptatron come out, and players start making sure that you can't easily move that around. Whereas with Aurelia player, you can ready it right away on the turn with the legend swing up. And then we know there's a Tide Turner in hand as well, and most Aurelia's run. Oh, so it is Adaptatron. You called it, NA. Perfect.
Okay. This is, do you choose to use it here is the question, right? Do you play it out and then ready it? It would be very expensive to do that because you'd need to use a dance. Probably not, right? Maybe just play it out and pass.
Well, that's also, yeah, because the BF Sworded side is kind of nasty. It's kind of a really awkward situation. I almost feel like, yeah, you because the other thing is you can get it back to safety with the Tide Turner, but do you want to Tide Turner instead to get the draw engine rolling? Is kind of the question I had in mind. So it looks like Aurelia has opted for the draw engine, and I like it because you were talking earlier about how Aurelias like to play. They don't have to be swinging out the gate. They can take their time to build up, get the rune count up there, get more options in hand, and
what? This is weird.
He really wants card draw.
Yeah, but wouldn't you? I'm surprised this is the play, right? Like, isn't Stellar plus, so it's at 5. Okay, I guess it was 5 into 5, so you did need the buff it. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, so it's Mighty right now. Does he tap to another energy to do this? And then he will have to Defy and Dance as his lone sort of combat pump. He'll have to Defy as well. But, I mean, there are 2 Sand Soldiers. If EDG, well, EDG, nobody probably isn't going to swing both into Stellarcorn, but I wouldn't blame him if he did, because you really want to kill the Stellarcorn.
I mean, there is an Arise. He can, like, an Arise play here. It is on odd points, which is maybe a little bit annoying. I'm surprised this was the play by Aurelia, to be honest. I kind of expected it would be, like, pull Stellarcorn back and then play Adaptatron to base. Because you could go for double conquer with Adaptatron next turn and just kill 2 gears, which sounds pretty good to me. I don't know.
I'm with you on that one, NA, and we'll see if that comes back to bite the Areola player. I think part of the mindset also was that, well, I've got Adaptatron, but it's a little bit early for Arise to come through from EDG Nobody. Usually you want to save Arise as sort of a finisher or something to set up for the finish of the game, and at 3 points, it does feel kind of early. So most likely Areola is kind of thinking, okay, we've got that one more turn option before we need to worry about the Arise. And looking at EDG Nobody right now, if he taps those 2 runes, yeah, it looks like he's not thinking of Arising this turn. I don't think he needs to.
Yeah.
Again, he just wants to get
sense.
on even points, right? So.
Yep, that makes sense. Can go even points here. You can just develop some more gear. Obviously, get the hall is available for conquer, so you can go. You can just conquer the hall, make double tokens, and say, I mean, I'm fine with this. This was like big development turn. Oh wow. Okay.
So he's manually equipping. Okay. You know, I don't hate this because you really want to kill the solo card.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, I don't hate it either. Yeah. Like, you don't really care about going down in runes into Azir, right? Like, this is fine.
The big problem is I don't know if he then has enough to actually take the Tide turn, funnily enough. And then he won't be able to create the double Sand Soldier turn, potentially.
Oh, yeah. What is so what does he have under it? Is it the BF and a brutalizer? So 8?
Yes.
So it technically does lose the Defiant, but like he has Defiant. Does he have? No, he doesn't. We've been over
Discipline
this.
in hand. So
okay.
Would that be enough? Because he gets up to, it goes down by 2, so it's 8 to.
It would be 8 to 6, right? And then discipline up. He has 2 disciplines though, right? So.
That I'm not sure. I saw 1 discipline for sure. Actually, yeah, I think he should have a second one. He had one from early on. It's kind of tough with the arrow. You've got 1 rune. You've got 1 call. So do you define dance or no? And it looks like he's willing to kind of just let this one die, and then try and hold on to the Hall of Legends. I don't. It's an interesting choice, but I guess you've already gotten so much card draw from the Stellacorin that you're kind of okay with the hand that you've drawn. You've got the backup Irelia in hand as well, so you can just kind of. Like, yeah, you just want to stop the Hall of Legend Conquer, which I think is the scarier one where he gets an extra Sand Soldier.
It looks like he's thinking if he wants to get the draw here. And it looks like opts to not. Okay. Okay. I guess if he did use that. Okay, yeah. So it does choose to get the draw. Oh, no. Did not choose to get the draw. Okay. Fair enough.
Yeah, he's trying to save enough energy, I think, for the double... double discipline.
Well, if you double discipline, then you just don't have enough, right?
True.
Because that's 4 mana.
Yeah.
Could choose. Yeah, I think you do just let this die, and on the next turn. Oh. Did he say? Oh.
He had to kill 1, right? It's 2 damage on Tide Turner. So he's taking out the Eye Arrow, which doesn't give you anything. Yeah, and the other thing he had in hand was Defy as well. Does he have Defy actually?
He has 2 Defies, I think.
For the Azir player? Sorry, I'm trying to squint.
Oh, no. Isn't it just Arise?
Okay, double discipline.
2 disciplines, yeah.
Yes, Soul Sword and then guards. Okay, so yeah, and then surely, yeah, you make the extra Sand Soldier at this point.
And you just develop.
Yeah.
I really wish we had developed the Adaptatron. That would make this next turn way cleaner because you just have the Adaptatron in your base, and you don't need to spend the runes to just play him out, and that's half your runes for the turn. Because now it's like play Adaptatron, attach boots, trigger Aurelia, so we're floating 2.
Here's the mind games now. Hidden card coming through, and when you're facing Azir, it's always, well, is it Desert's Call or is it Hidden Play?
Well, isn't it
guards instead of
guards? Or technically, it could be the name of the card, the Flash. It's Flash, but a hidden. It's also an Azir card. Emperor's Divide. All right.
I mean, he's hoping it's the Emperor's Divide, right? Like, that wouldn't stop the Adaptatron from swinging. So there we go. It's entered. It is not ready, but he will spend the power to make it ready, I'm sure, in a second.
Yeah, this is going to be a very expensive turn because he did not play it out last turn, because you have to go attach boots,
Yep.
pay Aurelia leader, that's 2 power. You need to buff it up so it can get over the... What? Actually, is it? So it'll be 5. Yeah, you need to buff it up as well so it
Yeah.
can get over the Sunken
6
Temple.
right now, yeah, on the Sunken Temple.
And then you're going to have to pay another one for the Aurelia leader trigger. Oh, what? Did he pay too many? Oh, okay,
yeah,
sure.
he's just reassigning, I think, the colors.
Yeah, this is going to be a very expensive turn. It's going to be hard for him because you're committing so much to this turn, which admittedly is good, but there's still like a fair number of units, like a fair number of tokens available, and you're not going to be able to clear every gear. So there's still like the Rise is still going to put in a fair amount of value.
Yeah,
They're trying.
I think something went wrong with the recycle, and they're
Yeah.
confused because he swapped out one of the runes, and I.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
So Plus has just informed us he originally cycled 2 greens, and I think now he wants to do 1 green, 1 purple.
Yeah, boots is purple, and the order matters too because you go boots and then Aurelia abilities, so it should be whatever you put back for Aurelia and then boots. So purple should be on the bottom.
But be boots.
Or sorry,
first.
on the whatever you put back for Aurelia is on the bottom.
You're right. So yeah, it should be purple and then green. So I guess that's the problem. And you're checking the order.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's probably not going to change things. Yeah, and then Adaptatron still needs a bit of a buff. 4 runes still up in hand for the Aurelia player.
I guess okay. I didn't think of this, but technically it does not. You could go Adaptatron, swing into the 1 might token, and say that it is a bluff. Obviously, we know it's not a bluff, right? But we could say, like, say it's a bluff, and then you get the... Oh, no, I guess you do, because you need to target it. Never mind, ignore me, I'm being silly. I was going to say that you could just use the Adaptatron kill the BF sword off of the other thing, and then you can swing over it, but you still need to be able to move it, right? So...
Yeah, because it got ready.
Yeah.
Well, he's got Ride to Win, and I think that's what he's banking on to counter across and then pull back as well, and just clear as much gear as he can. So yeah, I think that's fine either way. So I think the call you're making, the line you're playing, makes a lot of sense, and that may be what he's thinking of doing. And he's got the Defy in hand as well, so he's probably fairly confident that he's going to be able to deal with whichever hidden card that ends up being. It's worth noting, Mother, as well, that you're asking what the rank level near the name is. So Plus has already answered you, Rune's Roof. China has a rank system that they play. I will say as well that I don't think it's terribly accurate, especially in the lower sort of earlier rounds, because sometimes people just don't play as much in their skirmishes or city regionals or whatnot. Especially if this is EDG nobody. I don't know how much time he has to play when he's supposed to be playing Valorant. Again, I don't follow Valorant very much. So I don't know how active he is necessarily, or when in the season they are.
Yeah, this is... You kill 2 gear. I feel like... I'm not going to say it's cooked, but it feels kind of cooked. Because now he is on the... he can go for double conquer on the next turn. Like, if you do go the Ride the Wind play, like you said, and pull the Adaptatron back to base, then it seems pretty straightforward for Azir to just go play a Rise, double conquer, full stack 1 battlefield. Next turn, accelerate Azir, send every Sand Soldier into the other battlefield. Like he said, the kind of free line.
Yeah, I'm just thinking too. Like, would nobody actually want to try and hold, or would he want to try and? Well, yeah, like does he want to swing everything up and then try and hold on one side, or does he actually just want to spend like 1 and 1, and then try and play instead for the? Oh, I guess the double conk would be dangerous because then you're gonna lose 2 more gears.
Yeah,
to
exactly.
The Adaptatron,
so you just throw everything to one side and say, like, you can't out this, but even if you do, I technically still do have like Azir if you leave 1 unit in the back.
Yeah, it's just terrifying, right? Like when you're playing into an Irelia, to kind of say you can't break this, Irelia's gonna go bet. The only sort of positive thing is that Irelia isn't out yet, so with the 5 runes you have to pay next turn. This Irelia will only be up to 8 runes maximum. Like, as far as EGG, nobody is calculating. The max you can be at is 8. And we know that that won't even be the case, because Ride the Wind has a power cost that has to come through as well.
Yeah.
I don't think there's anything he's going to necessarily have to defy, but in that event, you know, it'll be a 6 maximum. So by the time you play Irelia, you're not going to have enough pump spells to
Well, he's going to have to defy the guards. Because if he doesn't, then it equips the BF sword or the brutalizer.
Ooh, true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He is going to have to defy that. So he is going to be down to at least -2 more runes, which he's at 5, 6.
So,
he's at
he'll be at 6 next. He'll be at 4 by the end of this turn.
Yeah.
6 the next turn, and that's not enough for Irelia to do squat.
Correct. Wow.
Oh.
Okay. What's the question? Did I? Is it literally just the runes?
I don't know, brother. If that's what it is, you know what? Like, some of these rulings, they're taking a hot minute to sort through. I don't. To be fair, okay, and in defense of the judges, they do good work a lot of times, and the rules for how to resolve a lot of these issues, I think, is a tough one to deal with, because, like, is it just a warning? Is it a game? It shouldn't be. I don't think it's game loss, but sometimes, like, things can be harsher than expected, or the rulings for it might be a little bit different. So even if the issue is straightforward, sometimes the resolution and whether it's a warning or what sort of punishment ends up being issued is the complicated part.
Yeah, it can be pretty complex. I mean, being a judge is not easy.
Yeah.
Especially being on the feature, a judge on the feature table, because you get scrutinized by everyone watching the stream. If you make any mistakes, everyone goes, "Judges suck," yada yada. But in reality, it's a hard job. But it looks like we are corrected now, and back into the game. Whatever it has been resolved. All right, pushing up the Adaptatron. We'll see if he just does do the flipped guards, probably attach Brutalizer, to be honest. Because then if it does still get killed, you have the Brutalizer unequipped, and then you can re-equip it to something on the next turn for the buff. That being said, I think you do have to defy this.
Yep. Oh?
What? Oh, okay.
Yep, choices were made. Okay. I wonder if the Irelia player just realized that. Yeah, maybe he forgot about the Weapon Master.
Oh, no. Yeah, now you have to commit Defiant Dance. Oh.
Okay. I mean, it's enough, I guess, and then you just have to.
Well, I guess it's the same, right? It's the same, because he had to buff it up anyway to get. Oh wait, no, because now he has to use another. He has to use another card to re-ready it. Oh my gosh, we're using way more cards now.
Yeah, and then there's just gonna be the Ride the Wind come across.
Yeah.
Actually, it ends up being that same. Oh no, he Hall of Legends lets him ready up Irelia. Oh, but yeah, no, the timing's really bad for this, because by the time you ready the Irelia, the target's already been chosen. So yeah, like you said, you've got to pick something else. Does he have something else he can select? I guess you could.
It's a tide turn.
Yeah, you could Tide Turner, ready it, back it, and then swing up again. But that leaves Adaptatron up on the field. I don't know how I feel about this. Okay. But he's doing it. Like, yeah, because if you're paying the rune, you're definitely doing the Tide Turner.
Oh, it's
a lot of extra steps.
Yeah, this is a lot of extra steps that all you had to do is either Ride the Wind, like you said, or actually, you could have. Wait, 5. Okay, Adaptatron is on. Okay, I guess you couldn't. That would have been kind of cool though, as you could have like potentially said, if he had attached the BF sword, that would have been like a pretty funny misplay, because you would go, you would actually just Ride the Wind the Adaptatron over to the Sunken Temple, and then swing over, kill the BF sword, and then you could just gank back over.
True.
Obviously, he did not make that misplay. He played it well. And now we have a tapped out Irelia. Good.
And when it goes back over to EGG, nobody at that point, you'll. Okay, the overlay is kind of broken because it's not showing their. Oh no, never mind. It is. It's working fine. Yeah. I was looking at the wrong spot. So he'll have 6. He has 6 runes ready That's just enough for a rise if he
Yep.
wants to swing in. And he knows that the Irelia only has 6 runes, 6 turns, so
Yep.
kind of cooked. Like, the Irelia is not going to be able to really kind of go both sides. Again, there are other options. We know there's Ride with the Wind as well, potentially. I can't remember if there's another unit in the hand of the Irelia, but as long as you get greater than, what is it? Okay, so if you've got 4 energy in an Irelia deck, what are you running? It's pretty much a Cellcorn. Maybe you've got a Pike plus Defiant Dance that gets you up to 5. Yeah, as long as you can beat 7 on one field, you're kind of safe to just hold.
Yeah, I mean, to me, I'm just playing a rise.
Yep.
I'm just gonna say this straight up. This guy, EDG Nobody, clearly knows his ear far better than me. I've only ever casted this deck. I've watched friends play this deck. I've never played it myself. But to me, it seems like it's like a pretty straightforward. Just play a rise, develop a giant board, stick everything on one side, and then next turn you just have like the very simple shove up his ear. But maybe there is a better line. There could be a better
I
line.
guess the question is the math now. How much gear, like how much might you actually have? Because if you arise, there's 2 pieces of gear or 3 pieces of gear. 4 pieces of gear. So that's 4 plus 2. The 2 unready ones end up just sitting in your base potentially as well. And so you've got a Soul Sword, which is +1. Eye of the Herald, which will give you an extra unit that you can always swing up to kill the Tide Turner. And then you've got a Sacred Shears, I believe, and is that the BF Sword that's still around? Yeah, so BF Sword, Sacred Shears plus Soul Sword right now. Oh no, what? Oh, Eye of the Herald.
Oh, it's an eye.
Oh, so it's not a BF Sword, it was an eye, I guess.
Oh yeah, that BF Sword was killed by the adaptive.
Yeah,
Right.
I need better. Yeah, I need better quality streams. I can't see the gears once you bring it down half the time.
It's hard when they lay it out like this. I hear you. I hear you. Because you just always sees that little bottom frame, which is not very useful.
Yeah, so I don't think he has enough might potentially.
Oh, he's just trading in, and then you can just play a rise and double conquer, right?
Yeah. And then I guess he just wanted the card draw as well to see what else there was. No, wait, but he
floated one.
Oh, he's got one floated. Okay.
Yeah.
I was like, wait, was he shorter? Okay. Yeah, it looks like just the arise, and then you just swing in ton of might. Yeah, makes sense.
You could even, if you really wanted to, you could only swing in one unit, but I feel like that's wrong because I don't want to, like, what's the punish? I'm trying to see what the punish is, but I guess, I mean, there's not really a punish either way. I think Azir's in like a very good spot regardless.
Yeah, because with the, I keep thinking it's BSR. No, does he have enough might? He doesn't have enough might to hold. Because again, like the math is you got to have 7 might or higher roughly to, wait, 7 might? No, because of the boots, you have to have 9 might. So he's not confident on being able to hold potentially against like a Stellacorn that just gets buffed up with the boots swinging across, or even like a pike potentially.
I guess what would be nice here, and obviously he doesn't have that, we can see his hand, but
yeah, he's cooked.
Is like another Adaptatron, because you can go play Adaptatron, swing up, kill a gear, move a Boots of Swiftness, move it over, kill another gear, and then that makes that the following push is like a lot less strong because there are only 2 gear left, I want to say, and you deny the shears draw.
Yeah. Again, EDG nobody right now is in a strong position. He's not in a rush, right? Because the score is 7-5. He knows that the Irelia can't win this turn anyways. So just leaving that in base, right? He's gonna have 6 runes next turn. He can always use the Azir Legend, accelerate it, and swing for extra might. So yeah, like you can kind of wait to see. The Irelia is gonna pretty much have to burn all the runes in order to stop the game from being over at this point. So
I will say there is a, oh my gosh, excuse me. I think there is a world here where I don't even think he has enough might for this. If you had like a better unit that was not a Poro, you could just stick it on one battlefield, and if it was big enough that it did not just die to board, you could let him go conquer other battlefield, accelerate Azir, accelerate, move, and then like try and use the Azir trigger, and then oh no, that doesn't even work because Starcross requires you to bounce your own. Yeah, I don't know. I don't see like a winning play here. I think it's pretty straightforward, right?
Yep,
Just
I agree.
conquer Azir, GG.
It's really tough, but it's the mind games, right? That's the fun part. Like we know EDG nobody has the winning plays right now, but is there a world in which he misplays? Probably not. But
True.
you know, there's still 3 energy floating. It's an Irelia. You never know what's gonna happen. So we're gonna start by swinging up onto the side of the Hall of Legends, and that is the one with the Sacred Shears and the Spirit Sword, so the Soul Sword. So that's the 4 might swing to that side. Okay, and what does he have?
This will be getting the draw, right? Yes. We'll be getting the draw.
Yep, for the 7th point. I did not catch. Oh, Death. Yeah, it's gone.
Oh yeah, that makes this very even simpler than it already was.
Yeah. So I guess if you're EGG, nobody thinking like, okay, 3 energy up, what could it be? It could be a Defy, which is in hand, plus a Spell Pump, potentially a Defiant Dance, I suppose.
Mm-hmm. Move everything in. That is a lot of mites. Do you have triple Defiant Dance? And I don't even think that's enough.
No.
We know he doesn't.
He can Starcross and kick out the Azir before he pulls everybody with him.
Yep. But then you just like push up another
token.
Yeah.
He's got 2 Sand Soldiers still ready to go.
Oh my god, he's like, here's the ride to win. What on? He's just like, okay.
There's Defiant Dance, the card, and there's Defiant Play, which is what Irelia is doing right now.
What am I missing? Is there a reason he's doing this? Is it just for funnies? Okay, he's laughing.
Okay, just for funnies.
His opponent's like,
there's nothing in hand that I think can save this. Yeah. I think you know, but he looks so serious. He's like, okay, what is the? Yeah, there you go. There's a thumbs up. There's the GG. Irelia just doing it for the funnies there. Hey, I respect that, right? You know you're cooked, and just watching your opponent get the sheer stress on his face, like from that play is Oh man. Okay, so yeah, that's the end of that one. And again, you know, that's something I do sometimes for fun. Like I know I'm cooked. I know that I'm going to lose, but I will just tap out for fun at the end, just to kind of scare my opponent a little bit, even if there's nothing for them to play. But well played from both these players. I think EDG nobody really showing that he is. That you don't need to have a high rank in the China rank system in order to perform well. Like he did really well.
Yeah, not too bad. Really a little bit of a trolly game plan towards the end. It reminds me of, I believe it was in the Lille top 8 where it was a charm to one battlefield, charm to the other battlefield, and then he blew a kiss to the camera. So just a little bit of memes towards the end. But honestly, not the sharpest play coming out from the Aurelia's corner. It was cool to see. I'm pretty sure because I Googled EDG nobody, and that was him. So it was a professional. Is he a pro Valorant and League of Legends player? Do you know RMC?
Oh, I should know that. I cast League of Legends. I don't recall. I don't cover the LPL that much, so
okay.
You know, I have friends who are. I'm going to get flamed, I'm sure, by them.
Yeah, I think Nex was mentioning. I think he might be both. And Nexlin, just Valorant. Okay. Not too bad. So it was cool because honestly, they do a great job. At least they did for the Spirit Force season of showing as much of the newer legends as they could, but they couldn't resist themselves, right? A pro player from a different game in the regional, you might as well throw him on the feature match. And Azir is looking strong. You know, interesting enough, I don't know if you guys at home saw it. Azir in the pre-regional over in the Sydney RQ, it had the highest win percentage across all legends. So Azir's looking strong. Weirdly enough, it almost feels like Azir's flying under the radar because honestly, I can't think of a matchup that feels like, yes, I can beat Azir. Like, do you know, RMC? Like, I'm terrified of Azir. I almost want to go ahead and become an Azir player because it feels like it has a good matchup into almost anything right now.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the tier 0 decks, they're tier 0 because they have generally good matchups and very few, if any, horrible matchups. And I feel like Azir is just below that because he also doesn't have any bad matchups. Like there's no
Right.
matchup where you go like, this is unplayable for him. I'd argue one of his worst matchups is probably Ari, and worse
Right.
is relative here, right? It's just because everything just gets -1, but your gear kind of gets you over a lot of that. So yeah, in general, I think it's really solid. The problem with Azir, I think in set 2 was that the gameplay was fairly linear. Everybody knows what to expect, right? It's going to be gear, soldier, gear, soldier, gear, soldier, keep swinging up. And if you ever break turn 1, break turn 2, you're dead. Now, in set 3, I feel like it's still fairly linear. You're still playing around Arise a lot, but having the extra gear, I think, makes things more consistent.
Right.
You know, there's Annie mentioned it earlier, sort of the sacrifice, which helps you ramp and draw cards. Like having more card draw allows Azir to be a lot more consistent. So I'm not surprised that we're seeing Azir do well in this set initially. What I'm curious about to see is whether it remains so as players get used to the decks, as they find more and more tech. There's already, I feel like, a lot of potential purple tech that could come through. Even like Abscond is really good to just delay the Arise 1 turn. It's a very cheap way to stop that spell from coming
True.
through. Starcross, we didn't get to see the combo, but we kind of mentioned that you can kick Azir back to hand before he actually brings all the soldiers up. So sometimes that can mess things up. There are things out there, and I'm curious to see how Azir will be a very good measuring stick, a litmus test for how the set 3 power creep is compared to set 2.
I like that. We'll see. I think there might be one Azir sneaking in top 8 because I think he's a really strong legend going into set 3. As you mentioned, got a couple little pickups, but kind of just going with the good old tried and true gameplay or just strategy in general as they were in set number 2. Just a little bit more easier to get to all the pieces as we saw in this game, or round number 2 rather. But chat, anyone watching the RQ right now, are they in a round or on their are they in a break right now? Because we could tune in, because I'm pretty sure that one had at least 10 minutes still remaining, so we got some time. We have at least 15 minutes to go ahead and spectate.
Yeah, I think they were actually just showing the most played decks in day 1 for Sydney at that moment. So I don't think they're in a game right now, but they are showing some information. Interestingly enough, I believe it's they're showing LeBlanc has the highest share right now, 7%. So you were talking plus about how the China Regionals is the most diverse we've seen it. It looks like Sydney is also incredibly diverse right now.
Wow, that's even more diverse. We had 11% over here in China, but over there in Sydney, just a little bit more southern, 7% is the most represented. You know, both these major events have Best of Legends being sought after, but this is impressive. I mean, I don't think it gets any better than this. It could be because it's early on. Once we get like a regional winner for set 3, maybe everyone jumps on that bandwagon and they're like, oh, LeBlanc's definitely broken, let's go ahead and join it. But it honestly feels like to me that everything, I mean, there are legends that are better than others, but it comes down to true player skill expression. Like if you pick a deck, if you have enough reps on that deck, and if you know your matchups, how to side in, how to approach and you know, approach each matchup, that's going to take you way further than just going ahead, I'm going to hop on Draven and do what Draven does like we saw in the previous seasons. So this is cool. This is real cool to see. And I think this is why we didn't get to see bans too fast as we said. And guys, there's like a little bug around me. I'm about to squat it. It keeps pissing me off. But either way, what I was going to, this is why we didn't see the bans as quickly as maybe some people would expect it, because they had this vision all along. Like I think RMC mentioned a long time ago, the first 4 sets were all made together. So they know by set 4, there's going to be such a good diversity of legends in the meta. And we're already seeing it here in set 3. I hope it stays this way.
Yeah, I'm just shocked that Fiora actually made top 8 in terms of the deck share. I did not think Fiora was particularly good, but I think her colors specifically, she's yellow-orange, which this set I've heard rumblings about some Rift Herald Elder shenanigans. So like Set and Fiora being talked about, Poppy and Garen, of course, being sort of the high roll decks, but I also heard that in pre-regionals, Poppy was doing pretty decently as well. So yeah, maybe those colors are just
my goodness, RMC, we couldn't tune in at a better time. Please give us this matchup. And how in the world are we going to go back to the Chinese regional after this awesome? This is EDG, the winner. This is the winner. EDG, the Annie player over there in Sydney RQ. I don't know. I mean, he won with Annie. He could be bringing Annie to the table over there in the RQ, but something's telling me that he might be bringing a set 3 legend out to play. Do you guys recognize him at home, or do you recognize him, RNC? Because I definitely do. And NA, I'm so sorry. I didn't read the message there. I have you back here.
It's okay. No worries. Yeah, sorry, just little stomach issues, but yeah.
You know what? Welcome back, NA. You're going to save me from that awkward question by, do you recognize? I didn't.
Guys, anyone recognize it? Is it just me? This is the Annie regional winner. It was Annie versus Azir. This is the regional winner. You definitely got to recognize him.
Brother, I almost didn't recognize you when I met you in Atlanta. All the time, so.
Right. But I'm excited for this one. So I think China's still on a break. I'll see if they have a timer for us. There's always about a 10-minute timer. So we got some time. But, man, we're going back to this one. Or I definitely want to rewatch this one once we're all done here. Because this one looks like a fun one. I would imagine they're going into round 4. If anyone at home knows or any of you guys know.
I'm waiting to see any sort of indication right now. They just keep zooming around the players and...
Yeah, they're trying to do like add some production value, but they're just moving the camera. What are they doing?
This is the Annie player you're talking about? The one who's showing Vex as a deck right now?
Oh, I like this deck list. 3 switcheroos and Vex is something I did not have on my bucket list. And 3 sneaky deckhands. You want to get to the battlefield first so that you can establish the Vex apathetic. Other than that, it looks pretty good. The 1-0 spicy Teemo. And these battlefields definitely a little bit different. So not going through the more traditional Grove of the God Willow. You have the fortified position, which is another defensive. And then abandoned halls. So he's saying, I don't care. Oh, whoa. And then Aurelia Fervent. This Vex is cooking, guys. I know this because I play Vex. This is the one legend I've been playing the most of. So this is definitely a lot spicier than I'm used to seeing from Vexes. This is cool.
Yeah, and I think Vex right now is one of the most versatile champions. I personally have her pegged as one of the best legends. I think they just need to settle on a deck. There was the mono green Vex deck that came out fairly early on, which is really annoying. The purple Vex deck relies very heavily on just kind of playing around the Vex stunning things coming in, and you just put a whole bunch of defensive measures onto it. I like the Irelia Spice. I feel like that's what you use to break the game open. If you're not ahead, then you use Irelia to conquer the other side, get yourself that point lead, and then you just hold on for dear life and watch as everybody breaks their head trying to break through the combat tricks that Chaos has and all the spell or target denial that Calm Green has.
Right, and it looks like EDG is on Vex, but real quick, I totally forgot for a split second there. I know NA, we just committed for those first 2 rounds, or was it? Yeah, first 2 rounds. So let me know if you want to step out, but feel free to stay here to watch a little bit of this game, but don't feel bad if you do want to step out, because I know it's getting late for a bunch of us.
I mean, I can stick around until my replacement comes, which should be soon here, I think.
I'm pretty sure if I tag him, he might be able to pop in here. I'll tag him now and see if he can hop in here.
Okay, in the meantime, we are seeing the other deck, which is a Victor legend, guys. I was not expecting to see a Victor in set 3. I was a Victor player in sets 1 and 2. And in 3, I felt like he didn't get anything particularly good. So he kind of fell off compared to everything else. But I'm seeing a lot of sprite stuff. 2 sprite bursts, 2 sprite fountains. So feels like you're just trying to speed through the game. There's the Arena's Greatest as well. Interesting, Forbidding Waste is a battlefield. So that's one that's hard to hold when you're solo. If you're solo holding, it's -2 might. Which makes you very easy to take out. But other than that, this feels like a tempo deck coming through from Squeech.
Right, you got the Dancer as well to give him some ambush potential. We saw how really punishing that can be against your opponent. So I like that Victor deck as well as adding some consistency with the draw package as well. You give a unit temporary, you might as well give your sprite token. Can you give a temporary unit temporary? I believe you still can,
No,
and then you just...
Wait, can you?
You can, but Shadow's Call... specifically, you have to pick a non-temporary.
That's what it is. Okay.
Yeah.
Either or, you can pick one other one and draw 2. So it's another way of getting some more card draw. Because sometimes Victor draws a little lackluster in terms of drawing cards. So you don't have to always rely on hitting blading your own cards. So I like that Victor deck. This is gonna be a good matchup. Victor versus Vex is kind of favor Victor if you ask me, but this Vex is a different type of Vex.
It's definitely an interesting one. I have seen the Boots of Swiftness version of Vex. I had not seen triple switcheroo, the shovel, triple Aurelia. That is not one I've seen. But like I said, I have actually seen the what do you call it? The Boots of Swiftness Vex. That seems to be one of the more popular, like, different builds that are being played besides like the very straightforward stick on a battlefield and hold one.
I agree.
does
You
give you a little
know,
bit more
it
flexibility.
almost seems to me he would almost benefit from something like a Bandle Tree Battlefield because there's so many hidden cards. He even had 3 Evelyns as well, so 3 switcheroos. I don't know actually if he had backoffs, but I would imagine you definitely play backoffs in Vex. So backoffs, Evelyn,
So
switcheroos.
he didn't have any backoffs actually.
He doesn't? Wow. So it kind of
No.
replaced the backoffs with hidden. He's going crazy, but he's undefeated. So I think he's catching everyone off guard. This is impressive stuff. And I believe Mr. Plus did respond with alrighty. So I'll see if he's bringing in his camera in here.
Yeah, let me know.
Gonna be a watch party in here.
Hello.
And I'm down for it.
The whole
We
party.
did see the sneaky can sneak onto the fortified though, and it's worth noting fortified, of course, a single unit gets a +2 on a defense. So yeah, that's not gonna be an easy break for Victor to take out. I know Plus said earlier that he thinks it favors the Victor a little bit. I do think Victor is one of the few legends who has probably a good way to break the Vex hold, which is just Imperial Decree. Sorry, not Imperial. Imperial Decree. You don't need the Bellow's Breath. Just send in the recruits, and it can be kind of hard to stop like the single recruit just walking in and killing everything.
One pretty aggressive here too. Says, I am going to kill your guy. You have the Zonias, but that doesn't matter because I am double scoring. And it does make sense. This Victor list does want to go 2-2-2-2.
Yep.
Very.
Yeah, very fast as well. I like the Xin Zhao play. So one of the things that Victor had, I think, over a lot of other legends back in set 2, which is carrying over to set 3, is he's the only one who can like reliably get Xin Zhao ready on turn 2 to swing in. And we're kind of seeing that again. Of course, he went second, so he had the Planning Power plus the recruit. And now here comes the combat tricks. There is still a Zonia's Hourglass back in base, but for the Vex, you kind of didn't want it to save the sneaky deckhand necessarily. Like you actually wanted it to hold it for Vex ideally, but didn't quite have the mana to get the Vex out. And the Zonia was a sort of turn 1 play because I assumed that he just didn't have a 2-drop in hand.
And guys, real quick, I'll head back to the booth because I believe Mr. Plus has just joined us. So go ahead and we'll introduce him. Mr. Plus, can you hear me?
I can. How's it going?
Going good. Going into round 3 for China, and it looks like round 4 for Sydney, which is interesting because Sydney started 2 hours ago. How are they only 1 round ahead? But we're doing good over here. Glad you're as well, and happy for you to join us. Have you been catching a little bit of both? Because it's tough to see everything, it feels like. This weekend is jam-packed with Riftbound.
I know it's something that's been hard to juggle because I want to see what both metas are doing and try to glean what information I can, but it's been a lot of cool stuff. I'm definitely gonna have to go back and watch some VODs.
Definitely. But now that we have Mr. Plus in here, NA45, if it's getting a little bit late, I think now would be a perfect time to give us our goodbyes and any little final closing remarks to leave us off on, as we're probably going to be staying up a little bit later.
Yeah, of course. You guys got the crazy hours, so I wish you guys the best of luck. Thanks for having me again. Plus, as always, you guys want to see my content, which is generally at this point, I've just been doing a lot of card alters. You can check out my Twitter right below. But yeah, no, that's about it. Thanks for having me, and good luck with the cast, RMC, and Mr. Plus, and you Plus as well.
There we go. Much love, NA. We'll catch you a little bit tomorrow for, I believe, 1 round if you're still down.
Yes, of course.
Okay, see you tomorrow. Take care.
See you guys.
All right, so NA has left the building. Now, Mr. Plus, I'm going to move you to the bottom left. Or should I leave you up there? Where do you prefer to be, Mr. Plus? I think we move you down just so that one, because I think that you're over the Riftbound logo. Let me just do that real quick. As I do that,
All
we'll
right.
just tune in and see how this Vex is doing against Victor on the full screen.
Yeah, not too much has been missed since we last saw. It's just the Shinjao swinging in with the Plundering Poro, and I believe the Plundering Poro actually, like they managed to get combat trick enough to get the Plundering Poro to survive. So gold was made, and now a fortified Plundering Poro sitting up there. Normally it's hard to keep them alive, but yeah, this one's going to be hard to take down, and Sneaky Deckhand just had to run over to the Forbidding Waste instead.
I like the Forbidden Waste as a battlefield for Victor, being able to make stuff like the Sneaky Deckhand or any type of just standard two might turn one play unit come in, and if they take that battlefield, his recruits can actually take it over by giving him the -2 to take him down to 0. That's kind of a cool idea for
Yeah,
Victor decks.
and the recruits are never alone too, right? Like you send one up, you can always drop a second one, just to make sure it doesn't drop into negatives. It is worth noting though, Forbidding Waste set 3, there's a lot of stuff that drops you into negatives. Well, I guess it started in set 2 already, but yeah, in set 3 as well. So things get kind of dicey. And with your, as you said, with the recruits, you know, you can just swing up for one and still actually win for a change, which is what
I know, recruits can kill something for once.
without an Imperial Decree. Shocking.
Yeah,
Of course,
without
this deck. This deck is running 3 Imperials, so you know, it'll be useful to get the Vex off. Funnily enough, as well, the fortified position was the Vex battlefield. Forbidding Ways is the Victor battlefield, but the two players have kind of flipped which battlefields they're sitting on right now.
I do also like the Deadly Flourish. That's been a really nice addition to the blue card pool for a lot of these control-y decks. I know I've seen a few Ezreal variants running around with it as well. I've seen it now here in this Victor player's hand. Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I've been seeing it as a sort of LeBlanc counter tech to the mirror matchup as well, just to take things out of space. Because prior to this, blue didn't really have a lot of options. Like you had Rocket Barrage with a really high power cost. You had Singularity, which was overkill, and you can't really play it early. So having, you know, like a 4 cost is, I think, a useful one. Okay, Hidden Blade coming out real early here. Yeah, you really want to take the Vex out, and the Vex is a one of in this deck for the Vex player. Now there is last rites to fish it back out, but you've actually got to get the Conquer down. And here's the Forbidden Waste tech: kill a card, and then have it go negative, and then the recruit goes in.
Ooh, but the On Guard, bringing it back up to 2. Poor recruit thought he could finally get himself a first kill.
Oh,
this is the card we mentioned earlier, right? The Charmer
Oh.
Dancer, I believe, or Chakra. What's the official name? We'll call it the Dancer for now, but she
Chakram
does
Dancer.
have Ambush.
Yes.
That card is very good. I actually, during my pre-releases, that card was such an MVP with the Ultra Soft Oro making a bunch of birds and then being able to Chakram Dancer in and give all of them shield. It was what stole a lot of games for me. I was hoping to see this card put into play in some blue decks once the set got into people's hands.
Okay, now Mr. Plus, you saying that makes me have to ask this. Now that tech is cool, but it can go disgusting real fast. Were you a Dirty Ivern player?
No, I was not.
Okay, then it's so cool. I was just so sick of the Iverns who pulled like a Chakram Dancer, puts it in, and just like sits on one side and spams the Ultra Soft Poro. It was disgusting.
See, I was a Dirty LeBlanc player who just made a clone of my Ultra Soft Poro every turn and made a billion bird tokens and then brought in my Dancer to get like plus 15 might off of all the shield procs.
Yeah, that's nasty. See, it was fun. I hope everyone had a good time at the pre-release. They're always a good time when I'm playing them. But yeah, I'm excited for this game. And you know, Mr. Plus, we didn't get to actually, since you just joined us, what set 3 legend are you currently kind of testing so far in Unleash?
I've been putting mostly all my time into Pike.
Oh, interesting. So staying with the Fury Chaos.
Yeah, you know, it's just a good color combination. I can't really seem to find my way out of it for some reason. Every time I try, it just keeps pulling me back in.
Not too bad. Are you building it very similar how we see most Pike lists, or are you doing a little bit of spiciness in there?
From what the lists that I've seen, I guess you could call mine spicy because I'm playing a lot of quite a few different cards. But I mean, I think the general game plan of looping Bewitching Spirit and playing more control-oriented removal red spells has been
That's what I've
pretty
seen.
across the board. Yeah.
There we go. Seems to be the
Earlier,
more traditional way of kind of building pike for now. But I'm excited. I want to see a pike here in China regionals. I
yeah.
believe there's a pike earlier on in Sydney. But speaking
Yeah,
of
on round 1.
regionals for China, guys, I think there's still about 5 or so minutes. Let me hit a quick refresh. But how are we gonna get off of this Vex matchup? You guys know me. I love my Vex, and then I love this EDG player as well, a previous regional champion. But we can go back to it since we did commit to cast the China regionals. But you guys are lucky at home. You can tune into both or at least finish this one. And then when we get started, I'm gonna catch the rewind though. Because I think it might be going back. Let me hit refresh.
About
Okay,
2
we
minutes
still have
out, I
some
think.
time.
Yeah. So earlier, actually, Mr. Plus, NA was saying that he wants to see a Pike on stream, and now that we've actually got a Pike player on cast, I am really hoping we get a Pike on stream because
Yeah, I would love
I've
to
heard a lot
cast
of
some
toxic
Pike
things.
games. Yeah, I like seeing the different takes on the build. I've seen quite a few. I know the channel on YouTube Grappler has made quite a few Pike videos and different brews, and I've tried to keep myself up to date with all the different lists that come out online on YouTube and on Piltover Archive and stuff. And so now getting to see this in like an actual paper event, a big event like a regional qualifier or the Chinese event that we'll be casting shortly, it'll be really nice to see how it actually plays in person.
Yeah, I think it should perform pretty well, at least from what I've heard. So hopefully the Chinese can do it justice as well. But interesting enough, we're seeing the value from Fervent. You know, I can't get off the casting mode sometimes. We see the value from Aurelia, right? The fortified position chooses Aurelia, so it's an additional +1 on top of the +2, or is it +3 from fortified position battlefield?
I think it's
Fortified's
2.
+2, but it's to a single unit there. So
Yeah. What I was getting at with chooses, so it's a +3 on Aurelia, so you have 2 battlefields that benefit, which makes sense why you're running 3 fervents, which is so cool to see. It looks like Aurelia is just a fantastic unit in any green-purple package. So we'll see. We'll see exactly how this match gets approached from Victor, because so far, with Vex Apathetic getting established out, it seems kind of tough for Victor to crack. But you guys said of a card before, he is running 3 of in the deck. Do we think he has something like a Decree? Because that could do some wonders here.
I just saw a
Decree
call being
would be
picked up.
pretty nice.
Yep. I mean, Call probably not going to save him there. The sneaky deckhands in the back. Deadly Flourish. I can't see the other 2 cards. Plundering Poro, and yeah, it doesn't look like he has a Decree, but Squeech is up like a ton of points right now. He's at 6 points, so he gets 1 to 2 more turns potentially to go digging and looking for that Imperial Decree, and that's all he needs to do is just keep spewing units forward, and then just kind of praying they hits the Decree.
It does also look like Vex is running low on hand. I can't. It looks like only 2 cards in hand plus the card that's hidden, but
Yeah.
no draw engine, nothing like a Stellacorn herder to supplement the draw here. Only being able to get the extra draws off of holding seems to have kind of depleted the hand here a little bit. So I mean, obviously the Victor player has to be fearful of negates, but you kind of have to also kind of consider it a little bit of a win if you bait out a couple negates here and find your opponent with no cards in hand. Now you know with the big cushion you have, like you just mentioned, with the points being 6-3, you only need to get through those negates one time, and then with no cards in hand, the next time you go around, it's going to be open season. So he's getting real close to maybe closing the door. He's just got to find the right line.
Yeah, and I believe when we saw the deck list, the Vex's only card draw was 3 disciplines and a single stack deck. So yeah, like it just comes down to, I feel like, having to draw the right cards, whereas Bolingjiang, the Vex player, can kind of take their own sweet time.
It looks like Defy and Discipline, if I'm seeing that right. Yeah, I see a Defy for sure.
And it's like 3, so 1 more extra. If he holds, he gets the additional cards, 1 from the Legend ability. But as you guys mentioned, there's no rush for Victor, but you do allow him to get an additional 2 cards on the next turn. So it could actually get even a greater position for Aurelia, or not Aurelia, but for Vex rather. We'll see. Maybe you have to force out this Defy with a Call of the Week, but that just means the sneaky Deckhand in the back line will eat that up. And we do see the potential closeout card. I am seeing we didn't think he had the Decree, but he
The
does indeed
Watcher.
have the Watcher in hand. So he could choose this turn to go ahead and establish out some more units. Granted, I don't think he has any units in hand. It might be one Poro and then one recruit token from the legend ability, and then go for the final closing Watcher play. I think that's his best
Well,
line, unless you guys are seeing it another way.
yeah, he's got 10 might at this position currently, and then he'll get the extra +3 from proccing the shield onto Aurelia, so really 13 might. And then if you were to watch her now, that's only -6, so down to 7 might. He does have enough units on board to get over the 7 might, but that's also not including whatever cards may be in hand, and the hidden card potentially being a back off. So I don't know if he would really be willing to risk it right now, even though it does seem so appealing with only 3 mana up, and this conquer point would be the game here. I think he might have to temper his expectations a little bit and not let the the kill shot kind of careen him into making a mistake. So let's see, where is that? That's the
Deadly
Deadly Flourish
Flourish.
coming out to target, I believe, the Vex. This only does
Yeah.
3, so it doesn't kill either outright.
And he has to pay the defect cost for that. So it looks like he wants to swing in and potentially kill it. I don't hate this idea of doing that, but the problem is like the hidden card complicates all the math basically.
And this could be trying to bait out the Defy. I see the Discipline, the Defy, and what was the third card? 2 mana or 2 power I saw. Oh, Switcheroo. So not enough mana for Discipline and Switcheroo, and Defy. You can only do a combination of 2 of these. I'd imagine probably want to be using the Discipline here. So Switcheroo is
Man,
more or
he
less.
really wants to win this turn,
Yeah.
because keep in mind, guys, he's at 7. This isn't Aurelia. She doesn't have access to Defiant Dances. There's just one sneaky Deckhand, no boots on the board. What's stopping him from just loading up the left side, the Forbidden Waste, and just saying conquer next turn, right? I feel like that's the
Aurelia.
safer line.
Interesting. Going for
yeah.
broke instead.
Part of it we have to remember is that he doesn't know what cards are in his opponent's deck, right? So the concern is Aurelia could override the win, for example.
Okay.
And he doesn't know whether or not there is a right of win in the deck. I don't believe there was.
Yeah, and I'm sure he's probably also kind of rationalizing the fact that with his Victor out on the board, he'll get some recruit tokens back from this if all else fails. So not a complete wash, not a total waste, but still feels a little bit premature to be trying to go for it right now, like you said. Plus, it's like he might have been able to bide his time, or even like you said, just load up onto Forbidden Waste and try to see if he can force the hold through.
Right. It almost seemed like way safer line. At least wait till you can establish out the Thousand Tail Watcher the first turn, because now you just got all your units taken care of. Yes, you got back a whole bunch of tokens, but without an Imperial Decree, those tokens won't really amount to too much, but we'll see. I mean, atop the Decree would do insane amount of work here. But I don't know. I like the play we're mentioning. Maybe it could be a little bit of the cash vision we have here. We know there's not a lot. Yes, Switcheroo could do a little something. A Discipline could do another little something. But with just a sneaky Deckhand, that's not going to be enough to take down what used to be that massive board state Victor had. So I don't know. I think he was just a bit too overzealous to go ahead and close out this game right now. Because, I mean, granted, he still has a good amount of units, but they're just recruit tokens like we discussed. That's just a single might for each of those.
Yeah, not to mention passing back to Aurelia. Now you had him in a spot where you thought you might be able to get there with very few cards in hand, only 3 runes up, but now going back to the turn, going to get this extra draw for holding off the Vex ability, plus now having these full rune pool at their disposal. It's going to be much harder to try to take this battlefield back the second go around without some type of outright hard removal, like finding a way to get this cold a week through, or Imperial Decree.
And last rights too just brought Vex back. So all that work that Squeech did last turn just got undone, just like that. And that's why I was a bit surprised. Yeah, like you could have deadly flourish the back line, kill the sneaky deckhand, pardon me, try and swing up, kill the Vex with numbers, and then attempt to call. Like it wouldn't have worked. We know that from Cast Vision because there was Defy available. But I feel like that would have been a line that accomplished more rather than the deadly flourish where you deramped yourself and then send in all your non sort of recruit units, which then just effectively accomplish nothing but give you.
Ooh, the Evelyn
Ooh, this
coming
is what
down.
I was thinking it might be.
Mm-hmm. Wait, what was that?
Oh no, I was curious because you guys said you had seen the list before. I was gonna ask this whether or not there was Evelyn in the list because I was curious if that hidden card might be Evelyn to pull in the victor, and it turns out it was.
Yeah,
that's
fantastic card in this position. Acting as a charm, but it can only be activated when you reveal it on your turn. So it's a trickier type of hidden card because most hidden cards are used during your opponent's showdown or opponent's turn in general during showdowns. But if it's able to kind of spook your opponent away / you're able to keep it towards your turn, it really does a whole lot of work. Plus it has backline, so it's kind of sticky to remove. And things are going from bad to worse. I'm keeping tabs on the Chinese stream. It looks like it's coming back, but the match hasn't started. We should at least finish game number 1, right? If Vex is able to come back from this reverse sweep, because it was 3-7.
Yeah, I would hate for this to end on a cliffhanger. Like we have to finish this game before we go back to Chinese stream.
Vex is definitely getting set up now with Sneaky Deckhand and a Mauser over on the Forbidden Waste. Not going to be able to trigger the Forbidden Waste proc. And Victor out of the way as well. Things just went from bad to worse for Victor. I'm not sure that previous turn might have been might have been a watershed moment for the game. We'll see if that ends up coming back to bite our Victor player, but I do want to see this conclude before we go over to the Chinese stream.
I know, so do I. But I mean, it comes down to it could be because we knew what was in hand, which makes it seem so obvious to us, of course. But honestly, even being a bit objective, it just was a safer line. You're just trading so much units. You know, fortified position with Aurelia is insane amount of might you have to get over. So go ahead and say, all right, can your Sneaky Deckhand, a single unit, take care of all of the units? Maybe he was scared of a boost of swiftness and Aurelia Fervent can do Aurelia Fervent things, but make them have it rather than going down this road. But maybe he was hoping for a top deck Imperial Decree, because even from this position, I don't think a Thousand Tail Watcher gets there. No. I mean, we could do the math, but actually Vex is on the battlefield, so you can't even accelerate the Watcher.
Yeah, I mean, you can just lower the might, and that's the problem with that turn for me, was that you spent everything. And now, even if you do top an Imperial Decree, you still can't finish the game.
Yeah, he needed to do some kind of combination of both of your plans. I think he needed to, like, Deadly Flourish the Sneaky and then try to call the weak. And then after all that failed, then move everything into Forbidden Waste and try to hold. Just, obviously, we're speaking with hindsight and perfect knowledge, but, you know, that's what makes this game so fascinating and why it's such a skill-expressive game, because there are so many different ways to approach any given turn, so many lines and possibilities, and, you know, we get to see the different thought processes play out, and obviously each one of us had a different idea of how it could have went. The player himself had a different idea of how it could have went, and that's what makes this game so cool to watch.
Well, you know what? Plus, at the end of the day, it looks like it's your line that's coming through. He's going to conquer the one recruit and see if there's some sort of movement available for Vex. Does the Boots of Swiftness come through? Because we know there's no right to win, so it does have to be Boots of Swiftness or bust.
Oh, there's a Boots of Swiftness he just flashed.
Nice. But wait, I don't think... Oh, yeah, from the Forbidden Waste, so down to... Does Forbidden Waste say a minimum of 1, or is it just -2 in general?
There is no minimum on that. You can go negative.
Okay, so it does go down to 0. So 1 single recruit token and a dream. But as we just said, there is a Boots of Swiftness in hand. So I don't know why I keep wanting to call him EDG Rico, but EDG Rico was the free butte guy, but this is his teammate. EDG A Pup 2, I believe was his name if I remember right. But obviously his real name is Bulong Zhang, or you could probably say it a whole lot better than I can, RMC.
I'm gonna guess, and I'm probably wrong. Bolin Zhang?
Okay.
Bolin Zhang? Something like that.
We'll take it.
I can't believe we just switcherooed a recruit.
For a single might.
Oh man. I mean, it worked, right? Like, and they're gonna score. Oh, he played the Watcher this turn so that he could swing it next turn. Oh wow. That's a feels bad moment.
If he had the intentions of Watcher this entire time, you would think you would want to start with that turn, or wouldn't you want to start that before swinging in with all your units? Maybe this is his plan B. If his first attack didn't work, then go ahead and play out the Watcher, because I don't think he had the intention of playing out Watcher this whole time. If not, he would have done it in the beginning, I would imagine.
I'm gonna be completely honest. I feel like Squeech has misplayed a couple of things. Like the problem is in this hand, like what else were you gonna do if not play the Watcher this turn, right? You have a Sprite Fountain, and I can't recall what the other card. No, I think it was just a Sprite Fountain and Thousand Toad in hand. So you're not gonna Sprite Fountain, or if you were, like it kind of. I'm not sure what you're looking for. And earlier, the Deadly Flourish turn, I just don't see the angle of Deadly Flourishing the Vex. I almost feel like you maybe forgot that the Last Rites was there, because you had to overcome the Irelia or bust. So I think he just kind of misplayed. And I think
the Last Rites is putting in so much work. Yeah. It's crazy here, right? Like I honestly overlooked it as well. He put in all that effort to take out the Vex, and then the Vex came right back, and now seeing it again this turn, mutated Mauser's right back over there at the Forbidden Waste.
Oh my goodness.
It's just a never-ending, and you're drawing a card on top from the hold, and then you're reviving a card from the hold, so you're getting 2 extra cards a turn for free. So his hand is already coming back up. Now he's up to 5 cards in hand, 4 after playing the boots, but down from almost no cards in hand to a healthy hand and a healthy board. It feels like a insurmountable position for our Victor player, who was so close to victory just a few turns ago.
Yeah, some would say he kind of might have thrown and could have had the winning position with that one line, but that one turn changing everything, giving Zhang the breathing room he needed to get himself back in this game and pretty much knocking on victory here. He's at 7-7. How in the world are you taking down that fortified position battlefield? Interesting enough, he pulls back the Evelyn. I wonder why. Does he feel like he can crack it? Maybe trying to play around 1 out being Imperial Decree, but that's just 2 units. You can't kill, or I guess in Aurelia, I guess there's just 3 units there, but I don't know. I feel like just leave everything there and pray he can't break through, I would imagine.
Yeah, there's still a Defy in hand, right? So you're not even afraid of Imperial Bellows combo.
Yeah, double Defy in hand, I think, at this point now, too.
Oh,
so,
in chat,
really...
sorry, RMC. And Mr. Plus, the round looks to be started. Guys in chat, if you're spectating, let us know how it ends. But I want to make sure we catch everything on stream for the China Regional. I try to delay it as long as possible, but we can maybe all agree that Vex pretty much wins here. You guys can keep tabs on it, but let's bring over the China side of things. We'll head over to our intermission screen for now. We kind of got the end result, chat. I'm pretty sure Vex takes that one home.
Yeah, you know, it wouldn't be a League of Legends trading card game if players didn't throw every once in a while.
Especially now they've introduced Atakan and Baron Pit again, right?
Oh boy, now we can throw at Baron for real. Go lose a Baron fight and throw the game just like Riot always intended.
I actually, on my pre-con, I played a guy who pulled a Baron, and so for the pre-con, what we decided was in the last round, he got 2 Baron Pits because I was playing Ivern, so we managed to brush one of them, and then he made another Baron Pit. And the call was, our final call was we'd take a turn, build up as much as we can in 1 turn, and then we just fight at Baron Pit to end the game.
I like that. Yeah, the
he
Baron
actually got
Pit
the
is...
Pro Decree.
Oh, you're still watching
you guys
the other
keep
one.
Tabs, but guys, I'll send you over to the feature table for round number 3. I think the
Let's see what we
legends,
got.
I was so interested on seeing the Vex one, but I don't even know what the legends are. But oh my goodness, chat letting us know Victor won. Wait, is that right, chat?
We're getting one guide. We're getting one guide. Getting showed. No shot, Victor Inset.
No shot. But guys, for this
Victor
round, I'll
played
go ahead and throw it
unexpected.
over to you guys. I'll take a little
Unchecked.
bit of a backseat until the waiting soon. But let's see what legends you guys get the pleasure of spectating. I think
Master
it's
Yi.
Ivern.
And Ivern.
Master
Yeah.
Yi and Ivern, very cool. So 2 new heroes, 2 new junglers straight out of Unleashed. Of course, one of them cares about XP far more than the other, but still getting to see 2 junglers come into our Unleashed set, and I am really excited to see what happens with Ivern. I know Master Yi was very powerful in the pre-release, and so was Ivern, so it's kind of cool to see this matchup in a constructed format now, but I've seen a lot of Master Yi gameplay, to be honest, but not a lot of Ivern, so I'm really excited to see some Ivern on coverage.
So interesting to note, it is once again the Proving Grounds Master Yi that we're seeing.
Not even our XP from the from the pre-release. This is the old classic Wuju man himself, just a good old +2 on solo defending, which of course is ever so powerful. Just a basic +2 might on both battlefields can really go a long way. So tried and true, coming back after set 1, set 2, and now set 3 with a couple new tools. One of the main ones being Surprise Defender Orange Rengar coming in to be a defensive Deadloom Predator, which is a pretty powerful tool for Master Yi.
And I think he actually had the Rengar in hand. I think we saw a Scuttle Crab as well. So we'll see if that pounces in. The battlefields, of course, are Nami as well. That's going to be nice to enter things ready. The battlefields are Forbidding Waste and Altar to Unity. So looking to create tokens potentially. And what's interesting to me, you kind of alluded to it earlier, Mr. Plus, the fact that Yi's really good on the hold. Well, Ivern likes to play on the hold as well, because when he conquers, he gets to create a brush battlefield, which gives +1 to dogs, cats, birds, Iverns, Poros, and who else? Like the whole zoo, basically.
Lions, tigers, bears, oh my, yes.
Yep. Actually, funny enough, not bears, unfortunately, as I learned as a ball bear player. Doesn't help me very much. But if you conquer, you can get rid of the battlefield. So, of the brush battlefield. Oh, and he's using the Volt, the full art one. Very nice. But yeah, so they both want to hold on the battlefield as much as possible to maintain the battlefield for Ivern and for Yi to get his actual legend ability.
Yes, and very cool full art brush that you pointed out as well. He's rocking the overnumbered Ivern, so a blinged out Ivern fanatic. Looks like we got a couple mutated Mausers coming down onto the brush. A already powerful defensive hold card, but when you give him both an extra +1 might from that brush, they just get a little bit harder to deal with. So we're going to be interesting to see if these brushes end up being relevant. The battlefield for our Master Yi player is the one that was conquered, it looks like. So Master Yi was attempting to make some sort of use out of Altar to Unity. I'm not entirely sure what his game plan with that battlefield was, but Ivern saw fit to remove that off the board rather quickly and turn it into a brush. So we'll see if our Master Yi player wants to fight to get that brush away and actually make use of that battlefield, if it was something important to his game plan or not.
And I'm curious if it's the idea of sort of Elder Dragon acting as a pseudo Imperial Decree, and then having all those 1 might recruit tokens to just send in like a Victor would have done in set 1 and set 2. Because yeah, I'm thinking about it too, like, what does 1 might recruit tokens do for a Master Yi who wants to hold solo, right? Like, great, you've got a 3 might recruit holding. Congratulations. It's not really going to stop an Ivern from eventually running you over.
Yeah, and then another interesting, I mean, obviously in this instance with the Forbidden Waste, it won't come up, but it is funny that Master Yi is one of the only heroes in or legends in green that can actually make the Scuttle Crab a worthy opponent and give it the +2 might on defense.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate that it's kind of just net 0. So it's literally net 0 in this case. Okay, Green Ivern alt art as well, because it's a fully blinged out deck, is going to be played. And when you play it, you can go digging potentially for a unit. And if the unit that you decide to pick I believe it's 3 cards, and if it's a dog, cat, poro thingy, whatever, you actually get a buff a unit anywhere. So it's going to be the loyal poro that gets hit there. So that one dies when it's with another unit. You get to draw a card.
Yeah, very cool to finally see this artwork get to come into the game for fans of Legends of Runeterra. We were aware that Lonely Poro would become exuberant once he had a friendly Poro join him, and now we get to see that version here with the Poro we just received the buff from onto Ivern. And this Ivern card is actually pretty nice in that it also not only does this effect on play, but also on hold. So I have seen some talks about making a deck with holding with this Ivern rather than holding with the yellow Ivern, which it seemed like was kind of the design idea behind Ivern, to go for this effect of getting all 4 types on the board and then scoring some extra points with the yellow Ivern. Seems that a lot of players have found that to be a little bit too difficult to to enact, and it's become this idea of like the juice isn't worth the squeeze. But with the green Ivern, you can just end up amounting so much card advantage, and honestly, the buffs aren't anything to scoff at either. So
Yeah.
I kind of like seeing the green Ivern, which I'm a fan of any deck really that can make good use out of the rare champion available for the champion zone for any legend. As a pike player, as I mentioned before, I'm using the epic pike, and you know, at launch, luckily they've gone down, but at launch, when you're having to use the epic version of your champion card, it's usually a lot more expensive. And I like getting to see these leaders that can make use of their maybe underappreciated rare champion like the green Ivern.
Yeah, for sure. It was interesting that he actually opted not to play the Ivern, since you did mention that on hold, he'd be able to proc that effect again, especially when you've got double mutated Mauser. Like, it does feel like a very strong field already. But yeah, he played it back in base, so I think he's going to try and maybe look to conquer on the other side. We now see the Nami swinging up with a Discipline. Keep in mind that the Mausers get the +1 from the brush as well. 1 mana up from the Ivern, and his hand just got scried by the Scuttle. Wait, was that 3 Scuttles? That's the second Scuttle that ran in. And it scried the hand. So the E player should know that it's very, very safe to swing in.
Yeah, another punch first. Massive buff to our Nami, who's already gotten a +2 from the Discipline. Gonna get another +5. Go all the way up to a +7 buff, bringing our little 3/3 Nami into a giant 10/10. But look at that, it's a hidden back off at that battlefield. So for all her giant might, she just gets pushed back by a couple of kitty cats.
Adachu, I think, mentioned in chat that when the Scuttle Crab dies, you can also look at the face down cards. And I guess the Master Yi player maybe didn't look at the face down card and only checked the hand. He should have known.
That is a completely valid point, and that should definitely have been known.
Yeah, that is super rough, especially when you use the punch first, right? Because the D ramp is now extremely huge. Right? You're down so many runes from where you should have been. You should have been at advantage, and now you don't have that. So really rough to see the Master Yi player kind of lose out on that. The XP as well, really not racking up. You've got the 1 XP from the Scuttle Crab running in, so the Master Yi chosen champ that we just saw get played will not really benefit from that. Now, Ivern's swinging up, and he's not going to be alone for very long.
That means we get a brush here as well, so no longer having to worry about that forbidden waste, giving this Ivern or any other potential solo defender -2. Now it is just an extra +1 for this Ivern, bringing this Ivern up to 6 might by himself. Obviously, might want to reinforce that with another unit here, but could also just leave all this mana open for spells and counter spells. We'll see what he chooses to do. Looks like it'll be just that. It looks like he offered the pass. So see how our Master Yi player tries to attack now, with having to deal with 2 Mausers on one end and an Ivern in another, and they're both sitting in some brush.
And that was what kind of confused me a little bit, was that like, you have the double Mauser tank, but you're putting the Ivern exposed alone. Now, if you do play the Poro, the Loyal Poro, there's no tank on that. Like, you can swing in and kill the Ivern first, and then worry about the Poro after. Well, technically there's not enough might to be able to do that, but the idea stands, right? That you're trying to finish off the
Yeah.
Ivern first before you worry about anything else. So it looks like, yeah, I
Yeah,
thought
but
he
so
paused the turn with the hand gesture, but I guess he was more saying, okay, are you going to do anything? Which, again, 0 energy, probably not.
fair point. So now turn's still going down. Maybe see that Portal come down to assist Ivern after all. I don't really know why you would deploy it to base if you were going to play the Poro down here, as that Poro wants to be with the buddy to trigger the death knell anyways, but could be trying to bank on the fact that he's not super confident in being able to hold both battlefields and wants to have an attacker to come back with on the next turn. See if that ends up panning out as we see a rune recycled to hide a card at which brush, at the brush with Ivern, and I didn't get to see which card was hidden, but could be a back off, could be a hidden blade. We'll have to find out. We'll see if this Scuttle Crab gets sacrificed and the trigger to reveal it will be remembered this time.
After the last time, like, I really hope he remembers to do that. And that's kind of why I query a little bit, like, whether or not it was even worth necessarily hiding the card. But we'll see. There's a combined 7 might, but I believe there is a discipline in the hand of the Ivern player as well. So I'm trying to think about the might calculation here, because it's 4 base plus buff, so that's 5. Discipline gets you up to 7. So you're potentially trading whatever that hidden card is. It's got to be something that really helps out in stopping that. And against Yi, it's kind of risky too, because Yi is orange green, and green's like the sort of permission color. So there's always a chance that, like, there's just a defy, not so fast, something to stop that hidden card from kicking through.
Yeah, of course. So see if the contemplation here is whether or not it's worth to send in this Scuttle Crab to scout ahead potentially. I'm not sure if perhaps both players were unaware of that portion of the text of the Scuttle Crab. I would be surprised, but it's a potential that's just an overlooked aspect of the card. We are looking like we're going to be deploying that Rengar now, though, and actually going to go for the 2v1 over at the brush. Rengar himself is a cat, though, so he actually
Yes.
does benefit from the brush as well. So Rengar does come in for 7, and with that discipline, we'll push it up to 9 and just beat out the double Mauser that is sitting at 8. But we know that there is a discipline in hand for Ivern as well, so let's see if he's going to decide to deploy that to one of these Mausers now and go for the kill on this Rengar, and that is what we're going to see. Is there a answer for Master Yi? I don't think so. I believe he tapped out. So yes, yeah, nothing left in the tank. Just hoping the 9 to 8 was going to get there, but discipline is enough to keep one of these mutated Mausers alive and get this Rengar into the bin.
Oh, because of the reaction speed, he's actually going to defy the discipline as well. So Rengar only gets to kill, well, I guess at 7 might he gets to still kill one of the Mausers. I don't know if the discipline was worth it, Mr. Plus.
I mean, it looks like he disciplined into the defy and then just decided that the defy was worth it to deny the draw from the Master Yi player. I could kind of see the argument, honestly. I'm not sure. Maybe he's not thinking there's anything else worth defying going on now that he's tapped out, and there's nothing in his immediate future he's afraid of, I suppose. So might as well just deny the draw. Obviously, the might difference didn't make any change there. Still lost the same amount of creatures. And now Nami coming in and getting the Conquer and able to remove that brush and give us our Altar to Unity back, and a hidden card for Master Yi over at the Altar to Unity, which should more than likely be one of those Zanyas that he had 2 of in hand.
And for the Ivern player now, that complicates matters, because you don't want that Nami to stay there. If Nami holds, your next unit you play enters ready, which is kind of a scary prospect for sure. So you probably, like, ideally you don't want to swing a Loyal Poro alone, because, I mean, it's not very loyal when it's alone, and you're not going to get the card draw. But now with the hidden card, it further complicates matters. And maybe this is the time you wish, like, hey, maybe I actually kept that defy to deal with the hidden card. Now, we know it's a gear, but we know it's Zonya's most likely, but the Ivern player doesn't. Buff comes through, as it is going to be a Daring Poro that was picked up. So now the Loyal Poro is stronger than Nami.
Yeah, and it's interesting that we get to see the power of that green Ivern already that we were mentioning before, discussing earlier. The drawing extra cards off of it effectively is
Yeah.
kind of giving you this Vex effect, so, this Grove of the God
Mhm.
Willow type effect, where if you are able to hold, you're going to continually get card advantage, and not just the card advantage of getting to search a unit card off the top three, but also when you do hit one of these required units, getting that extra buff again is not something to completely disregard here, and it is actually enough to get our Poro up to 4 to be able to threaten this Nami. So the buffs seem inconsequential, but they actually do tend to make a difference over the long game with Ivern. So it's really cool to see how this deck is functioning in this form right now, but obviously there's still quite a hill to climb, in a good position with a decent lead, but Master Yi is definitely not out of this yet. That hidden card is something that's giving our Ivern player pause, even though we know it's just a Zanya's. He's might be afraid that it could be. Actually, what else is it that Master Yi
We also
players would
forgot.
normally?
Well, we also forgot that Master Yi is +2. This is not the XPE.
Yes.
So
Yeah,
he actually has to pump it up, which
which
bonds of
we
friendship.
have the buff of all
Bonds of
your
friendship.
cats
So
and
yeah,
Poros,
like for
right?
each tag of like dog, it's dog, cat, bird, and for each tag they have, it's +1. So I know yeah. Wait, yes, that's the friendship one.
Oh, it's
He
each
has a
tag
port.
amongst
Yeah.
all units you have. I see. So, yeah, so he has a Poro and a cat, so he gets +2. If he had a dog, would have been +3, and then of course the bird +4. So could be a 1-for-4 buff. Is a pretty cool inclusion. I know that in the XPEs they play the new 1 mana +1 buff, but if you have the level 6 requirement, it's a +3 buff, so a 1-for-3, which is pretty nice. I like some of these new ideas are designed for some of these buff cards that are kind of just, rather than just being like a generic like 1-for-2 or 2-for-2, 2-for-3, they have like modal uses where it's a 1-for-1, but if you meet certain conditions, it's actually overvalued. I like
Yep.
these design cards, and that one in and of itself is a pretty powerful one, being able to be a 1-for-4.
Yeah, and it's really unfortunate. That's why I don't know how I feel about all these sort of proving ground E's that we're seeing come through once again when XPE is a thing. I know that XPEs, a lot of times people are complaining it's a bit too slow, and trying to get the XP is a little bit difficult when they don't have any special effects, and it is kind of that 1-for-1 you were talking about with just the hunt mechanic behind them. But unfortunately, as we're seeing from this game, Proving Ground Z has similar problems, right? He's really good when he's defending, but not so good when he got on. We do see the forfeit, the scoop coming through, the E player recognizing that, hey, I don't have a way to clear you off, so we scoop, go next, and really, really well played from this Ivern player, Mr. Brooks. I was terrified of Ivern in precons, but I didn't think he was going to be necessarily that good when it came to constructed, but being proven wrong right here in round 3.
Yeah, this Ivern is an interesting, like, overlooked legend out of this set, I think, because there's obviously a few other legends that are reliant or revolved around holding, and they have a little bit more spotlight on them than Ivern. I think a lot of people are too caught up in the idea of Ivern, like, requiring you to play these units with certain tags and kind of watering down your deck with quote unquote bad cards, but there's actually quite a few strong cards within those archetypes, those tag types, and not only that, but the +1 from the brush on all of those units goes a long way, and the brush itself removing your opponent's battlefield, as we saw right there with that game, removing the altar to unity, which we still don't know what the game plan behind
Yeah.
that battlefield selection was, but Ivern made sure that we wouldn't by turning it into a brush almost the entire game. So I think that's a really cool idea too. And even the interesting interactions, like you mentioned before, with Bear and Pit can make some really cool scenarios come up. So I'm excited to see more Ivern.
Yeah, and I'm really curious to see what happens when Ivern isn't the one kind of ahead starting the game, because we kind of mentioned that both these decks, Yi and Ivern, tend to prefer to hold rather than be aggressive and sort of
Yep.
conquer, win by double conquering. And this game, unfortunately for the Yi player, Ivern went first, dropped the Mauser, went up, and was just ahead in points the entire time. It was up to Yi to try and find a way to break it, which didn't leverage the strength of his legend at all. Going to game 2, it will be the Yi starting first. I'm trying to recall if we did see 2 drops come through. Well, besides Scuttle Crab, because Scuttle Crab.
Yeah, we saw a lot of scuttles.
Yeah, I think, was it 2 or 3 Scuttles in
I
hand?
think he ended up playing all 3, yeah, in that game. But unfortunately, that one missed reveal from the scuttle on the hidden card ended up being
Yeah.
kind of important that game.
Yeah, and now he has the opportunity to go on first and actually, set up. So I'm curious to kind of see if that works out better for the Master Yi, hopefully. And
Yeah.
maybe don't draw all the scuttles at the same time, or if you do, like find some other units that can kind of reinforce other plays that you can kind of hope for.
Yeah, and we saw him have to use the offensive Rengar, and obviously it did not pan out in that scenario. It's kind of a desperation play, I think,
True.
at that point. But that card is, as we mentioned before, much more powerful on defense. It's kind of this weird scenario where your opponent sees all these runes up, and they have to wonder, like, is it just leaving up mana for disciplines and defies, or am I just gonna get a 8 might Rengar thrown at me randomly on defense? And it kind of throws your entire game plan as the person sitting across from the Yeeth through a loop, because you have 2 avenues that you have to play around, and if you choose wrong, it could be disastrous. So I like that addition in Master Yi, but when you're forced to use it aggressively as he did in the last game, it seems a lot more lackluster. But as you said, being on the play this time, Master Yi might get a chance to set up and be able to use that card more effectively how the deck wants to be using it on defense.
Yeah, and even that's kind of thing with the Proving Grounds that kind of bugs me a little bit, because I feel like if you're playing XPE, it's really good to use it on offense, on defense. Like, you have more options with it. Whereas with the sort of Origins or Proving Grounds, I keep thinking it's Origins. When you drop it, you lose the Legend ability, right? Because now you've got 2 units on the field. Now, granted, a lot of times when you surprise ambush with that, the 6 might is more than enough to kind of overcome whatever the enemy is throwing at that particular battlefield. And then if the Rengar survives, congratulations, you have an 8 might unit just sitting there. It's very hard to overcome early in the game. But it does just feel to me a little bit limited in terms of, or it fights against the legend that you're playing. So again, we'll have to see. So far, I've not been convinced by the Proving Grounds Z's that we have been seeing, especially with the Chosen Champ. Never getting enough XP really to actually get the deflect ganking. Actually, I should say that. I think the first round we saw the Vi, it did get the deflect ganking, but it's so hard to do it when you're not running XP.
Yeah, and interestingly as well, I think at least for myself, including this game we're watching now, most of the Master Yis from the Proving Ground sets that I've been seeing played are these mid-range Yis that are playing stuff like the Scuttle Crabs and trying to do the defensive shenanigans with Rengar, and not really seeing as many of these Proving Ground Yis try to go back to the well of Dazzling Aurora as much these days, even with all of the hype and hullabaloo around Dazzling Aurora in set 3. You would think that all of these orange decks that can play it will at least attempt it, and we've seen that with different decks. I mean, Garen we've seen in previous tournaments, and Poppy lists I've seen, I've seen a few that are playing Dazzling. Anything that's orange gives it a go. But Master Yi is a proven concept for Dazzling Aurora. We saw Dazzling Yi in set 1 be a very formidable deck, and even in set 2 for a decent amount of time. And yet, for some reason, Proving Grounds Yi, I have not been seeing go back to that well now with the advent of Elder Dragon being added. It's pretty interesting to see that they've all decided to go down this path instead.
You know what? Maybe later on we'll see Rory make it after. I think in Vegas one made, was it top 8 or certainly day 2 and was on stream. So for now, it is going to be the Scuttle Crab once again. The Yi somehow just always find it. We're talking about junglers, and I guess the Yi is one of the faster ones at taking that Scuttle Crab. It's going to come in. The battlefields, actually, we should mention that as well, Mr. Plus, because for The Yi, it looks like he's running. Is that Star Spring?
Yeah, Star Spring, the battlefield. When you play when you play a unit to this battlefield, you may move another unit here back to its base. So, giving you a way to bounce units back to base if
Mhm.
you're able to hold, which Master Yi is obviously planning and trying to do. Then on the next turn, if you need that unit to go ahead and come over and attack that other battlefield, you can play a unit to Star Spring and move that unit back to base and let it give it a pseudo ganking essentially. So a good battlefield for mobility that Master Yi is going to want to take advantage of. But on the other side, we have Rockfall Path, which kind of seems to
Yeah.
be the theme with Ivern's battlefield choices that I've seen so far. Is a lot of battlefields that inhibit your opponent and kind of deter them from wanting to go there. And then you go and fight for their battlefield and take over their battlefield and turn it into a brush and leave them with the battlefield that you're hoping they'd be on because it's less than ideal. In this case, Rockfall Path completely disallows them from being able to use Rengar or any type of ambush strategies there.
Yeah, and it's a great answer. I feel like people were already talking about Rockfall Path to potentially stop ambushes from coming through, but I feel like not a lot of decks ultimately end up adopting the Rockfall Path just because it inhibits you from defending as well, because you can't play your own units there. But I love the fact that you pointed out that Ivern just doesn't care about that. He says like, well, you're gonna hate it, and I'm just not going to care about it
Yeah.
either way. We saw the GA animation come through as it was attached to the Master Yi. I like the idea there. That is one of the few ways you're actually going to get XP is the hunt on the Master Yi. Charm coming across onto the Feral Cat there.
And Defy coming out in response, opting to keep this cat alive, doesn't want to give it away just yet, thinking that he's going to need that to mount an offensive on his following turn. Defy is able to go through and keep his cat alive thanks to no green runes over on Master Yi's side, no chance to counter Defy the Defy. So passing back over, it's 0-3 right now. Master Yi in a much better position than game one, but Ivern finally with some units on board is going to try to start whipping up a comeback as he sends his cat over to the Scuttle Crab to try to attack the Star Spring and potentially turn it into a brush.
Apologies, it's Frisky Hunter. What's the name? Sorry, not Feral Cat. I got the
Frisky
a bit wrong
Hunter.
there. Yes,
Feral
the
cat
claw looks
sounds a little bit
like
more
a feral.
ferocious.
Yeah, that claw looks kind of scary, but no, it's just frisky. That's all it is. That's what your
Yeah.
cat will tell you when it shreds your curtains. Now we do see the discipline come down, and it's going to be the friendship once again. The power of friendship is ridiculously strong with Ivern here.
Yeah, your 2 mana +2 buff is nothing to my 1 mana +2 buff.
And it's really
Go
unfortunate
ahead
for
and-
Yi as well because he was thinking about using
Oh.
the. Oh my god, he got so lucky. Oh no, he had on guard. Okay, so he had the back off as well in hand. So I was thinking like he's unlucky if he had used the back off, it would have sufficed. But I did not catch the on guard that we are seeing played right now to continue buffing. But it's not a fair comparison. You had what was that 3 mana up against 6 mana from the Ivern. So that was always going to be a risky losing battle.
Yeah, and the top deck off the discipline for Master Yi was a Punch First, which
Yeah.
I was wondering if he had the stones to cast a Punch First to keep this Scuttle Crab alive, but just goes with the On Guard, tries to see if just the On Guard will be enough, but unfortunately it was not. It did, however, get quite a few resources out of the Ivern player's hand, and with what little resources he was left, these last 4 cards, our Master Yi player is now aware of. We have 2 more Frisky Felines, and it looked like a Discipline, and I already missed the final card there. Catch what the final card was?
It was
The Poro. It was a friendly, exuberant Poro that wants to have his friends by his side as he crosses over.
Yeah, well, we'll see if if that Poro comes down. Right now, I don't think defending is the real way Ivern needs to play this right now. We kind of talked about the fact that the Master Yi gets to go first. He's a hidden point, so at some point the Ivern has to swing over. So if you're playing the loyal Poro, I think you play in base so that you can set up to swing with something else. You can be loyal, a courageous loyal Poro. We know there's daring Poros in deck. Maybe those two Poros end up swinging together. For now, though, it does look like the Ivern player is just going to stack onto the brush, buy some time, and the XP from Yi keeps on rolling.
And we're only 1 XP away from Master Yi
Yeah.
gaining ganking thanks to his own level 6 effect. Not only ganking, but deflect as well. So at that point, he would be able to come cross on over and start threatening that brush. And with the likes of Punch First in hand and what looks to be like a Rengar as well, there's going to be a lot of attack power at Master Yi's disposal rather soon. So Ivern's going to need to find a way to potentially remove. I saw in the first game, we saw he had the 2 salvages in hand. So potentially try to remove this GA from the board so he can more easily remove the Yi with something like Hidden Blade and get this problematic unit off the board as quickly as possible, because once it has ganking and deflect, it's going to be much, much more difficult to deal with and make it really hard for Ivern to do what he wants to do and set up and hold down a battlefield.
Are you able? That's a Rengar in hand, right? Like I'm having problems making out what that card.
Yeah, that is a Rengar.
Okay. Is he just going to try and drop this? There is still 3 mana up for the Ivern. Frisky Hunter and Bird together is, I believe, 6 might total, but the Rengar, of course. Okay, so yeah, he didn't have he opted.
They don't want to risk it again, it seems, after last game.
Yeah, and if he dropped the Rengar as well, I mean, he would have 1 mana up, so he'd have the mana to punch first. I don't know, as you said, if he'd have the stones to do it with Rengar, but if you're gonna do it, like I do feel like Rengar is the right one that you're gonna punch first with. That's the card you really want to keep alive.
And why was the brush removed now from the? Oh, are the Ivern elected to remove his own brush on hold so that he can potentially utilize the Star Spring effect. And this is another aspect that makes Ivern so interesting, manipulating when you get to utilize the battlefield's effects, and kind of limiting your opponent from ever getting to effectively utilize the battlefield's effects in the way that they built their deck around is a really cool idea behind Ivern's design that seems like at a glance like it may be you're kind of propping it up more, giving it more hype than it deserves, but honestly it is a really interesting design, and it's cool to hear how that's coming into play. Our Ivern player removed the brush, and now we'll see how they attack this turn by utilizing the Star Spring themselves.
Okay, so the problem I'm seeing with this is that the Yi is already at a 5. So how are you going to buff this Frisky Hunter up to be able to deal with that, knowing that the Yi has 4 energy up, right? Because Yi right now sitting there is, he's a 5 right now, but when you go say hi, he's going to be a 7.
4 for another Frisky Hunter, so we're going to get another bird in. Maybe just wanting to set up more units back in base. This is interesting that it wasn't necessarily a play for the immediate turn, but a setup play to get that Lonely Poro up with an ally to give it the ability to trigger its death knell, while also moving the stronger unit or the unit that you want to be using for the upcoming assault onto Master Yi back to base, and then giving him a couple more companions back there to start to build up this potential attack. So not necessarily a big pop-off turn that turn using the Star Spring, but more of just a setup. And now we'll see if the Star Spring ends up being given over to Master Yi now that he has the 7 XP that Master Yi does have deflect and ganking, and only 1 rune up for our Ivern to defend the Star Spring with. It looks like there might be a Lonely Poro and a bird headed to the bin rather soon.
Yeah, and that's the moment where, as the Master Yi player, you're thinking, is this a trap? There's 1 mana up. Friendship costs 1 mana. And now you've got a bird, a cat, and a Poro. So it's +3. Do we swing? No fear. We still got punch first, right? So we swing.
Yeah, so we're already attacking 5 to 4. No more +1 buff from the brush, so these little guys are staying little. And we're at, whoa, Oh, the
Where'd
big
that come from?
ambush from Vialma. He really wants to make sure he handles the business down here at the Star Spring.
Yeah, and I think that's a really strong card to be able to play as well. Because Ivern decks, as far as I'm aware, Mr. Blitzen, perhaps you could correct me if I'm wrong, they don't run too many big units. So they're more about kind of holding and just getting like a spam of units. And Valmol, as long as you're not big enough, you don't do combat damage. So yeah, good luck trying to kind of deal with that.
Wow, and interestingly enough, also utilizing the Star Spring effect there to
Yeah.
move Master Yi, get him out of harm's way, maybe actually considering that you were correct and he had the friendship or some sort of buff that would actually be able to get the might total high enough to potentially trade. Oh, but the Viamol doesn't let them do damage anyway, so I'm not really
Yeah.
sure why he wouldn't want the extra XP and the extra fortification over at that battlefield to ensure the hold and make sure that our Viamol is able to trigger and get that extra draw. I'm now a little bit more skeptical as to why he moved the Master Yi back with the Star Spring, but nonetheless, Vialma is now on the board and in play and presenting a big problem for our Ivern player because, as you mentioned, they don't typically play a lot of large units, but you know what can make your small units large is Grand Stratagem, as we see now in hand. Something that is very strong when you're making a lot of these bird tokens, which also must be reminded to our our viewers out there. These bird tokens have deflect, so they're not your simple 1/1 recruits. They're the
Sure.
1/1 recruits with a new and improved flavor of deflect on them. And now that Grand Stratagem is coming down to play and buffing all of our units with a
It doesn't have
+5
enough.
buff.
Wait, what? Hold on, this doesn't make sense to me. Why does this work? Because the Frisky Hunters are 8 with Grand Strat.
Yeah.
Valmol is a 10 because of Master Yi's passive. Am I missing something?
Oh my goodness, he didn't real. You are completely correct. This is interesting. First the Scuttle Crab, and now the Master Yi's own effect being forgotten. Those are two massive blunders for our Master Yi player that, honestly, you just cannot let those kind of things go by the wayside. Those are back-breaking, game-altering misses to not see.
Wait, okay. So I guess here I'm wondering too. Like, is it the judge's role to point out that doesn't work?
I mean, I would, in the spirit of competition and maintaining proper game state, I would
Yeah.
imagine so, but it's also on the players to remember their triggers and all that jazz, you know, we've heard so many times before, so guess you can't really do anything now unless we have a direct line to China, which I know I don't, so just gonna have to
Neither
keep
do
rocking
I.
with how the game it went. Viama, of course, did not die thanks to the Zanya's Hourglass in the base, so just got pushed back. And now we're seeing a little hand come across the table from our judge sitting there, so perhaps we are now realizing, oh, we are. Hey, look at that. Viama was actually at 10.
Oh my goodness, that's so much. I'm gonna be honest. I don't think it changes anything, to be fair. Because I mean, you just swing up with the 2, right? And Valmol got saved by Zonias anyway, so you're just gonna swing in, score to 8. But yeah, it does look like they're rewinding actions a little bit right now. Yeah, and knowing, okay, judging by the way China has judged in the past, they will just say, well, you played it, it happens. Yeah, you're kind of cooked either way. So looks like we are going to throw to or they are going to throw to a quick break while they figure out what on earth is going on and they rewind all of that. Okay, so I know for players, if they make a mistake like that, if you catch it and it's your, if you're the person who made the mistake and you caught it, you just get a warning. If you made the mistake and your opponent catches it, that's when, you know, the thing could be more elevated in terms of the potential punishment. And then I believe, yeah, if you caught it yourself, both players actually get a warning for not maintaining game state. So if the judge has to catch it after it's done, do all 3 of them get a warning? Do the judges get a warning for this as well?
I would assume so. No, I mean that seems fair, but honestly, it's it's not even an issue of malice or anything like that, because in this instance, it only harms the Master Yi player to not remember his own trigger. So we're jumping back into the action. It looks like it turns out the Master Yi player was able to hold and just scoop up the game as a result. So yeah, don't forget key things about how your cards function when playing Riftbound, especially what your legend does.
Profound Shepherd really laughing a little bit there with how things could have
Yeah,
gone. Again, I think with the Zonias he was kind of fine either way, because the Tom
definitely.
just swings back. But yeah, there's what cracks me up is, like, in set one I used to forget that all the time. So as a victim,
Oh, I
just
still
swing it.
forget it.
Yeah, right. So like I kind
No,
of get the
yeah,
players
definitely.
forgetting,
No
but-
shade to our Master Yi player, obviously, just jesting and good fun. But I've been there many times where I swing in and I'm like, ha, beat that. And they're like, I did. I have +2. I'm like, oh, damn it. So, sometimes you just get caught up and you're just looking at the board as it is and just, doing all your mental math and counting everything once, two, three times, and you forget to count something as simple as a Master Yi effect. But seems that our Master Yi player was able to take that game and bring us over to a game 3 now, because Ivan won that first game in a pretty decisive fashion, and now it looked pretty decisive in the opposite direction for Master Yi. So will we see it go the same way in game 3, or will we have more of a nail biter, a closer fight throughout the game potentially?
Yeah, and I do think seeing that Valmoda sort of changed the sort of idea we had after game 1, right? When in game 1 it just felt like, oh, whoever gets on field first, you just keep stacking and you just win out on the sort of points lead, and the other party is the one who's desperate and has to try and find a way to break. But now that we know Valmol is a thing, you can just throw out an ambush, right? You just need to swing a unit up when you've got the runes to play the Valmol, when you've got the eight runes, 2 of which are going to be green. You just drop the Valmol, and I don't care how many birds your Ibran has accrued. I don't care how many cats. I don't care how big your zoo is. If none of it beats 8, my Valmol is just going to crush all of you at one shot.
Yeah, Biomba very good against small token swarmy decks. Obviously, preventing any of them from doing damage. He's much better on defense to push things back than he is on offense to obviously still need to have enough might to kill everything. But that may be a crucial point of contention here going into this game, as we have, discussed so far. The being on the play seems to matter a lot for both of these decks that are so hell-bent on trying to hold down a battlefield. And now Ivan getting to be on the play in the final game of our match here may just prove to be that linchpin in his success and taking him across the finish line.
I'm also low-key interested to see what fresh toxic battlefield the Irish are gonna run. We've already seen Forbidding Waste, and we just got to see what was the one he just ran, which was negative. Rockfall Path, of course. So
Yeah.
like, what, Sigil of the Storm? Maybe potentially.
Yeah, Sigil of the Storm, or maybe like Forgotten Monument, something that doesn't let your opponent score. I don't know. He's got to have something trolly over there that makes his opponent not want to go there. So I'm
The
curious
Forgotten
to see
Monument
what.
tech is actually so good. I would love to see that.
I wonder, is there this is probably something I should know, but does conquering that, is he able to turn that into a brush and then score the point before turn 3?
Good question, because I think you have to conquer first in order to turn it into a brush. And the way it works is if you in order to conquer, you have to score first. So I don't think you actually can score and then turn it into a brush, right? Like, I think you. I'm actually not sure. You know what? Best for the judges, because the rules have changed so much.
Yeah,
it
you're
is
right.
really hard to
There's
keep
been
up with
some
things.
changes in regards to that, because I
Yeah.
remember there was something to do with that in terms of for cards like the I'm drawing a blank on her name right now. The 7 energy green
Crown Guard.
the one that doesn't allow you to score points while it's at a battlefield.
Tiana
There
Crown
was
Guard, yes.
Tiana Crown Guard, thank you. There was I remember a rules clarification around her, in that she doesn't allow you to score, but you can still conquer and proc conquer effects.
Yeah.
So there's always some kind of weird stipulations around that area that honestly I should be more abreast with, but in this instance, I don't think that it's gonna matter. We don't even know if that's gonna be Ivern's battlefield at this point, but just something that I was curious to know whether or not that could work, because there's a lot of interesting, funny shenanigans you could pull off with brushes. Like we mentioned earlier, you can get multiple Baron pits and have a whole bunch of battlefields on the board, and looks like it's just going to be the classic tried and true annoy your opponent with Vialmaw's Lair. Very fitting considering we have seen Vialmaw come out to play now at this point in our match.
I'm very much enjoying the different types of battlefield toxicity we're seeing from this Ivern, right? Because if Valmor, for example, like you go up, you remove the brush, now you're stuck up there. If you don't remove the brush, then you get ready to try and defend against +1 swinging in. So I really like that idea. It's Treasure Hoard on the other side as well. So, you know, gold generation potentially to come through. That's kind of interesting to me because I feel like that's kind of a more neutral sort of battlefield where, like, well, I have nothing better to do, so I will opt to just put gold generation. Like the Master Yi deck didn't feel like it was deramping particularly badly, although the punch first that we finally saw come through very, very late on does have a very high power cost.
Yeah, punch first, Vialmaw, charm. You know, there's quite a few Rengar. There's quite a few cards in this Master Yi deck that do cost some amount of power. So having a couple extra gold in your pocket to help offset those costs is never something to scoff at, but obviously not a huge part of the game plan, I imagine, for Master Yi. More like what I'm imagining, more like as you suggested, that it's kind of a filler battlefield. And I know for myself, I've often included it as my third battlefield when I don't know what else to put in there, just as a generically decent battlefield. But it's already gone and turned into a brush now, so there will be no gold being generated for our Master Yi until he can conquer this, turn it back into the treasure hoard, and then somehow conquer it again before it's able to be turned into a brush. So more likely than not, we're not going to actually see that gold generation come into play now that we've seen Ivern kind of take this over. But we are seeing Rengar come out already on turn 2.
Yeah, I don't care how much friendship you have. Sure, actually, yeah, surely you can't overcome that. That's a dog and a Poro. Oh, wait, does he have double friendship?
He looks
like
he on guard plus friendship is essentially the same thing.
Yeah, because Rengar's at a 7. Right now the Poro is at a 5. That gets it to a 7, so they are going to trade. You see that he appears like, yeah, no, this ain't happening. Oh.
Yeah, I believe he thinks he won, but he's forgetting that Rengar himself is also a cat. So Rengar is also at 7, so a clean trade. Maybe not exactly what Ivern was intending there, as we can kind of glean from the gesturing, but in any case, the Rengar's off the board, and our Hound, who's just now coming to ready at the start of this turn, can go over there and regain control of that brush and make sure Master Yi's not able to turn that back into a treasure hoard anytime soon. Obviously, there's still this Scuttle Crab sitting over here at Vialmaw's Lair as well, ever so menacingly, as he's actually a threatening unit with Master Yi, like we said before, is a 2-2 on defense. Not the most threatening, but at least requiring our Ivern to spend another card out of hand to deal with a Scuttle Crab, which you have to feel good about, as now you are going to generate that XP and get to see what the last card in hand is. Nothing but a mutated Mauser, which looks like our Ivern player is going to play out after he makes Vialmaw's Lair into another brush, and we'll see no cards in hand for Ivern. A completely face-up position for Master Yi. He knows exactly what he has to overcome. Now let's see if he has the tools or the means to do so.
Yeah, and that field over there is going to be a little bit dangerous, especially Ramhound, of course, getting +1 when he's not alone. So the Ivern deck really not just wanting to be alone, always wanting to have friends nearby as well. Double first mate to ready up, one of the first mates, and that should be able to swing in, clear that brush, and return the treasure hoard to the field.
Yeah, not the dream play for a Master Yi player, obviously, to
Yep.
have to first mate into first mate, but it's enough to get the job done, get that brush out of here, and establish a defender at the treasure hoard, which of course is going to be a 5/5 on defense thanks to Master Yi. And no companion for our pup at base, so nobody to come over and help him and give him that extra buff to try and take out this first mate, unless there is some sort of ambush unit in this Ivern deck, but I am inclined to believe that there would not be. And even if there is, I believe we just saw a back off hidden over at the treasure hoard for Master Yi.
Okay, I'm glad you caught that. All I caught was a glimpse of green before it got hidden, so I wasn't sure if it was Zonia's or back off there. Okay, now top decking for the Ivern, though. Unfortunately, he did spend his entire hand. He does have enough runes to get Ivern out onto the field, and that's you pointed out, I think, back in the game one. It goes a long way towards replenishing your hand slowly, or actually quite rapidly, when you play that Ivern. So Ivern to the field with the Mauser on it. I wouldn't be surprised if we didn't then see the Trusty Ramhound actually being pulled back, and lots of options. Grand Strat, Emperor's Vide. Okay, only the Frisky Hunter that can be picked up since it has to be a unit and a buff to be applied.
Yeah, unfortunately, having to put that grand stratagem to the bottom means won't be seeing it likely again this game. So gotta wonder how many copies he's running in this deck. I would hope more than one, so that there's a chance to see it again. Is kind of the dichotomy, the double-edged sword of these cards that scry this way, in the same way that Stack Deck is, such a valuable tool to dig when you're looking for particular pieces. But every once in a while, when you use an effect like this, you see 3 good cards, and you're like, I want all of these. And unfortunately, you only get to take one. So can sometimes be a minor inconvenience. We'll see if that becomes the case here, if that was the only copy of Grand Stratagem. But in any case, we do have a hold set up on this brush over here on top side, a Mauser plus Ivern, presenting a total of, what would that be, 9 might on defense. Pretty big order to get over for Master Yi.
He could do it. We did see a on guard, a discipline, and a punch first, and that is 9 might right there. If you are willing to deramp all the way down. Now, is it worth doing that? I think is the better question. You'd also run out of combat tricks if you did it. Well, he's going for it.
He said,
Yes.
"We're doing it live. Go for broke."
If it does succeed, he will be ahead, right? But it's 3 energy up, 1 card or 2 cards in hand for the Ivern player. So you're a little bit worried about a combat trick, but we're going to start just by digging. So discipline to look. It's going to be a Zonia's that gets picked up, and then the on guard. So that's the first mate at 7 right now. That's not enough to overcome. So he's gonna have to punch first.
I like this is a small, like, micro gameplay strategy, I guess you could say, but just something that I've been noticing with this Ivern is, like, on every spell, obviously our Master Yi player is presenting him with the opportunity to respond, but he takes a few seconds and then he gestures like, I'll allow it, and insinuating like he was considering to utilize a negate in hand rather than
Sure.
just snap being like, I don't have it, go ahead. Just a little mind game that you might want to put into your back pocket if you're trying to up your gameplay. Obviously, that seems like small potatoes, but so every once in a while it matters. Those head games can get into your opponent's head. Does he have it, or is he just bluffing? And
Yeah.
we see everything go through: punch first, on guard, discipline, 3 cards spent to get this first mate up to a whopping 12 to overtake that battlefield. And now making the decision to remove the brush, actually, and
Yep.
put Vile Moth's lair back into play.
Yeah, and I think that is kind of the right call, because it's not the trusty Ramhounds kind of swing in, and there'll be 4 instead of 3 when they go together. This way, at least you can take one of the dogs out before it actually conquers. Potentially, again, pending whatever combat tricks. Now, I didn't quite catch what was in the hand there. It looked like there was a Poro of some sort. And then I didn't see the other 2 cards. There's the Zonias, of course, on the field as well with the hidden card. And there you go. Those are the Rams running out.
I believe he has the bird the bird / negate card. I
Flurry of
should
feathers.
really, yeah, I should really be more up to date on all the card names. I usually am on top of that, but I've been so locked in on just the deck that I'm playing. I haven't been
We need the pike
memorizing
deck.
every card. Yeah, but yeah, that bird card I was interesting when the Gutter Palace got revealed
Yes.
as a potential blue-green Gutter Palace strategy. And
Oh,
this
Fell Hunter.
in this instance, I think we see clearly that it's mostly here because of the bird generation that
Mhm.
obviously works so well with our brushes, but also seeing that this is a grand stratagem idea, being able to make those 4 birds that will then come in for 6 each with deflect once you deploy the grand stratagem is pretty huge and definitely worth it. As well as, sometimes you might need that big
Yeah.
4 mana negate to get rid of a tall spell that is not completely irrelevant to use the negate, even though I imagine the primary use in this deck is for the birds.
Yeah, and as I believe Villard in chat said, you can't deny a puncher. Sure, and that's why you have Flurry of Feathers to be able to deny
Yeah.
something like a puncher's potential, yeah, albeit a very expensive way to do it, and not one yet enough mana to pull off last turn. We did see the Yi just kind of have to take a building turn, just dropped the Chosen Champ, and kind of just that was it for his turn. Now he does still have the point lead from the way the early game played out, so he's still in a perfectly fine position to take this turn to build, and it's on the Ivern to find some way to break in. He's already lost his Social Champion Ivern at this point. He has nothing in base and no good ways to pull his units off without potentially losing the points over to the way of the Master E player.
And one thing we got to point out here is we're getting close to the end of this round. Only 6 minutes left on the
Truly.
clock, just about. So 5-5. We're near the end. We're in a position where we could start fighting for lethal pretty soon. In the next 2-3 turns could be the deciding factor, but gonna want to try to pick up the pace just a bit so we don't have the clock be the thing that limits us from being able to win this game, as we do see the Viama off the top for our Master Yi player. Definitely a big card to have in a situation like this. Now we get to decide whether or not we'll see it deployed on offense once again as he attempts to attack in on this brush, or if he'll just hold it open for defense at the treasure hoard, being that he has the point advantage in terms of tempo going up to 6 first. He could just try to hold here for the rest of the game, hold 2 more turns and win that way, but definitely a risky line without the Viamon. But now that he has it, maybe he'll just switch up his whole plan and just go for the hold.
Yeah, I think he's certainly considering it. Now, it is a little bit scary when you see the Ivern with the 8 energy up. Valmall doesn't have actually any protection against sort of magic spells, right? It's not like the Baron where it can't be targeted. So potentially, if there's some sort of kill spell like a Hidden Blade, I don't know if Ivern's actually run Hidden Blades at this point, but I feel like that's always a consideration when you're running into order decks, that there might be a kill spell in hand.
Yeah, it's definitely something to have to be worried about, and not something that I think I've ever seen not or like excluded from a yellow deck. I'm pretty sure I've seen at least one Hidden Blade in every single order deck I've ever seen in my entire life. So I think Master Cheese probably does have that card in the back of his mind, but he had the Defy here
Ooh.
as insurance, and actually deciding to use it now, obviously thinking that, well, if he's not Hidden Blading the Vilemon, he's trying to get a buff and draw, then he must be digging. And let me just defy that to stop him from being able to dig. And now our Ivern player may be so desperate to draw that one card that he's going to spend 4 energy and 2 runes to play his last card from hand, the Flurry of Feathers, to negate the Defy.
Yeah, a flare of desperation right now. But I kind of feel like you have to, because if you don't, and even if you draw something like the Hidden Blade next turn, like, so what? It's too late. The Valmar's already on the field. You can't clear both sides, and the Mastery will already be at 7 points. He just needs to hold one. So I do think it's the right call. We quadruple the cost of the defy to defy it, so that we can discipline and draw a card. Now, does he have an out? Like, again, I don't know if he even has Hidden Blades. I don't know what sort of outs he has to try and take out this Valmaul, but yep, it looks like it's not going to work. And Yi is going to go to 7 with a Valmaul on field.
Unfortunate. You know what would have been really cool right there is the friendship off the top, since he actually had all 4 types out:
True.
bird, dog,
Maybe that's the
Poro,
out.
cat. He could have got the 1-for-4 buff, but unfortunately it was not meant to be. Now, just having a daring Poro and a back off in hand, he can go in to take over the treasure hoard and turn this into a brush, just to, you know, I guess say, hey, I ended the game with at least 1 brush on board. But that'll be all she wrote for our poor Ivern player, it looks like here, as now the back off comes out that was hidden here many moons ago. We're just gonna see the discipline come out onto our bird, as I'm assuming the back off was played onto the Poro. And no, actually, is that?
No, just onto first mate.
Yeah, there we go.
They
Yeah.
could trade. Yeah.
So discipline coming out onto our bird, giving it a +2. Drawing us 1 more card, having 6 runes left to work with, and just a daring Poro. And what was that drawn off the top? Was that another discipline, or was that a kitty cat? I didn't get to see. Regardless, it wasn't enough, and our Master Yi player has come away with the victory off of the back of 2 Vialmas. Vialma, the harbinger, I guess, of Twisted Tree Line, came in and closed the door on poor Ivern. And
that's the problem right there,
interesting.
Mr. Plus. Like, Ivern's building all these trees, not realizing that that's Valmaul's natural habitat. So.
Good point.
Really solid. Well, I want to say it's really solid gameplay for Master Yi, but there were some dicey moments for the Master Yi players. So
yeah,
a win for Master Yi, and we take those, right? Like at regionals, or you take whatever wins you can get. The Valmaul plays were great, but the Rengar plays were rough.
But something to learn from for all of you guys at home, all of our viewers watching everywhere. You can learn from other players' mistakes and not make those same mistakes yourself once you go to your locals, or if you show up to a regional qualifier yourself. So, after all said and done, at least Master Yi came away with the W.
Yep.
Yeah, little interesting plays in game 1 too, but as you said, Mr. Plus, coming down with the dub, so well done. It almost feels like Valmaul is a direct counter to Ivern, right? Ivern is incredibly good at going wide, but not so effective. Maybe friendship sometimes can get him pretty tall, but not tall enough, it looks like, as Master Yi doing what he does, and so far has proven why he is the most represented, because doing good so far in today's tournament. I swear Ivern almost had it there. It came down to the lack of card draw, because I don't think they have any tools to draw, thinking about it. I don't know about you guys. What comes to mind for Ivern? Is it literally just the only chosen champion for Ivern to get some draws?
Out in discipline, it seemed like, at least
True.
in his list.
Loyal Poros, I think was the other one.
Loyal Poros.
We didn't quite get to see, but exists.
In hold-centric decks like that, sometimes I've been seeing, I think even in certain Vex decks, I've been seeing it recently, inclusion of card like Meditation from Origins, where if your plan is to just leave your units here to hold anyways, might as well play this 2-mana spell that can rest one of them to get you a draw 2. Not a bad inclusion if you're looking for some extra draw power in a whole deck that is running the green color.
Yeah, we saw a back off actually being used as a draw tool as well.
Right, that is another. So they have some ways, but just not enough, because we saw once he kind of ran out of units, that's kind of where everything started falling apart for Ivern. But GG, at least we did see Ivern. Chat, let me know, or if any of you guys had the Vex game on the side, who ended up winning. It was the Vex versus Victor. I think you guys were too caught up casting. I was too busy running the back end. Who watched it? Is anyone in chat? Did you guys get the conclusion of that round number 4? Did Vex take it, or did Victor end up getting a... Because I'm pretty sure game number 1 went to Vex.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure actually, I should double check that before I say that.
And if
I
they're on
thought the Vex
break right
won,
now,
but-
we can maybe just rewind and watch it. But real quick,
Yeah.
guys, I know you guys both have another round. Let me know if you're going to take a short little break, because I believe they're going to be on a break, because that was 2 minutes in there. So maybe 10 minutes break. So let me know if you guys need some water, bathroom break, whatever you guys want to do. Or if not, we could go see if we could tune into this match. Oh, it looks like they started up the other stream.
Yeah, so they start the first 4 rounds are done. So they break it
Okay.
up. Runs to 4, 5 through 8, and then day 2. Yeah, so I did confirm the Vex won. It got surprisingly close in the last game.
Nice.
But Vex,
I'm definitely
I think
going to rewatch
Victor just
that
ran out of
one.
gas again.
Yeah, for sure. I gotta rewatch a lot of these games. I just can't get enough Riftbound gameplay these days. I mean, I've always been a huge consumer of Riftbound content, but anytime there's a new set release, that's when it's maximum overdrive. Let me see as many games as possible. So
Yeah.
can't wait to go back and watch some of these games that I've missed, especially since, you know, they're coming on in the wee hours of the night when some of us have to sleep. So can't watch every game.
Sleep? Who needs that? I do. So this is why this will be the
Yeah.
last round that I think both of us are covering, Mr. Plus, because yeah, Plus is a trooper. I don't know how Plus does it. The man's amazing. He's gonna. Wait, are you
Ooh.
soloing the next round after this, Plus?
It's okay. It's in the middle of the night. It's tricky for all you guys. So I'll do a little solo friendly cast, or not friendly, but like a light cast. But guys, the Sydney RQ is making me regret my decision for covering China instead of Sydney. My decision, guys, for anyone wondering at home, is because the big stream, Riftbound Official, is already covering the RQ. There is no coverage for China, so I wanted to be the martyr, if you will, and cover China for all of us. But man, these are some heat
Wally.
matches. We had the regional China winner, and now is the first ever Houston, or I should say the first ever Western regional champion,
Yeah.
Sean Diwali, to bless our presence. It makes me hyped to like cast this matchup, but I know we're trying to save our energy to not to not cast the Sydney ones, and rather just like friendly cast, I guess, this one. But is that a Cookie Monster beanie, or
No,
what are
it's,
those called? What are those things
That's
called?
Grimace,
Fish
isn't it?
hats?
From
No.
Grimace. He's Grimace
it's a bucket
from
hat, but I think it's
McDonald's.
Bucket hat.
Yeah.
Thank you. It is.
Yeah, I think
Oh,
he's
I
got the
see. Is the
Is he-
McDonald's
yeah.
character?
Is he sponsored by McDonald's, bro? If you're sponsored, next time we meet, get me some McDonald's, man. Yeah, Diwali from Toronto, Canadian as well. I believe he's actually on Diana for Sydney. If I remember
Ooh.
correctly.
Oh, nice. Very cool. Yeah, I'm excited to see Diwali play. He's obviously a player that I'm familiar with from Flesh and Blood, now coming in and doing big things in Riftbound as well. So really cool to see a player of his caliber pick up this game and prove that this game is very rewarding for high competitive and skilled play as well. I know that was kind of a concern for a lot of people before the game released. A lot of my locals said, "Oh, I don't know if Riftbound's going to be for me. It doesn't seem very competitive. The whole battlefield thing kind of makes it feel like a more of a board game than a card game and all this stuff." But and now that we're deep into the throes of Riftbound, we've really seen that this game has a lot of competitive depth, and we've seen a lot of skilled players come and prove that, you know, if you put in the time and the work, you can put up consistent results. We have people like Alan and Prismat who just keep getting there every time. So this game is a game that definitely rewards skill, and I'm excited to see what little bit we can of this upcoming match with Diwali before we head back into our Chinese coverage.
Right. But man, this should be a good one nonetheless. I think I am seeing that legend right there in the middle of the screen. That is
Yeah.
a Diana, so good call there. So bringing it to our attention. Maybe there was already like Alan ZQ on stream. I wouldn't put it past the production team out there to do so.
Leona?
But it is a Diana versus Leona. And is that a metal
The
Leona?
lore
It looks a
accurate.
little
Fight.
different with the foiling.
Yeah,
It's
I think
a
that's
lore fight.
Yeah, but it is a lore fight. These are like they're best of friends, if I recall correctly.
I think
But
they're
then, like,
I think they're sisters, the sun and the moon,
Are they
or,
actually sisters?
or
Okay.
something like that. Or I may be misremembering. It's Morgana and Kale that are sisters, or
Morgana
they
and Kale
both
are
are.
sisters.
But in either case, it's sun versus moon. The scorn of the moon versus the bringer of sun, the dawn, the argent light. You know, this is going to be really cool to see. I'm actually just excited in general to see a 4-0 Leona, regardless of who's sitting across from them.
Mm-hmm.
Leona, a very very slept on unit or unit legend. Obviously has not put up crazy results anywhere in the past, so warranted that a lot of people don't have her on their radar, but. They've gotten so many new stun cards in this set and so many
Yeah.
new tools. Like, there's just a lot of different ways to approach Leona now, and this would be really cool to see. Even if we don't get to catch the whole thing, I'm excited to see what little we can of this and probably catch the rest at another time. But yeah,
As am
this
I.
is
As
going to
you
be
said, a whole lot of new tools for Leona. They have things like back off, which you've seen in our feature matches as well. They have that one Poppy artwork card that stuns and
Heroic
gets a buff.
Charge.
What's it called?
Heroic Charge.
Yeah, Heroic Charge is another good one, but also a tool that I've seen a lot of Leonas. I say a lot of Leonas like we see a lot of Leonas, but from what I've seen from the people that are looking to run Leona is the Vi Order Champion in a Leona build. So you ambush, apply the stun, and then you get the buff from the Leona Legend as well. So I'm willing to bet they also have it in, it looks like a signature spell in hand. It's not too expensive, so I wouldn't put it past her to go ahead and keep it here in the opening mulligan. But I'm also seeing an Aurelia Fervent in hand. This Leona, very similar to the Vex build we saw in the previous round. She is cooking.
Yeah, and there's so many new cards too with the green Vex that moves when you stun, the yellow Vi that stuns on attack with ambush. There's that the green 6-drop that if your opponent has a stunned unit, it actually comes in for 4 and ready. So a 4-mana 6/6 that comes in ready if you have something stunned. There's just a lot of new things that Leona can toy around with. Back off being another big one, like you said. There's just so many ways to approach it. I'm really excited to see what we got here as we go into the first turn of the game with a classic Stalwart Poro on turn 1.
Yeah, and the lists are out for because the Sydney streams do usually show the entire list. So I can tell you right now, there is going to be the Yellow Vi. There is no Heroic Charge for L over there with the Leona. And there's unfortunately no Monch, which I believe was the 6th one. That would be really fun to see.
Any Vialmaz?
No Valmars either. And I believe Diwali is running the Alan ZQ list that made the rounds.
It makes sense to do so. You can never go wrong following following what Alan ZQ is doing in these regionals. But I do want to point out, I feel like, and excuse me real quick. Okay, clearing the throat, but something I do want to point out is Sean Diwali is hungry. He's coming back from getting defeated on the cusp of reaching top 8 in Atlanta. It was actually Prismaticism that knocked him out of the contention for top 8. So just one more win away. If he would have taken down Prismaticism, who would have known? I mean, Prismat ended up getting crowned champion. It could have been our first ever Riftbound 2-time champion. I know he's more hungrier than ever before. So can he make a huge splash down in the land down under over there in Sydney? First thing, he has to get over the spicy Leona. But I feel like Diana definitely has the tools to do so.
Yeah, Sean Dollywell's a very strong pilot in general. I know that I've heard him speak about in the past that he's able to just kind of pick up a list from a teammate that has been maybe not or been tested and proven to do well in someone else's hand, and just kind of like pick it up and run with it and do really well with it, which is when Alan CQ is the one providing you that list, you already know that the list is powerful. So putting it in a player's hands like Diwali here is going to show just how far you can push the list, because he's very good at limit testing these lists to their full extent. And I'm really excited to see what Diana is capable of in general. I haven't gotten a lot of play testing into Diana myself. What little I have has been, I want to say, a little bit more lackluster than I expected. There's a lot of hype around Diana, but in the few games I've had against it, it hasn't really been blowing me away. But if there was ever a card that makes me think that this deck does have the legs to go the distance, it's this Hui that we see in the base here now coming up. to a full 6 runes at their disposal. Cards like Ride the Wind can make this card get out of hand in a hurry.
Right, I seen that Ride the Wind utilized so perfectly with Hui, right? You push him for a battlefield. Let's say if he's just going ahead and pitching units alone, right? So not alone, you could draw, of course, with spells, but you pitch a unit, you go up to 8. Ride the Wind, usually you would go to a battlefield, but for Hui's situation, you go back to the base. That's an additional move, and then you go ahead and push up to the battlefield, which is the 3rd move in a single turn. So things get out of hand with proper sequencing, and you know, in the hands of Sean Diwali, he definitely has the capabilities for those excellent sequencing. I want to say, as you point out, for anyone that doesn't know what Mr. Plus was alluding to with the doesn't have to have a lot of reps with the deck to do well. I believe when he won Houston, he was playing Annie for a week and a half. Is that the story I remember?
Yeah.
Yep. So he had been playing Flesh and Blood prior to that. He just finished a tournament, so he didn't really have time to prep as much into Riftbound, and so he just kind of picked up a list and just kind of started running with it. Like, I think did he say it was just like over the weekend pretty much that he had, so like a week. Basically was what he did, and then he just showed up and executed with it. So yeah,
Insane.
Interesting play here. This is kind of like a little known thing that you can do. All of your runes at any point can be floated for energy, and the most common instance of doing so is when you intend to recycle a rune to pay for something like an equip, or something like Sigil of the Storm. You can tap a rune to float that energy and recycle it. In this instance, it seems like Diwali is actually trying to do so in response to the Hui trigger, so he can float 2 mana, then after doing his draw discard, untap the 2 mana, essentially ramping him 2 mana this turn, which is a really cool utilization of the play, because although in the long run it's the same amount of mana, by going this route he could drop an 8 mana creature right now. He could go for a accelerated watcher if he wanted to, which you ordinarily wouldn't be able to do without doing it in this sequence. So really cool tech to learn if you're going to be picking up Diana or any deck that is going to try to make use of Hui.
Yeah, the interesting thing is I don't even know if he has cards besides the Watcher that is gonna necessarily need 8 mana. So potentially setting up for like a Vex and then just keeping a ton of mana open defensively as well. We'll kind of see where they want to go this. I don't know what was happening. There was a lot of talking from Diwali's end before we kind of just got thrown into a bit of a break. So not sure if there was an issue or something.
Like a clarification maybe on the tapping interaction that's going on, but it's very reminiscent to how MF Aurora players, when you go ahead and tap a rune, and then the body champion for MF is able to ready the rune, allowing you to play Aurora sometimes where you usually didn't expect your opponent to play Aurora. So I like that kind of synergy coming out from Hui. Another reason why I feel like Diana is incredibly strong right now, I mean, it almost seems obvious, of course, but the signature spell Moonfall might just be the single reason to run Diana over an Ezreal player. Granted, Ezreal does have access to Arcane Shift, and that can get out of hand as well, but Moonfall, without your opponent having any counters to it, it is an incredibly powerful. You move a unit, and then every single unit across that battlefield gets -2. I don't think you get too much better as a spell than that, but it looks like things have already resolved, so let's head back over there. And we're supposed to do just like light commentary to chill in between these rounds, but we get caught up in it, right? It's like the heat of the moment here.
Yeah, I mean, that's why we do this. We just want to talk more about the game, right? So unfortunately I still don't know exactly what the issue is. We've come back in, and we are still staring at the exact same game state where we were at prior, with the sort of 2 floating mana, 2 tapped runes, and then a lot of pointing at the way.
Yeah, there might be some question about using the blue Diana effect during this showdown as well, potentially. Maybe something like that. But in any case, we're seeing the draw discard being resolved for Hui now. I don't believe we even saw him fully finish resolving that originally, so
Yep.
If he wants to get the untap, it will be a gear being discarded, a Sprite Fountain going into the bin, now getting that untap 2, bringing us back up to 6 runes with those 2 floating, having 8 total energy available now, going to move our Lunari back, and let's see what he intends to do with these extra runes. 1 set of 4 runes will be committed to a Vex Apathetic over at the Star Tip Peak, and that's it. Just going to leave up the other 4 for defense, which looks like there's quite a few good defensive cards in hand: an Existential Dread, Starcrossed, and a Kha'Zix.
Wow. That is toxic. I think Starcross is kind of a ridiculous card because of the reaction speed, right? The fact that you can just cut it in whenever, and it blocks a whole bunch of effects from coming through. Now, I don't know if that's necessarily what you want to do. I think there's no card that you really want to kick back to hand, but just having the option is going to be very nice, especially into something like an Irelia, where if you try and just combat buff against her, try and pump up things to deal with her, it gets really dicey. The best is just to not fight her or just kill her outright with something that just says kill a unit.
I like
Yeah,
that
Heart of Dark
this
Ice.
list is running Kha'Zix though, because I feel like Diana does use it pretty effectively with the additional energy during showdowns, which is when exactly you can use those ambush units. So I feel like it's definitely a bit of a slept on card in most Chaos decks, because usually we see Kha'Zix in Kha'Zix, of course, but I feel like it definitely works well in the shell of Diana as well. So I'm excited to see more people putting it into their decks. But here we go. We know exactly what Aurelia is capable of doing, just pretty much taking down any single might that's in front of her. So +4 from the Heart of the Dark Guys, +1 from the Ready for the Turn. So up to 9 total might currently. Can he crack the Stardust, or not the Stardust, but the Star Tip Peak? Or is there something waiting in hand, as we kind of were just talking about with that ambush unit?
Right now it's just a 9-9, so offering a trade, but obviously probably going to be looking to throw another unit into that battlefield, maybe get a stun out as well. Starcross obviously posing a huge threat on our Leona player, who's unaware, unsuspecting, and does not have the Defy to stop it. So Starcross might come out here and really throw a wrench in the gear, because there's just some times where you have to, throw those extra runes away and pay the deflect just to get this Aurelia off the board. And when you're not playing Aurelia in the Aurelia deck, she's a lot less threatening once you put her back in hand, because you can't just throw her back down and then target her and stand her back up and throw her in again. So getting this off the board will more than likely set our Leona player back pretty far. But another judge question coming in. Leona
Guys.
stepping away from the table to ask a question. Hopefully nothing too
just our luck, huh, guys? Just when we want to
Yeah.
catch you. We have limited time here. We want to catch as much of the action from Sydney RQ as we can. But what's going on with these judge calls? It was Elle getting some clarification on a play she wanted to do, but it didn't seem like she had too much of a complicated turn. There was a back off. You could have stunned one of those units. I don't really know any other thing she could have had. Did you guys see anything else in hand?
She still has the Zenith Blade. Yeah,
Oh, true,
she still has
true,
the
true.
signature spell.
Okay, that one was quick, so not too bad.
Well, we say quick, but they're still talking. Like, I'm seeing a lot of gums moving, not so much cards, being shifted. Wally's just put on a snack at this point. She's like, yeah, I'm hungry. This ain't resolving.
A little McDonald's snack.
So curious what's going on, man.
That would be funny if he busted out a Happy Meal right now.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
They even know he's actually sponsored.
Missed opportunity. I don't know, actually.
Maybe this is what he's trying to brand himself, because you guys know, or maybe not know, but some of you guys at home would know, there's a famous MTG player that's known as Yellow Hat, and he's obviously infamous for having a yellow hat, and he would go to every pro tour with that yellow bucket hat. Maybe Sean DeWally's trying to start a new thing, like Purple Hat or Grimace Hat, be known for something like that. Or he's just vibing out on this tournament.
I mean, with the amount of delays, like, I think 5 minutes is probably the best way to handle this.
Right.
We do see the judge coming back and talking to Elle, so hopefully that's been sorted out, whatever the question potentially was there. Yeah, I just want to see how this Leona deck works. Because I've heard rumors like in the sort of big Discord, Riftbound Discord, the discussion channels like Leona. Don't ask me why I'm in there frequenting that, but some people are talking about some apparently hidden tech that's been discovered that will do very, very well. So I'm curious to see if this is the deck with the tech, because currently L is the best of Leona as of, what is this, round 4, round 5?
5.
Yeah, so they're the best right now, and maybe they're running the tech. So far, the deck list didn't look anything wild to me. I mean, not having heroic charge, but three backoffs, I guess. But beyond that, I mean, it's pretty standard. You've got the Fioras, you've got Stellacorns. Yeah, you've got 2 Irelia Fervents as well, but I feel like that's like Irelia Fervents is being shoved into every green deck that wants a little bit of aggro.
Yeah, it's such a powerful card baseline. You know, every turn stands up 5 might with deflect, and all the pumps that you're gonna be playing in green anyways just work a little bit better with her. So
Yeah, no power
and then
cost.
might as well include it if you're playing green and doing any type of strategy like that with cards like On Guard, Discipline, the works. So I definitely see why Aurelia, or sorry, Leona would also be running the Aurelia, but not sure whether or not Aurelia will be enough to get through onslaught of defensive spells and
Ooh.
ambush units that our Diana player has at their disposal right now. Star-Crossed, a big one. Existential Dread, another big one. A lot of things that Diana can do right now to stuff this attack as we see the Zenith Blade come over and bring our Poro into the fight and stun the Hui.
That's most likely what the question was about. Can you go ahead and stun a different unit that you moved? Because I always thought you had to move and then stun that unit, but it looks like they're electing to stun the Hui, as you mentioned out, but foregoing the move trigger for Poro, because you don't want to add any additional defense, because that is a defending Poro, so it would be defending at 3. So, man, I hope this doesn't go to another judge call. So, saying never mind about the move. So it's just going to be 4 might defending. So Aurelia should be able to do this. But Kha'Zix, since that is a single unit attacking, does go up to 6. So that would bring it up to 10 one more time. And Aurelia is at 10 currently. I believe there's a buff behind that. So it's 5. Is that 11 actually?
Yeah, it should be 11 with that buff, unless they're incorporating that with the dice.
Mhm.
But one thing that just mentioned about that Kha'Zix that I think, as you stated before, people are kind of overlooking Kha'Zix as an inclusion in these decks, and he is a 4 mana 6 might surprise defender in a lot of cases, which is essentially what makes Rengar so strong, and that costs 5 mana, and a lot of orange decks are in love with the Rengar.
Right.
Obviously, he has more uses than that, but if 5 mana and a power for 6 might ambush is good, then surely 4 mana and a power for 6 might ambush would also be good. So really cool to see the Kha'Zix, like you said, come in, and in this instance it would be just that. He'd jump in here for 6 and net 2 XP. Not that I'm sure Diana is making much use out of the XP portion, but still an extra 6 might here after getting that Hui stunned might be enough to get us over the Aurelia if we could resume
And
play.
I cannot believe this. We've watched like
China's gonna
2
be ready
turns of
for
each
this.
player when we're trying to spectate as much as we can, because I believe the China stream has come on. The commentators are here and there. Actually, the round is up, chat. The round is up, RMC and Mr. Plus.
I am back. I'm on our stream. It looks like we have our players set up ready to play. Let's see if they're about to reveal the legends for this upcoming round 4 match.
Yeah, I don't believe I managed to catch a glimpse of anything there, so I'm not quite sure what we're witnessing. Fingers
Here comes
crossed
the
for a
first
Pyke,
reveal. Aurelia.
Okay, so we go to Aurelia to Aurelia, but for this round 4, I'll go ahead and take a back seat one more time, but close it out strong, guys. I'll leave it up to you guys. Take it from here.
Thank you for joining us, Plus. And now we get to see what were we just talking about? So much Kha'Zix, and now we get to see him in the chosen champion zone for our Kha'Zix legend. A very, very cool introduction in Unleashed that I'm really excited to see about. What are your feelings on our our bug from the void there, Mr. RMC.
Well, I'm pretty excited for him. During pre-rift, I actually thought he was one of the more fun decks that I got to experiment with, because I think he's really fast too. Like the XP, like there's ramp E, there's XP, which takes a while to come online, but Kha'Zix, with the ability to kind of ready things up or move things around, I really like the idea that he can just kind of cheat a lot of the early tempo, build XP of his own, and just buff things around as well. So I like the idea of it, and the Kha'Zix you're talking about with the Rengar, it's going to be so much more relevant as well. Same idea as Rengar, right? Like you have in your chosen champ zone, you just always have to be aware that when there's 4 energy up, you can't be swinging units in solo.
Yeah, and it's funny because Kha'Zix being an orange leader as well actually has access to that orange Rengar,
True.
and could opt to play both. Although I would consider that a little bit of heresy to have a Rengar in your Kha'Zix deck. A little bit of a flavor killer there for myself personally. Same thing that I was just thinking as we were going over our many judge calls in that previous game.
Jeez.
The fact that Zenith Blade even says that you may move the unit is a point of contention for me, since Leona doesn't get to choose not to go in once she throws her Zenith Blade out in League of Legends. Once she hits you, she's going in. But I
That's
digress.
fair.
Let's get back into our upcoming game as our battlefields were revealed. Yes, what were our battlefields for these two?
I believe it was Monastery of Harana for the Kha'Zix, which makes sense because you buff up your units with the XP, and I believe it was Abandoned Hall for the Irelia, which we did get to see earlier today. Already, I believe it was round 2, where we got to see the Irelia, and the Abandoned Hall buffs just get really nasty with it.
Oh yeah, Abandoned Hall is absolutely diabolical in Aurelia. Have you ever wanted your stack deck to just randomly also give your Aurelia Fervent +2? Well,
Yeah.
I mean, come on. There's just some madness that can go on with Abandoned Hall. But hopefully it won't be too much for our bug boy to overcome. I'm a little bit biased here. I want to see our jungler come in and gank this Aurelia and take her down a peg. Let's see if he can make that happen as we start up into our first game of this series with Kha'Zix versus Aurelia.
And Lunar Aurelia too. Did you manage to get one of the Lunar bundles?
I did not, unfortunately, but I've seen when I was at the Vegas RQ, I saw a couple at some of the booths, and man, do they look good. And honestly, this set in general, we haven't really got to talk about it yet, but man, Unleashed was a beautiful set in my opinion. So many good-looking cards, like so many cards that across the pre-Rift weekend, just opening them, I was taken aback by how nice so many cards in this set look. The artwork has always been impressive to me, but they keep upping the ante, it seems, with each set, especially with these overnumbered, as we see the overnumbered Kha'Zix here. Another great, fantastic-looking overnumbered from the set.
Yeah, I absolutely do adore. A lot of the action stuff looks really good. I personally prefer the Spirit Forge overnumbered stuff, but yeah, I think just Riftbound, the cards have been beautiful. I love the shiny cardboard. We do see Demacian Diplomat being played for the Kha'Zix right off the rip, and it's a nice XP card, just gain 1 XP. It's really straightforward and simple, and I feel like a lot of the XP cards are kind of like that, where it's like, okay, it's very plain and simple till you hit certain thresholds. There's a stack deck, a Vex, and another Diplomat that they're kind of considering, but it's just going to be the Vex, I believe, picked up.
And it's an interesting card too, because it kind of it almost is like the orange monkey. I'm drawing a blank on the actual name. The sea monkey, that is a 2-mana unit that can come in and actually be a 3-might unit if you pay that extra energy for the buff. But in Kha'Zix's case, he can just play this 2-might 2/2 to board turn 1 going first. Yep. And if he needs to get over another 2/2 unit, just spend that buff, or spend that XP, sorry, to buff it and make it a 3/3. A simple card, nothing super flashy, but very effective, and just another way for Kha'Zix to make use of his hero ability outside of just returning units to hand or back to base, which we know has been so powerful with cards like the orange Lucian champion unit that was able to come in, conquer, and come back, being very powerful. And even back when we would see the pit rookie shenanigans with Ezreal, just having that flexibility to go in, conquer, and come back to base is very strong. So I'm really happy with the design of Kha'Zix overall, and I can't wait to see how this turns out for him right now. As so far, we just see two of our Demacian diplomats on board, but hopefully we'll get to see that Kha'Zix come out of that chosen champion zone here soon to come in with a big 6 ambush and start generating even more XP.
Okay, Vex, Tide Turner, Punch first, Grim Resolve, and Hard Bargain for the Kha'Zix. So lots of options. And normally, I think that's a phenomenal hand that's really scary for most people to deal with. But he is up against an Irelia, and we saw it the Irelia as well. The fact that Zonius came out turn 1, turn 2, you're willing to play the Irelia already because you know she's going to be safe, and then you got to be concerned about all the potential pump spells. We talked about the Abandoned Hall. And I don't know if Kha'Zix wants to go up there and conquer. It feels a bit like poisoned ground. Nidalee, Ride the Wind, and Edge of Night. Which will he pick? I feel like Ride the Wind, maybe not the call here.
Ride the Wind's such a powerful card, but man, Nidalee can really start to help you run away with a game if you can get that ambush in, get the combat win, and start drawing extra cards with her, and do that a couple times over, especially in tandem with Ride the Wind, should you find another copy. I'm not sure how many copies you'd be running in this Kha'Zix list, but in any case, it was the Edge of Night actually picked up, so neither of the cards that we were discussing, but a powerful card nonetheless, one that, you know, sometimes you kind of overlook as just being a generically good value stat-wise card by being able to hide it and get that +2 might for free, essentially.
Yeah, I mean, just 1 power is such a low cost compared to the cost of a lot of other gears. And of course, being able to play at reaction speed is always a nice one. So Vex being put onto the field, very conservative play coming through from the Kha'Zix, like we talked about. The fact that, hey, you know, leaving anything up invites a bit of danger from this Irelia. Trying to play on the Abandoned Hall really does feel like you're taking a huge risk. And worth noting as well, in terms of XP, you need 2 XP to bring an exhausted unit back with Kha'Zix the Legend. And unfortunately, as much as there are 2 Demacian diplomats, their XP was used to buff right away. So because of that, there's no sort of cheeky, sneaky conquer and then pull back for those early points. The tempo that we were talking about that Kha'Zix can potentially pull off.
Yeah, and you'd see with the selection of battlefields here with Monastery of Hirana that the buff aspect of the Kha'Zix Legend ability probably is used a lot more in this variant, and that is a very nice way to be able to utilize the XP, is to just spend the 1 XP, get a buff when you know you're going to be able to conquer the monastery for relatively free, and just get an extra draw, effectively turning your leader into a pseudo Ezreal. Just tap them to draw a card, not even needing to target 2 units, just putting an XP on a unit that's going to go in and conquer anyway. So really cool to see that usage from him. But the big question is whether or not he has other XP generators to be able to facilitate utilizing the hero power more outside of just these. So far, we've only seen the 2 diplomats, and of course we know that there's the Kha'Zix in the chosen champion zone. But here's a great, actually, a great card in that quest to gain XP is the Grim Resolve.
Yeah.
2 energy for a 3 might buff, and then if the unit wins combat, generates 2 extra XP. Very strong card for gaining XP, and just strong card in general. Even if you're not an XP centric deck, a 2 for 3 might buff is pretty powerful in a body deck.
Yeah, especially when you've got the Kha'Zix as well, who himself can generate XP, right? The chosen champion. Yeah, like the purple variant, of course. Like if they're solo, it's the +2 XP. Now, does the Kha'Zix player want to risk this? He does have 8 runes up available. He only needs to keep 4 for the Kha'Zix, 2 for the Grim Resolve. And then what else will he kind of go with? You've got the Hard Bargain as well to potentially deny away or at least slow down if and when that Irelia decides to swing over. But yeah, it's just such a scary thought when, you know, even if you're not on the Abandoned Hall, she can still buff up. Kiana, an Origins card coming through for this Kha'Zix deck. A very good card for ramping. but you do need to conquer to get either the card draw or the rune channel.
Yeah, and this was actually the card that he drew off of deciding to sacrifice that buff off of Vex for the Monastery of Harana draw. He drew the Kiana off the top and then immediately deployed it. So obviously a very powerful unit in his eyes, very something that he was looking to get out there as quickly as possible. Also just kind of starved for units at this point, only having the two might units sitting here in base, gonna make it really difficult to get over that abandoned hall, which is already a Herculean task, but without a couple more guys that back in base to support these Demacian diplomats, it'd be next to impossible. And Kiana's a fairly strong champion unit to use in this because of her deflect, so kind of deterring the stuns and other battle tricks that Irelia might have to stop a push. But lots of runes at her disposal now, so maybe too little too late. We'll just have more than enough to be able to spend through any type of deflect or potential negates. But there's also the Void Assault I saw in hand that we haven't got to see deployed yet. We'll see if maybe that could really throw our Irelia player for a loop by moving units around unexpectedly. That card is very powerful for a signature spell for Kha'Zix.
Yeah, especially when you can use it to kind of sort of isolate that target, get Kha'Zix in a favorable position where he's going to get that +2 and pull something that wasn't expecting to go there. Now, problem is Boost of Swiftness comes down attached to the Irelia, so the attach is 1, the ready is 1, and it's going to swing right across. We know that that's likely to be the Edge of Night that got drawn earlier. With 4 energy up, there was the Punch First and Grim Resolve that would give a total of +7, +8 might, pardon me, to this Vex to get her up to 12. Is it enough to deal with Kachikid?
Gonna be a little difficult. What was the hidden card at the Monastery of Harana?
I think it's Edge of Night.
Edge of Night, that's right. So it's a 2 might buff for our Vex, bringing her up to 6 with this Grim Resolve. Going up to 9, which would put us just above Aurelia, who's currently sitting at 8. But obviously, Aurelia more than capable of getting over 9 with just pretty much any card in the entire deck that targets. So see how much more our Kha'Zix player can afford to spend to try to win this fight. Looks like they're kind of running out of room here. Only 2 runes up. There is a Punch First, though. Could go for it here and really just throw caution to the wind and hope that they can get over the Aurelia, even though there's still 5 more runes to be used here. Could be Defiant Dance and just pay through the deflect, and then it's all she wrote. The Defiant Dance essentially counts us out to Punch First. So will our Kha'Zix player risk it?
And the problem too is even if the Kha'Zix player does all of this, and even if he wins, it's a Pyrrhic victory because he's going to de-ramp from the Punch First as well, and he's going to run out of a lot of these combat options. Whereas Irelia, well, she has Azonias back at base. This was why the Kachikid was so confident to just play that Irelia turn 2. So you can win, but at what cost? The bright side is that if you do win, at least Kiana gets to potentially swing up and conquer, and then get your runes back in with the channel or something like that.
Now we're seeing actually the trigger from Abandoned Hall going over to the Vex. So while we're over here at the Monastery of Harana buffing our Aurelia to overtake the Vex on Kha'Zix's side, meanwhile back at the Abandoned Hall, the Vex for Aurelia is just getting these extra buffs, so making it hard for our Kha'Zix player to pivot and come in with our diplomats here and try to take out the Vex, as now Vex is getting these extra +1 buffs as well, residually just from buffing the Aurelia.
Okay, so the Irelia Conquer will go through. The outcome was not ever really in doubt. Just a question of how it was going to happen. And a hidden card. Now, I don't know if you managed to catch it, Mr. Plus. I've been showing to see the Irelia's hand this entire time. Funnily enough, actually, I feel like the last China Regional, they were very good about showing. Yeah, there we go. Showing us the players' hands. But this time, it's been a little bit more hit or miss. I feel like we're seeing a lot on this side. Repulse. Okay, that was a card I did not see prior. But yes, that's could potentially be useful to deny Defiant Dance. And I have no clue what this Irelia has in hand. 3 cards in hand, it looks like. 5 runes up and available.
3 cards in hand, not a ton, but obviously doesn't need there to be too much to offer a victory on combat here, as Abandoned Hall is going to make all of these potential buffs just that much greater, as now Discipline comes out targeting our Vex at the Abandoned Hall. Going to get the +1 just for targeting thanks to Abandoned Hall, even if this does get defied, or in this case hard bargain. But will our Kha'Zix player decide to spend their mana this turn on hard bargain just to stop a discipline when yeah, it looks like it's just going to go through. Yeah, it would cost the repeat. You would have to pay 4 to make sure that the discipline didn't go through, but actually not many buffs. Was that all units in hand?
I saw a Scuttle, a Stellar, and then there was something with 2 energy. I think it was purple was the last card. I couldn't quite get the angle on that card there.
So Punch First is going to come down onto Kiana, who's already sitting at 6 thanks to the Edge of Night, now going up to 11 with the Punch First, as it was allowed to allowed to resolve from our Aurelia player. Now the Abandoned Hall working in his favor as well, actually making that a +6 buff. So 12 might for our Kiana here. A big Kiana attack coming in. There is still that hidden card over at the Abandoned Hall as well.
I'm going to assume that's a back off. Might not be, but if it is the Sun, you just pay deflect costs, and there's still hard bargain. But I do think it's worth noting. Oh.
Wow, Ride the Wind, actually. And now we might see that hard bargain.
Yeah, I feel like this is what... But, so, the problem is, if you hard bargain right now, you've got 5 runes up for the Kha'Zix. It means that you won't have the ability to play the Kha'Zix from ambush defensively. And having played the Punch First as well, you're kind of out of combat tricks. So, Kha'Zix, it feels like time and time again, is put in a really rough position about, okay, do I deal with this now? And, like, do I play for the now or the future? And the last time it happened, he decided, okay, we're going to play for the future turn instead. When it comes back to me, I want to have these combat tricks. Now he's already committed and invested the Punch First. It feels a bit like a sunk cost fallacy. Like, if you don't double down, then you're also running out of resources, and it's kind of scary how many points the Irelia is going to be at, right? She's going to be at the 5. She's got 2 points ahead. 2 points is effectively an entire turn ahead of you. And with an Irelia, with the Vex, like, giving them the space to build up the board is kind of worrisome.
Yeah, it is unfortunate because as you say, you know, being able to hard bargain this now affects the immediate effect of Ride the Wind disrupting this current turn, but obviously going into the next turn, now the Boots of Swiftness already being on Aurelia, and she's just going to be able to come over and attack our Kiana here, sitting at only 6 might, and not having enough runes up to deploy the... Oh wait, we had mana floating, so there is still enough mana here to deploy Kha'Zix on defense, so actually not terrible here. And then as well, having the 1 remaining rune in case you need to repulse a spell potentially. Not too bad actually, all things considered. Now, where is this rune ramp coming from? Oh, the Kiana Conquer is actually going to be deciding to ramp the rune rather than draw the card. Choice that, you know, I more often than not see the draw, but here valuing the power of having the extra rune, as we're now poised to potentially deploy this Void Assault, it looks like.
Okay. And with only 1 rune up, you've got the repulse as well, so you can stop a Defiant Dance from coming through. So it does feel like if there was ever a time to try and take out the Irelia, this might be it. There's also no Zonias anymore since that got popped by the Vex.
Yeah, so you're going to give the extra buff here onto his Diplomat that he will then... Oh, wow, he's just going to attack in. Interesting. And then deploy the Kha'Zix. So, yeah, no assault shenanigans. Just going to go grab his 2 XP from the solo defender Aurelia, get that 2 might buff, and now be attacking for 9 to Aurelia's 7. So would need an on guard here to get out of this, but or Defiant Dance, any other 1 might plus 2s, but instead not finding the answer, and gets the Aurelia off the board. Pretty nice for our Kha'Zix player to remove that big threat from the board, but still a Vex lurking in the back that they're going to have to deal with that makes those ambushes a little bit worse if Vex is able to establish a foothold once again onto a battlefield.
Yeah, but I think I'm liking that sort of the play that the Kha'Zix made. Yes, it's still kind of dicey, and with the Boots of Swiftness and the Irelia as well, we could very well see this Vex kind of gank up to the monastery, gank across, and there's only so many options really that you have as a Kha'Zix to be able to deal with this. But at least you're staying, kind of even, and more importantly, you took down Mistress President, right? Irelia is down. Vex is strong, but will not buff up the same way an Irelia would otherwise have.
Yeah, and obviously the key thing about a Vex here and coming into this turn is that her ability does say while she's at a battlefield, she does not need to control the battlefield. So attacking in, if Kha'Zix did have an ambush on defense, obviously in this case we'd know that there's not enough runes to ambush anything out, but just something to be aware of if you're playing an ambush deck into Vex. She doesn't need to control the battlefield, she just needs to be there. So even when she's attacking, you cannot defensively ambush and get away with it because it will get stunned. So got to be mindful of that as we see our Scuttle Crab get deployed and draw us, it looks like, a second pair of boots. Not exactly what we're looking for here, but can't ever go wrong with a little bit more might on the board. And now we'll see what looks to be our first attack of the turn with Vex poised to move in, I'm assuming to the monastery, but perhaps willing to take the gamble and attack the abandoned hall. No, just going to take the more than likely surefire victory over at monastery.
Yeah, and you need to, you want to attach the boots after, or we say pair of boots, Mr. Plus, but really it's a boot of swiftness.
Yeah.
I know it says boots, so you need the other pair to kind of make that work. In this case, probably just going to recycle, attach the boot of swiftness there, use the Irola Legend, ready up, and then gank across, and that way you can conquer monastery and have enough might to take out this Kiana.
Yeah, and we already have a Stellacorn actually being deployed, and now probably going to be using the untap and ready from Aurelia on the Stellacorn just to get it a couple extra draw, or not a couple, but an extra draw here as we move it back to base where it'll be safe to come in next turn. And just leave 2 mana up for defense to try to protect this Vex. Not a whole lot that you can do as we finally get a glimpse of the full hand. It is just a Lonely Poro, Boots of Swiftness, and a Charm. So actually nothing that they can play out on defense. So might as well expend all the mana on your turn. But nope, wants to keep the mana up, I guess, to bluff and make our opponent second guess their plays. Very interesting to not want to spend the mana there and try to be more proactive, considering that there isn't going to be anything that you can do with the mana on defense here.
Yeah, a bit of a surprise play, in my opinion there. And perhaps the thinking is that, well, there is a hidden card under the Kiana. We don't know what it is, so we don't want to risk it. You might end up just trading the Vex for it, so kind of didn't want to go with that. Also would have freed up the Edge of Night potentially for the Demacian. I want to keep saying Noxian Diplomat because so far the Diplomat's been using a lot of forceful negotiation, shall we say, which feels very Noxian. So, but yeah, you could have just attached it to the Demacian Diplomat and then swung that up potentially to deal with Vex. So perhaps just playing a bit more conservatively. And I get that if you're ahead in points, but Kacha Kid right now is actually behind in points. So giving that extra the hold point to the Kiana feels really scary to me when Kiana is a champion, or pardon me, a unit that can just now pull back and then play aggressively again. And it looks like we're going to use the Tide Turner to swing. Hold up. Why is the Demacian Diplomat up there and readied?
He Tide Turner the Demacian Diplomat that was sitting in base. So yeah, and then just walking back to Kiana now, spending the XP to buff it, which, yeah, there you go. Got to tap the Kha'Zix for that. and now maybe wants to, wow, just move everything back. I was thinking maybe he was going to try to finally deploy that Void Assault here and maybe try to kill the Stella or the Vex, but instead just wants
Okay.
to first. Oh, wow. First mate actually is going to get our Kiana readied up to come in and attack for 7 to Vex's 6. And unbeknownst to our Kha'Zix player, those 3 cards in hand, none of them are a buff. So Vex just going straight to the bin. And that's got to make you think that, wow, so no buffs, huh? Well, in that
Yep.
case, maybe I will actually use the Void Assault here and go for broke and try to take down this Stellacorn. I mean, that would be the thought in my head here. And then, hey, look at that. Sabotage drawn off of the Monastery of Hirana draw. So now we could even take a peek and see that there's nothing there. And it would just come down to whatever the Stella draws off the top from moving it in. I personally, I would go for it here, take the risk. Not even electing to sabotage first, just going to go straight in with the Void Assault.
And why not, right? Like as you said, you know that they probably don't have a buff, or they would have tried to protect the Vex. So knowing this, yeah, this is the time that you just kind of pull in the Stellacorn, feeling comfortable about it, take it out, and then yeah, I mean card draw engine still goes. Of course, you do get to the card draw, which is the risky part for me, right? Like if you top deck like a discipline off of it,
I believe it was a
would that be
Zanya's
enough?
top deck.
Yeah, unfortunately not able to play that. So I'm trying to do the math of that. So boots plus 2, 4, 7, 7 Kiana's at 6. Could have backfired. Like you'd still have killed the Stellacorn, but you could have lost the Kiana on that play.
Yeah.
We're sabotaging after the play. Okay,
Now
let's
that
see
you've
what
drawn a
okay.
card, now let me see what you have. Which, oh,
Fair, fair.
3 legal targets here can bottom any one of these, either 2 of these gear or the spell, and then knows that there's Lonely Poro just waiting to be deployed out, but not a whole lot to work with for our Aurelia player, and looks like Kha'Zix may have found the path to victory here. Took a little bit longer than expected as we're approaching the 35-minute mark. Almost half of the allotted time just to game 1. Still not even going to scoop yet, so clock's going to keep ticking down here as these decisions are being made. And got to wonder whether or not our Aurelia player is not kind of seeing the writing on the wall and should be trying to give themselves a little bit more time to try to win games 2 and 3, given how long this game 1 took.
I think this is our longest game 1 so far in the China regionals that we've caught on stream, like running almost half the clock. I think for the Aurelia player, maybe you just draw the card and see if there's a chance, and might just come down to just take a look at the card, because right now the concern is you can accelerate once, or you can ready something up once. So you could use the boots and get the Herald running around, but is that going to be enough? And I guess that's not even the right call. Like you just need to take out that Kiana and stack as much as possible.
Yeah, now at this point we do see the Kiana is, or I mean our Kha'Zix players tapped out, no hidden cards. Now we're going to take a look at the hand, see that there's just another Kiana and a Repulse. Gets to take one of those away, more than likely going to take out the Kiana, I'd imagine. But now it's just math. So now we see exactly what and actually here we could see a attach of the Edge of Night, go in, conquer the Abandoned Hall, and then ready the Aurelia with that last mana floating, and then attach the Boots of Swiftness. The order is irrelevant, but in any case, we can see a double conquer here and the removal of the Kiana, but instead just going to choose to charm the Kiana over. Honestly, personally, I mean, it's one more rune to do it the other way, which I guess in this scenario would leave him with only 1 rune instead of 2. At that point, I feel like you're kind of so far down with the rune count that it shouldn't really matter, that you might have rather done it the other way that I was saying, just so that you could have been on 6 points here and maybe gone for the win next turn thanks to the Boots of Swiftness. But now being stuck at 5 points, given Kha'Zix a potential window to come back here, I think maybe a little bit of an oversight from our Oh, wow. And there you get to see the other use of Void Assault. Just move your guy back to base, move my guy in, and I win. Nice
Yeah,
utilization of the signature spell there to close the game.
yeah, very well played. I mean, granted, like that kind of meant that there was not going to be an option
Yeah,
either way for the
Aurelia.
Irelia player to be able to take that one out. But yeah, for a second, that last turn play certainly did puzzle me as well quite a bit. I'm still not completely sold on that. I do feel like ending up on the 5 points was kind of just very awkward. And I'd much rather have seen just the Herald swung up to conquer, just to get you to 6 either way, right? Like maybe you're holding it to see your hand on the next turn, but I feel like, yeah, if you just kind of conquered both 6, the Mind Splitter was kind of big and I think could have dealt with anything swinging up. You also, I believe he had Zonia's in hand as well that he could have potentially just used to. Yeah, I don't know. The situation is kind of weird. Ultimately, great Void Assault use by the Kazakhs, and that's kind of what we wanted to see, right, Mr. Plus? We wanted to see Kazakhs pop off, and we got to see that. Not quite the way I thought he'd get there, but hey, a win's a win.
Yeah, and we got to see the utilization of Kha'Zix in a cool way as far as the ambush unit goes. We got to see very cool utilization of Void Assault to close the game out, and surprisingly strong performance from Kiana, a set 1
Yeah.
champion unit, as you mentioned, an Origins champion unit that kind of fell out of favor, I guess, in recent times, but was very, very prevalent back in the Origins meta. Very strong unit, and cool to see come back out and make some use out of her thanks to Kha'Zix's ability to retreat her. You give her the opportunity to get more conquers and keep triggering that effect.
Yeah, funnily enough, we didn't even get to see that though, because I feel like the XP mechanic ended up becoming actually a bit of a problem for the Kazakhs because Kazakhs came out so late. We didn't get to see him like kind of jumping around, pouncing just +2, +2, +2. And instead, we saw most of it being used for +1 buffs, which would then convert it to card draw by Monastery. Now, Monastery is used up. We won't be seeing that battlefield from Kazakhs again, and as far as I know, that's not something that Irelia really particularly runs either. So hopefully we get to see more of that back and forth mechanic, which I think we see all the pieces for it, just not in game 1 necessarily.
And while we're on the topic of the battlefields, really important to point out that Abandoned Hall is quite possibly the best battlefield for Aurelia. So for Aurelia to take the loss on that game 1 at her best battlefield is a huge boon for our Kazakhs player and a big demoralizer for the Aurelia player. Like very deflating to lose on your preferred battlefield. I know that there's a lot of decks out there that have that one battlefield where they feel like, all right, this is the battlefield I bring out when I really, really want to win. And when you lose on that battlefield, it can really take the wind out of your sails and make it hard to bounce back. So hopefully Aurelia can climb back and not let that loss deter them too much and make a strong performance coming into our second game. But once again, I gotta say, I am rooting for Kha'Zix to come in and shut the door with a nice 2-0. I want to see our jungling bug take our Aurelia Menace down a peg or two, and that was fun to see in game 1. Let's see if he could do it again in game 2. What do you think could come out of the sideboard here for both of our players to alter the matchup?
I feel like for the Kazakhs, maybe sabotage.
More sabotage is okay.
Yeah, just to be able to kick out. Because with Irelia decks, a lot of times you're kind of just trying to pump up and protect the few units you have. In this case, not just the Irelia, but even the Vex as well. So being able to remove those sort of things from hand. I don't know if Abscond, probably not Abscond, but if you have like more hard bargains, maybe that could be another thing that if it's in sideboard for Kazakhs. I'm not actually completely sure what Kazakhs runs in sideboard. And as for Irelia, yeah, I'm actually not even sure what you run, like more combat tricks, if you have any more in the sideboard.
Yeah.
But even then, it's like, the thing with Irelia is like Starcross, for example, which most of the purples are running. I don't feel like Irelia runs Starcross as much because she doesn't have the units to kick back, and you don't want to be kicking back your Irelia. So, like, what are you down to then? Like, Rebuke as a combat trick? I don't even know if you need to change it.
And Rebuke really feels a lot worse against an ambush deck because, I mean, a lot of the times that you want to be bouncing a unit back, it's because it just got ambushed in, but you're just kind of delaying the inevitable there. I mean, you might be winning that combat, but now you know like that's gonna get ambushed in again, and you're gonna have to keep answering it. It's kind of the same issue that I have like personally with Abandon, in that it's such a powerful card, but even though it stops it in the immediate, and now you're aware of it, it is still this like looming threat that even though you got rid of it now, like you're still having to be concerned of it later. And I know a lot of people will argue that, once you're aware of it, it's easier to play around, but the fact that you're still being forced to play around it is a limiting factor. It fundamentally changes the way you approach your turn, and that's part of the reason why like we discussed before, why just having that Kha'Zix in the chosen champion zone, it completely changes the way that you have to think about every approach as you come into a turn. Because if those 4 runes are up, it could be Kha'Zix, it could be Punch First, it could be Starcross, it could be so many things, but you always have to be worried about the Kha'Zix. And I definitely want to see some adjustments from the Aurelia player, but like you said, I don't know that there's anything really that could come out of the sideboard that would affect or improve the matchup very much for Aurelia here. Just kind of seems like she needs to more effectively enact her game plan sooner, and ideally with an early Stellacorn herder, as obviously Stellacorn herder has proven since its inception to be such a powerful card for green. But in Aurelia especially, it's just one of those cards that if you see it early and can keep it online and keep it moving, you kind of run away with the game. And now we see a very cool new body card for all body decks, but in particular very fun for Kha'Zix in any deck that chooses to or enjoys ambushing, is this Irresistible Fey Folk. A little charm on a body moves this when this unit moves to a battlefield, it may move an enemy unit to that battlefield as well, and is a really good partner with the Kha'Zix chosen champion at getting someone isolated and letting that Kha'Zix pounce in and get that 2 XP and come in for 6.
Yeah, and it's a little bit of cheesy tech, I feel like, as well, with Forbidding Waste specifically, because Forbidding Waste is -2 when you're defending alone, and the little guy over there can kind of drag you up there and make you the defender. So if you're alone, then yeah, good luck. You've got the -2, and then you can make ambush to make things even worse. So okay, so first mate to just pull it back as well. So just a sneaky, cheeky sort of 1-point score there, just to get ahead. Irelia already out on the board. Notably, no protection, no Zonias, no GA.
Yeah, just equip the Boots of Swiftness on there to bring her up to 6 might in case, I guess, she gets charmed in. Want to have her be a little bit stronger and use that last resource on potentially a buff and be able to threaten getting her up to a high enough life total that you don't want to Irresistible Fey Folk it in. But more likely than not, with only 1 rune up, our Kha'Zix player is going to take this and immediately make use out of the effect that you just mentioned by turning this Aurelia into a surprise solo defender and giving that -2, essentially nullifying the Boots of Swiftness that were preemptively equipped. So now Aurelia back down to just 4 might and 1 might attacking, but obviously it's not just going to be an Irresistible Fey Folk trying to take down Aurelia. He's not silly enough to try to solo her. He's going to call in a little bit of help from the jungle, and Kha'Zix should be ambushing in swiftly to add another 6 might here to this battlefield, as now it's 7-4 in favor of Kha'Zix. And with only 1 rune up, it would have to be Defiant Dance to even threaten a victory here, which it is. However, I don't think that was the only buff in our Kha'Zix hand. Oh, not even going to need a buff, just going to repulse the Defiant Dance away. Our Aurelia player opting to restand Aurelia with the Legend effect just for that extra might. So now getting the choice off of the Defiant Dance plus the restand will take off the -2 from the Frozen Waste, returning us back to our starting point of 6, which of course is not going to be enough to get over the 7 being presented, but obviously wanting to preserve our Kha'Zix's life, we're going to throw down that Grim Resolve, bringing him up to 9, making him more than big enough to survive, and also generating us an extra 2 XP off the back from the Grim Resolve. Not to mention the 1 XP from winning a combat thanks to the innate ability from the Kha'Zix legend.
Yeah, really well played from Kha'Zix there. Just having all the answers, knowing that we could go into that, right? Like, we knew that, okay, Irresistible Faithfolken with the Forbidden Waste, you've got the Kha'Zix, but we've seen Kha'Zix ganks on Irelia go south really badly in the past, and expecting that there was going to be some sort of buff. Specifically, Defiant Dance being the only one that can really get you over that hump, and he had the Repulse in hand, so played beautifully. The Grim Resolve kind of just insult to injury, making sure that A, Kha'Zix lives, and B, he gets the extra XP from Grim Resolve actually winning combat. So he's able to spend that, bring the Kha'Zix home as well, keep that alive, because that's the big buff guy who's going to get that +2. And now, Catcher Kid, I don't know if he's running more than 1 copy of the Irelia, but losing the Irelia that early very, very much hurts you. You're now kind of forced to go to your second string, which is either Vex or Stellacorn. It's not even the Stellacorn that you were hoping for, Mr. Plus. It's going to be the Vex instead. And sure, you are going to be able to ready it up, swing up, but you get the point. You're going to get the hold, but the ambush card is already out there. Kha'Zix has already been played.
Yeah, and what's even more difficult for Aurelia in this situation, just to make that play, you know, that's 2 more runes gone, and now it looks like our players was considering hiding, and obviously decided not to want to go down to 2 runes only, our Kha'Zix player now has only going up to 6. I thought they were going up to 8, but still quite a big rune lead. And now the Auction, more than likely the Auction came out of the sideboard, and that was one of the questions I was going to ask about when we were talking about siding earlier, was whether or not Kha'Zix would be siding any type of gear hate. Was thinking maybe something like an acceptable losses or a factory recall, but actually just the Auction coming in as a gear hate card here that can remove those boots of swiftness from the Vex player, which would then allow our Kha'Zix to move in and be 6. Oh, but that is
fortified position.
Fortified position, so it would be a tie. So still not enough, even with the Auction removing. But
how about Void Assault?
But how about Void Assault? Come fight me at the Forbidden Waste, where you can get -2.
You thought that, you know, I lost the Irresistible Faithfolk and I can't drag you over here anymore. But surprise, surprise. Yes, I can. You don't even need to remove the gear either. I mean, you can steal the Boots of Swiftness, and that would be very, very nice. Because if I recall correctly, Void Assault doesn't even... Oh, but then, never mind. For a second, I was thinking, you just equip it to the Kha'Zix, and then you kind of swing over to the other side, because he's still ready from that. But unfortunately, he actually, like, the gear has to go on Akshan. So you can do that just to remove the sort of ability to reattach the boots and ready up another unit and swing again. So I'm kind of curious if they opt to. I just feel like this is a good, like, this is one of the few chances you're going to get to be able to do this and kind of bully out the Vex.
Yeah, and with the 1 rune up for Diana, it is a little bit scary that it could be the Defy for that Void Assault, but at that point you're kind of as happy that you're gotten rid of 1 more Defy, and your opponent has gone down to just 2 runes. And now we see the Void Assault come down. Will it be resolved, or is there the Defy up for it? I think we'll probably see the Defy come out, which might have been why our Aurelia player decided not to hide the Tide Turner after all, so that they wouldn't go down to just 1 rune, now down to just 2. But now tapped out, he knows that there are no other buffs in hand, so coming in for 7 to what it should be 8 here. Now the Grim Resolve will be more than enough to get us over the Vex and generate us a lot more XP. A shake of the head coming by from Aurelia. He's just got to be thinking, man, this guy has got all the answers at every turn. But to be fair, you played an Irelia with no protection into an Irresistible Faithfolk with only 1 rune up to defend it. I don't know what you were expecting to happen, but that Aurelia was destined to get ganked into the next dimension.
Yeah, and I think I can't recall if he actually had the Vex in hand when he played the Irelia, because I feel like you just, yeah, it's never a good idea to put Irelia out there with no protection whatsoever. Like, just run the Vex instead. Now, he does have a Stellacorn in hand. He can play the Stellacorn, yeah. And then I guess you just pay power costs again. He is perma-deramping. This Irelia has been living on 4 runes for a couple of turns now. That is brutal, and oh my god, yeah, okay. That I'm actually a little bit surprised that the Kha'Zix didn't pull his Kha'Zix back. Or I guess he couldn't.
He used the buff already.
Yeah, okay, that explains it. I mean, fortified position is a great way to defend the Kha'Zix, but it does mean that we're going to see the Stellacorn be able to get up there, get the card draw going, and I don't know if the Kha'Zix has a trick to be able to find a way to kind of sneak up there. You can steal the boots with Akshan, but it's on Akshan, and he's not going to be ready to swing up.
Yeah, part of me thinks that potentially what we were talking about in the interim between these two games about the demoralizing factor of losing on your best battlefield might have played a role here in the mental game for our Aurelia player, because this game too has been admittedly a little bit lackluster in terms of the decision making on our Aurelia's point. It might be a little bit tilted, which is understandable. That last game was pretty rough from the Aurelia's point of view. Kha'Zix just kept having what he needed to have, and now once again it's been the case here. Obviously, like we said, did kind of walk into the irresistible Fey folk there, but at the end of the day, you have to be able to bounce back from those upsetting defeats and not make such game altering misplays here, as it seems like at this point I don't see how you come back if you just keep having to remove all of your runes every turn. Having only 3 runes to work with here at this point is just so difficult for our Aurelia player, who's going to elect to play out the Tide Turner that was hidden here at the Forbidden Waste, and now look at the opponent's graveyard before moving the Stellacorn Herder. I'm assuming contemplating trying to attack the Kha'Zix and use these 3 runes on offense. Yeah, we're seeing this move in, so I'm gonna get the draw from move, and now trigger the solo defend, which will give our 2 XP. And here's why we saw the Tide Turner get deployed, because they needed another target for that Starcross. But once again, this is removing a rune away, bringing us back down to 2 runes. And, if you want to hide that Tide Turner again, we could go down to 1 rune and just permanently play at 3 runes if you want. But I don't know if that's going to get you to the finish line, never having more than 3 runes to use on a turn.
And this is the curse part for Kashyyyk, right? Because what are your other options? Do you just leave Stellacorn up there? Stellacorn with the boots, sitting at 5 with the fortified position, you'll be able to get up to 7. But that the Kha'Zix is in hand. So that the Kiana is going to swing up and you're going to ambush. So you pretty much are forced to do this. You don't really have a choice. Now, even with the Tide Turner, so you're up to 7, 9. Kiana is buffed, so she's at 5. Kha'Zix drops in at 4. So that becomes a problem. And I'm actually not even sure. Okay, maybe somebody in chat knows better, but at least in some of the precons I went to, it was ruled that the Kha'Zix trigger is going to get put on the chain when he hops in, and the Stellacorn is solo, basically. So you would have to Tide Turner immediately as the Kiana moves in, except that you don't even have the prio.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't even think you get the prio, because as long as Kha'Zix holds priority, and
that's the question right there. He thought he had the window. Oh, he's trying to do it off the fortified position.
Trying to respond to the trigger of fortified.
I think that actually might be enough. That probably works. Ooh, okay.
Interesting that the Kha'Zix can't respond to that, and well, I'm not exactly sure how the timing window for that is supposed to work. It seems a little bit little
I mean,
bit
that makes sense to
wishy-washy.
me, I guess, because it's a defense trigger, so defender
Oh,
gets
so defender
focus.
gets the yeah, okay.
I believe. I mean, the judges seem to be working through this as well to try
Yeah,
and
they're
figure out
both.
whether or not. Yeah. 'Cause my initial thought was that, well, your attacker, you get focus first, and then if Kha'Zix
Yeah.
comes down and then you don't have the reaction window, the moment that gets put on the chain, you're going to get the +2 regardless of whether something else shows up. But I believe, yeah, if he's working off the when I defend trigger, there is no when I attack. So defender gets focus on this and should be able to get the tide turner out first to cut the attack down. Now, if all this goes through again, that I believe the Stellar Corns at a 7, that would be a 9, and they just trade if that happens. Which I think for Kachika, like that's the best sort of case scenario you can hope for, where you just get away with that.
Yeah, I'm wondering if he's even willing to take the trade. Looks like. Ooh, yeah, he's realizing now that he can't even take out the Stellacorn herder, and is just gonna have to sacrifice the Kiana to take
Yeah.
out the Tide Turner. So very, very well played from the Aurelia player there. However, this is one of those instances like we spoke about before, where if you're gonna make this play anyways, why wouldn't you do it before moving in for the attack? But I guess in this, we weren't originally going to do this. We had intended to ambush in the Kha'Zix, so understandable why the sequencing worked this way. But at least getting those boots off of the Stellacorn herder will stop it from being able to gank over and score that other battlefield and equalize the points and reduce the capability of being able to essentially accelerate units as easily without having some extra buff spells in hand, since once you get those boots on board, that's usually your main acceleration tool to be able to just equip and ready a unit. But now, without the boots, going to have to rely on a little bit more spell targeting like discipline that we have in hand. But unfortunately, not enough runes to really do stuff like that, as we keep recycling them every turn. And finally decided to play one turn without recycling a rune, so we'll get to go up to 5 runes next turn for the first time in a long time. But might be too little too late if Kha'Zix is able to get any more setup than he already is.
And unfortunately, I think you were mentioning like, for the Kha'Zix player, like why he didn't strip it first. I think it's because he didn't have enough runes. He was playing on 7, so he had the choice of either Akshan or Kha'Zix, but he wasn't going to be able to kind of do both there. And yeah, a little bit unfortunate for him. We are going to see the sort of quick score back and forth to get Kha'Zix up to 6, and then this is the hell turn for the Aurelia player a little bit. You're going to be playing on 5 runes, and you've got to defend both battlefields. If you leave only one on the Frozen Waste, it gets a little bit dicey. And for the fortified position, you get a +2. That's about it. You've got a Tide Turner, Discipline, Zonias, I believe. 2 Zonias?
Yep, 2 Zonias, a Discipline. Is that
2
looks like double
Defies?
Defy, Tide Turner, and that
you
Mind
don't
Splitter.
have enough might. the Mind Splitter has been sitting in hand the entire time, and I was actually thinking, okay, it's going to be 3 more turns. It's been 3 turns, and he's only at 5 runes.
Yeah, just those turnover turns just kept equipping and restanding, and just using 2 runes every turn to end.
On guard's good.
Yeah, we get a draw, go up to 6, tie game, to make it 7 over here at Forbidden Waste, and then 5 runes for defense. Obviously, you're gonna want to try to keep all 5 up for defense. I don't think you can really be proactive here and play anything out. I think you just have to try to keep everything open to keep your Stellacorn herder alive, but she's only 3 might, no deflect, doesn't have the additional buffs that the Aurelia Fervent has. It's really hard to keep a Stella alive in this scenario, and obviously the Forbidden Waste basically is an automatic kill onto the Lonely Poro, so opting instead just to go try to reinforce over here with the Stellacorn herder, giving us 5 might plus that shield 2, 7 might on defense. Not a huge number to get over, but with the amount of buffs in hand, might prove enough, just enough to stop our Kha'Zix player. But right now, sitting on board, we have 4 might from Kiana, 2 might from the Demacian, and then another 7 might on Akshan. So we're looking at 13 might, and now the Sabotage coming out, but going to be defied rather swiftly. Doesn't want him to know what's in hand, doesn't want him to take one of those combat tricks out of hand. Now, with that 13 might, will it be enough to get over the 7 here, plus whatever buffs are left? Gotta imagine he has enough to win this fight, but does he have enough to win the game this turn?
And this is sort of a gamble, right? Like for Kha'Zix, he doesn't have to fight on the fortified position. He could just swing everything up to the Forbidden Waste and then just hold to win, banking on the fact that Kachikid is not going to be able to gank across. And I think he's checking, like, okay, how many boosts of swiftness did I get rid of, potentially, right? Like, did I get rid of enough to make things happen? Okay, Ride the Wind being picked up. Kha'Zix available in hand as well. But the problem is they want to be able to take out one of those guys on the fortified position to isolate it. Does he have enough might to do that? I feel like he almost at this point. The problem is Defiant Dance, right? Like, how many Defiant Dances are left? How many can he play? Potentially, if there's, I think he's played one this game or none, and that's a 4 might swing each time you play a Defiant Dance. So the coward's call, the safer call would be just defend Forbidding Waste, and yeah, just kind of waste all the energy that Kacha Kid kept up for this turn.
Yeah, I mean, it's not even a bad play really, because like we said, it was 13 might, so 13 might quite a bit. Forbidden Waste isn't gonna proc, so it's not gonna get that -2. And to be able to move over multiple units was more than likely not possible, so really would have to bank on just one unit coming in and stopping that hold. And if it's just one unit, then that ambush Kha'Zix becomes even stronger, and
Yeah.
might just see that. But no, he wants to go for game, so he's just gonna send it all in and most likely Ride the Wind this Kiana in to join the fight, and then throw that Kha'Zix in and bring our might total from 13 to 17, which 17 is probably more than enough. We said that we were looking at 9, I think, over here for our Aurelia player. The Discipline brings it up to 11, but there's, I mean, unless it was double Defiant Dance, that would be the only way. Ooh, Defiant Dance was picked up off of the Discipline, but is Defiant Dance plus On Guard enough? I don't think so yet.
The On Guard's only going to be a +1 because it's not alone too.
Yeah, I don't think it's enough.
He's picking the. Okay, yeah, that's fine.
He's got to try. I mean, he's got to go for it. This is game point right here. So +4, shield 2, that brings it to 7, 9, 11. -2 over there, 2 plus the 7, 9, 11.
You just ride over?
12. Yep, he's at. And Ride the Wind.
Not enough.
Yeah.
like your comment, plus that Ride the Wind, right? That was the sort of ace in the hole, knowing that, okay, unless you sort of double Defiant Dance. And I think the moment Discipline came down, he knew he was pretty much going to be okay. Because the Discipline was the dig.
That's funny. The judge is like, please make a gesture to the camera. And he, okay. Peace.
Yeah,
I won.
peace. I won, kind of.
Really cool.
Yeah, a really good game from the Kha'Zix. I liked what we saw. I think this one was a bit more measured, more careful with how he did things, and really from the start of the game, right? The moment he punished that Irelia, he just never let up.
Yeah, that was some really fun gameplay to see from the Kha'Zix, and really cool to see that Aurelia, although being kind of touted as one of the menaces post-ban list in Set 2, and even still in Set 3, especially with the advent of Abandoned Hall and a couple of other key cards being added to the deck, you would think that she might be one of the boogeymen of this format, and yet Kha'Zix was able to get the 2-0 victory over her. So very, very good for Kha'Zix fans to see that display of capability out of the deck.
Right, beautiful stuff from our Kha'Zix players. Some would say maybe going into this regional a bit of an underdog. So you love to see a good underdog story. But if you ask our Kazakhs player, he definitely probably wouldn't say it like that. I mean, granted, it took time. It was almost a full hour to take her down 2-0, but he seems to just have the tools exactly what he needed them. Slash the deck just has what it takes to take down Aurelia. As you pointed out, I believe in game number 2 though, Mr. Plus. Slightly questionable play slash rune management from our Aurelia player. Slightly maybe tilted. We'll see from that game. Or maybe that was the case from our game 1. Either or, I think Kazakh's doing great. Completely undefeated 4-0 going into round number 5. But not too shabby. I didn't expect Kazakhs to be doing so well. At least one Kazakh's doing so well.
Yeah, I'm not hearing a lot of hype online on X and the discords about Kha'Zix. I know a lot of people are a fan of the character and they want him to be good, and people are trying, but not a lot of people touting him as one of the premier decks in this format. But clearly has some legs to stand on if he could take down Aurelia in such a fashion.
Right, 2-0 is impressive. But real quick, for anyone in chat that was tuned into the Sean Dewali game, did he take it or did the Leona take it? Or if RMC or any of you guys know, I would imagine it's tough to keep eye on it when we're casting though.
Yeah, I'm desperately trying to scrub through the video right now to see how it went, and I think Sean took it.
Nice. We'll definitely rewatch it. Maybe a little bit of a spoiler warning, but people at home already knew. I'm tuning in now. It looks like they're getting the very beginning steps around 6 started. But RMC and Mr. Plus, I know is getting super late over there. I know RMC, you already been on for 3 rounds, and Mr. Plus joined us for 2, but been with us for several hours now, so I appreciate that very, very much. I know you guys must be tired, so thank you again. Let me know if you guys want to take a little bit of a leave now, because now would be perfect, I think, if you guys are down. Unless you want to stick around and just chill for up to you guys. I'm not kicking you out. I'm just saying if you are tired and want to head to bed or anything, I wouldn't feel any bad.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to bow out because good
For
morning,
sure.
folks. It's like 1 a.m. over here.
Oh yeah,
So.
yeah, that's what I was thinking as well, RMC. But yeah, if you want any little closing remarks to leave us on.
Yeah, no, thanks for having me on. Always super fun. I'll be back on again tomorrow night, morning, whatever the time equivalent is. So yeah, looking forward to those games. And yeah, shout out again, Plus. You're insane. You're amazing. Absolute trooper. So
You're the trooper, RMC. 3 rounds is nothing. That's light work. So appreciate that very, very much. And yeah, get some good rest. I believe just 2 more rounds tomorrow for the end of to end off this weekend. And we'll see who makes day 2 / the later parts of the Swiss round. So thank you guys. Big ol' love to RMC, and we'll see him around tomorrow.
Thank you for casting together, RMC. Looking forward to doing it again tomorrow. Have a good night.
oh yeah, thanks folks. See you around. Bye.
See ya. Mr. Plus, are you sticking around or heading out as well?
I could probably head out as well and
Okay.
take my leave, go get some much needed rest, and be
Oh, yeah.
back again tomorrow to see how day 2 turns out. I'm really anxious to see the conversion rates. I didn't actually see the start of the tournament. Did they show how many players and the distribution of decks and all that?
Yeah, it was 11% Master Yi, 10% Aurelia, and then the third was Diana. So those are the top 3 for this regional.
Okay, cool. So those are the front runners coming in to see how many of those people convert into day 2 tomorrow. I'm looking forward to that.
It should be cool. You know, I forgot to actually, guys, I don't know how it slipped my mind, but I forgot to make our little usual predictions on who's going to take it. Since I still have you over here, Mr. Plus, before you head out, who's your money on for taking the whole regional? I guess we have Sydney as well, so let's put some bets on both regionals. What do you think for the Suzhou China regional and then the Sydney one? Maybe they're the same legend.
Yeah, I think based off of the representation that you just said, that I'll probably say Master Yi for the Chinese one,
Okay.
as they just seem to have an affinity for Master Yi more so than the English speaking regions do, and I've seen a lot of good play from Master Yi over there, so I'll give it to Master Yi for them, but I think as far as Sydney goes, I'm probably gonna. I'll say Diana since we saw Diwali on Diana. I know
Nice.
he's he's a beast. So
Those are some safe picks. I'm right there with you. I think I'm gonna have to go for Master Yi for the China regional. But since Prismaticism is running so hot and he has figured out that Annie's still doing pretty good, I believe he's still undefeated from what I saw on Twitter. I'm gonna go with Annie from Prismat. So we'll see
nice.
what goes down. I really wish we could catch both finals. I think tomorrow it starts. I think I'm able to catch maybe 1-2 rounds before the China one, but I don't know if there's anywhere where I could catch the grand finals. But hey, the VODs will always be there, so I'll catch it when I catch it. But much
Yeah.
love, Mr. Plus. Thank you so much for helping us out here in these China regionals. Same thing as we always do. If you got any little final remarks for us before you head on out.
As always, thanks for having me here with you. It's always great to cast these events. I like getting to see what the Chinese region has to offer, and just a good time getting to watch some extra Riftbound and cast it alongside some great casters. And looking forward to doing it again tomorrow. I just do my usual plug for Top Deck Keep Riverside. If you guys want to come out, we have locals 2 times a week, so come by Tuesdays and Fridays.
There we go, guys. Check it out. But yeah, we'll see a little bit more Mr. Plus tomorrow. I think it's still with RMC, right? Same casting
Yeah.
duo. I think you guys work well
Dynamic.
together, so I'm happy for that.
Me too. I'm looking forward to it. Dynamic duo back at it again tomorrow for 2 more rounds to start off day 2.
Yeah, should be exciting. We'll see. We'll get that conversion rate hopefully by the time, because I don't think it'll be in by round number 1, but it should be in by round 2 at the least.
Yeah. So it'll be interesting to see how varied it is from Sydney, since we should get both of those tomorrow at a decent time, and we get to compare and contrast and just see how different the metas are in general.
Right, Sydney's definitely a little bit bigger. I think it's somewhere in the neighborhood of a little under 2K players. Or actually, I didn't see the final number. If anyone in chat knows, but I'll maybe look it up at Twitter during this break. But the China Regional caps out at 640, so a little bit more of a smaller event, but still some good plays nonetheless. But yeah, I'm excited to see that as well, to see exactly what decks are topping / went undefeated in both sides of the world. Or actually, they're kind of the same side of the world, but just a little bit above each other. So yeah, we'll get all that information for you guys tomorrow. But yeah, Mr. Plus, I'll go ahead and let you go for now. I'll see you tomorrow.
All right, see you tomorrow. Have a great night.
You too. Good night. Good night. All right, chat. You guys are stuck with me for the next hour or so. You know, it's like the middle of the night, right? It's tough to ask any bit more from these awesome casters. They already killed it. So hope you guys enjoyed that. But it looks like we're tuning into not the most exciting matchup, but MF Aurora. I believe it should be an Aurora because I'm seeing a Catalyst of Aeon. I will go to this scene in the meantime while it's just me. So I'll get the little camera down here plus the full screen. But chat, what have we missed so far? I mean, when I tuned in for real, it was the Volibear, or I should say the Rainguard Dragonstorm. We got a little glimpse of round 4. It was Vex versus Victor. Round 5, we saw like the first 3 minutes of the game. Diwali with Diana. Should we rewind, or should I? Maybe you guys already watched it, but maybe I rewind and watch the Diwali instead of watching this live? But maybe better to watch things live. Here, let me put this on. Yeah, we'll go here. I hear set still pretty good in set 3, or still yeah, I mean, it got even better, right? Let me see. I think there was one set build that I posted. It looks to be pretty similar to this. I don't know exactly what that item is called. It's called is the XP one, right? Oh, they're showing us here the Shepherd's Heirloom. That one doesn't seem too bad because set still has access to, I believe, Grim Resolves is still decently good in set. Let me see. Yeah, there's a set list that won a China 120 person event. So he had the heirlooms. Sacrifice seems to be okay. I think a big buff to Set was the riposte, right? You're giving Set any kind of counter potential, which is always nice. Oh, and this Set ended up running the Order Vi as well. Okay. So coming through with the nice little Order Vi. And you know, since it's just me, I'll go ahead and listen in and see what these casters have to say about this. In the meantime, while we wait for this Chinese to get back on.
In Rambo's hand that could maybe help here, but again, Set in particular, such a tough legend to kick things off battlefields with. There's the Sea Monkey hiding under that Shepherd's Tail, and there's a Poppy hiding under those buffs. And there's a Fade Dragon and a First Mate. Everyone's buffed, by the way, including that Set.
Hey, you know, these buffs are deceiving. They almost make it look like there's units out here.
Just having a look, having a point. Sea Monkey, and oh no, is there more? How is there more?
But he still has too many units, right? I mean, like crazy units for a Set player. It looks like he's playing like an aggro version.
It's like, which one are you targeting? No, sacrifice it.
And I'm looking at the records now. They're both undefeated, which is super impressive.
Very good.
Interesting.
So this one will probably bring it up. You don't see
Oh, and let me look it up. Was he also playing that Poppy? Yeah, he was. There was a one of Poppy in this list, so maybe this guy's playing a very similar list that we saw from China.
Yep.
Or this might be the player. He kind of looks Chinese, no?
So Set, we're kind of deciding when we get to choose Set. Both of these are reactions, hilariously. Flurry's going to happen again. So it looks like that is, oh, interesting.
That
I don't
very interesting
think that prevents Set from saving a unit, because the unit's going to get recalled back to base.
No, yeah, the unit dies. It's a reaction to the reaction, so the sacrifice shouldn't go through here. But to put the unit on the chain, I know sacrifice works a little bit different. You have to actually sack the unit to put it on the chain. So this is actually a good little interaction here. Let me know if anyone in chat knows, because I believe the unit gets sacrificed to even put it on the chain. Fury Blade should still apply, or I guess they're talking about the Set legend ability as well, but he's exhausted, so I think that's off the table.
And I believe the answer is Set is basically in effect you get to pick when.
Place it as you see fit.
Did SW try and save the... No, the Sea Monkey's in the bin, so he didn't try and save the sacrifice unit.
No.
I don't even think you can do that, actually. So we're just going to go through Flurry here. Flurry plus Elder, very powerful.
Because if it wasn't a cost, then they would definitely not go through, right? Because the unit would die. There's nothing to target. And it kind of whiffs, if you will.
Could use to win, which in this case was both battlefields. You do open yourself up to Flurry. So definitely an exchange that you could play differently, but you can't play around everything. And I think Set's choice made a lot of sense to me, as the players are going to resolve their judge call by the looks of things.
Oh, a judge call, of course. Guys, is it just me, or has it been a little bit more judge calls over the Sydney RQ? At least it feels that every time we tune in, we get a nice little surprise of a judge call going on.
We'll see.
At least it wasn't the Baron.
Hey, let me pull up on Twitter to see what's the distribution been like out in Sydney, because I think they posted it.
100% the reason why I've only got one, and even then, who's to say? I think a lot of people are just running the one at the moment, if at all. I think people are opting for more of the Mind Splitters, but
I'm still impressed that it was LeBlanc at number 1. Let me see. I think it was the official OP that posted it.
In this qualifier, so maybe there will be somebody out there who does it a little differently.
Yeah, Aurora definitely a deck that benefits.
And I love to see how many Chinese players actually travel to Sydney to compete, because this is the first time we get a little bit of clashing, right? Chinese players have traditionally only played against Chinese players. Now they get a little test of the Western meta. But do we still consider Australia Western? I mean, granted, there's so many people that travel to Sydney. I say so many people, but they're more in the niche, right? They're the pro players that have the luxury of traveling all the way over there.
And it is a real choice. And certainly when you expect...
But give me 1 second. Let me find this.
Players to be prepared for your strategy.
Absolutely.
Which units you use, which units you play. I know we had a chat yesterday to Billionaire.
Why doesn't it pop up when I type in Riftbound OP?
Yes.
And I'm pretty confident one of the reasons he likes Volibear more is that Volibear is just also...
Okay, I got it here. I got it.
...by nature.
Yeah.
And you can just play a lot of your units.
Was there
if you don't hit
2?
And you might as well at that point. It's going to be putting you in a very, very different position to where we were at here. But I mean,
And I pull it on the side when we can.
because everybody knows, all of the Aurora players probably know that people are strategizing specifically for.
And weirdly
this
enough, I wasn't
strike.
expecting
It's one of those
Vex to
things
come
where
in at number
if you aren't
5
prepared
above
to be able
Aurora.
to
I guess
address
it
the
makes
fact that people
somewhat
will be
sense.
targeting it,
Victor being
then
right under that.
really
Azir, I
it's
feel
on
like
you,
might
you
be
know?
criminally underrepresented.
Set and just
Fiora is
put
a sleeper
confidence
pick if you ask me. I think
and they're
Fiora should be a little bit
roughly what
higher
the
up.
legend text does.
The other
I
ones just look
believe
like metal
how
card
some players
chasers.
WE
Like
is
once you
capable
start getting into the Ori territory, you
with
know
the
you're
fact that
kind
they
of
want
gunning
to
that
save, 'cause they're
down.
all gonna take lethal damage
Kaiser
in effect
taking a bit of a fall
this
from a
flurry of players. I don't
huge set
think
1
the second
rain.
flurry does anything.
Draven
What
is a
Abra
surprise
resolve?
there. Only 28 Dravens out there.
Whenever
Coming in, I
Kapuna
believe, like
loses, the
20th
sacrifice happening for the Dragon as I
representation.
expected to get saved.
Right above Ornn. Guys, there was
We are
26
kind of back
Ornns
in
and
business
28
as the second
Dravens.
part
That's a
back over.
surprise.
Things are gonna end on
Wait,
board
what's the
for this
highest
right now.
Fury?
They
Fury
don't
Chaos.
get
I guess
point
it's
number
Pike.
but we are
Pike at
climbing up to 9 in
32.
this game.
Yeah, interesting. So, guys, the fall of Fury Chaos, at least for the initial entry of this of the Unleashed Regional circuit, because I think it's more so like you guys were telling me before. People were just hunting for those metal cards.
And when she gets mighty, boy oh boy.
Boy, oh boy, indeed. It is still a little hard to see the cards in hand for.
If Aurora comes back from this position, that is a feels bad position, right? You're up at 7. You do have to get all the way to 9. But it's game number 1.
Buff, move on over.
Showstopper does get you to conquer, but forget about conquering, right? That's bullet time. You do have to spend an additional deflect, but it doesn't really matter, right?
Pretty much has to play a bunch of reactions.
Oh, and Set has 0 units in hand. Okay.
SW from scoring enough at this point. But that again is going to just basically recycle a rune and have Fiora lose her buff. So paying 1, I have to assume here with bullet time. Cost 1 energy, but you pay basically power equal to how much damage you want to deal. You can think of it.
I'm wondering how the communication is between these guys, right? Because I know not all Chinese players are pretty fluent in English. So it's similar, they get a little feeling how the Westerners feel when they travel for the Chinese regionals. So kind of funny.
Older Dragon deck is really that interested in doing.
No.
As Set is basically going to permanently stay exhausted. I think didn't quite get awakened to
Not
start
so
the turn,
much.
but we all know it's ready to
Without that bullet time, that could have been GG, no? Because you conquered at 8, conquer with the Faith Folk. Or not the Faith Folk, what's the dragon called in the back? Let me look it up.
We know is in hand. He's going to have to wait a while. Maybe wait another turn to try and turn this game around. And the 8th point doesn't feel that valuable. As Fiora is going to get ready. Gonna basically
Fade Dragon, that's what I'm
take over,
thinking.
but no way to regank over. Actually cannot buff on Valley. That one's only on play. Alright, so looking for point number 8.
China looks like China starts in about 4 or so minutes. This is a matchup I don't feel too bad tuning away from. I hope they don't give us any Aurora shenanigans over in the Chinese side of things. Eventually, I won't doubt that we will get a little bit of Aurora going on, because we'll probably see at least 1 or a couple Auroras in those higher tables. But maybe we could avoid them for the time being.
Not very helpful. Just a Warmog's armor.
Let's see.
Big Dragon.
Big dragon.
Can hit the classic pack of wonders. Going to pick up the Elder and replay it. Just for a little extra board clear action. Don't know if I recommend it, but it is a play you're allowed.
And I wasn't paying attention, but do we know if there's any more units in the deck for Aurora?
You want to pay 4 orange power and recycle another rune?
Not so much.
Because the Elder Dragon maybe still holds off, because it's the Elder Dragon clear one of the back line.
Still just on the little bit too expensive side.
Only allow him to conquer up to 1. Oh, and forget about hitting an Elder Dragon from Aurora. You get to put it back. Oh, no, never mind. For some reason, I thought you pack a Wonder Elder, but you wouldn't have enough to play it, right?
Recycle the rune, exalt it, and then kill it in order to get that effect. But if you just pick it up with the pack, you get much the same effect.
Now, what is going to result here?
And this is classic Aurora, right? You made your opponent get all the way to 8, and then you're just crushing his final hopes.
Absolutely.
Pack of wonders again, treasure trove again. More card draw. Gotta be careful. You don't want to draw your units.
Yeah, look, it's not ideal to be at this point, but I mean, credit to Rambo Slag for being able to adapt as much as possible given the circumstances. We get another Scry's Bloom.
Have to imagine there's one more spell in hand that's relevant here.
You would think.
Just with
He's
the way
playing
they're
like there's
playing,
at least an elder in the
I'd
deck, so I'll
imagine
take his.
not
I'll
going for the
trust
battlefield
him here
with
because
Norman
if there's
face
not
up,
another elder,
can't- actually, even
I
if
mean you
do
swing in, you
push through
conquer.
onto the
That's
battlefield,
one.
still gonna
The elder
lose
clears one of the
go.
backline
To
units.
double conquer, so
If there's not an elder,
Dragon's
you,
gonna push off
maybe
Norman,
you're
that
still
could
not
actually out of the
completely
field.
out of it because he has to get over your dragon.
Absolutely, yeah. Not really a surprise there.
And at least put some might on that battlefield. Again,
Some,
yeah, 10.
just some.
Just some. But if there's more, again, everyone reading Valley of Idols for the first time, perhaps. Certainly, I can't imagine MF has run into it too many times. So pass the Aurora trigger. Is it going to be Elder Dragon the second, or is it going to be Baron Nashor the first? There's
And
Baron.
it's Baron.
Oh, okay. This definitely complicates things, right? Because now you got to conquer on every single battlefield. You're not even going to be able to conquer on 2 of these battlefields. So this is going to take so much time, but little by little, I think Aurora's going to be running away with this game. You go up to 2.
Have to get all 3. It does make it
MF does allow you to hit all 3 battlefields every turn, though. So you go 2. Why did they only have 1 point up, right? You just conquer for Elder, you just conquer for Nashor. So that's a hold to 4, conquer to 5. Hold to 7, conquer to 8. So you're still 3 turns away.
Out of the final point for the whole game, which is actually what you have to do at this point. I actually think making a 3rd battlefield and effectively turning off conquering as a win condition does feel pretty good here. So first mate going to conquer, but that point cannot win, so instead it will draw a card. And I think at this point, SW is like, I have to hold to win this game.
100%. And look, I mean, when you're 8-1, you would normally be feeling a lot more confident. You probably still are, but it is an interesting arrangement that we've got up here at the moment.
And guys, the Chinese has the casters online, so we'll throw it over when they start getting us the round. For the time being, might as well not miss any little bit, even though there's not too much to miss here, right? There's really not.
But again,
that's right at the bottom, isn't it?
yeah.
Hopefully we get a spicy matchup. We've only seen the set 3 legends from China. I believe it was what? We saw, oh, I'm being already forgetful, but what do we see already? Because I'm confusing the RQ with the Chinese Open.
Although I guess
Yeah, you know, maybe not a good idea to ask me exactly at 4 a.m. in the morning, but what have we seen?
Pass back just yet. Shepherd's Heirloom getting considered here, and look to equip the Fey Dragon, it looks like. Is Fey Dragon trying to pick a fight? Yes, it is.
Oh my
Oh,
goodness.
Ivern for sure. We definitely saw the Ivern matchup. We saw the Kazakhs. So Ivern, Kazakhs, and then there was one in round 1 that was set 3 as well. It wasn't Diana. It wasn't a Pike.
More than 10.
Man, what was it? It was me and NA casting. I can't believe I can't remember. But then there was the round 2. It was 2 set 2 legends, right? It was Azir versus Aurelia, I'm pretty sure. Man, what did the show start things off with? I can't remember. Oh, and it is time. Let's go ahead and bounce into round number 5 of the Chinese Regional Open over in Suzhou. And let's see what legends they have. Hopefully a little bit more exciting than Aurora. Okay, I'll take it. Fiora, not too shabby. I've been looking for a good Fiora. I hear Fiora has a good domain combination to deal with the majority of this meta. And okay, throwing it to good old Spirit Forge. It looks like it's going to be Fiora versus Ezreal to start things off for round number 5. Interesting. And guys, if anyone's just tuning in, this was just going to be a solo casual cast. Just because I could, you know, the middle of the night is a tough little spot to get anyone to cast. So just keep that in mind. Just a little casual commentary. So I won't go like super crazy. But honestly, I mean, we'll see. We'll play it by ear pretty much. But Fiora starting off with a straightforward battlefield with the Monastery Harana. We know she does have a lot of access to buff potential. Things like Warmogs. And I believe Set Brawler also not too shabby. And oh, this is one we don't get to see too often. The one that on the beginning step you deal 1 damage. Why would an Ezreal do that? Is it just to allow him to make it that much easier to take down your units? I like this, right? Because let me look up the name of that battlefield. Frozen Fortress. Okay, so you deal 1 damage to units there. So maybe you're trying to take advantage of things like Eclipse, things like Smokescreen to bring them down into the range of that battlefield, killing / making it that much easier for your Bellows Breath to do the rest of the lifting. So I can see that. I don't think I've seen that battlefield in an Ezreal deck. Fiora's playing with Hook, maybe Ice Monkey. We'll see. We'll see. It just started, so this round is just beginning. So we don't know exactly what it is, but I feel like Hook Fiora definitely has some stonks this round. Or not this round, but this set in general. And Ice Monkey, are you a Fiora player? I feel like she's definitely super good in Unleash. I play Ezreal and Azir. There we go. Not too bad. I feel Azir is really, really good spot right now. And of course, Ezreal, you can never go wrong with the Ezreal. Especially with these 2 cards in hand, right? A Phase, a Bewitching Spirit. He looks to be the more control-y version. Or actually, how would you describe the version with Pack of Wonders? Maybe control isn't the word, but it is Ezreal. So Ezreal has the potential to always control a board state. But here we go, guys. It is round number 5 of the Chinese Regional, the Chinese Unleashed Regional. And let's see who's going to be taking it here in round number 5. I would imagine both of these players are undefeated. I will say it can go both ways. Ezreal has the tools, usually has the tools to deal with Fiora. But I will say there is one unit that if this Fiora has in their main board / sideboard is going to be super problematic for Ezreal to deal with. And you guys know what unit I'm talking about. I'm talking about the Camel, the Ruin Runner. So we'll see. A lot of people have put Ruin Runner a little bit more to the wayside. But if they mainboard it, it will be paying pretty good dividends here. But starting things off with a nice little Bewitching Spirit. I believe this might be the first Bewitching Spirit of the regional, at least for this side of the world. Yeah, Toothbrush. I think everyone and their mother can agree that everyone hates it. And you know what gets worse than just one Bewitching Spirit, Toothbrush? It is multiple, right? Because that Pack of Wonders is able to go ahead and time again play it out. So that's just the first of many discards. And Fiora usually wasn't known for her drawing capabilities. But in set 3, she's definitely got a big of a boost in terms of draw. You have the draw that comes from giving units temporary. You have the draw from sacrifice as well. So that's already +4 cards that you normally not used to drawing from old meta. And then there's even the Kinku Investigator. What's her name? The one if you have 5 total might on a battlefield, you draw 1. I know her first name is Kinku. Kinku Insightful, something of the like. That's another draw potential as well. So Fiora has a little bit more draw, at least in set 3. So maybe Bewitching Spirit won't be that impactful, but taking down a little Stupefy for now. And keep in mind, bouncing and playing that Bewitching Spirit is not really progressing your board state. Yes, it's kind of negging your opponent, but at the same time, I mean, you can push, then go ahead and Pack of Wonders to bounce it back. That's probably the more optimal line to do. Put some points on the board, but you're definitely not defending any of these battlefields. So that is a straightforward 2 points for your opponent as well. And then just having to play it over. Okay, he does the exact same play. So, man, this hand is getting little and little. You do have a challenge if you answer the Bewitching Spirit. Funny enough, Ezreal has another one in hand. So, I don't think you're ever getting rid of that little devil. Oh, look at Ezreal, man. He's having a grand time. Taking down every single card, what feels like. Fiora with a single card in hand. You draw for turn, so you do go up to 2 and not a bad card at that, but you don't have enough runes to go ahead and play the Harness Dragon, so Harness Dragon most likely will get discarded this time around. And then there's 0 cards in hand. This is definitely a control version of Azir, or Ezreal. He's controlling the hand early game and then trying to control the board state a little bit mid to late game. If only Fiora could use a little bit of her runes to sacrifice instead of their hand, that would be too much of a problem because of her legend ability, of course. But goes ahead, puts the first point on the board, right? Keep in mind, that's the one that does a tick of damage every beginning step, which we don't know exactly what it's for. We're just kind of speculating is to make those bellows breath / any kind of decreased might cards that much more effective, right? Adding one, sometimes you have like you're missing the one extra damage. I guess the battlefield could add that. And, you know, China should come out with the website that they do over there for the RQs where they give us all the undefeated / who's in contention for the best of metal cards. Maybe there is a Chinese website that keeps track of all that, but I haven't seen one just yet. I need to find the website again for the RQ because we could look at it during the breaks as well. Granted, the upside of having 2 RQs going down at the same time, there's really no downtime. When one round ends, we just hop over to the other RQ, which we haven't really had a quote unquote break this entire stream long, which is kind of nice though. Makes it pass so much quicker. And jeez, man, I talk about having everything you want in hand. Kinda, right? Like, they're strong. More importantly, you got every single card removed. And look at this. This is where a lot of people were kind of worried about this card because it creates this kind of an environment in the TCG, right? You're giving your opponent no way of getting back into this game because they just relying on a single top deck. One card every single turn is just simply not enough. And it's a very unpleasant way of going out, right? I don't think anyone ever wants to go out without ever a chance of trying to do anything, right? I mean, at least lose with a couple cards in hand. At least lose trying to do a little bit something. But losing from just top decking over and over again, it is miserable, which I think a lot of people can relate to. And yeah, the good old dirtling going on with the treasure trove. So up the treasure trove goes a channel and a draw, which means Ezreal will never ever run out of cards as long as he can. There's just a single unit developed for Fiora. That's not enough to go ahead and conquer over and over again. If you find a way to give a buff to Fiora, there is a way of giving it ganking, or not a way of giving it ganking, but it will gain ganking. Oh, and it has ganking. What buff? Oh, the BF sword, of course. So you do effectively conquer both battlefields. And now you have to find a way of defending, but with a repost in hand. I think it's more of a bluff than anything. And guys, you know Ezreal's having a good old time here, just discarding every single hope he has. I think this is the first time I see it live on stream or in any bit of a competitive setting that you completely eliminated the entire hand from your opponent. Granted, there's not every day that we see 3 Bewitching Spirit played out. Sometimes it feels like 3 with the And why are the Pack of Wonders, of course, right? Sometimes it feels that way, but literally playing out 3 is another kind of level of madness. And yeah, Eyes Monkey, hand luck Ezreal looks like. So controlling the hand from the beginning it looks to be a good idea, at least for the majority of decks. But cards that are decks that are able to kind of swarm the board fast, get rid of the hand, it might not be too effective because they're not too powerful. But now here's where he's trying to turn the corner. He's like, I dealt with one step, I took care of the hand. Now let me go ahead and establish out these units to take care of the remaining, and the remaining being just a single gear and a single body on the board. Granted, it's a pretty good body, right? You have ganking. It's at above. It has shield, so it defends for 8. You conquer up to 6. You're interesting enough. You're getting kind of close, but I could only imagine Ezreal has the remaining of tools. I see a stacked deck. I believe a wages. I believe the stupefy is still around there as well. So I think there's a way of getting it. And Toothbrush, your buddy did this, his Ezreal into my Vex. Jesus. And Vex normally can draw okay-ish, but I guess it depends how lucky of a draw. Because if you have the cookie cutter Pack of Wonders into Bewitching Spirit from the beginning, then it could be a little bit degenerate for sure. Ice Monkey, I can see how it's decent against Aurora. Especially if you have the turn to dust main board, definitely is good, because then you're pretty much leaving them with only Aurora in hand. But Aurora's a game is a deck that you don't have to have a hand, right? Since you're playing from the deck. And wasn't he at even point tempo, chat? I'm pretty sure he was, because he held... I mean, I'm going to trust the judges here, and I'm going to trust the player as well that he's only at 5, but I could have sworn he was double conquering. I guess there was the initial conquer that is putting him at odd points here. So he's still a little bit away of closing out the game. You can't effectively win next turn. You're only going to be able to get to a max of 7 points. Oh, never mind. This is the showdown interaction. It was that's what I was thought. That's what I thought, guys. I'm pretty sure he was on even tempo. So up to 6. So knocking on the door, getting awfully close, but I just don't think he's going to be able to cross the finish line. And let's find out exactly how Ezreal plans to kind of just spoil his plans, because he has 8 defending might, minus the 1 damage already. Wages of Pain, you got to pay the deflect cost from Fiora. So 4 damage, basically 4 HP. So the Vex trades into it, 2 Bewitching Spirits trades into it, and there's just no cards in hand, so you don't have to really play around anything. And a double trouble Fizz comes down to repeat the wages. So you could simply trade in a 1 Bewitching Spirit into it, and that's it. I don't think there's any world of getting back into this game. I mean, you got some room. We're talking about Ezreal at only 3 points currently, so maybe there's a little bit of wiggle room. And I must have, oh, because the shield doesn't apply, so the wages was enough, right? So the shield is only on the fence, so technically only had 7 might currently. I was doing the math with 8 total might, but yeah, double wages plus the thing was enough to get there. Bellows Breath repeat in the back line isn't enough to do it. But granted, 1 little Sea Monkey Conquer only gets you up to 6, right? So you're not too worried about this. I think this is where you finally tie things up, and then you pretty much take it from here. This is the most oppressive Ezreal we've ever seen. I wonder if this was another deck they were facing off, if they were able to do the exact same thing. Because Fiora is usually not this slow, I would imagine. If it is a baited hook variant, we definitely didn't see the hook. I think that would definitely be helpful. Just to kind of not rely on your hand, rather than rely on the cards in deck. But something's telling me this is more the I guess, consistent version we've seen these days, the more mid-range Fiora. So we'll think about it here, right? That's 3 additional might on the Sea Monkey, so up to 6. But there's 4 runes at the ready for the Ezreal, so making things rather tricky. You know, for drawing so many cards, I feel like the Ezreal is kind of lacking a little bit because I believe there's just 2 cards remaining. Granted, all the rest of the cards are currently on the board. Or he might have more. It looks like that's the rune deck, actually. So he definitely has more than 2 cards. Honestly, chat, if I'm the Fiora player, I am saving my mental. I am saying GG next. Pray you don't draw the Bewitching Spirit. And let me play a little bit more of my game while I can. Because right now, this is just a bit of a miserable, feels bad experience for Fiora. No matter what you do, there's always the potential of the Bewitching Spirit. So you can't hide any information, right? You can't hold up spells. Oh, that is quite the good top deck, though. We've seen the Trophy Hunter. So you are able to come in at ambush speed, but because the Vex is at a battlefield, it's going to be able to come in stun. So effectively nothing going down. And to make matters worse, the Eclipse getting deployed out. And that's GG, chat. I'm scooping things up if I'm Fiora. I don't know how he's enduring this. Unless he somehow forgot that the Vex stuns the unit coming down. He's almost making this Ezreal player think ever so slightly, saying, what does he have that he hasn't conceded yet? You know, I feel like the chosen champion that could have helped them, yeah, that Fiora did decent, but I feel like if Fiora Worthy would have been a slightly better legend so that when you attach these equipments, you're able to go ahead and ready them because that's what he needs. He's lacking the pressure potential. So with the lack of Worthy in hand / currently in the champion zone, it's just a little bit too slow. That's a hold up to 7. Simply has to hold one more time around. And Rengar's good, but you can't double conquer. There's no showstoppers for Fiora. There's no other way of moving things around. I'm trying to think of a single card that can allow him to double conquer. I don't think it exists because Vex will remain on the battlefield unless, of course, you take care of the Vex before doing so. But the likelihood is almost 0% as you're just relying off the top card coming down. Another Trophy Hunter doesn't get there. We'll see. This is interesting that, you know, more interesting so that he hasn't technically conceded just yet. I mean, fighting to the end, you got to respect it. Okay, GG. Scoop things up, chat. Scoop it up. That is a Star-Crossed getting picked up. You also even have a Fizz at that, right? So there's no riposte in hand for Fiora. You Star-Cross the Rengar back in hand. You can't even ambush it. Oh, he doesn't want to go ahead. He wants to go ahead and give him the little bit of hope, right? He's saying, I'm going to let you think you can attack, but we can reaction speed, Star-Cross it, and that is a BF stored off the top. Pass it on forward, or not pass it on, but GG scoop things up. You know, I respect that. Ezreal didn't want to do him like that. He already did him dirty enough. He's like, you know what? I'm not even going to show you the Star-Cross, so GG's. Not much of a game, though. You know, it's very rare in Riftbound that we don't get too much of a back and forth. This was so heavily one-sided maybe more so one-sided match that I've ever seen in Riftbound history. Chat, what do we think about that game? Because that was definitely a game that it never existed in the past. You know, there's never been a game of Riftbound quite as that. I don't know how I feel about that. You know, I'm not calling for bans of Bewitching Spirit, but it's definitely like a bit of a degenerate type strategy. Pack of Wonders and Bewitching Spirit. What is the answers to that, guys? I mean, you have Salvage to take care of the Pack of Wonders, but they run 3 Pack of Wonders, so you're not very likely to deal with all the Pack of Wonders. You can't take away Bewitching Spirit from the hand. I guess you challenge it so you deny them from bringing it back in hand. It could have also been that Ezreal got good luck, right? That was quite fortunate that the Ezreal player not just saw one Bewitching Spirit, but multiple Bewitching Spirits very early on. And Valor, we need to do something about that hand hate. I'm saying because traditionally in the other TCGs I played, it just creates a very unfun environment, at least locally. I mean, it looked like that player was having the worst time of his life, if you ask me. He just said, I can't play. I can't even play the game I love, right? So it's a weird, it's a fine line to cross, right? Or to stand on, because some people will say it's just the game, it's just a card. He's not by himself powerful. But when you combo him with strategies like we're seeing here from Ezreal, it gets to be a little bit too dominant. Valor, you think limit the card to 1? There's honestly not any clean solutions currently. It might have just looked to be the case because Fiora just didn't have the best hand. Maybe if the hand were able to kind of deploy at more things quicker, it might have not looked that way. So we'll see. We'll see exactly how it looks in game number 2. Because in terms of sideboard, I think Ezreal doesn't really have to do too much. I think if you do sideboard Turn to Dust for the Aurora matchup, Turn to Dust feels decently good against Fiora because of those BF swords, because of what other equipments. I mean, we didn't see him that game, but we do know Fiora does revolve slightly around equipment, so you probably bring those in to kind of add a little extra salt on the wounds that you're creating already. For Fiora, I could only think of salvages. Actions wouldn't be the worst, even though you can't really utilize Pack of Wonders yourself. Yeah, Toothbrush, I think you're nailing it perfect, right? It's just uninteractable, right? Like, you want to be... Riftbound is a game where you kind of... do you have it? Do you not have it? This is just a one-sided game. You're watching your opponent play by themselves, and that is the issue, if you ask me. I just lived the same just now at my locals, but it was Pyke. Ah, Lord, of course. Pyke has the easy time of doing it, too, because instead of Pack of Wonders, you just do it from the Pyke Legend ability. So I'll be honest, I haven't faced off against this Pack of Wonders madness / Pyke Bewitching Spirit. I've versed Pyke Bewitching, but Pyke has a little bit of a harder time because they're not generating card draw, right? Ezreal has means of generating card draw with the Treasure Trove combo as well. So the Pack of Wonders is synergistic with multiple avenues from Ezreal, which is why I feel like it's such an effective strategy. But maybe there's something we're missing. Maybe as we keep coming back to, I could have been a little bit of luck from the Ezreal side. Can he pull it off one more time? If this is back-to-back complete elimination of the Fiora hand, then it's a tad bit too consistent. Fiora needs to find ways to kind of get the hand size up a little bit sooner than later, because I think Fiora has some good card draws, at least in set 3. Let me find the name as we go ahead and join them for our round number 2. Can Fiora climb back, which seems to be a mountainous task? Make it an aspirant climb, because this is going to be tough. More room for him to discard your hand down. But you finally have a battlefield that you don't have to have a buff on it. You could simply tap an energy to regain that card draw. So I feel like this could be a better game for him. At least Fiora hopes so. And chat, give me 1 second. Let's go ahead and add these battlefields. I believe it was Sunken Temple. And then what was the other one real quick? We were just talking about it. I'll look at it when they show the screen. I saw it, But we'll see. It is time for that game number 2 of this round number 5. These rounds have been flying by. I feel like they're doing an efficient job of going ahead and pairing everything, because we're just down to the final 2 rounds after this. So it's just 7 rounds in the regional. And of course, I even said it out loud, is the aspirant climb for Ezreal. You know, right there, nice little curve out for Fiora. That is a card that should allow him to hang in there ever so slightly. If you're able to get a BF sword, when it dies, you are able to generate 2 more cards. And the fact that he does have Harness Dragon, a Rift Herald in hand, that's a bit indicative that he definitely has the baited hook strategy. And so far, I'm already liking my chances slightly more in this game number 2. You do have access to those hidden blades, aka access to 2 more cards of those Bewitching Spirits goes down. But just like he did in game number 2, he not only has a single Bewitching Spirit, he has double the trouble, deploying out, I believe, another one. So that's 2 cards from the beginning. And look at this guy's face. He hates life right now. I mean, who wouldn't when you're facing off against this kind of deck? Yeah, guys, it seems to be decently consistent so far. All right, so Fiora does come in online, so you're able to get the additional draw from Sunken Temple. And this is what I was worried about. If you're prioritizing your time of just replaying and putting back the Bewitching Spirit in hand, you're not really contesting these battlefields. So if you're able to kind of put the gas on and just conquer / hold turn after turn, you got to kind of go quick, because this is definitely a late game deck from Ezreal. I feel like this buff on Fiora is pretty key, pretty essential piece right now for Fiora, because it does turn on the ganking potential. So you're able to kind of go back and forth, leave the unsung hero until you have him over the mighty threshold, so that you are able to go ahead and draw 4 cards if you play the hidden blade onto it. So there's a world. I mean, it's going to take a while before he discards 4 cards. He just desperately needs to draw a way of buffing this unsung hero. And chat, do we feel this is baited hook as well? Because I definitely feel this is an undefeated baited hook Fiora here. And we'll see here, does Ezreal have a pack of wonders? And oh, this is what I was worried about. You don't have, you know, maybe the play was to hide hidden blade, but got a little bit greedy on that unsung hero. I think you just take your draw 2 when you can, but perhaps wasn't really expecting the Wages of Pain coming down. But you can always expect some kind of damage marker getting played out for this Ezreal deck, whether it's Bellows, Breath, Wages of Pain. And I believe that might be it. Chat, what other damage spell does he have? It'll probably come to me when he plays it. I like these plays from Ezreal, right? You get the additional draw. You targeted once for Wages, once for the Eclipse. So draw 1 for the Legend ability. And now Fiora, even though with the +1 shield, you're down by 4, right? So you were defending for 6, but down to 2 HP. So a single spirit will allow him to trade. And you're getting rid of the huge MVP card for Fiora, which is exactly what you want to see as the Ezreal player. So Fiora goes down. There's no such thing as a set saving legend here. And you're leaving behind a single Kinku Monk. I think you had to put one of these hidden blades out at the minimum to draw 2 yourself, no? Maybe got a little bit greedy on the rune economy, because you're Fiora. You could kind of spend the runes and then you're going to get them back eventually. You know, for a deck that's trying to go fast on this aspirant climb game, Fiora is just not capable of doing so. At least with the card sequencing, he was able to get this game number 2. You got a Sea Monkey, you got a Rift Herald that's able to play out this turn. I guess the Rift Herald isn't that bad because tall units are a little bit trickier for Ezreal to deal with, and that is the first Rift Herald of this Chinese Unleashed Regional getting played out. When it dies, it does have a death knell, or is it death knell, or does it just have its effect? Let me pull it up here. I do know you play a unit from hand. Okay, so it does have death knell. Yeah, when I move to a battlefield, look at the top 3 from your main deck. You may reveal a unit among them and draw. So this is another bit of a draw engine. And then play a unit from your hand to your base, ignoring its energy cost when it goes ahead and dies. So not too bad. Rift Herald is definitely a strong unit here. If it dies, you go ahead and play a unit from base or hand. So it goes down. It brings out the Sea Monkey. So not the best card. But I think the key piece here is that you're able to draw once you push up to a battlefield. And we'll try to take a little bit of a look at the Ezreal hand. Not the most fantastic hand, right? You got something like a Stupefy, a Gus. Virtually a dead card so far. I say a dead card, but a Stupefy does bring the Kinku Monk down to that 3-might territory. Fizz is probably the best card in Ezreal decks these days. Wages Pain could do the remaining of the damage for Kinku, so does elect to do that. And there we go. This is perfect, right? Ouch, that stings a bit. Reaction speed Gus, so you don't get the draw. He gets back to hand. So beautiful sequencing from Ezreal, trying to bait out. He's like, I could smell the hidden blade from a mile away. Instead of starting with the Gus, you go ahead and play an action speed Wages of Pain, and then you react to the hidden blade. So despite Ezreal just having a kind of degenerate deck, he is playing very cleanly, I will add. And chat, for anyone just tuning in, we will be going back to a dual casting setup as soon as this round is over. Just a nice little casual cast, solo cast for this round number 5. But EK, if you guys remember him, will be joining us for round 6 and 7. Coming up after this one, I believe in 20-something minutes, as it says on our screen. So he did have the potential of getting something like a salvage, but picks the Pit Rookie instead. I guess he's not too worried about the Pack of Wonders, but the Pack of Wonder turns on a lot of engines for Ezreal, right? You turn on the Treasure Trove, you turn on the Bewitching Spirit, but at this point you might have one too many cards for the Spirit to really do too much. You know, he's kind of getting close to there, right? You got up to 4. If he goes ahead and Watchers, that's probably the worst case scenario for the Fiora. You go down to, I believe Herald is 7, so you go down to 4. You do got a Call to Glory in hand, so you kind of match the Watcher up to 3. This isn't terrible. You actually outbeat the Watcher, and he's going to have to spend the majority of the runes to do so. This could be a good spot. You would hold up to 5, conquer up to 6, but it is an aspirant climb game, and I like this, right? So you're able to utilize the buff from the Sea Monkey to play the Call to Glory for free in case that is the situation going down next turn. So it looks like he's tapped out, but he does have the Call to Glory, as we mentioned. I think here he's thinking about, should I hide? Should I not hide? I think the answer is always hide, just in case just in case the Call to Glory doesn't work, might as well get draw 2. And just like that off the top, we were saying, what is the worst case situation for this player, for this Fiora player? It's going to be the Thousand Tail Watcher. So that does get picked up. I wonder if we're going to go ahead and slam it down, because you would think Fiora is completely tapped out. But Rift Herald, as we mentioned, he is at 7, so it goes down to 3. He has a buff, so he's at 8. So it goes down to, actually, what am I talking about? He's at 7. It's -3 for Watcher. So you actually beat it with a simple Call to Glory. He has 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11 runes. So 8 for the Watcher leaves him 3 runes available for something like a Wages of Pain, but plays the champ first. So he's foregoing the chat. He's saying no Watcher this time around. I'll save it for it's a little bit more of a fruitful play when there's more units on these battlefields. But goes for the good old churning that Bewitching Spirit. As we point out, not the most effective strategy. Once your opponent already has a good amount of cards in hand, plays it again, it looks like. And guys, I completely take that back. For some reason, I thought Fiora had a little bit more cards in hand, but down to her final card. So we'll be going up to 2 for this turn. But that's a 6-point lead, or not 6-point lead, but 6 points in general. You're still 2 turns away. Trophy Hunter could go a long way. You know, if they didn't have another Pack of Wonders in hand, maybe Salvage was the correct play, right? You salvage the Pack of Wonders because they're the one kind of enabling everything. But, of course, the Hidden Blade there. And speaking of the devil, it is a salvage off the top. So you love to see it. You get an additional draw and you take down the Pack of Wonders. I believe you have to play it here. We'll see if that's actually enough to stop the Ezreal from gaining that value from Treasure Trove / the Spirit. Not too bad. He will be getting additional draw from the Rift Herald here as well. So look at the top 3. And then pick a card between them. So Kinku Monk, just to add those additional buffs along. So not too bad. I feel like Fiora is locking this one in. I know there is a Thousand Tail Watcher. You already discarded the Call to Glory. But she's not looking terrible, right? And Phantom is Billy if you want to tune in on this. So you're fully loaded on your runes here. So anything that you want to do is in your grasp. So you do have the potential. The Watcher play we mentioned out before. I'm trying to think if there was any additional units you could benefit from that Death Nail on the Rift Herald. And despite being ahead, Fiora is still not looking like he's having a good time. You just know you're versing off against the Ezreal. Ezreal with a healthy hand size, and you know they always have a plethora of options on their turn. So it looks like he's going to be floating energy. Oh, I like it. So you float the energy to get the channel rune value from the treasure trove just to see an additional card before you commit to a play. So the only units viable here are things like Watcher, like Fizz. But I don't think I'm seeing a way of getting rid of this Rift Herald. I mean, honestly, the Watcher gets there. But it depends. What can you do on the clapback? But it looks like a repeated Bellows Breath getting dropped down. If you take care of the back line, that definitely makes it a little bit harder for him to continue on the double conquer game plan. And yeah, the scoreboard is wrong. It's currently at 6 as we see the Fiora player's little Poro icon up there. I think Fiora is thinking about use it before you lose it, right? So Riposte gets summoned down, countering the Bellows Breath, adding one might. I don't think it's going to make too much of a difference on the Rift Herald, but one might is one might. But I'm wondering what he was up to. I guess it was all the Watcher, right? He was trying to go ahead and do the infamous Watcher Bellows Breath combo. Watcher would have been able to kill the entire back line, and then accelerated Watcher would have been able, I'm pretty sure, to clear the Rift Herald. Rift Herald's at 7 up to 8 from the buff. Down to 5. 1 damage is 4. So obviously you trade into it. And we think he only has one line, really looking to tap all these runes, and it should be the Thousand Tail Watcher getting played out. He has 2, 4, 6, 7 runes kind of put to the side. Oh, okay. It was actually the 3 on the left that he wants to go ahead and use first. So the fist coming down to replay the Bellows Breath repleted. Pays it with the gold, it looks like. So he's still going for the Watcher play. He wants to make sure there's just no potential outs for Fiora. If you clear this board right here, right now, I don't think there's anywhere you come back, right? Watcher crashes with Rift Herald. If you don't have a unit in hand, you get nothing from the Death Nail. Watcher with the Bellows Breath cleans up the back line. There goes the Watcher we anticipated. So I think the back line goes to the trash. The Rift Herald goes down by 3. And I'm pretty sure you could almost go ahead and send in just the Ezreal. But you probably wouldn't prioritize in getting the free repeat value. I wouldn't absolutely hate taking in the Watcher as well. I don't think he did 1 damage on the Rift Herald, because usually the judges are putting on it and adding. Oh, it is the. No. So he doesn't have 1 damage. So just 5 total might. So sending everything in. What's that third card there? The Spirit? Okay. I wonder why he went ahead. He's saying either you keep the Watcher on a battlefield, or you take care of 2 units at once. So he went for the more of the 2-for-1 play which is interesting because he could have just crashed the Watcher and then one to each battlefield, no? One Bewitching Spirit to the left, one Ezreal to the right. Unless I'm missing something. It could be simply that he's prioritizing keeping the Watcher on the battlefield, making it that much harder for him to conquer. So, you know, that is a tapped out Ezreal. How much runes does he have available to him? That's 2, 4, 6 total runes. Man, if there was a world to go ahead and play Trophy Hunter plus a buff, that's still just trading with the Watcher. A potential out might be something like Pray the Fizz goes to try to attempt to conquer the Sunken Temple. Trophy Hunter on that battlefield. Conquer to 7, hold to 8, and then just try to hold from there. But we're talking about giving Ezreal a turn with all the energy back online. That Trophy Hunter is most likely not going to be staying around too much longer. So it goes for a little bit more of a straightforward play with the Kinku Monk deployed out. So up to 7 regardless. But now you only have 2 might. Do you want to see a little bit more cards? And you know, we did see the Rift Herald go down. Did he play the Kinku Monk from the Rift Herald? I actually wasn't paying attention. Oh, thank you, EK. Because I was wondering whether he just didn't have any cards, but he might have had the Ash. That probably would have been a better card, or he just drew the Ash for a turn. Yeah, that had to be the case because there's nowhere to just drop in the Kinku Monk just for it. But no, this is over, chat. If we thought we conceded in game number 1, this is definitely a position you want to also concede as well. There's just one too many cards in hand. Granted, there's not too much interaction in hand. Just a good amount of units. We see the apathetic. But enough. Not too much, but enough interaction, right? That was a double stupefy. And I believe there should still be a Wages of Pain in the discard, so you can replay the Fizz, or not replay, but have the Fizz you have in hand, get the Wages of Pain, smack down the Kinku Monk. So we do see the deployment of the Fizz. It should be the Wages of Pain be the target. You could even simply do a, actually no, Bell's Breath isn't enough, so you do have to do Wages here. And man, chat, what's worse, this Ezreal Control version or a Dazzling Aurora deck? They both seemingly a little bit oppressive, but at least the Ezreal player does require a good amount of skill expression to get to this point. So I feel like I would definitely rather see an Ezreal any day of the week versus a kind of cookie cutter Aurora deck. Yeah, and this should pretty much be the final nail, right? There's just not much you can do. Fiora not really known for her potential of killing out units on these battlefields. Yes, you have access to challenge, but I believe that's it, right? So if you don't have any unit greater than 4, you could buff your Kinku Monk to try to get there. But this is Ezreal feeling overconfident, saying there's just nothing you could do about this. I'm going to completely tap out one more time just to maximize my rune, maximize my cards. Harness Dragon as I speak. You know, chat, these are big boys. Where's the baited hook? Do we feel Fiora's just getting that unlucky that they're whiffing on the baited hook for 2 games in a row? Because they drew a good amount of cards this game, right? We're like smack approaching the tail end of this game. You drew a couple times from Hidden Blade. But in 2 games out of this best of 3 series, you don't see a single baited hook. Those Harnessed Dragons, those Rift Heralds, you don't play those cards if you're not running things like baited hook. But we're also not seeing the Galio as well. So maybe this is more of a late game Fiora, which I don't feel like is that powerful, honestly. Or it's a little bit too slow if you ask me. Yeah, this is way too slow, right? That's a hold up to 8. One more hold away. So you just got to hold on to one of these battlefields. And let's take a look what's left in the hand for EZ. Yeah, scoop them up. Every time we're like, what's the out? Or not even out, but you know, what's the perfect card to pick up in this situation? He picks it up, right? And just like that, Ezreal getting his hands on a Starcross, able to put back not only the Fizz in hand to go ahead and replay out a Starcross. And this is just rude at this point, right? This is just beyond rude. You love to see it as an Ezra player. You know he's having the best time of his life. And he's almost going to take Fiora's Riftbound. How would I put it? I mean, I feel like you're almost granted to take a week off Riftbound after this, right? I'm taking a 2-week Riftbound break after getting defeated this way. This is though exactly why we feel Ezreal is one of the stronger decks, maybe top 3, top 5 legends currently in the meta, which is why we find it pretty strange that he's not higher representation. It could be, as we discussed before, it's set 3 Unleashed Regionals, and he's a set 2 legend, so these guys want to get their hands at these best of meta cards from set 3 first, and then they'll kind of play for the true win, because I think Ezreal does have what they take to be crowned champion, especially in the right hands. But that is it, guys. That was the round number 5 coming to an end in a 2-0 fashion for our Ezreal control player. All right, chat, we'll go back to the booth momentarily. That game had how many minutes remaining? I can't even remember. It definitely had at least 10 minutes, so it should be maybe like 20 minutes that we're able to catch the RQ. I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick, but let's see if there's a game on the RQ. Let me pull this to the side. And EK, I'll tag you in like 10 minutes or so, or let me know.
To the Swiss, and it is grueling.
Absolutely. So interesting mechanics coming in. I love all the new mechanics that Unleashed has brought onto Riftbound. Of course, we talk about the experience. We talk about
So no known players, but I believe that's an Aurelia currently on board.
The battlefield changes too. Like so many new.
Yeah, EK, no worries. We get at least 20 minutes before round 6, so.
That ambush as well, so surprise units instead of spells, and the brush which Ivern creates, we do love to see that. Baron pit from that Baron Nashor here.
But chat, give me 1 second. I'm gonna run get some water and go to the bathroom. I'll be right back, and then we'll see what this RQ has for us. And that is an interesting haircut. Oh, this is Ori. Wait, I'm seeing blue, I'm seeing green. It's definitely Ori, or maybe it's Ornn, or of course the newer set 3 one, which is more likely with those cards. Lilia. We haven't seen any Lilia today. You know, I'm a bit surprised / disappointed from the Chinese regional. Last season, they were very adamant to show us every diversity they could. But I guess they're prioritizing showing us more of the undefeated players this time around. Because it's a handful more of the set 2 legends. But I guess this is just where we are in the meta, right? Might as well show all the undefeated players, even if they aren't set 3. This deck looks good. Scuttle Crabs, and then the Shadow's Call. And then the Vi. This is interesting. You know, I believe the best of Metal Azir, the 2-time or the 3-time best of Metal Azir, Rocco, he was playing a very similar list. You know, I think someone, a caster before, I think it was Mr. Plus was saying it. He never played Azir. Same with me. I never technically played Azir myself. But the more I see it the more I see it getting played / hear about it, the more I want to get my hands on Azir. I already have enough Arises to do so. I think those are the more expensive cards. Everything else looks like I just have in the bulk package. Or in bulk in general. I like this. I almost don't want to step away from my computer. I want to see exactly what these guys are dishing out. Because is it still game number 1? I'll go over to the big screen so we can see a little bit clearer.
I am interested to see it. I'm glad we got that sort of cheeky little deck tech there on the Azir. And again, as you shouted out so correctly earlier, we do not show those sideboards, that hidden tech for these players to index towards. As we see Lilia, I called it.
It looks like it's the beginning. I love it. Right when the round ends for China, we get right into a new round for Sydney RQ. It couldn't pair any better as we get no downtime for these co-streams. But I do need a teeny bit of downtime myself. We're approaching over 8-hour stream so far, so let me get a little bit of a rest here. I'll be right back, chat.
And that is going to be an absolute sweeper that cleans up Azir. And that's something that Azir does not have access to because he is not in that mind's domain there, Ricey. So that could be the game difference as our gamers do that respectful handshake. The game is upon us.
It really is upon us, Logan. We are heading now into game 1 of round 7. Both of these two players are 6-0. We have Dusk Rose Lab in the hands of Lilia. We have Hall of Legends in the hands of Azir. We have Yellow Casa versus Santism. It's going to be a great matchup.
Definitely looking forward to this matchup. And it's interesting to see different battlefields. I can't say we've actually seen a Hall of Legends today. So it is nice to see those represented. That Hall of Legends, when you conquer here, you may pay 1 energy to ready your legend. So it's bringing that Aurelia Legend tech over to Azir.
Which means, as we know what Azir's legend does, you get multiple Sand Soldiers. And remember, they all have a Weapon Master. We don't want to forget that. Of course, first round is going to be Yellow Caster playing, and out comes that Scuttle Crab. I kind of want to say Scuttle Crab is a staple, but I don't know if we can say that just yet. Very, very popular unit in a calm deck. So, of course, out comes that Scuttle Crab. Santism, on the other hand, is going to be playing a Sand Soldier. And, of course, a High of the Herald, one of the gears that, of course, Azir loves to run.
I will be brave enough, and I will say it. Scuttle Crab has quickly made itself a staple. Absolutely.
I love it.
In these calm decks. It's in every single one here, Icy. As we do see that first Sand Soldier has hit the deck and has that gear equipped.
And guys, I'm back. I'm impressed that both of these guys are undefeated, so doing quite well. I didn't expect the Lily to be going this strong, but honestly, with the right matchups in your run, Lily has the potential of really doing good, right? I mean, if you run into a couple roars, those are kind of freebie matches. And then Lily is just one of those decks that you just catch your opponent off guard. You think you have time, but Lilia makes you think twice. You definitely don't have the time. And Mero, boring. Get these white boys out of here. Right. Well, I mean, we're on the break from China, so I'm down to have these guys. Because other than that, we're just going to be seeing commercials from the Chinese stream right now.
That means it's a 10-10 and a 9.5 and a 9.5. So not enough to get that sort of, super duper high grade, but you'd love to see it. And that's one of the aspects of Riftbound that I really love, is that you can actually kind of flex.
But for those watching the RQ, what's been the best game that I definitely have to tune back and rewatch once everything's done here? Because, the one downside of covering China, we are seeing some good games on China, but I definitely would like to see some of these games from the Sydney RQ as well. I'm already rewatching once I get off here, or maybe after I sleep, of course. I'm going to rewatch that EDG Vex game, and then the Shonda Wally game. Those have to be up there. Let me know if there was even a better game than that I got to tune in.
5 runes up. They have those 3 order, 2 calm, and they all look really, really nice in that old art there. And
BF Sword comes down and is gonna. I'm not sure if he's equipping it just yet. He's
Chat, who do we feel is favored in this matchup? Because if you ask me, I feel like it's Ezreal. One of your units, one of these units are sticking around. The other one, not so much, right? But the other one does have access to things like Watcher. So I guess it's a little bit closer than it seems, but my money's on Azir.
Charm though.
Charm's going to be pretty exciting. He's going to be charming over that Ravenbloom student to try and get rid of it. We'll actually trade out one of the Sand Soldiers for it, but the recruit still stays there, and of course, the gear has to return to base.
That's it. Both players one conquer point apiece here, so it is an evenly drawn match. As the Duskrow's lab, it seems to be
Not too bad. I kind of like the Scuttle Crab edition in Azir, and oh, picks up the Vi. What is her official name? Let me look it up. I call her Vi Ambushable, but okay, Peacemaker, Vi Peacemaker. I'll remember that. That was easy. And guys, for anyone just joining us here, we are just taking a break from the Chinese streams as we are done with round number 5 over in Suzhou, China. So in their preparations for round number 6, things are getting underway. In the meantime, we're just getting a little bit of a watch on the Sydney side of things to see what's going down. And I'm happy to see 2 undefeated players on our table. The previous round when we tuned in for like 5-10 minutes, it was a Dazzling Aurora player. So this is definitely a little bit better than that.
Chosen champion, Lilia Faithorn. And if anyone is unfamiliar with Lilia Faithorn, this fawn will be producing from leaving a trail behind of a lot of sprites. Of course, you want to try and keep that Lilia Faithorn alive as long as possible to produce as many sprites as possible, but everybody wants to target the queen.
That's it. When I move from a location, play a 3 might sprite unit token with temporary there. Notably not ready, however. That's what the Lilia Bashful Bloom Legend will do for an exhaust, and that 4 cost reduced per sprite on the base.
You know, I've only seen this Azir list on paper. I've never really seen it in action, so I'm curious to find out if it helps the kind of overall game plan of Azir, or if it interferes with the consistency of Azir, because Azir definitely just runs like those kill spells, the equipment, and then singly relies on the Chosen Champ and then all those Sand Soldier tokens, right? So adding units into the mix, how does that kind of change things up? But it almost looks like it definitely is a more of a beneficial thing, right? Scuttle Crab replaces itself, able to conquer as well.
With these Sand Soldiers constantly pumping them out, as we see here again, and equipping that BF Sword with that Weapon Master.
Weapon Master tapping exhausting the Azir Legend as well to bring out that Sand Soldier, and then of course Weapon Master equipping it straight away.
Guys, let me pull this up on the side, make sure we're not missing anything. Yeah, it looks like the final 2 rounds. I think it's the final, okay, this round and then one more round for Sydney. So I wonder if it finishes at the same time. No, I think China's going to go a little bit later than Sydney. But not that much crazier, because they started 2 hours before. They have 1 additional round.
It's a close race here, and things are moving quite quickly.
Moving quite quickly, 3 and 2. I mean, it's Yellowcast's turn.
You know, the Chinese production a teeny bit better in terms of the table, but we don't get any backup matches. I'm pretty sure for those tuning in on the RQ today, has there been a backup match for every single round? Because that's something I feel like China could definitely benefit from. Because, you know, next weekend is another regional open, and we don't have the luxury of relying on a backup match in terms of like the Sydney RQ for next weekend. So we might be dealing with some breaks for next one.
But Plundering Poro will go out onto the battlefield Hall of Legends and will take that conquer. Out comes the gold, and now we get to see what you
nice triple defy. Triple defy, 1 unchecked power and a sprite burst. So that's a pretty good hand. But now you know
the
not to
tell from the
overextend your
Scuttlecrab
sand
gave up
soldiers,
the
right?
ghost. I was trying to build up the story, trying to build the surprise, and Scuttlecrab said, "Not today."
Defy is pretty good though against Azir, right? You could defy the guards, you could defy Desert's Call. You can't defy Arise though.
All in the hand.
Yeah.
Granted, I don't think he has that many
So next time
equipment so
Sentis
far.
goes to do anything, he has to play around those defies. Even if he removed one of them, he knows there's at least 2 more in Yellowcaster's hand here. So I'm looking forward to seeing what the trash is, what his decision to remove was, and yeah, it looks like we've got those sprites.
Yeah, lots of sprites.
I don't know why I'm talking about removing, because Scuttlecrab only gives the vision of the hand. You don't
Yeah,
actually
yeah,
get to
yeah,
pick any
yeah.
out.
I
I'm
didn't see hear what you. I didn't hear that you said.
And I just noted, I think this Azir Legend is a Beckett 8.5 or chat. Can you guys read it? I don't know. Is it blurry on your guys' side of the screen as well?
And will force, of course, those sand soldiers.
Yeah, I think it's a Beckett 8.5 Azir. It looks like a black label. Isn't that usually Beckett? But it doesn't look like the Beckett logo. And normally black labels are 10. Is that an actual black label 10? I see like a point something in there.
Going to have a lot of answers to what they're going to want to do here.
I wonder if Yellowcaster thinks the same has happened to Sanderson, because he'll defy something, then Sanderson could defy the defy, then the defy, the defy, the defy.
My head is melting with how much defying could possibly occur here. But obviously, Defy cannot respond to that unchecked power.
Multiple defies on both sides of the board, right? I double defy for Azir, triple defy for Lilia.
He's deep in the thought tank here. He's trying to decide how can he move in.
Just an update, Yellowcaster is the Azir, Santism is the Lilia. So we've updated that. I thought I saw that before with the deck list. Yeah, but everything else is correct. It was just the little names at the top.
And
So
chat, am I
Azir,
crazy? Is there a
Lilia,
hidden card on the Dust Rose? Unless those are the battlefields, which is a little bit of a pet peeve of mine, because it's kind of not deceptive, but like, at least in this situation, I have seen some people put the hidden card under the battlefield. I don't want to ambush Vi Peacemaker coming down. So not too bad. I mean, point tempo, you do have a sprite burst in hand, so you're swinging in for 6 next turn. But I think this is where you defend, no? I think this is where it kind of starts fevering Azir.
Remaining person on the battlefield.
Yeah, it can definitely stun, and he will conquer that battlefield going to 4, and he's made an advance on the second battlefield, Ricey. This is a big
and Skydella, no, if you're just joining us, we're in a break, so instead of just watching the Chinese commercials, we're tuning in on the RQ like I mentioned before. During the downtime of China, Skydella, they're going on at the exact same time, so this is round 7 for Sydney. We're going into round 6 for China, so it's so annoying because honestly I wanted to watch both of them, but because the mainstream is already covering the regional from Sydney, I thought no one was going to cover, or I know no one was going to cover China, so I want to show them a little bit of love, even though my heart wants to go ahead and watch Sydney because they have all the heroes over there. I thought it was unfair for China to get no kind of representation at all, so we were the ones to cover it for this weekend. But hope you're doing good, Skydollar. Welcome on in. And Toothbrush saying it's probably PCG. Oh, Toothbrush, I don't know too much of PCG. It's more used in flesh and blood for grading out of the Australia NZ region. Okay. And yeah, Toothbrush, I saw it was like a 0.5, so it could be an Azir PCG 9.5 like you're saying. I could see that.
On play, and then the next turn it's temporary, so it will die and trigger that death now and gets another sprite. Out comes
and guys, for those wondering what's the timeline on a China regional, there's still about 7 to 8 minutes, so we have some time. We'll at least get done with this game number 1. Oh, and Ike is here. Let me go ahead and bring him in.
The legend down there, exhausted, cost reduced because of those sprites, and is able to go in and conquer on Hall of Legends and readies up Lilia Bashful Bloom.
Let me tag him real quick.
Another sprite.
And produce it for cheaper as well, because every sprite that is on the board, Lilia Bashful Bloom, the ability is in fact 1 energy less for each of them.
Yeah, and it doesn't have a threshold either. So if you have 4 sprites, you can reduce it to 3.
Exactly.
Yeah, so 4 sprites means it's reduced by 4 energy. So all you need to do is exhaust Bashful Bloom to play that readied 3 Might Sprite. But enough about sprites.
EK, if
We
you're
have
listening
Soul
in, if not, I'll
Sword
type
hitting
again.
the
I'm not
face
seeing
of
you on the
Yellow
cam
Casters
thing.
Azir side over here, and just look at how shiny
Let me
those
know if
cards
it's
are. You
messed
can
up.
see
I could try to
Surge
refresh
Foiling,
things on my side.
promos. He's definitely blinged this deck out in preparation for appearing on camera here for us at the Riftbound Regional Qualifier in Sydney, right, C?
6-0 Azir blinged out, looking quite strong as well. Look at all those.
I got you here. Let me
years
go ahead
equipment on
and
the
bring you in
board.
here.
But I mean, so are the sprites. The sprites are on the board too. This is a token universe, token unit build.
That's the one you do love to see. It is a token race off as Santism on 6 points is potentially 1 win away, 1 turn, my apologies, away from taking game 1 here, because it's that critical even point score as we've spoken about before. Yellowcaster nipping at his heels. 5
All right,
victory
you
points here,
should
so
be
he
set
is
up.
the
Mic
victory
check,
wall
mic check.
himself.
EK,
Looking
can you
at
hear
the
me?
battlefields
I can hear you
currently,
loud and clear.
How you doing? How's the day been so far?
You know, it's a beautiful day. Sun's out. You know, not usually the case with these late rounds.
Mm-hmm.
So happy to finally be on the opposite end.
There we go. We're down to the final 2 rounds for the Suzhou Regional Open. And we've seen a little bit of Set 3 Legends, but I'll be honest, I was saying it earlier, I feel like they could have done a little bit better of premiering more of the Set 3 Legends. So hopefully we get these final 2 rounds with all kinds of Set 3 Legends. What do you want to personally want to close out the regional here today with? Like, what kind of legends would you ideally like to see?
Let's see. I mean, of course, I'm a Master Yi lover, so I do want to
True.
see. I mean, we've all seen the green original deck. Maybe some XP, but I'm not sure
Okay.
if that's gonna be able to hang at this level.
Yeah, I think
I'll be
XP is
honest.
super low representation. I'll have to
Yeah.
look at the numbers, but what else?
Ooh, I mean, I've picked up a little bit of a pet deck of aggressive Ornn this set, but for set 3, I like Diana. I think it's pretty good. I think we're gonna see a lot of it, to be fair, tomorrow. But it's a good deck, and I think we'll be seeing a lot of it.
I'm down for all those things that you said. I would be down to see something like an aggro Ornn or Diana. I believe we've seen it out in the RQ, but I don't believe we've seen a Diana for the Chinese side of things. Or we might have seen. I believe that, I'm a little bit lost in the sauce. It's getting late for me. / we've seen a little bit too much Riftbound. I'm confusing it whether I saw it on the Sydney side of things or on the China side of things. But Tempest, that's exactly right. There is 2 regionals going down simultaneously. I don't know who did that in Riot, but you would imagine that China communicates with everywhere else as well. I guess they just decided there's no other date to put these regionals on, because if it was up to me, at least separate them by a week. No, AK? Like, why did they do them at the exact same time? It doesn't make sense, but it is what it is, I guess.
No, I mean, I fully agree with you. It does kind of suck that we kind of have to choose which regional to kind of cover, but at least I think it's due to the shorter set that China's having right now, because we're trying to get caught up to the set 4 release, which can be global. Although
Yeah, I believe it's July 31st is the release date for set 4. So I mean, we're ways away, but it kind of creeps up on us if you actually think of it. Sometimes when you're like, oh, that's still 2 months away, those 2 months kind of fly by. So I think it's China that has a bit of a shorter season, or is it us that? I mean, I guess it's us that has a shorter season, or is it about the same?
I think so. We usually have. I think it's China that has a shorter one, because I think they usually have 4 months. So we have. I can't remember. I think it's one of them. One of us has a 4-month season, and now it's a 3-month season. I can't remember which one it is.
Well, I mean, they came out. They got set 3, I believe, May 15th, or not May 15th, April 15th. When did we get it? We got it just 2 weeks ago now. No, we got it. What was the release date? May 10th?
8th.
8th. May 8th.
Something like that, yeah.
No, I think you're right. It should have been something like May 8th. So they got it April. Yeah, I think it was mid-April they got it. So they've had it for a little bit now. And chat, let us know if we're butchering our dates, but I'm pretty sure it's somewhere along those lines. But you made the best guess last time we were tuning into these regionals. And what was the regional? Was it Lille?
Lil.
It
Yeah,
was
Lil.
Lille, right? And
Yeah.
you're right. You said or ended up winning. Lille was Azir, but Master
Azir.
Yi was doing really, really good. And I believe you were betting on it. Are you feeling
Yeah.
the same way? Because China feels really strong about current
Oof.
state of Master Yi. I'm talking about the Proving Grounds Master Yi.
Yeah, I think China was always the region that kind of favored Yi. We did see, especially in set one, where I think Yi did pick up some regional wins. I'm not sure how good he did in set two, but due to the ban list, it's hard to kind of gauge him. But the important part is that China loves Yi. So I think
Oh,
if
yeah.
there's a deck that can kind of win it all, it would be Yi. I will say, I know last minute I kind of did throw out a Azir will get top 4 in Lille, but then he kind of exceeded all our expectations and got number 1. And I do think that with the Soul Sword, the 1-mana equipment, kind of fixing the inconsistency issue of Azir, we might be seeing him again in the upper tiers.
I couldn't agree more. I think we will see at least one Azir in top 8. It does have to rely on a proper pilot because there's so many moving pieces in Azir decks, quite literally, right? Because they're just moving around Sand Soldiers,
Right.
but there's so many decision points that do make a difference. Whether you equip on this one, do you go ahead and weapon master equipment back to base? Is it time to play Azir before the closing turn? There's so many little intricate things about an Azir deck that a lot of people don't credit it, that it really makes a difference between a really powerful and strong competitor running Azir and just your average competitor running Azir. So we'll see in the right hands. Hopefully they're out there in China. I think it definitely has the potential to see a top 8, at least in the Chinese regional. For sure, I'm pretty sure we get a top 8 Azir in Sydney. Do you think that's fair to say?
Yeah, I mean, if Squirtle's playing, Squirtle's getting top 8.
Right. I
I
think
do wanna
Rocco
remind
might be
you-
out there as well, so we know how good of an Azir player he is. And chat, it looks like the casters on the Chinese side are tuning back in, so we should be moments away, about 5 minutes away from getting started with round number 6 of the Suzhou Regional Open. And real quick, EK, do you have the stream pulled up on your side, or do you want me to share it through Discord?
Yes, but if you could share it through Discord, that'd be lovely, because there's
Yeah,
a
I don't
captcha
mind.
and I can't solve it.
Yeah. Let me go ahead and share the screen now. Just remember to mute it because I do have like little music playing here and there.
That's completely fine. I will want to add, because we're talking about Chinese players that played Azir, we had to remind ourselves that the first top cut Azir was actually the Chinese regional where Azir
True.
got second place against that Annie. So
I
there's
feel like
definitely
that
some
was
talent
the
there.
first time we saw a unitless deck. I mean, Victor maybe did it before then, but the first unitless, true unitless Azir deck was pioneered out in China. You're so right. It got second place to the Annie. And on that same note, EK, did you see that Annie champion is out there in Sydney today?
Wait, but the Chinese Annie champion is in Sydney right now?
Yeah, the EDG APOP 2, I believe his name was, or EDG something. He was on EDG team because I remember his jersey. It was with the glasses. I don't know if you remember exactly what he looks like, but yeah, he was on the feature match for Sydney RQ. It was awesome to see.
I do think that we usually do talk about some people like Alan or Prisman as these pillars of like how good a Riftbound player can be. But these EDG guys are on I feel like they're on the same level or like comparable, because you have to remember that these guys also kind of they get the set first, so they kind of have to pioneer the list, so still be getting close to like the perfect list on the first try, and doing as well as they do with like Annie, with I know I've seen some Diana stuff from them, some Fiora stuff from them. So these guys are really good at the game, and it's gonna be really interesting to see how well they do comparative to the global scale, because it's hard to kind of compare our metas, China and global, right? And seeing this kind of clash of the titans is gonna be really interesting.
We get a little bit of a preview at Worlds, right? So it's awesome to see. I'm right there with you. And I can agree right more right. I think EDG is they're definitely like local heroes, similar to how Allen, Prismaticism, some of those best of medal winners as we mentioned before are to us. That's how kind of they view. So China's probably tuning in onto the Sydney RQ as well, rooting on those players. But you should have seen the deck he brought to play with in over there in Sydney. It was a Vex build, but a Vex that has
Vex?
never been seen before. It had triple fervents, triple switcheroos, no backoffs, no existential dread. So none of your traditional things you're used to seeing from Vex. So I need to rewatch it. We had to cut it short, so we watched like 10 minutes of the match, but I'm definitely gonna rewatch that match for sure. If you haven't seen it, I would recommend for those at home. But let's go ahead and start setting up the stream for China. Maybe I wait until it. No, I'll go ahead and do it now before we get more caught up on this.
Right. I mean, to be fair, we've always seen how creative the Chinese players have been, or how different their deck building mindset is. I mean, if you look at Aurelia on its own as a deck, Edge of Night does not exist inside our meta, but China people love that card. So I want to see, maybe there's some cool stuff that we usually don't see in our games that we could be seeing from these Chinese games. And then maybe if you've seen something today that kind of piqued your interest from these Chinese players.
Nothing too surprising. Like I said before, I think I'm confusing all these players from everything we've seen today. Ivern looking decently good, but the majority of decks we've seen today that have been successful have been Master Yi's, falling off, or relying on those things like Trophy Hunter and Valmal. It just seems so powerful in the right hands. And just as we're tuning in the perfect time, it looks like round 6 is about to get things started. Let's head on over to the feature match and let's find out what legends will be blessing the screen. It looks like there's an EDG teammate though, so we can expect the best here.
I actually don't know how big this EDG team is. Like if it's like a whole organization or it's just a few members. But I know that if it is like a close-knit group, that we can be expecting something great from them.
Yeah, no, EDG is actually a huge League of Legends team, funny enough.
Yes, they have won Worlds, so maybe they win Worlds in this game too.
Right, but we definitely see a legend that hasn't been seen. At least we haven't seen it all day long. Poppy versus a Fiora. So back-to-back Fiora, so similar colors. So it should be interesting to see how they approach their deck building, because you have access to the same cards, but I feel like Fiora has a little bit better tools in terms of at least the legend ability. It almost feels like this might be an Aurora Poppy. What do you think, EK?
Yeah, definitely we've seen kind of this new Aurora kind of style build with Poppy, and this Sigil of the Storm is probably the biggest indicator. I will say the colors, the units that you do get from being in yellow as an Aurora player are very big. Not only do you have the kind of special interaction of having Elder Dragon plus Vanguard Armory for a kind of infinite suit of killers, but also stuff like Rift Herald, Harness Dragon, Arakan. So you do have a lot of these cards that Fiora might struggle to deal with, but remember, Fiora isn't orange yellow that has Sabotage, Salvage, Akshan. So kind of keeping this unit on the board is going to take the longest time. But I do want to ask you a question. Have you seen this kind of Fiora Victorious in the champ instead of the Worthy from the other players?
Yeah, it seems to be more the Chinese approach at things, because I still think Fiora Worthy is actually worthwhile running in Fiora builds, but maybe in the main deck is what these guys have decided on, because they want to go ahead and play it out, always have a guaranteed 2-turn play, and then with a little bit of buff / equipment, you do turn on all those crazy 3 stats, the deflect, ganking, and shield. But I'll be honest with you, EK, I personally like the Worthy a little bit better, because in this meta, especially with Aurora, at least we would expect Aurora to be running pretty rampant recently. You want to go fast, and Worthy allows you to kind of apply pressure a whole lot quicker than the other Fiora allows you to do.
I mean, I agree. You do have access to stuff like accelerated sub-brawler, accelerated. I mean, if you're running like Harness Dragons or any kind of big unit, right? Having them come out accelerated is really good. That definitely is the Aurora. We can see it in hand. I do want to say I do agree with Fear Victorious in one case only, where you do have the Trifarian War Camp and you can unlock its mighty by just playing it on the battlefield directly. But
Okay.
maybe these lists they can have hook, they can try to hit for a higher hook target. But then again, we have to wait and see what this player has to offer.
And speaking of these players' decks, we thought we would almost the Fiora build that we just saw recently in round number 5. We were thinking it could be very well something like a baited hook Fiora, which seems to be the more popular build out in China. I'm curious to find out if this is something like a baited hook variant as well. But here we go, boys and girls. We are in the final 2 rounds of today's regional. Round number 6 is underway. Very similar domain representation in this round, but slightly different approaches. One of them being more reliant on that late game package with the Dazzling Aurora. But we've seen this before, at least in the Runes and Rift Weekly. As EK was saying as well, there's some beaters in the end game, especially when you can bring them out early with Dazzling Aurora. There's the Rift Herald, the Dragon. What else can be brought out? I believe there's that 10 drop as well.
Yeah, Otacon is a huge one that can be brought out. Be able to gank and just kind of kill a unit instantly without. And Fjords does not have the out for that, I feel. If he's playing it, of course.
Yeah, you know what Fjord does have outs to are going to be against the Dazzling Aurora on the second game, because I don't imagine too many Fioras just mainboarding Gear Hate, but they do have access to things like Salvage, access to Sabotage, access to Action. So I feel like this color combination is actually pretty prepared to deal with things like a Dazzling Aurora deck. But let's see just how far have they taken it in terms of can they deal with it in this game number 1. As I speak, I do see that Sabotage. I don't believe Poppy could get up to 8 to 9 runes just yet, so you can go ahead and delay the Sabotage for the next turn. And to rip the Dazzling Aurora is a step in the right direction. I'm assuming that's probably what he's going for next round, or next turn.
Right, and I do think we do see the 2 Auroras from the side of Fiora, but also we do have the Dazzling in hand from Poppy, so this will be an amazing place to play our card here, the Sabotage. However, I will say, not having it, I'm pretty sure, but if what Dazzling Aurora in yellow has is these big 1-cost energy units, so 8-cost 1 power units, right? So this means that if you're on 8 runes, you can play out something such like your Herald and still have enough runes to kind of play into Aurora the turn after. So it's one of the kind of weird things that other color combos don't have, that Poppy actually has access to.
Yeah, I could definitely see that. And a card we don't get to see every day because Poppy doesn't get played. It is a Poppy, so I was wondering how it got ready, but you did play Confront. So usually it comes in ready when your opponent's close to, I believe, 3 points away from victory score. So in this situation, it comes up kind of a little bit earlier than not, does get the Conquer. So similar to how MF Aurora has some potential to kind of fight, it's a way of doing so, but you don't have to pay power, so you could go ahead and stay efficient on that rune economy. But it is time, UK. We said wait for the perfect opportunity to deploy the Sabotage, and I think that's only 1 Dazzling Aurora in hand.
And then also just look at the amount of draw that yellow kind of gives access to. You have this temporary, you have this sacrifice, these ways of using your units to kind of give you extra draws. And I'm pretty sure that means that we do have something like the Vanguard Armory in deck that can use these, give this unit temporary to draw 2, or kind of our Hidden Blades maybe. So we do have ways of drawing into the Aurora, but now the question is, will we?
That is the big question, right? So you do have 1 unit, but if you take down this Poppy right now, there might not be another unit for Poppy to go ahead and utilize those Shadows Calls, I believe they're called, to go ahead and apply a unit temporary, because it has to be a friendly unit, of course. You can't go ahead and apply temporary on your opponents, because that would actually be a really crazy card. But real quick, side note, EK, I just recognized this player. I couldn't tell very much because of the face mask, but this was the original Origin set player, that top 64 in China, and this was the first top 8 Fiora player from Spirit Forge as well. Do you slightly recognize him? He has the glasses, which is why I remember him.
Hold on, I need to look up because I saw the challenger rating. I'm like, hold on, this guy's pretty good.
He's been around
So-
for sure. He's been around since set 1. So he's been playing these colors since the very beginning of Riftbound. First off, started things off with set, one of the more successful, if not the most successful set player in China. And then slowly but surely became the first to second most successful because there was 2 Fiora players. One was on hook, one wasn't on hook. He was the one that wasn't on hook, and he found a lot of success as well. I don't think he was on EDG before, but maybe got recruited from EDG off being so successful in Riftbound so far.
Oh, I'm looking at him. Yeah, that is the same guy. Yeah, I think it was in Chengdu. I think it was called.
All those
Yeah, it
cities
was his
kind of
first regional.
meshed together.
Yep.
No disrespect, but there's just so many regionals in China, which is a very similar region, of course. But they haven't repeated any cities just yet, so it should be Chengdu. Actually, I think it is Chengdu.
Yeah, I think I'm taking a look at him right. Oh, is it Chengdu or is it? Yeah, I think it was. But this guy is if it is him, this guy's an expert on Fiora. I think he's one of the kind of first people inside the game to actually pick up this legend and pilot it to such kind of great heights that I don't think we saw from our side in our regionals.
Not as early as they saw it. That is the benefit, is getting access to these cards first and finding some good success here in today's regional as he's still X1, so still in the contention. Oh, and real quick, we see the Ruin Nation getting picked up. So in a board state where you don't have too many units on your side of the board, you could go ahead and try to punish things, but that's only kind of delaying it, because if you don't have anything to follow things up, like any additional units, Fiora might be able to get things back together a whole lot quicker than you are. This is the one caveat of being a Dazzling Aurora deck. If you get your Aurora taken care of nice and early on, you're kind of climbing uphill, right? You're working backwards and it feels kind of bad. I mean, you do what you do. We're seeing the Call of the Week getting deployed out to try to take care of one of these units. But what unit are we leaning towards? Okay, it looks like we do get our answer a little quicker than I thought. Fiora it is.
Yeah, I think having this kind of 6 defender is just really hard for Poppy to get rid of, I'm pretty sure. Actually, I'm not sure we have any spot removal from the side of Orange Yellow, so I think just saying, I don't want to lose a rune from conquering Cyril, and I'm already holding with this hidden card. So if I kill my Rengar, I'm just going to lose the hidden card and kind of lose a lot of value.
Yeah, as I said, it seems to be just super straightforward. Just take care of the one in the back. And you have some good cards in hand, so it looks like Sabotage number 2 in case you want to be extra cautious. If you feel like they have a secondary Dazzling Aurora, and just to be safe, he goes ahead and sabotages this time around. So Ruin Nation / Catalyst of Aeons and Confront you're not too worried about. How much total runes does Poppy currently have? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. So you are threatening out an Elder Dragon next turn. And that's a unit. You can't sabotage that away. So you have to prepare yourself for an Elder Dragon coming down. So decides to kind of deny him any further draw, it looks like. Or I guess accelerate potential, I should say.
Right. And I think just saying this, it kind of shows our opponent that we do have the riposte. Or maybe we're just going to scare our opponent into saying, oh, he didn't get rid of my Ruination. He has riposte. So now the Poppy player is very hesitant on actually playing this card if the Fiora player leaves more than 2 runes up.
I'm wondering here though, do you go ahead and just slam down Elder Dragon? Because there's not many times you get to play it, but does pick up a Rift Herald as well. So could go ahead and more cost-effective play of trying to get the Death Knell trigger and then play Elder Dragon, of course. But you want to go ahead and try to deny as much points as possible because things are kind of getting spread apart in terms of the point department. So yeah, I think this is a proper play. Go ahead and bring out the first Elder Dragon. Check out those animations, guys, coming down. I honestly expected slightly bit more. It kind of got cut short. But Elder Dragon coming down regardless to try to take care of the Trophy Hunter. But Fiora had a game plan all along. Gets a little additional +2 draw to react to that Elder Dragon trigger.
Right, and I feel like this is where kind of Fiora struggles because we have to not only develop a unit to kill this Elder Dragon, but then also we have to have 2 more units to kind of get those double conquers and get back into the game. And this is where we'll have to see the Fiora player kind of slow down a bit.
I'm afraid so, right? I don't think she's going to have what it takes, especially if they're running more. I mean, if they're running tools, I don't think Poppy, thinking about it, runs things like Fury of Blades. But I'm trying to think, does Poppy have any backline interaction? Anything that does single damage that you're able to benefit from Elder Dragon? Or do you not necessarily need it, I would imagine? I feel like a Rift Herald here isn't the worst because he is another unit that allows you to look at the first couple cards of your deck and then draw one. So if you're still digging for Dazzling Aurora, that has to be a perfect card to go ahead and establish out. And I think he's looking to do just that this turn.
And the best part is this Herald is not only going to give you more units, kind of filter your deck a bit, try and get you closer to that Aurora, but also not too intensive on your runes, only costing 1 energy.
Yeah, not too bad. Pretty effective, as you mentioned. Now, on the other side, there is a huge problem for Fiora. You have some fantastic options in terms of spells / combat tricks, but where are your units? You have a Kinku Monk on the board, but there is nothing else to follow things up. You're desperately looking for something like a set brawler. I mean, any unit would do nice, but first things first, you have to deal with the Elder Dragon. Keep in mind, any damage you apply, even if you get over 13 or over 12, I should say. Actually, Elder Dragon's 10, isn't he?
10, yeah.
So even if you get over 10, you're still going to be costing the unit's life, and that's the only unit you currently have. But you have to take care of it regardless, so might as well do it while you can. So pumps it up with the BF Sword. And does he want to go ahead and invest one of these pump spells from the hand? Oh, first thing, I think he wants to take care of something in the back, it looks like.
Yeah, trying to get rid of this Rift Herald before he gets its guaranteed proc, saying, I'm pretty sure from my sabotages that you don't have more units. So I need to get rid of this thing now before you get more.
And I'm curious, was that on purpose? Because I think it was 7-7, unless he added an additional might. Even if it wasn't 7-7, Elder Dragon ability would have cost them to go ahead and fall down as well. And we do get our answer. He does have a Fury of Blades, but wouldn't it be more important to try to punch first and then take care of the Elder Dragon as well? I don't know. That's an interesting decision to only deal with the backline rather than the one currently on the battlefield.
I do agree. Doing this kind of play, not only do you now have to invest another unit to kill this Elder, and then another unit after that to kind of start conquering. Him saying that chances are that if this Rift Herald stays alive, you'll draw into another Elder, and I have to deal with 2 Elders. So with this thing dead, I can maybe get a unit and then slowly but surely get past this game.
See, I see exactly what you're saying, right? So he's prioritizing not letting him filter through this deck, more, less likelihood of him finding the Dazzling Aurora. But look at this. The Fury Blaze does come down, so Trophy Hunter won't be able to interact with this Elder Dragon. The Repose does come down. That's going to be additional +1, so you're swinging in for 7. So 1 punch first. Oh, wait a second. What did we miss? Did he already invest?
Yes.
Was it the punch first?
Yeah, he invested in the punch first, and then he had to kind of invest there's the aura off the top. That is not what you want to see if you're a player. But yes, he did invest the punch first and a repose to kind of kill this Elder. But it all might be for naught with this top deck.
I think so, right? The top deck being the Elder Dragon. Luckily / unluckily for our EDG hero here, he has literally nothing on the current board. Things are just getting from bad to worse. Poppy start off pretty good, or I should say Fiora start off pretty good, taking down a DA from hand. But it looks like Poppy did a fantastic job of kind of pivoting, not solely relying on something like Dazzling Aurora. You had the Forge, or the Future of the Fluff, I should say, so that you still were able to put some points on the board. And then the turn where he was able to just raw cast the Elder Dragon, I feel like he kind of regained control of the game from that moment on.
Right, and this is where, that the difference between a good Aurora player and a bad Aurora player is what they do when they don't draw their Aurora, right? Of course, being able to play Aurora while you have the point lead is one of the greatest situations you can be in, because now you invested your kind of off turns, and you can just start playing this and kind of cruise into a win from this point.
Right, and that is a hardness dragon coming down. So even if you had something in the back line, it won't be there anymore. And as a quick little fun side note, what does the Poppy Legend ability do? Because he hasn't done anything with that legend. Of course, it is similar to Vex, but basically a vanilla legend in this Aurora package.
Now, I think it's when you hold gain 1 XP, and if you have 3 XP, you can use it to draw a card. And even though we've had this Elder Dragon sitting, very nicely on this battlefield, we've only gained 2 XP.
Not too bad. I see why he's actually keeping track, because I completely forgot. I need to reread Poppy. I didn't realize you do get the additional +1 draw. So not the worst, not as effective as Vex, right? But you still eventually get a little bit bang for your buck. But it looks like he saw enough. He's saying that double Harness Dragon is a little bit too much for me to handle. Let's go ahead and concede, and let's try to approach this game plan a little differently, because it almost seemed like you had the pieces to work with. You had the turn 3 sabotage, but what was he missing? I'm trying to think back. I can't really pinpoint it out for Fiora. Did he just not go a little fast enough? Maybe the Worthy was like an essential piece of the puzzle for Fiora to get down this matchup.
Yeah, I do feel that one of the big issues there is the lack of units. We had all these punch first, death grips, BF swords to get over these big units that Aurora can kind of muster, but not having any units at hand kind of said, here's all your pump spells. What are you pumping at the end of the day?
You're absolutely right. There was just one turn where he didn't play out any unit despite having like 8 energy, right? They were all just combat tricks / spells in general. So I completely see exactly what you're saying. Can he be a little bit more lucky and just draw the units when he needs them? But even if he did, there was an Elder Dragon waiting for those units as well. There was a Harness Dragon waiting for units. I think this Poppy variant of Aurora, or I should say Order Body variant of Aurora, it has the most kill potential for like backline interaction / base. They not only have the Elder Dragon, Harness Dragon, Rift Herald kind of makes the big benefit of not hitting Aurora. As we saw, you're able to get those other units down without an Aurora. It's like having a backup plan. So maybe Poppy could be the one legend that even when everything kind of doesn't go the exact way you want it, it might be the best legend for Aurora to kind of pivot, as we said, and find another way to get the victory for themselves. Because I was impressed with what I saw from Poppy.
Right, I do think the order body Aurora variants have the strongest peaks, right? Elder Dragon, Harness, the Herald, Otacon, all these just really impactful units that other Aurora colors don't have. But I feel like when we do kind of step into these other color combos, we do lose out on consistency. I feel the other two major hitters are, we have Misfortune or Severe, which has purple that increases our chances of seeing Aurora with stacked deck. We have ways of slowing down the game with Gust. Or you have Yi, right, orange green with Aurora that is, I think, is the best. Yi is the best deck to play Aurora with when you don't see Aurora, right?
Okay.
Having our Master Yi, having our units that we just play out normally, it's you can kind of ignore the game plan of Aurora a little bit and not compromise your deck. Now, I do want to see how we did kind of see it, to be fair, with this kind of game. I want to see what this Poppy deck looks like when we don't draw Auroras, right? Because, we did kind of see it at the beginning, but having that late game Aurora kind of just flip the entire...
Yeah, I see exactly what you mean. If you don't see it at all, because we saw like he had Aurora in hand, but it got snatched away from the sabotage. So we did see a little bit of a glimpse of how he approaches the matchup in the situation where he gets the Aurora taken out of the hand before it comes down. But I understand exactly what you mean. Like in the case that he just doesn't see any whatsoever, I still feel like Poppy's gonna be able to do just okay. With the Rift Heralds alone is not too shabby. You're still able to get the Elder Dragon's proc on the play, but we'll see. I'm trying to think if Poppy has any kind of potential side that could benefit them. I mean, they have access to the same color. Fiora has also equipment as well, so you could kind of bring in a salvage, but I think you're just making your deck that much more inconsistent. So I think you just kind of stick it out. There's not too much I would side in for Fiora. But if Fiora doesn't mainboard, as we were talking about before, additional sabotages, additional action / salvage, I think right now will be perfect. And this sideboard could be crucial to kind of reverse sweep 2-0 this Poppy, because I think Fiora has the tools. She just got a little bit unlucky, like you were saying, EK.
Yeah, and I definitely agree. You know, we do have actions, we do have salvages, we do have sabotages. So we do have the answers. It's, again, more or less, how much worse are we going to make our deck to kind of enable these answers? Because, you know, salvage is not, if there's no Aurora, salvage is not a good card, right? So how much do we want to compromise our deck in that kind of sense to kind of win us out this matchup? Because we have to win the early game, right? But if all our hand is just salvage and sabotage, then how good are we gonna do?
Right. At the worst, salvage does replace himself, but here we go, chat. This is gonna be round number 2 of this round number 6. And real quick before we bounce into this game, just to answer a couple questions, chat. Notorious, you do draw if you only have a single rune. So if you can't pull from your rune deck, technically you just draw. I believe that's what it says in the card. And Challenger TCG, good morning, good morning. Is it good morning? What day is it over there in Australia? Unless you're one of the Challenger TCGs that stayed back, but I thought the whole team might have flown out to Sydney.
It might be the good evening over there.
Right, you guys are finishing strong. I hope you guys are killing it though. Last time I saw still a couple undefeateds X1s, but I'll be honest, I haven't been able to check out the brackets too often. But either way, back to the matter at hand. It is time. Fiora versus Poppy. Can Fiora do what she needs to get done and bring things back in her favor? Starting things off with Sea Monkey, never too bad, because you're trying to apply the pressure ASAP. But you have to get through not only game 2, but most likely a aspirant climb game 3, as might just be what's waiting for him if he does manage to get there, of course.
Oh, actually, completely forgetting about this card. Both Yi and Poppy are the kind of 2 decks that can kind of play a unit turn 1 as an Aurora player, right? This Forge of the Future, I want to say, and be able to kind of use it to get your early game points. You know, it is just a 1-cost unit, but getting any kind of early game points as the Aurora player is really big.
Yeah, super big. You don't create such a big margin as usual Aurora players, so you don't have to rely. It's kind of their version of Gust, so where Gust allows you to not lose so much tempo, so does Future of the Fluff. So I like this tech coming out. And at another benefit from Future of the Fluff, in the situations where you're versing off against Ezreal decks, you're able to go ahead and take those star crosses from the grave. You're able to take care of any target, so the fizzes can't come down. So there's kind of a double benefit from Future of the Fluff. But just like we saw in game number 1, he does sabotage exactly on curve to take the DA out. And there's not too many good units. Actually, you know, I thought of another benefit from Future of the Fluff. It's another unit for your Shadows Call as well.
That is true. I think we can play our Forge here and then get 2 tokens, give them both temporary draw. I think, what, 4? That is. So having the ability to kind of draw all these cards gets us that much closer to Aurora. But I do want to say, I'm not sure if you caught it there, Plus. This Fiora plays their own Rift Herald.
Wait, what do you mean? Oh, they have a Rift Herald of their own? Right, I actually can see it. Is it currently in hand?
Yeah, it's in hand. So we might be seeing a little clash of the giants here from the side of Fiora.
Right, you know, to me, that's indicative of a baited hook strategy. But granted, Fiora is a legend that has the potential of going late game because of her rune economy kind of gaining potential, right? Because of the legend ability. So I can see where 8's not really too late game for her. So maybe she just plays it as a 1-of, as a 2-of. But if we start seeing like Harness Dragons and the other cards, then we kind of feel like they're transitioning to a baited hook. But that's a little bit too much changes. So I think that just might just be 1 Rift Herald there. 1 or 2 in the main.
For sure, I do agree with that. I think the important part here is we kind of do have to start drawing into our cards here. Having the confront, having this Shadow's Call, I think drawing 3 cards in total, we do need to see some of these big hitters, at least a minion, so a unit from the side of this Poppy player. But do remember that we do have not only a Poppy available this turn, but also next turn, this Poppy will come in ready.
Is it? Yeah, not this turn because you do go up to 5. So when you're 3 away, and this is an Aspen Climb game, so you're exactly right. So Poppy does come in ready. That's 5 damage potential. So I like this, and without too much card interaction. So interesting. Goes for Fury the Fluff just to apply a point of damage across all these battlefields. Is it just a trade?
Yeah, I think this Flurry of Blades. Oh, hold on. Oh yeah, just a trade. Yeah, trade over the Sea Monkey. Have 1 less unit on board. Yep, for this upcoming call.
Gotcha. So just slowing the pace down ever so slightly. So instead of a double hold turn, you just converted this to a single turn hold. Luckily for the side of Fiora, you do have a buff on Fiora, which is basically the same thing as a double hold because of the ganking potential that Fiora provides. So not completely out, but that does mean just 1 more call of the week gets it out of there. But Future the Flood deployed 1 more time, gets a little recruit token as well. But still going to be a double point scored for the side of Fiora, which means, as you mentioned, the Poppy comes in ready, but you are getting dangerously close to winning the game. So Poppy has to find a way of dealing with this Fiora. If you keep a couple runes available to try to combat the 5 damage coming in, if they have any kind of pumps themselves, which I don't think we've seen from Poppy, then you're looking at a good spot. I think if this Fiora stays alive, you are definitely winning this game, at least for game number 2.
Right, and I'm not sure how many runes. We have enough runes to get this Rift Herald out right now, so we might be seeing it. And we do up to 5 points. And this is where I kind of want to see something maybe a bit different, saying, I'm going to go back into my base, play my Rift Herald, and kind of deny you this incoming Poppy. That gives you a lot of board tempo. If you're the Poppy player, to be fair.
Oh, and that might just be a single card left for Poppy. So, I mean, Poppy champion swings in for 5. And I don't think there's anything else. I mean, we saw Confronts, we saw Fury Blades adds 1 damage, but the shield is going to be up to 5 alone, plus the buff is up to 6. So, defending for 6. So, I don't think he's going to be able to get there alone. Of course, you could send in the recruit token, but then you're just trading. So, I like this play. I think he's preparing for something like a crash from both these units. So, having the Rift Herald pretty much guarantees that you're able to hold up to 6. But if the Fiora falls, you do slow it down significantly, because then we're just talking about single hold turns from here on out.
Right, and you have to respect that this Fiora will kind of gank over next turn. So he will get to this good point of the game where he has 6 points, he can double conquer to win. And if you're on the side of Poppy, your only unit right now, I think, is this Rift Herald that we just drew into, and the Poppy. Oh, it wasn't Rift Herald, sorry. Elder Dragon. Oh, we have both. That's right. We have Elder Dragon and Rift Herald. I don't think the Elder Dragon is going to come out this game because of how far away he is. Maybe from the death knell of this Rift Herald, if we do see it being played.
Yeah, and it comes in at accelerated speed because the confront, or comes in ready, I should say, and I think the death knell will be coming into play. So even if one of these units survive, Elder Dragon comes in a little bit later. That's 2 Elder Dragons. So decides to still pick one up instead of leaving one. He's saying, if I don't have Dazzling Aurora, might as well have them in hand, because soon enough I will be able to at least raw cast the second one, because I'm spelling the first Elder Dragon of the game coming out in this very turn. You're able to trade 1 for 1 for Rift Herald. If the Fiora stays alive, it depends. If there's a unit, you can Rift Herald play the... Actually, no, Rift Herald reads in base, so Elder Dragon clears both of those. This is a nightmare situation for Fiora. I feel like she had it under control, but from the accelerated potential, things are not looking too good here.
Yeah, so I think no matter what, you will be losing 2 units here. So kind of using this Call to Glory to give us an extra rune. This is where I would have liked, if you kind of sit back in base, we could have at least kind of mitigated this threat. But you know, who can expect a confront to a Rift Herald into a dragon, right? And this is the strength of this Poppy deck. This is kind of the high ceilings that we were talking about earlier today, where just this amount of power that this color combo has is unprecedented when it comes to other Aurora decks.
It really does feel that way. I think it was a rip off the top for the Rift Herald. He had the confront already, but now he's saying my Rift Herald procs first, so I'm gonna play out something that most likely will be going down after Poppy reveals who he's gonna be bringing down. Actually, Fiora knows who he's bringing down, because even if he didn't know, I mean, he already saw the Elder Dragon picked up from the Rift Herald originally before it went down, so he could only expect it to come down this turn. So I'm wondering if you still play a unit, maybe better to just save it, because I think it's a May. I'm pretty sure it's a May.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's a May too. And I did not know this really. I did not know who's Rift Herald. So I think sadly it's in the favor of Poppy here, where the Fiora's Rift Herald will proc, and then the Poppy's Rift Herald will proc. So yeah, so Fiora will summon their unit, and then Poppy will summon their dragon and get to kill both.
Right, I believe it just simply comes down to last in, first out. So being the attacker, yours goes on the chain first, and then the defender is the last one. So that's the one that has to resolve first. I believe that's how this interaction is resolving.
I think I was getting a just check to make sure. So.
Oh, he had a little bit of a glimmer of hope there. He's like, wait a second, I have an Ash to take the Elder Dragon that he picked up from Rift Herald out. But little does he know there was double the dragons in hand. So you take down one, but now you do get the other one on the board, and that's a full board wipe from the second Elder Dragon. And I think this might have created the stabilization Poppy needed to slowly but surely make her way and climb back into this game.
And I think that is the nightmare scenario if you're the side of the EDG player here. Because, you know, if you do have Ash, because we were talking about this kind of unfavorable timing, this actually would have worked out on the side of Fiora, because you would be able to banish the Elder Dragon, and there's no way that our Poppy player is gonna hold anytime soon, right? If he banishes only Elder Dragon. But having the second one in hand to say just no completely to that play, it was just, there's a little bit kind of tilting if you're on the side of Fiora.
Yeah, we'll see. He's definitely he's been around, right? So he's definitely no stranger to kind of problematic situations. But a salvage picked up for Poppy. So it looks like he did sideboard in some tech for Fiora, trying to take care of those BF swords potentially. But does use the XP for the first time in this best of 3 series to draw one from the Poppy. There we go. Not a vanilla legend, EK. And I know I was the one that said it, but you do get an additional draw, and that looks to be the catalyst of Aeons. And here we go. For the first time in game number 2, it looks like Poppy putting some points on the board.
Right, and technically, if you think about it, right, if you're running Aurora, both Set and Fiora are also kind of vanilla legends. So being able to use the Poppy legend to any kind of degree is an upgrade, technically.
Right. I agree. I think it feels pretty good, at least for now. And it's slow, but it is eventually some kind of value generation. It does take a little bit to get there, but it definitely eventually does get there. And to answer real quick, Match Killer, they do have a ranking system in China. It's based off like the summoner scrimmage out there, which are called city challenges, and then they're based off the performance from the regional circuits as well. I believe last time I checked from some of my comments on YouTube, Omega Zero is the #1 on the leaderboard out there.
Oh, damn. Speaking of comments on YouTube, we have another order body player in our chat, 7-0 on set. So kind of getting this all 3 decks being seen playing in both regionals.
And if it's said, I could only imagine it's Colin. And Colin was just running hot off the back of a top 8 finish in Atlanta. So can he do it one more time? Maybe even hotter this time around and take it all the way. Imagine winning the whole event with Set. I mean, it is Unleashed. I'm trying to think of cards that improve Set Because last time he got top 8 in a Spirit Forge setting. This is the first time to see Set in an Unleashed setting. I have a deck list, so I could get a little glimpse or kind of see what he could be adding. But Colin is a different kind of animal when it comes to Set, so I would love to see what he's running. Looks like we'll find out after this weekend, though, for sure.
For sure. I think we did miss our trigger to get back our Elder Dragon from the Ash. Because we would have... did we hold this turn?
Yeah, you held up to 4. So he did forget about the Elder Dragon, or he didn't forget and wanted to get a little bit more value from the Elder Dragon. Or it might not be a May, or it probably is a May. Most things are in Riftbound.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, if you think about it, if it is a May, you kind of just keep it there hidden if you know your opponent's not going to break your hold. So that even if he has some kind of hand interaction, he can interact with it. But either way, we do have this action that we kind of wished we saw for a Aurora, but there is no Aurora this game.
Yeah, imagine that. We were wondering what kind of game plan does Poppy, how does Poppy approach the game when you don't have a Dazzling Aurora? And it looks like we're getting our answer in this game number 2. Still doing a great job so far at the minimum, and Fiora's just grasping at straws, just trying to find any kind of outs currently. Just not seeing them. We're seeing a little bit of those late game hitters. The Hardness Dragon currently in hand, but things are kind of just slipping out of control. The wheels, I think, officially have fallen off for Fiora. She's just not going anywhere. So we'll see. I mean, I don't want to count him out just yet, but it's looking dire, EK. It's looking grim.
Yeah, so I do want to say that, that's just the cherry on top if you have anything. Even if we didn't draw into this Aurora, right? If you Harness Dragon the Elder Drake, next turn we also just kind of Elder Dragon again, kill the Harness Dragon, and then it's GG on the spot. So I feel like no matter what, the writing was on the wall for the Fiora player, and this Poppy kind of pulling through a deck that not many people expected. Did you expect a Poppy to show up today as well as it did?
Not to go X1 so far, so still most likely will qualify into day 2. I believe only X2s go into day 2, but could set up a good contention to go all the way in top 8, which is crazy to even say out loud. A Poppy into top 8. But I don't know. I think once you start running into those people that came prepared to deal with Dazzling Aurora decks, but as we kind of point out in game 2, she's not completely reliant on Dazzling Aurora. But it's tricky. I mean, if you run into quicker matchups like Lilia, some kind of what other decks do well? I feel like Azir would really do well against Poppy, at least this kind of Poppy. So it depends. It depends what the rest of the matchup for Poppy. But if she has some good matchups like against those controlly Ezreals, maybe even Fiora like we saw here, I feel like she's doing good. I don't know about a top 8 finish, but definitely a top 64 finish for this Poppy, I would imagine.
I think two major things. Actually, I'll say one major thing. There is currently, and I feel that it is, an Aurora killer out there. So if anyone's here at home and they're kind of fed up with all the Aurora players, or your locals is kind of just filled with them, Kha'Zix. Okay. And I think it was your Runes of Rift tournament that kind of showcases. I think it was Bardivar.
Yeah, Bardivar. I know exactly what you mean because I coined it as well. I said this looks to be an Aurora killer if you ask me. Yeah. It just looks so good. I mean, you had the capabilities to go fast when you need it. You have purple for the Starcross if you need that as well. You even have, I believe, no, you can't repose Elder Dragon. You were just able to go fast. I like what Kha'Zix was bringing in. And you have the sabotage from the body as well. So body has a lot of tools like action, like what we saw from Fiora. And then you have the purple as well. So I agree. You know, we saw one Kha'Zix today and he was undefeated. Is he still undefeated is the question. I would hope so because he actually did really well. He 2-0'd a really good Aurelia. I say, you know, really good, but it was just like a decent Aurelia. It was still a strong matchup.
Right. I mean, to be fair, like, I'm looking at the list right now. We have Sabotage. We have this Insightful Investigator, you know, pay 2 XP, discard a card from the opponent's hand. We have the Starcrossed. We have Action. We have the Invert Timelines. We have so many different ways to kind of counter this deck that I feel like if there's a deck to kind of thrive in this Aurora filled environment, it would be Kha'Zix.
Yeah, and of course we say that with a grain of salt because right now it doesn't seem to be fully Aurora filled. I mean, I would have to pull up the stats one more time, or I know I posted them on Twitter, so I'll take a quick little gander. I think it wasn't. I think MF was maybe the top 10 most represented. It was Yi, Aurelia, Diana, LeBlanc, Lilia, Fiora. So yeah, Aurora is down 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. So in the 10, yeah, like top 10-ish. So they're around, but they're not as prominent as one would expect, right? So Rain Guard, maybe some Rain Guards are running Aurora, but Sivir and MF for sure. There's 18 Sivers and 17 MFs running around this weekend, which are definitely most likely exclusively dazzling Aurora. I'd be surprised to see more of an aggro Sivir or mid-range Sivir. I don't think those exist right now.
I mean, aggro mid-range Sivir was a deck that kind of did see some kind of experimentation in set 2. And I feel like it is a deck that can be used, but why would you ever play Sivir mid-range if you could play Sivir Aurora, right? That's the kind of mindset you have to be in, especially because if you're playing Sivir, let's say you're not even trying to get a top 8 finish, you're directly competing with the other Sivir players who will be playing Aurora. So do you think your strategy is enough to kind of outdo that? It's a bit of a toss.
Yeah, I think it's just a more, at least it's been more of a proven deck so far. But yeah, Default, welcome on in. Just got off work. Was it a Poppy Aurora? It was a Poppy Aurora. I don't think the Chinese regional, actually, it's not I think. I know that the Chinese regionals, they don't show the deck list off like the Sydney RQs do, which I think is a couple things that both sides can learn off each other. I wonder who's going to take control of the Worlds in 2027. Because if they come together, we're going to have the best production event from Riftbound ever. Maybe the best event from TCG history. Because you get the best of the best from China and then the best aspects from from just the usual RQs. You know, the backup matches, the deck list being displayed. Because there's things that each of these guys can learn from each other. But so far, they kind of stayed away. Because China has been about the same since the beginning. They had the beautiful table. The overlay looks nice. They have the crazy opening ceremony, but they've never had a backup match. They never show the deck list, which I feel like you should improve over time, but I'm not complaining because I enjoy the regionals every single time. So either or, it's a good time.
Yeah, and I do agree. I mean, China's always come in with this like grandiose, these animations, these kind of battlefield switch ups. It's very much of a grand event that happens every time we kind of see it, and if we can kind of see that be merged with the with the backup matches that you said, with the lists, and kind of for us as English viewers, kind of the English casting, the English kind of pizzazz that we see with these interviews and the players, I think we're in store for a very good event.
Yeah, you bring up a good point. We don't get player interviews out in China. I wonder why. I think maybe so the casters are always right behind the casting desk. They don't have like a dedicated caster that goes around the floor like we see in typical RQs. I didn't get to spectate too much of their Sydney RQ, but I would imagine there's more like a host. Like what we saw in Leo, there was the guy, I can't remember his name, but you know what I'm talking about, EK. The one that was having a good time all weekend. He was awesome. I love to see him again in the future, but I would imagine Sydney has someone similar to him as well. We don't get that kind of community vibe from China. It almost feels like they're more, I don't know, not professional. I think that's the wrong word. Maybe more, I don't know. I don't know if there's a word for it, but they just don't get as involved within the community, at least on the video, on the stream side of things. Maybe they do off stream, but like live to display it across the world, they don't really showcase that too often, if ever.
Yeah, no, I think you hit it on the nose. It was, I think, more professional, but like less. I think professional is the kind of word where you focus less on the community aspect and more on the kind of, this is a big competition aspect of the game.
Right. And,
competitor
I'm
side.
happy there hasn't been any crazy judge calls. If you guys have been keeping up with Riftbound, at least on the Chinese scene, there's always something going down. I think it was regional number 2 from Spirit Forge. There was the whole Freeview controversy. I think the Origins regional started off, maybe it wasn't the initial one, but either regional 2 or regional 3, there was someone that got banned for over 2 years or something like that. Something crazy for getting in with it with a judge. Well, they got pretty physical from what I hear. I don't know if you remember something like that, EK.
Oh, I can't remember the getting physical. I do remember the free mind splitter. Like that happened, and he did get kind of punished for it. It might be that, to be fair. And it was the same player that got that posed with the mind splitter that he was cheating with in his like top 8 fixture.
A rebuke? No,
sure.
I thought it was. I think it's rebuke.
Oh yeah, no. Yeah, it was rebuke that was played for free, so he could play mind splitter.
Exactly,
yeah,
right.
correct,
The free buke meme, yeah. That you can never forget that picture. But no, if you guys ever seen it, I believe Turnham Sideways covered it in a video. Where I think the thumbnail I could never forget. It was someone throwing a chair, because that's actually what happened according to accounts on the actual floor. This guy threw a chair at a judge, chat. So I don't know. I would have to find this video, but this is maybe like 5 months ago at this point now. Maybe 5. How old is Riftbound? It came out October 31st. November, December, January, February, March, April, May. So we're approaching our 7th month, which is crazy. We're almost coming up on a year of Riftbound.
Wait, hold on. Yeah, no. I think, again, as you said, it kind of just creeps up on you, right? I think I remember, being in my first pre-launch event, learning the game for the first time, and seeing how big it has gotten. It's kind of an amazing journey to be a part of.
It really is, and it's only getting bigger and better from here. I am super excited for the future. It looks pretty bright. I mean, they're doing so many good things. I think the one thing that really makes Riftbound stand above a lot of other TCGs is how quickly they're able to kind of adapt from community feedback. I think the perfect example is the most recent example with the rewards. I know after the Atlanta regional, and actually the most recent regionals, everyone's saying it just doesn't feel too beneficial to day 2. If I day 2 but I don't top 64, I basically came out with nothing. The opportunity cost was so high because I could have used that time to go ahead and play the on-demand or the pre-regional / post-regional events. And Riot was like, okay, I hear you guys. Let's go ahead and add 40 tickets for top 64. Or actually 128 gets the Vex playmat. When do you get 40 tickets? Is it top 64?
64, yeah. Top 64 do get the playmat. They do get the invitation to the upcoming championship, and I think they do get the future opportunity to get like a free ticket.
It's a free regional, yeah. So it's just money on money. It feels pretty good. And Leo, what's up? Welcome on in. Good morning, or is it good evening for you? I know you're on the other side. So yeah, it's approaching my morning. I'm approaching 6:30 a.m. or it is 6:30 a.m. I should say on my side. And I think we're still on a break on China. Let me take a look at the time. So it's loading up. I don't see a timer just yet. So if there's no time, that means there's probably 10 minutes. But for anyone just tuning in, there's just a final round left. I think there's a final round left for both streams. Right now, we're tuning into the Sydney RQ, which should be approaching round number 8. But we're tuning in on the Chinese side of things. We're more in tune with the Chinese side of things, and that's approaching the final round number 7. I think today's been pretty good, though. We couldn't ask for too much more. We just got a Poppy on stream. I guess to kind of solidify a great day 1. What do we want to see, EK? I know I asked you this before, but now that we just have a final match left, what does the picture-perfect final match look like for you?
Final matches. I mean, honestly, I'm gonna have enough of LeBlanc for the set. I feel with these regionals, I do want to see Kazakhs.
Okay, I'm down for a little bit of Kazakhs.
Be cool. And honestly, if we can see him, he's always I think kind of the newest. Not like so a new deck that's appeared, but not a set 2, not a set 3 deck, is his Dragon Volibear. I know we saw Rengar was it Rengar
Yeah, on
Dragons in
at
game
Sydney, I
game
believe it
one?
was round 2, a Rengar
Yeah,
Dragon
yeah,
Storm. So that could be cool. Maybe they brought it over
yeah.
there
I
to
do want to see
China.
Dragonstar. Yeah, I mean the Manch is kind of the leader of that church. I know,
Oh yeah.
but that deck is I think one of the funnest decks to kind of look at, see, because one second there's like a one unit on their board, and the other there's like 30, 40 might.
Yeah, it's impressive what that deck can do. But chat, for the first time this whole day number 1, it's a break on both sides of the thing. So a break here on the Sydney RQ and then a break over to China. Let me see if they do have a timer ticking right now to just kind of get a little bit of protection. I'm just seeing the number 60. What the heck? I guess, no, there's no way that's minutes and that's not seconds. I think there's just no timer, so usually it's a default 10-minute timer. But Leo's saying, have you seen some of the break videos? And Leo, are you talking about the Sydney RQ? Because I haven't been able to check out anything besides like 10-minute increments from the Sydney RQ. That's awesome if you did voiceover those. I'm definitely gonna rewatch a lot of the Sydney RQ since we were just spectating the China one tentatively. So I definitely have to go back. Oh, that one. Let me turn up. Is it over? I just have the thing off. You know, sometimes I put the volume up and I get copyright strike. I'm like, when in the world did I get a copyright strike? Like, sometimes they play music. I'm like, it's just a stream, right? There's no way they're gonna play music. And then I get the little notification that the stream's been demonetized. So I get very wary of turning the volume on for these streams because you never know what kind of background music you think is just background music, and then they catch you like, uh-oh, you not that you're getting in trouble, but it's definitely a bit of a feels bad moment.
Plus, I did this to the translation. So that 60 number was the amount of tables remaining.
Oh,
So
nice.
tables
Real
remaining.
cool. So maybe we got
Is
a
that-
bit
wait.
ahead of ourselves. The Poppy matchup finished a little bit quicker, but it looks like it's already down to 53 tables remaining. And guys, I want to turn up and see the winners interview, but I can't tell if there's any music in the background. But for now, you know, EK, let me know if you need a little bit of a break. But since both of these are on a break, I'm going to go ahead and grab some food because we're over, at least on my side of things, approaching 9.5 hours. So just to finish off round number 7 strong, I'm going to make some food real quick to take advantage of this short little break. Do you want to hang out with chat in the meantime, or do you want a little bit of a break yourself?
I think if possible, I'll get a little drink of water, get ready for this upcoming round. If that's fine with you.
Let's do it. I'll go ahead and hide the cameras for now. But chat, we will be right back to close out the show for the Chinese Suzhou Regional Open. We're praying we get to see some legends we haven't seen just yet. So maybe Kha'Zix. I mean, we saw Kha'Zix, but Kha'Zix is always fun to spectate. We haven't seen anything from Vex so far. So I'm kind of leaning towards Vex. Diana could be fun. Funny enough, we haven't seen any LeBlanc as well. So maybe a little bit LeBlanc that we see the cosplayer. But we'll be right back, Jack. 5 minutes.
All right. See you.
And Match Killer is playing Arcane. I think that's decent. I'll turn it up for you guys. Let me see while on the break. Hopefully you guys don't get me in trouble.
There are still a few matches remaining. So round 8 is on the way. We'll be bringing you coverage as soon as games are ready, but we do have to wait a little bit until then.
I can be patient. It's fine.
That's good.
I can do it.
I believe we have a little mini game that we can play.
Okay.
Production has challenged us to guess the flavor text of a few cards.
No, chat. I'm hearing music in the background. You guys are going to get me demonetized. Let's, for now, since they're both on a break, let's keep it over on the Chinese side of things. That way we know how many tables are left. Looks like 43 tables are still hanging in there. 39 tables. So these guys are ticking down sooner than later. I'll be right back, chat. All right, Chad, I'm over here. I think EK is still taking a break. We'll let him. I think he'll let me know when he's here. But it looks like we're down to the final 11 tables. This is rare. We never get to see the countdown of how many people are still left in overtime. I guess there was still a good amount of players left. It looks like it's down to 6 players, but it's still probably gonna take a little bit of time for them to actually do the final pairings. For anyone watching the RQ from Sydney's side of things, did they start the matchup? I guess I could tune in as well.
And I'm good to. I'm back.
You're back? I'll bring the camera in here. Now, just letting chat know, it still looks to be about 5 tables left for China, but I think neither stream, like I said before the break, this is the first time today, this whole day one long, that both of these streams have been on a break. I've been pretty blessed because when one's on a break, the other one's in a round. So there's literally been 0 breaks this entire co-stream long, which is kind of like what you would wish to have on every stream. So maybe not the worst to have 2 streams at the same time, because I think next weekend there's another Chinese one and there's no backup matches or anything. So I think next weekend there's going to be those longer breaks that we're used to seeing from China, unfortunately.
Right, like this would be a perfect time to kind of just throw in a backup match. And
Right.
I hope that they actually do that, because it is so much nicer with the English regionals where you go game, okay, it's done. Here's another one right after.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I
it's
do wanna
super
add-
nice. Super nice. As we are saying, hopefully they catch on. But speaking of super nice, these over number legends, the signature over numbers. You know, UK, I didn't get to ask you, but did you open up any product for Riftbound Unleashed? If so, did you get anything good?
So I did open up. So I had a bunch of pre-ris, had a bunch of I bought 2 boxes. Nothing too cool, to be fair. I do want to say, across like 40, no, like 50, 60 packs, right? Like probably around 40, around 50, 60 packs, yeah. 1 Sprite fountain. I packed 1 Sprite fountain.
Okay, are you
in, like,
looking to play
60
Lilia
packs.
/ Ornn? Is that why you want Sprite Fountain?
Yeah, I want to get Sprite fountain. I was done. I think across the country there was like maybe like 2, 3. I know
No
we
way.
packed.
Did they really get picked up like that? I didn't expect that.
Yeah, no, I mean it's a really good card, but like it's just sometimes the uncommons are like really uncommon.
Oh,
I've
yeah.
had a guy pull more over numbers than kind of a blast. But I do want to say, I know that we only pulled I think 1 Baron in our country. Any Barons being pulled? Like the ultimate rares.
Wait, who pulled it? As in,
Not me. I say just like one of our friends pulled an ultimate rare Baron. But, like,
nice.
did
I think
you
there
get
was someone around my town that pulled the Baron in the pre-release, which is crazy. I didn't even know that card came in the pre-releases, but I guess they're just unleashed packs regardless, right? So they could be anything in
Right.
those packs, but not too bad. I mean, any signatures or over numbers in those 40, 50 packs you mentioned?
Not this set. I'm fine with getting a little bit unlucky this set, because next set, if Nasus, my beloved, he's coming out, I want to over number for him. If Viego comes out as the yellow purple champion, I want to get the signature for him. That guy is my favorite. Like, I have 1 million mastery points in League of Legends. That guy is, like,
Nice. He
Yeah, so
definitely
that
has
guy's
to be
my
the yellow purple card,
Yeah.
right? He has to be. I mean, I
Has to
don't
be.
think they could go any other way. But I mean, that color combination, set 4 is gonna really spice things up. We thought we had a diverse meta. Actually, maybe I won't speak too soon, because right now I like set 3, but set 4 is
Set 3 's
looking to
good.
be really good as well. You know, if memory serves me right, they told us that there's only gonna be 7 legends coming in set 4. Did you hear about that?
Let me think. So we have 9, right? 9 legends,
Or 12 a set.
9.
12 a set has been what they've been doing so far. So this is gonna be the first set in set 4 that we don't get the common 12 legends per set.
Apologies.
And what happened?
No, I think it's a little bit of an internet kind of little hiccup. I will say, So Unleashed is going to be a smaller set, so we're going to get 9 legends instead of the usual 12, right?
Oh,
And
is it
so
9?
far,
Okay, maybe I heard it was
yeah,
7, but it might be 9. You're saying for set 4, right?
yeah, set 4. So we usually get 12. Set 4, have confirmed that we know of 7. So
Oh,
that's
okay.
Shen, Zed Akali, Mbessa Mel, Nasrinek.
Who was okay? You know, my
Uh,
League of Legends info lore isn't the highest up there, so I don't know exactly those legends, but I do know Akali for sure. As she is on the cover art of set 4, which we could only expect her to be the red green. But I think EK having a little bit internet issues, or is it on my side of
yeah,
the? Is it on my side,
Nah,
EK?
it's me, it's me.
We
Yeah,
should
it
be
is
good
me, it
now.
is me. Yeah, I think there's some construction happening, so like the internet's kind of being a little bit iffy, but hopefully kind of fixes itself in the future.
Yeah, I still hear you, which we should be good to go
Yeah,
for the cast.
that's
But
good.
guys, we should be definitely moments away for closing out the final round for today's Suzhou Regional Open. And I mean, EK brought up a good point. He said he wants to see a Ornn aggro, or what were the other ones? I can't even remember now, but any of those would be
Politics.
excellent picks. Chat, who do you want to see to close out this final round over there in China? Hopefully we don't get to see a lot what we saw already. I feel like the majority of the decks today have been Master Yi. I guess they are the most prominent over there today, taking about 11% meta share. We haven't seen a Rengar. That would be a fun one to spectate.
Oh, Rengar's good. Rengar's good.
Yeah, Rengar could be good. I'll even take an Aurora Rengar at this point. Maybe not, maybe not. Maybe I won't stick too far. We saw a Vi from China as well. Or was that in the Sydney RQ? Man, they're all meshing together. Chat, did we see a Vi from China, or did we see a Vi from RQ or for Sydney? I can't remember.
I do want to say, as these cards are being flown in, do you have a favorite over number this set?
Well, it has to go not only because I think the art looks the coolest, but Vex, because I like the legend itself, but I think the art looks cool. So Vex is my favorite over number to the set. What about you?
I think I'm in the same exact train. I think it's Vex all the way.
Right. She just looks so
Yeah.
cool. I feel like the artwork is the most like, I guess, unique in a sense. Slash, they just did such a great job with Vex. So Vex is up there. Ivern is up there for me. I ended up pulling one in my pre-release pack, so I'm like, oh, overnumbered. It wasn't a signature, but I did
Nice to
pull an
pick that.
overnumber Ivern, so that was cool. Diana looks pretty cool.
Yes, Diana
Vi, I like it. Some people don't like the artwork. How do you feel about the Vi overnumber? Because it's like hit or miss from when I ask people.
I think it's insane. I think it's a
Me
very, very good
too.
over number. Yeah, I love that card.
Yeah,
I
they
mean,
killed it with that one. And then other than that, I think the Rengar's kind of mid. Some people like it, some people don't.
Mhm.
The Jin is kind of mid as well. Chat, what are the other ones? I would have to pull it up here, but I can't think of any other one that else kind of stands out like the ones we said. Kha'Zix actually is really cool too.
Oh, Kha'Zix is good, yeah. Kha'Zix is one of those ones that look way better in like real life, I'd say, with the foiling and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, definitely, I think Kha'Zix, LeBlanc. I kind of like the Jin one. I can't lie. Seeing it in real life, the foiling makes it look a lot better than
The
it is
Jin one?
in.
Okay, I haven't seen it in real life. And guys, we'll see. Oh, we missed a little Alan
Alan?
ZQ interview, but okay, let me see if I could go ahead. I don't think I have any volume on here. Let's see if we could catch a little bit of what he said.
He will swap eventually to the same domains in different champion, but for this event there was a bit short of time for the practice because we just finished Atlanta and then we had to travel, and we had literally 1 week to practice, and we just stick to what we know. But for the next events, we'll definitely be mixing up.
Have we been feeling about Unleashed?
okay,
And obviously, set very close to release, kind of with this event. Have you been feeling about the shifts as Set 3 joins Riftbound?
Oh, it's amazing. There is such a widespread meta. You get to play around so many things, against so many things, and like it's just so many different playstyles. It makes hard with the current sideboard side to make a deck that's gonna be all around deep, decent into everything. You have to sacrifice some matchups because how like low on the cards you have in just the sideboard slots.
Of course, expecting a pretty diverse metagame over the weekend. There are 40 legends now, and obviously you're chasing Diana. You went pretty well
That's
on the
crazy.
Aggro hunt. How's Diana going to go
Diana.
in this season?
I like the deck to the extent where I think I could go for 4 out of 4 on Diana. We'll see how it goes on the event. I might get humbled and the deck might actually fall apart and like it might run out of just the value in general, maybe too much tempo. We'll see. But Ezreal is solid this set as well, so worst case, it's a fallback.
Best of luck. Have a great tournament.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I think Alan ZQ on Ezreal this set, he's definitely going to be winning a second time, I would imagine. But that was cool. I heard, I don't know, I saw it on Twitter. There's 2 undefeateds, or more than 2 undefeateds, but 2 of them being popular names is Colin, who was here in chat moments ago, and then Prismaticism still undefeated with his Annie. I hope they put those 2 into in the feature match so I could tune in later today.
That's a good one.
That's a good one. I mean, that's a repeat of the top 8 matchup out in Atlanta. So did you hear the little, not the lore, but it's almost become a meme at this point. I was telling my brother, I feel like Prismaticism is an unintentional legend, right? Like the fact that he went ahead and did push-ups in the middle of a top 8 match. Who does that? Did you hear about that?
He did what? I did not hear about the push-ups.
Yeah, bro. Chat, if anyone else didn't hear about this, it was top 8 and Prismat just lost to Colin while Annie was on the play. And he was so frustrated. And he thought back to a friend. I believe he made a friend. He told us it was in Las Vegas, in the Star City Games, Las Vegas. His friend told him, like, whenever you're frustrated, just go ahead and bust up some push-ups. So out of nowhere, Prismaticism just stands up and starts just doing some push-ups in the middle of the top 8 match. Not literally in the middle, but takes a little step on the side. And it looks like the push-ups work because in game number 2, Prismaticism won. But then Set thought, or not Set, I keep calling Colin Set, but Colin thought Prismaticism was kind of mocking him a little bit because Set's kind of like the buff guy in League of Legends. So Colin gets up and does some push-ups as well to match Prismaticism's energy. So both of these competitors are doing push-ups, but we all know how it ended up. So it ended up Prismaticism narrowly getting the win there. So it was one of the best games to witness, and it comes with a bit of lore there with push-ups, because who does that in TCGs, right?
I mean, to be fair, I think it does come from a very good idea of getting your mind off of it by doing an activity, because it is easy to get caught up in the tilt, right? So having the way of just leaving that kind of mindset and directing all that energy into something else is very smart. But I think I think if I was on the table, right, playing as a player like Prismat and just seeing him pull out some push-ups after he loses the game, I would concede. I go, sir.
Right. I mean, I see Prismat in front of me as my opponent. I'm conceding before we even start. No, but I kid. I would give it a good fight. I'll give it the best fight I can. But Prismat just kind of tinkering on a different level. He plays so much, and I think it really shows how much he plays. On top of that, he doesn't just play games. He plays really high-quality matches in his training, because he gets to play against people like Alan ZQ, Randy, Talon HS, I believe, is another member of their internal testing team. So every game they play is like a regional level practice. So they kind of just go ahead and bounce off each other and get better and better, similar to how a lot of teams are currently in TCGs. But the bigger teams right now currently. Yeah. And it looks like we're getting a little bit of a match here. So the final round of the Sydney RQ is approaching. Is this a Fiora? Because I'm seeing Unsung Hero. Let's see if we see any body cards.
I think I did see a Unsung Hero, the BS sword set. Does seem like the... Oh, that's a Fiora Victorious. So that's definitely
for sure.
Like a Fiora. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm actually... happy we're not catching the Sydney RQ, because we've been back-to-back Fioras. I don't want another Fiora on stream, so we've seen 2 Fioras in a row. But maybe it could change my mind with the other legend on screen. Let's see what he's working with.
I mean, it could be the baited hook Fiora that we haven't seen yet.
True.
I will say that... Oh, it's no way it's Teemo.
No way. With the ultimate Baron Nashor in there. Sometimes we get baited, though. They give us these deck lists on stream, but then they actually don't go to the actual matchup with these deck lists. But if it's a Teemo versus Fiora, that's a spicy one, because I feel like Teemo is one that definitely got a little bit of a buff in set 3. Things like Bone Skewer, as we see here. Evelyn feels pretty good. Baron Nashor is just a good overall card to kind of close things out. But other than that, this looks to be a bit of more traditional. Oh, and of course, who can forget Sprite Fountain? You were just bringing it to our attention. Seems to be a pretty good card for Teemo as well, just to kind of keep applying pressure when you need it.
Right, and you have to look at the stack. With the Teemo Legend, you don't really have that many power costs. So getting to this Elder Dragon, even though we don't have any kind of ramp, is a lot easier than it is for other decks that don't have to play these power costs that slow them down from playing this Baron. Also, that Teemo's a 6. That is a 6 might Teemo. I'm pretty sure that's under Baron.
True, right. It comes out for 4 plus the 2 from the Baron Nashor, so it is a 6 my Teemo. And going back to good old Nocturne, I'm trying to think how he filters. Abandon predicts 1, but how else is it? Was there stack decks in the deck? I didn't get to see, because how else are you hitting the Nocturne?
I think he has. Was that blue Teemo as his champion? I can't tell. Because if it's blue, that's the one where if he on defense, he gets to look at the top 5 cards, and that's an easy way to hit your cards there. And
yeah, it might have been in the champ zone. I saw the purple one. Yeah, I think it is the blue one in the champ zone. So I guess just one look at it. So not too bad. So we're looking here at Fiora, not the baited hook variant, but I like this variant a whole lot more. And he actually does have Fiora worthy. So I'm curious to see, do you think this Fiora is undefeated? Because he looks to have a pretty solid deck so far.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that I just really like. You have this Spectral Matron. Not running 3-punch first, kind of saying, you know what, I might not have the rune economy, because we have to go into these main deck sabotages that we didn't have to see before because of Aurora. I think this main deck action that also didn't have to exist before, but due to Aurora. A lot of these 2-ofs that much like 2 of Repose, 2 of like I think there was 2 of Punch First, 2 of Doran's Blade, that maybe we could be going to 3, but other than that, pretty good list.
I do think for the Punch First, I think it's been a little bit replaced with the Grim Resolve, because it's so similar.
Ooh, yeah.
It's instead of +5, you get +3, but is the upside of not having to spend 2 power. So I think 2/2 is a fair split for Fiora. So I think it was a solid list. I don't know how I would improve it personally, but maybe I feel like Spectral Matron is a really good card that you might want to run more than just one. You get your Fiora worthy back, especially when you're only running a single one. You get cards like First Mate back as well. So I don't know, maybe not in this deck, but I feel like Spectral Maiden is definitely a good card for Fiora in general. But this is cool. It looks like round number 8 should be getting things started for the Sydney side of things. And that's going to be a Teemo versus Fiora to close things out for Sydney. But I'm trying to keep a tab on our side of the board as well, or our side of the stream for the China streams. And I don't think we have a timer just yet as well. So hopefully these streams get started sooner than later too.
I think we're... Oh, that is a different Aurelia card. What are these? Oh, these are fan-made arts. Okay, never mind. I was like, what? I think we're 4 minutes overtime from the side of China.
Is it 4 minutes overtime from what? Actually, yeah, you're totally right. What I wrote, what the schedule that they gave us. So they were pretty good on staying on top of it, because usually we're like an hour over. So it wasn't too bad. It looks like this meta is pretty good in terms of like finishing productively on time, like not, you know, crazy amount of overtime. I think this is the longest break we've had so far, but it is the final round. This is the final round that decides who does and doesn't make into day number 2. So I think it's important to make sure you got everything put together. And it is the final thing for people drop/stay. So I can see exactly why this one's taking a little bit longer. But in the meantime, at least we got some good old Riftbound action to catch. Who we got in this matchup? Because we do see that blue Teemo. It is exactly as you mentioned before. Oh, and a little custom art sprite. Unless he just sharpied over the normal sprite.
I think he just sharpied over to give a little bit of a little tongue.
Right.
Like a hold on P. Oh, this is actually really cool from the side of Teemo here. Being able to go second, conquer, and play a hidden card. Sure, it does go away the second that we lose control, but if it's a unit, we can just hold it and get a very easy 2-point hold to start off the game.
Very true, right? You react to the temporary trigger getting deployed, so it most likely will be... Actually, it is the Teemo. Didn't he just grab the Teemo from the champ zone?
Oh, yeah, I think he did. Not really catching that, but Yeah, this is gonna be a very quick 2-point lead, and then we're gonna get the 3rd point from this Sprite Fountain. Yep, there it is.
Wow, which makes a whole lot of sense why we saw on Arena's greatest in one of the Battlefield selections for Teemo, because this is an aggressive Teemo, very synonymous how we saw the sneaky deckhand from Aurelia with Obelisk of Power, pre-bans. It was just turn zero basically, score 1 and then score turn 2 before your opponent even gets set up, which is similar to what we saw here. Unfortunately, though, it looks like Fiora did miss an early 2-drop because he could have contested that. But what 2-drop is really contesting a Sprite Fountain and then a hidden Teemo card? So it's pretty much guaranteed 2 points. So this Teemo's starting off pretty optimally, if you ask me.
I will say, from the seams of it, that he did miss the start peak proc. I think he did do his draw before his channel, so. Well, I think he's maybe he's just asking the opponents like, "Hey man, give me a give me a break here."
Yeah, it's probably been a long day, and they're not undefeated. Unless, how does it work? Because I know that China has confused me. Is that? Yeah, that is a tie, right? 6-0, so they're still technically undefeated.
Yes. So we'll be seeing these players in day 2 at the very least. So I think now we're just going over it, saying, "Hey, can I have this? Yes or no?"
If he drew, I would feel like it's a little bit too late. If he hasn't drawn, it's technically still in the window, right? You did beginning step triggers and then channel. Oh, no. Start to peak is in the beginning step. So if you channeled, you could kind of get Rule Shark there because there's no, I believe, take backs in those first little moments of a turn. It gets tricky, though, because they allow take backs as long as it's immediately. But at the highest level of Riftbound, I think once you draw / channel, it's a little bit too late. It's considered a missed trigger. So you got to be careful if you're playing things like Vex as well. You got to make sure you're drawing that extra card in the beginning step before you channel. Granted, this is at a regional high level, and at local / anywhere else, you don't have to worry about that. You can simply just draw 2. But I would imagine some of these judges are going to be pretty strict and enforce those kind of strict rulings.
Right. To be fair, this is the top of the best of the best, right? You're undefeated, so having these small kind of logistical mistakes it's kind of hard to say, that's fine, keep going with it.
Right, and just like that, as soon as the RQ from Sydney is starting, it looks like we are also at the cusp of the final round of today's Chinese Regional. And to close out the show, it looks like it will be the first LeBlanc shown from China. Let's go ahead and join these guys at the featured match table for round number 7.
That's another Fiora. That's the 4th one.
Unbelievable. How many Fioras are running around? Maybe there's just a lot of Fioras in the top table because this is the 3rd Fiora back to back since round 5. At this point, give me anything else, but I can't complain. I feel like this could be an awesome matchup. LeBlanc versus Fiora. I feel like Fiora has the tools to kind of deal with LeBlanc, but if LeBlanc is able to establish out those Karthus and keep kind of conquering when they can, and make those reflections tokens, is going to pose a problem, not just for Fiora, but for any deck, really. But what I meant by answers is they at least have access to challenge, that you're able to kind of pick away at Karthus in the back line. Or are you familiar with this matchup in general, or is it kind of newer for you as well?
So, I'm not familiar with the exact matchup, but with these kind of mid-range into LeBlanc games is more about how can I make sure that my opponent can't get as much value with this LeBlanc trigger. Being able to contest any kind of early ganks, early conquers from the side of LeBlanc can really hinder the deck, because you have to discard to summon these tokens, and if you don't have any good way of restoring your hand with like a Karthus or with sentries, you will eventually start losing the value game as high value as LeBlanc is.
Yeah, it's very much so like high risk, high reward. It is the first deck of Riftbound that revolves around the Death Nail keyword, which you love to see, because we were all wondering, when is it going to be a Death Nail centric deck? And it looks like we get our answer in LeBlanc for set 3. So let's see what kind of package, because we said it earlier in the tournament, there's kind of two shells of LeBlanc running around. There's the more that Karthus, Ruin, Rex, Sacrifice, Hidden Blade variant, and then there's the baited hook variant that runs a little bit of bigger units, takes advantage of Galio as well. I believe it was the Challenger TCG boys that brought it to everyone's attention. But we'll see. I mean, I wouldn't put it past it. If this is an undefeated, I hope this is an undefeated LeBlanc, because I'm ready for some high-level Riftbound action, because we've seen a good amount today. But I would love to end off with a crazy game. But maybe I won't speak too soon. I don't want to jinx anything. Let's just expect, or not expect anything, and get pleasantly surprised, which I'm already surprised with the Echo in hand.
Right? The Echo in hand is something you never see in these kind of decks. I do want to add two things. So there's also this kind of other LeBlanc playstyle that we haven't seen too often, and that's the blue LeBlanc. Like, blue LeBlanc, Zillions kind of making these very wide boards. But second one thing I want to say is there is just kind of, so we talk about how much China loves E, and I do think because of the EDG players, China also loves Fiora.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
there's a lot of Fiora lists, a lot of baited hook lists. A lot of people like looking at how good these EDG players are doing and kind of copying it, which is very similar to us when we had that little time where Alan won the RQ and everyone played Ezreal for a week.
Oh, yeah. I definitely remember that. But you're exactly right. I feel like Mastery is the #1 in their hearts, and then Fiora is #2 for sure, which we could definitely see here in today's first regional for Unleashed in China. We saw majority Fiora today, but pretty much even between Mastery and Fiora. But let's see, that is still a yellow LeBlanc champion, so I don't think they're going the route, as you mentioned before, the blue champion, but it's not the worst, but takes advantage of having, you do have to pay 1 power, but still goes ahead and plays it out. If they have a Karthus turn 2, you're not looking too bad, right? Because you could go ahead and conquer, make your Reflections token, and if they can't deal with the Karthus, that could be getting out of hand real fast.
Right, that's draw 4 if you get the temporary kill proc with that LeBlanc legend. And that's just, if we don't have the cards to kind of say no to that, LeBlanc just, it just wins the matchup with just one little extra card drum. I will say, this deck is probably one of the hard, maybe aside from Ezreal, is one of the hardest decks to pilot to its maximum potential. Because even in that first turn, you had to make a very important decision of, do I play my LeBlanc or do I play my Soaring Scout? And these mini decisions affect so much going down the future of the game.
Definitely very punishing, if you will. So if any little slight misstep, it kind of starts steamrolling from there, or starts going downhill from there. But goes for the Conquer, most likely going to be electing to go ahead and play or use that legend ability, discarding something to make a Reflection token. There's no way of getting ready to the other battlefield, so most likely just going to be at this battlefield. And let's see if he has a way of either getting the draw now, but I would imagine if he has something like a Karthus, you want to go ahead and establish it now. But I'm a little bit worried about just leaving kind of a Karthus. But to be fair, there's no kind of counter potential from LeBlanc anyway, so might as well kind of throw it down while you can. Or we'll see. I mean, it is 4 energy. Could establish 2 2-drop units at that.
Now, the card I'm most interested in is this Echo. I think Echo is a card that, on paper, it sounds really good. It's an accelerated unit. He brings back all your runes that you used to pay for accelerating him. So, and now you can get 2 of him. That's 2 refreshes on your mana. So we might be seeing some kind of greedy plays.
Right, some crazy high risk type of plays, but we'll see. I mean, if you're able to reset your mana pool 2 times in a single turn, now we're getting crazy potential. But first you have to have the cards in hand. But I mean, we're talking about potential cards in hand. The Hidden Blade already guaranteeing at minimum +2, +3, I should say. It's one, actually, in the beginning step, if you do it, it's 2 draws. Hidden Blade draws 2 more, so it could be +5, including the draw for turn. So he's definitely going to have the resources going forward. But Fiora doing what they can for the time being. Plays out a Pit Rookie, most likely going to get online the ganking /shield /deflect for Fiora in case they want to target it. More importantly, though, it is for the legend ability. Now I'm wondering, do you want to try to get something like a BF sword on the unsung hero as well to kind of get your draw engine online as well?
I mean, I did want. So if we have any way of contesting this early battlefield, getting not only getting rid of this incoming hidden blade and the draw 1 and the draw 2, there's a lot of draws that we can kind of circumvent if we have a way of taking over this battlefield. And I think we just might with this incoming attack.
Yeah, let's see exactly what he decides to do. So sending in an unsung hero, if he uses the hidden card for the unsung hero, that's going to be an impressive amount of draw. And if he doesn't use the hidden blade, that's going to be a hidden blade on your own. That's going to be a good amount of cards coming in the way of LeBlanc. But at the same time, that's going to be a conquer on your side. So foregoes the hidden card, trades the LeBlanc for the unsung hero. So both sides of the board are going to be drawing pretty well so far. But now the Fiora coming in. I like the sequencing so far, and doesn't decide to take the risk, saying, you know what, I'd rather keep the Fiora and then use something like ganking on the next turn after you're done with your temporary unit. I like this so far.
I do say that there is one kind of different line he could have tried, where actually never mind. He does make this hidden blade go away, right? So we don't get the Dust Rose lab proc. So not as bad as it could be. What I would have loved to see is actually, instead of buffing the Fiora with the Pit Rookie, you buff the Unsung Hero and then give it the BF Sword. So now it's up to 6. So when you go in for the trade, your opponent either loses both of his units or Hidden Blades you to draw 4. But if he Hidden Blades you, you just equip the BF Sword and attack again.
True, because there are 6 apiece, so you're saying just trade, right? Trade the 2 for 1?
Yeah, so you do you buff the Pit
Unsung,
Rookie.
right.
So you buff the Unsung with Pit Rookie, equip the BF Sword to the Unsung. That is a 6-man attacker. Go into Dust Rose, either take the 2 for 1 trade, or you get Hidden Blade to draw 4. And then afterwards, you're gonna get your BF Sword no matter what, so you just equip that to the Fiora.
Right. The only downside, of course, is that he didn't have any order runes left to attach.
Oh, wait!
So,
No, yeah, you're so right!
I like the play, but with the lack of order runes, because that probably would have been the more ideal line, but having to do what you can do with the current cards in hand, or rather the cards that got played out from the rune deck, either or, still in a decent position, both 1-1. Now let's see if LeBlanc goes ahead. Actually, they didn't... LeBlanc is tapped, but I think she's tapped in right now, right? Yeah, she is. Okay, so discard the LeBlanc champion.
And this is where you want to see getting up to, that's 2 more runes. That's basically a full turn of ramping that this LeBlanc player has. And look at the amount of cards he has in hand. You know, the one thing that we need right now is the energy to play it. And this Black Rose Dignitary is going to give that opportunity. With this Echo upcoming next turn too.
Yeah, it does cause the power, but as you mentioned before that, Black Rose will be allowing him to get 2 potential runes on this next step. I mean, one from the temporary and then one from the discard, or I should say the sacrifice from the Rose Lab. So that's 2 runes. They will come in exhausted, so won't be able to get utilized on this very next turn, but will down the road be able to get used. Now, that is a tapped out LeBlanc. You have no hidden cards, so this Fiora could very well gank on over. That's just 4 might, if I remember right. Is the Dignitary 2? I think it is a 3-2.
That is a 2 and with Assault, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, 3-2. So it is only 4 might. We do have enough might to kind of gank over. I will say that even if, for some reason, those 2 Black Rose Dignitaries die on our turn, we do have Echo to kind of ready those 2 runes that we got it. Because they come in exhausted, and then we kill Echo, and those 2 runes that were exhausted are now ready. So really cool stuff.
You know, and on top of that, you're actually inviting him to go ahead and take care of my Black Rose Dignitaries because they go ahead and come in exhausted on your turn, but then I ready them on my turn. So this could be exactly what he's trying to get his opponent to play into. He's saying, you know what? There's a reason I left these available for you. Yes, I'll give up a single point. You go up to 3, but I'm going into 6 8 runes next turn with an echo that can also get repeated. How much can he get done with all that energy is the question, because how much can you really do? I mean, you do have the potential of a repeated echo as well. And when I say repeated, but the reflection token from echo. But I just don't know how you're proccing the death knell from echo if they have to conquer. So this is tricky. I mean, it seems like on paper, LeBlanc could go crazy here. But can she really, I'm thinking?
So what I wanted to see, right, from the side of the like, if the perfect opportunity is we do gank over with this Fiora, we get up to 8 runes on our turn. We play something like Ruin Rex, and then we go in with our Echo, and in one of the battlefields that's empty, either he kills it and I get my runes back, or he doesn't kill it and I sacrifice the token to get another extra, because you get more runes and then you recycle, get everything ready. That'd be what, a 9 rune turn afterwards, after the recycle. So this card has so many things that it can do, and I'm really happy to see it.
Oh, and this is a bummer for LeBlanc. He's saying, you know what? I can tell this Echo is going to pose such a big problem. And recycles the Echo. Wait, what did I miss there? Why did he recycle it instead of putting it to the trash? It was just a challenge, no? Did he treat it like a sabotage?
No, so Echo said when
Oh,
Echo's...
true. Echo's ability. Yeah. I forgot. Right. Sorry.
No, because that is a... I'm pretty sure it's not a May. Yeah, it's not a May. So it's recycle me to ready your runes. So even if, let's say, you had something like a way of getting the Echo back, you can't physically do it because it's a mandatory recycle, unlike other cards.
Yeah, so you do get your runes on defense rather than offense, which feels a whole lot better for the Fiora player. But let's see, I think he threw it over to LeBlanc nonetheless, so it is her turn. Does have access to a Thousand Tail Watcher at accelerated speed, so you're able to clear at least one of these battlefields. But then you find yourself in the same predicament, tapped out, looking down the set brawler that has the potential of taking you down with just a simple use the buff up by 4. So I don't think that's the most ideal play, but what else do you have? It looks like he's reluctant to do anything else, so most likely we'll be playing out this Watcher, but I don't know, EK. I'm not loving it. Feels like LeBlanc just trying to hang in there, despite not being too far behind on points. It looks like they're just trying to do what's immediately beneficial for them right now, but not so much so for the future of this game. It almost feels that way.
Right, and I think a lot of our strategy was kind of hinging on this Echo living to this next turn. So having this set just take it out, stopping our really big turn of progress here, is just slowing our game plan down by a full turn. Now he's played this one Rift Herald. Yes, it's a very good card. Yes, we're going to see a lot of value out of it, but our opponent goes up to 5.
It is, but you know, weirdly enough, I like this play slightly more than the Watcher play, because not only do you keep a Watcher for a little bit down the road, but we discussed exactly what the Watcher was going to end up leading to. So this is a higher value play in the long run, which I think he has to climb himself out of this hole one way or the other. So maybe Rift can find some better cards down in the deck, or not down, but just look at the top 3, of course, as we saw before. But to your point, it is 2 to 5, so Fiora inching her way for closing out this game number 1. And to make matters worse, there is another challenge. Luckily, there is a death knell proc for LeBlanc's Rift Herald, so you are able to play another unit once it goes down. But more importantly, you're kind of keeping them off more draw potential, so I wouldn't be too surprised seeing a challenge come down. But it does cost a buff from set, but I think it's a worthwhile investment.
Right, so not only do we get rid of this Rift Herald, I think we're looking at bringing the targets. Who are we targeting with this challenge?
It looks like Fiora. There must be a BF sword on there.
Oh, yeah, there's a BF sword. Yeah, that's true. I will say, so the cool thing with the Rift Herald is on the attack, right? You can go and trade with the Rift Herald and then play an accelerated Watcher, right? For basically free. So getting rid of this on our turn stops us from going through a world filled with pain. And now just facing down a Glass Massaulogist that it's not the biggest of deals.
You know, it all comes down to the one card we mentioned before this game even started. We said Fiora has the tools to kind of interact and slow down LeBlanc's game plan, and challenge was an essential piece of that puzzle. And we're seeing 2 challenges really pay dividends so far in this game number 1. But we get the second BF sword of this game, attaching it. This Fiora is mighty times 2 going up and away. It's going to be super hard for LeBlanc to deal with this, with the lack of Ruin Rexes and Karthus already set up on a battlefield. Relying on raw might is going to be a little bit too difficult. Luckily, there is the Watcher you mentioned, but at this point, how much might does this Fiora have?
Right, so we do have the buff plus the 2 BS swords. I'm pretty sure those are 2, right? So that's 7. Adding on the 4 from Fiora, that's 11. And then the 1 we're going to get from the shield, that's 12. So even if we do Water, that's 7 to 9.
9. Right, so there's just no world of stopping this Fiora, and that's just taking care of one of these battlefields. Granted, you could go ahead and send in the Glass Mixologist as well, but we'll see. I believe the play we're mentioning right now is going to be tapping out LeBlanc, which means you're not able to interact with the set ball on the back line. So it almost goes back to the same exact play we talked about before. It's good for the moment. You conquer up to 3. You get rid of the Fiora. So it is a mini victory in itself, but you're going to be losing your units as well. When he looked at the trash because of the Glass Mixologist Death Knell trigger as well, most likely looking at the LeBlanc chosen champion to bring back, unless you think of another better target.
I think right now we are looking for cards, and I think this might just be a perfect repulse opportunity from the side of Fiora. A new card inside this deck, having access to more counter spells in this in non-green decks is just so strong.
It really is. It's elevated Body to another caliber, which is why a lot of people are considering Body as potentially the best color coming out from set 3, alongside Chaos, which is a big thing to even say, because Chaos was so far ahead of all the other colors. So we love to see a little bit more competition, if you will. But Repose is one of the reasons I would imagine Set is also finding a lot of success over there in Sydney RQ. And then you're giving another counter. You get the Repose from Signature Spell, and then the Repose. They sound so similar. I don't know why Riot did that to us, right?
Not really the best. I think right here we are saying, do I want to give my opponent more cards? I think, yeah, saying, you know what, I'm going to hit him with your unit. I don't think it matters what you end up doing with this 2 extra cards, because I have so much board state. You only have so many runes. I think that I have this game in the bag.
And that is the Glass Mixologist attacking, so they don't have control of the battlefield, which means you can't actually play the Death Knell trigger onto the battlefield, as you've seen maybe if the Glass Mixology was on defense. So having to force to play it on the base, which means the Fiora player is definitely prioritizing holding onto these battlefields and potentially double holding up to 7, which means just either of these battlefields, if you're able to hang in there, that's going to be game number 1 in the books for the side of Fiora. Can they get it done? Because I'm surprised, EK, with the amount of sheer card draw we've seen from game number 1, they haven't been really able to get things churning and rolling in their direction. I wonder what they could have done. I mean, I feel like they had definitely some kind of answers, but maybe it was the lack of Karthus, because I think this was the first Karthus of the game, as he just looked to maybe draw at this turn.
Right, this Karthus feels like too little, too late. And I do want to add that, now that I'm thinking about it, especially with Set and Fiora, one of the greatest cards that you have from the side of LeBlanc to counter these really big cards is your signature spell. Being able to create a reflection unit of any unit on the field, let's say an Elder Dragon, a Rift Herald, right, is really good. But remember, when we copy a unit, we don't copy their play effects, and we don't copy their gears. So right now, there's no valid target for us to copy if we're trying to use this signature spell to our advantage. No good targets, not valid targets, sorry.
Right, not too much of a beneficial target, as you mentioned, but now trying to set up for a closing defense, if you will, from the side of Fiora. Thinking very carefully, saying, I'm at 7, I have a huge, massive lead. You know, you don't even have to overextend necessarily. You could decide to retreat, but I don't know. I mean, I don't hate either play of trying to go ahead and just defend. If you have some kind of combat tricks in hand, you could very well be able to defend, but with just 3 cards in hand, a Doran's Blade, an Action, and a First Mate, this is tricky. What can the LeBlanc have to punish units on the battlefield? I mean, of course, Hidden Blade can always kill a unit outright. Ruin Rex, if you sacrifice a Ruin Rex, do you have enough runes for that, though, is the question.
We'll have exactly enough, I feel, because it will be on... Yeah, we'll be on 7 runes. So we'll have enough for exactly that line of play. I will say, LeBlanc right now says... Because conventional Riftbound says, if you're on 6 points, the best thing to do is to go back and then double conquer, because there's so many cards that are effective on battlefields. But when you have a LeBlanc player, when we do make this conquer, we'll get to double our value from our units. So now it's like, do I keep my units up in a vulnerable position to stop my opponent from getting double LeBlanc, or do I do the conventional correct play of just keeping my units back at base and allowing my opponent to get as much value as he wants?
Right, because there is a line here where you can go ahead and cart this, create a reflection token as a cart this, and then do the play you had in mind to benefit from cart this. So you're going to be able to double up on those Death Knell triggers, but that might not just be enough, because that is a really tall Fiora. We said they was already defending for 12, add 2 more on top of that, so 14 total might. But Fiora is completely exhausted out on runes, so super straightforward turn. As you know, there's no interaction. Caveat being, you could have a call to glory from the buff from set legend ability, or from set chosen champion, or not the chosen, but from the set champion in general.
Right.
So there is a little bit of some interaction, but with just single card in hand, we know here in the booth that that's just simply a First Mate. So first steps first, you do have to play out, or he is playing out another card, as it looks like.
Yeah, I do feel like we're at the point where we're 1 turn too late, or we're a few mana too short. Because imagine if we had a bit more mana, we could play our Ruin Rex, go in with a Karthus, copy it, and then sacrifice our Ruin Rex for 3 procs. But even if we do get something like that, that's still not enough damage to kill the backline and the Fiora. So I think we're just kind of grasping at straws, trying to find the correct play. I mean, do you know if there's a way of getting back into this game if you're the LeBlanc player?
No, the only way I could imagine it was like conquer Karthus, ruin Rex, and then sacrifice ruin Rex, doing an impressive, I believe, ruin Rex does 4 damage, right? So
4
you
damage.
do 12
Yeah.
total damage. That's just enough to clear some of these units, but with the Fiora alone, she might just be able to hold on. You don't even have to double conquer on your turn. You have 2 energy remaining. That could be a Hidden Blade. That's probably ideally what he was searching for. You still have a couple more draws to find that out. But yes, you Hidden Blade. But how are you taking care of the remaining 2 units in the back line? So drawing 4 or 3 cards, I should say, and didn't draw it.
And there's no Hidden Blades. What you could do is you go with the Karthus and you... Actually, no, it's game no matter what, because... Yeah, you need 2 Hidden Blades. 1 Hidden Blade to kill the Fiora, and another Hidden Blade to stop the incoming set. So Fiora taking that very cleanly. I mean, I don't think I could have expected anything better from the Fiora.
Yeah, she did amazing. I think with the luck of having 2 challenges, it all went downhill. And we'll go back to the booth in the meantime. It all started going downhill for LeBlanc when the Echo game plan kind of fell apart, right? They kind of went ahead and invested so much, or I should say maybe put a bunch of eggs in that Echo basket because they tapped out to do so.
Right.
So if Fiora was able to go ahead and take that down, but trying to think a couple steps ahead, what can they have really got done with the current energy they had from Echo? Is there a crazy line you could think of? Because I guess if they had the Karthus, there's some kind of line there. But I don't know. Even with the Echo, it feels like LeBlanc had some cards, but wasn't able to get the most use out of those cards, it felt like.
So let's presume the Echo lived that turn. We'd have a ready Echo, and we'd have, I think it was 8 runes up on our turn. what we could have done is we could play a Ruin Rex in base. We go into the battlefield and try and force our opponent to either use the Hidden Blade on us or on himself. If he uses it on us, we can reaction speed kill our Rune Rex, right? Pop the Fiora, and then we get our two runes from sacrifice, and then that's when the Death Knell for Echo would proc, and then you'd have, what's that, 9 runes, right? Available. Then you just go full develop, and then you just got so much value. So
I see.
Echo was kind of threatening a lot on the board. So getting rid of that early did stop a lot of the plays that we had access to. Because even as simple as play Rift Herald, go in with Echo, and then trade, and then play like Glass Mixologist would have completely changed the flow of that game.
Right, it just comes down to simple tempo, right? Just eliminated the Echo, kind of really swung things in his favor and really slowed down the LeBlanc player. Trying to think for game number 2, though, what can the LeBlanc player add to the deck? Because I feel like Fiora is not a matchup you necessarily prepare for or have too many good cards for this matchup. I mean, if you were worried about those equipments that we saw Fiora take big advantage of, it was 2 BF swords and a Doran shield. You do have access to salvage. I believe we might have caught a glimpse of a salvage in the main, but that's kind of the only card that comes to mind. Anything that kind of stands out from your point of view, EK?
Yeah, I mean, as you said, the gear hate has been abundant. You know, every deck right now has to have an answer to Aurora, and being able to say, "Oh, my salvage or my turn to dust that I was having in my side deck, oh, I'm gonna bring it into this side game too," is really important. However, this is where LeBlanc shines. We have, I'm assuming, an incoming Hillock game. Windswept Hillock, which gives all your tokens ganking. And if you know anything about LeBlanc, that's where it just goes off the rails. Being able to make a token, gank over, and then control both battlefields and keep doing that every single turn, that's something that actually the Fiora player has to work around now instead of the LeBlanc player, I feel like.
Right, it might just be a little bit too fast for any deck currently in the meta. So I'm curious to see exactly if we're going to get that Hillock game, because you're one game behind, so might as well try your best to tie things up and then figure things out in that game number 3. But for Fiora's side, since LeBlanc is already discarding cards to get their triggers off, I'm wondering if it's even worthwhile for putting in cards like Sabotage. You most likely have a Sabotage for those Dazzling Auroras. Is it worthwhile to maybe take out those mirror images, or what other good targets does Sabotage have? Because I just don't know if it's super worthwhile.
Right, Sabotage, I mean, it is a Ruination that this deck runs. I'm not sure if we do. Remember that because of how our units are, this is actually a Trifarian War Camp going second is interesting. Because of the way our units are being played right now, the mirror image is not that big of a deal, I feel like. And it's more about how can I deal with this incoming tempo from this Windswept? And I feel like this Trifarian War Camp is actually a very strong answer to that. Because if we do somehow get control of it with our, let's say, with our Fiora, because that thing's got to be mighty as soon as it enters there, you know, gank all you want, but getting rid of a Fiora from a Trifarian World Camp is really difficult.
Yeah, especially if you had a couple equipment like we saw in that game number 1. But here we are, guys. It is game number 2. Potentially the last matchup of this game. Or definitely the last matchup, but potentially the last game of today's Suzhou Regional. And we were discussing, does he want to go ahead and add some gear hate? It looks like he doesn't just have one salvage in hand. He has double salvage currently. So those BF swords won't be sticking around for too much longer. But Nidalee, we don't get to see it too often in Fiora. But I love this card. One of my favorite cards coming out from Unleashed. You can't go wrong with a Draven in a unit, no?
Yeah, I think this card's a very cool card. Being able to draw you cards from winning combat in decks like Yi, in decks like Fiora, that don't have these inherent draw cards that LeBlanc is going to show us, I think, throughout this game. That's triple salvage on the side of LeBlanc?
She's like, I'm going all in on this game plan of taking down all your equipment. Pitches a salvage because you have an additional one to work with. So this is interesting. Goes ahead and pushes in that Soaring Scout. Does do exactly as you mentioned, the reflection token to go ahead and quickly double conquer. But now you are tapped out, so that's going to be another card draw, or not another, but just an additional card draw on the side of Fiora, thanks to the combat win from Nidalee. So we'll see, because he didn't hide anything like a hidden blade, which probably would have been decent. Oh, and I'm loving the sideboard tech here, preparing for those Ruin Rex damage.
Right, yeah, not a card you see too often. I think now with Unchecked Power and this Ruin Rex, it's a very, very good card in this meta. We did see it kind of pop off in set 1, lose relevance in set 2. But I will say, I loved it. The more I'm thinking about this Nidalee, the more I'm loving it. You know, having these little tokens that do draw you cards, do give you runes, you know, they're not going to be the strongest things in combat. And being able to kind of abuse them, and not only just once, but next turn, you're threatening the other battlefield here. So, really smart play by the side of Fiora here, saying, you know what, I'm going to do a good meta read onto this kind of matchup and say, this card just gives me so much value while threatening you from making these early holds.
Right, just a fantastic card in general. He's saying, I saw you pitch one salvage, so I could kind of deduce that you have another salvage in hand, but I'm going to force you to have it in case that was your only one. So still attaches it. That is LeBlanc with Assault, so does swing in for 4, so you could match the Nidalee 4 as well, but you're trading 1 for 1, which wouldn't be the most ideal, I feel like, for LeBlanc. But let's take a look at the hand. So a Rift Herald, double salvage, as you said. So he did draw all 3. He was all in on kill the equipment game plan this game.
I mean, that definitely is kind of a risk that you do play, because Fiora only runs so many. I think Fiora runs 6, something like that. Like the 3 Doran's blades and then 3 BS swords.
That sounds about right. I feel like that's a good list.
Yeah, so then there's only there's a chance he just doesn't draw into them, and then you draw into salvages. So, and this might just be the case that we're seeing right now, having a lot of these salvages. At least they replace themselves. But the one thing I do want to say, this Trifarian War Camp can actually be a hindrance to us right now, if we decide to put 2 tokens on there.
I see what you mean, because that's going to be defending for 8 with that reflection token, but did find a straight up kill spell in the hidden blade. Does allow him to get additional 2 draws, but Nidalee was threatening a draw in general, so just basically 1 more additional draw than it would otherwise, but does go for the Hill Lock. Most likely will be utilizing that legend ability 1 more time. So just like that, another turn of double conquer. This is exactly what you were mentioning. It really starts getting a little bit out of hand. So much conquer, so much pressure that Fiora almost feels like she's just not able to hang in there, especially with the lack of your kind of ready / accelerated units like we see usually with the Fiora Worthy. I'm wondering, I mean, the Fiora champ, we saw how strong she was in game number 1. Is there a world where you kind of have one in the sideboard just to swap out? Because I feel like on the draw, you want to be able to get onto these battlefields rather than not, or to be delayed by a turn because of the because of them coming in exhausted, of course. So I don't know. We'll see. I mean, he's been doing good this entire tournament long. He is X1. I think on China, the one on the tail end is a loss. I'm pretty sure.
Oh, let me just confirm that actually right now. So I will say, I love the victorious on these Trifarian War Camp games where we can get an early entrance into the Trifarian War Camp, right? But because we're on the draw, and our opponent has a Windstep Hillock, so he is gonna get both battlefields. I just don't like this. I would love to see the Worthy more.
Right, I love the Worthy, but at the same time, Victorious does feel really strong in certain situations. I mean, just the fact that you get 3 keywords on a card just by attaching equipment or just playing a simple pit rookie, you could never truly go wrong with that as well. But let's see how he approaches this turn, because they are desperately behind, trying to get back into this game. Goes for the Windswept Pelec to deal with the real LeBlanc champ for now. and trying to say, what do you have? Because that is 3 energy or 4 energy, but 2 of those being used for the salvage. So bringing down the pit rookie to just 3-3, which is just a 1-for-1 trade. But I don't think LeBlanc minds that much. That is a +1 draw for you. On top of that, you don't get to hold, but LeBlanc doesn't have does have an easier time of kind of getting to these battlefields as opposed to Fiora right now.
Right, and I think the most important part here is because we didn't invest the BS sword in hand because of this incoming salvage, we do have to give up a punch first to kind of take over this battlefield, and I think we just might. Yep, there's the punch first. That's a lot of D-ramp that we had to do just to kill 1 3-my unit. But this does mean that our opponent's going to have 0 units on his turn, and we don't have something like the incoming Watcher because we're only going to be on 7 runes. I do want to add, though, I did check, and these players are 5 wins, 0 losses, and 1 draw.
So the draw is on the right. So I wonder if they changed things up, because I think this is how it works in the West as well. Because Sydney was X1 on that Teemo, so maybe they kind of all decided to get on the same page. Did you translate it, or you just know?
Yeah, no, I did translate it. It's 5 wins, 0 losses, and 1 flat. So it's definitely a draw.
Yeah, that does make sense.
Yeah.
But okay, Fiora does get her 2nd point there. You do add another equipment, but I believe there was still another salvage in hand. But I don't think that's the biggest priority right now. You want to go ahead and see what you can do about this board state. You do have the Rift Herald. Or wait a second, did they not update the overlay? There's no way he's just at 5 runes. He should be at 7.
He should be at 7, yeah. There
it is. So 1 short of the Rift Herald, as I believe Rift Herald is 8. A Watcher doesn't feel too advantageous to go ahead and play out. I don't think he has too many clean answers. A mirror image gets you a pit rookie. Never feels too good. It is a ready pit rookie, but just doing what you can and establishes out a glass mixologist for the time being to bring back that LeBlanc champion a little bit down the road. But I think this is exactly a little bit of the wiggle room Fiora was hoping this Conquer would do, because it's definitely slowed down LeBlanc just enough for him to kind of get back into this game, because pit rookie would hold to 3. The pit rookie in the back line kind of ties things up to 4. Granted, as you said, the punch first was definitely a bit expensive, but looking at it from this position, it looked to be worthwhile to do so, because Fiora's a champ that has 0 body runes in that mana pool so far. But what I was getting at, Fiora's a legend that doesn't mind being too low on rune economy because of her legend ability, of course. If they're able to get at least 1 order or 1 body rune, that's not the worst to play things out like the Repose. But you can completely count out something like another punch first out of the equation, which is a single body rune at that. So this is tough, which is why we're seeing his reaction this way.
Right, but also just think about it this way. If you do go back from this win-stop hit, look, that does mean another glass mixologist is going to be made, right? So now you're in this really tough position of, do I A, to get my unit back, keep him safe, or B, try and equip this BF sword that we have in hand and just hope that our opponent has no way of breaking our hold? Because if he does break our hold, he's going to get a lot of value with these double mixologists.
Right, it looks to be a bit of a complicated situation, which is why he's taking his time. He does have access to a hidden blade, could leave 2 energy open, could go ahead and hide it, but looking to go more towards the right of hiding it as he plays out a BF sword. Do we know if he still has the final 3rd salvage in hand? I don't believe he's pitched this yet.
Right, I think he pitched 2 and used 1.
Yeah,
so there's no more salvages.
Oh, he pitched 2. I saw him pitch 1 and use 1, but you saw him pitch 2?
Yeah, I think it was 1 turn was 1 pitch, and then I think it's no longer in hand.
Okay, yeah, I don't see him in hand as well, and we're looking through, so there's 3 salvages, so he's kind of dreading it. He's saying, wait a minute, I forgot he has access to BF sword. So we'll see if it comes back to bite him ever so slightly, but does have access to gank on over. But I wouldn't blame him. Okay, he does gank on over, so tying things up to 4. And let's see, does he want to go ahead and threaten a double hold to keep on that even point tempo? Because I think he can defend, especially because he has the hidden blade. But I wouldn't be too upset if he just tries to defend 1 battlefield to kind of force him onto the other one. And then if he tries to gank on over, you have that bit of a safety net with the Hidden Blade.
Right, and the one issue is if we do leave this pit rookie in base, which we're not, which is smart, because we could have been completely blown out with we go into Conquer on the Windswept Hillock for free if the pit rookie wasn't there, and then we gank over with the copy for 5, and then we can just hit and call just to win the game right on the spot. We all have the call from the side of LeBlanc, but the Fiora player has to kind of play around these extra cards, these extra removals that the LeBlanc player might either have or draw into.
Yeah, a little bit of tricky spot now on the side of LeBlanc. Still has a signature spell that we haven't seen all series long. He just doesn't have a fantastic target to go ahead and deploy it out. I mean, granted, Glass Mixologist isn't the worst, but I just don't think there's too many worthwhile targets in the trash currently. I think the Chosen Champ is the only one so far. Is there actually any other units? I believe that was the only unit that went down so far.
Right, I think we've seen the Chosen Champ. Maybe we discarded something, but the Chosen Champ being an amazing option. And this Watcher, using the reaction speed sacrifice to get the value from this mighty unit while we still can. But now we're in a very tough position because even this gold token, I forgot his name, but he can just walk into the Windswept, force this Hidden Blade, and then we can gank over with the Glass Mixologist and get 2 more units for free.
Yeah, that is a pit rookie down to just a single might. Because actually, no, that's the BF sword. So 5 down to 2. So yeah, you do trade with the Honest Broker, as you mentioned. So not feeling too bad. You trade, and then the Glass Mixologist could do exactly what you had envisioned the first time around. You conquer on Windswept Hillock, and then you gank on over with a second Glass Mixologist. So you're able to bring back the Honest Broker, bring back the LeBlanc Champ. And then things are kind of just snowballing from there. This is a really phenomenal position so far for LeBlanc. I think we're heading ourselves to game 3. I know we're right in the midst of this game as it's just right down in the middle. But I feel like all the tempo is heavily leaning towards LeBlanc, especially after this pit rookie going down, which is her final unit. And uses a Hidden Blade on the pit rookie just to find some more answers potentially.
But also, that does mean that we are forced to put both Mixologists on the exact same spot, whereas beforehand, one would be on the Windswept, one would be on the Dreyfarian. So maybe it's more about I need to draw cards right now, and I feel like because I feel like Fiora needs a way of accelerating at least 1 unit over, which might be hard without that Fiora worthy champion that we were talking about.
I think so as well. It all comes down to why doesn't he have the worthy? I mean, he is X1 for a reason, so making it work regardless. But sometimes I do feel like it is a bit lacking, at least from the Fiora matchups that we've seen. But at the same time, maybe there's just other situations, more likely situations where the Fiora Victorious comes into play a little bit more. But here goes the challenge coming up from the top deck that did so much work. But with the lack of units currently on the board, challenge is no good whatsoever. So this is just a tough pill to swallow for Fiora, saying, how can I possibly contest? I need to take down both of these battlefields. I don't have a first mate in hand. If I do have a first mate, I need to play out a unit for 4 and then first mate. Yes, I could conquer 1, but there's a lurking in the back line, that Watcher that could go ahead and just conquer after that. So I think this... he does have a first mate in hand, so maybe there's some lines, but either line is just not too good of a position for Fiora so far.
I mean, no matter what, this incoming mirror image, copying our Watcher just to be a 14 might attack just might be a bit too much to handle. So we're going to first mate over. We're going to equip everything, I'm assuming, right? But then next turn, it will come back to Fiora's turn. We'll have mirror image, 14 attack. And we don't have any runes up to kind of contest that because of all the deramping we had to do this game.
Yeah, I think you said it perfectly. I was going to say there is a potential of a challenge, but you're completely out of runes for this turn. So you do get the conquer, you go up to 5, but just as you told us here, the Watcher coming in double trouble, 14 total might is going to be more than enough. You hold to 7. One of those glass mixologists is a real one, so does indeed hold, and then the Watcher should be able to clean things up. There's no riposte to worry about, so no type of counters for that mirror image. So just like that, I don't see it any other way. We will be finding ourselves a game number 3, and that is actually the final game for day 1 of the Suzhou Regional. It couldn't end any better way because a lot of these games haven't gone to game 3. This is one of 2 or 3 rounds that have actually gone to game number 3. So definitely neck and neck, what you love to see in Riftbound.
Right, and I feel like now LeBlanc has to say, all right, I use my biggest trump card, which is this battlefield, right? We did see how much we struggled without the kind of early game tempo, early game lead of this Windswept Hillock. And it's more about how can I now recreate what I did this game without this big boon that is this battlefield.
And remind me real quick, EK, how did the LeBlanc challenge, the Order of LeBlanc come in readied from the Glass Mixologist?
It shouldn't have.
It shouldn't have, right? Maybe that was a little bit of oversight, but just like that,
Right.
exactly as we mentioned here, that is a game 3 situation for round number 7, the final round. Who can get the job done and lock in? I believe both of these players might be locked in for day number 2, but one of these players might not be so locked in for the top 8 because the X2, when there's still 3 to 4 more Swiss rounds left for tomorrow, is very unlikely, of course. But will it be LeBlanc? Will it be Fiora? Let's head for the booth in the time being. And let's try to think about, based on what we know from LeBlanc, you nailed it perfectly with the Windswept Hillock. What is traditionally that last battlefield? Because we saw the Dust Road Lab, we saw the Windswept. Which one am I missing as I look at our Discord deck list?
Hold on. I think that's more of a flex spot. I need to remember this. I'm also not remembering this. Let me look at an example list that can maybe guide me in the right way.
I'm saying Star Spring, so it works because Star Spring could kind of work, but does it work though? Does your reflection trigger your reflections token trigger Star Spring? Because it's technically playing the unit. You don't get on the play effects, but I think it's considered play because it should be the same way as a recruit token coming in. I think it's still considered, or not recruit token, but when you move something like from Eye of the Herald, I believe that recruit token counts as being played. But for any judges in chat, let us know if we got it mixed up.
Ooh, that's Forbidding Waste. Forbidding Waste is that's the one that they love to play because if you think about it, Forbidding Waste is when a unit is defending here alone, it has -2. If you're LeBlanc, your units are never defending alone because you can always make 2 copies of them. But if you have something like your opponent going in, your opponent's gonna always have 1 unit defending, so he'll always be under that -2. And we do have a lot of small units, but they are hitting for 3, 4, depending on the unit, and that -2 can just give you very easy conquers.
Yeah, it makes the breakpoints a whole lot more manageable for LeBlanc. So I like that you brought that up. I feel Forbidden Waste, it could be a nice little tech option for this last battlefield selection. And default tokens are units until they change the ruling again. Oh, default, so it does count as a unit being played on Star Spring. I see what you're getting at. So I guess technically it does work, and it is pretty effective on Star Spring because it works the same way as Hillock. Technically, or actually it doesn't work the same way because the one you push back isn't readied. So a little bit slower, but still some kind of synergy. But it looks like these guys didn't have to sideboard too much as we approach the final game of the day. EK, are you ready? Game number 3 of the final round today.
I am ready. And that is... What is that battlefield?
I believe it is the World's Bundle Aspirant Climb, unless that's a monastery. Wait, chat. Actually, it looked like an Aspirant Climb, but it might be something a little bit different because how are you playing Aspirant Climb in LeBlanc?
Well, we did see this is more of a kind of greedy list with that Echo, so maybe saying, you know what, I'm going to have the better late game. But let me just make sure.
Yeah, if
Yeah,
anyone in chat
it is
remembers
Aspirin's card.
what those world bundles, those were super cool worlds bundle Battlefield, and it is Aspirin Oakley. That's the first thing that kind of came to mind. But I'm approaching 11 hours in. It started at nighttime, approaching morning, or it is daytime already, 8 a.m. my time. So
8
sometimes
a.m.
don't know exactly what I'm saying here, but it is indeed an aspirin climb, which is interesting. Why do we feel that can benefit LeBlanc? Is it just to kind of set up those Karthus engine that much more likely? You're giving yourself more breathing room to set up? Because once you're set up, you're kind of good from there, right? So I could only imagine that's what he has in mind.
Right. I think the best way to think about it is if you go back to game one, I did say I think at one point was, oh, if only we had one more turn, we could have done XXXX, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like buying LeBlanc one more turn with the amount of draws, with these tokens, with the Echo, with the Watcher, can just be the straw that broke the camel's back. Fiora is a very good deck in general, not having that kind of tempo. But we did see that if it runs out of gas, it runs out of gas very hard. We saw it best when we saw the Poppy deck. So maybe just saying, I'm going to try and keep this game as long as possible. My value is going to be better long term. Your value is going to be worse long term.
Right, and put quite simply, you are going second, which means you do have a bit of a catching up to do. So I feel like this is just a battlefield he decides to do while he's guaranteed to go second, but does have the option to go ahead and play out the LeBlanc chosen champion like he did in game number 1. Wasn't too fruitful in that game, but let's see if it's a little bit different for this final game 3. Unsung Hero getting established out, so pretty much an ideal curve. If he has a BF sword for this Unsung Hero, I don't think you could get any little bit better than that. Granted, you did see not just one, not just two, but 3 salvages in that game too. So you could be slightly worried of that. So goes for the pit rookie for now. So that's just going to be +2. So no Sunken Temple proc or anything. I'm wondering if he wants to go ahead and play out a unit, or not play, but send a unit to the battlefield. Or are we going to be playing the patient game here?
I mean, to be fair, LeBlanc has really hard ways of getting this +1. So saying, you know what, I'm just going to get the other battlefield and eventually get the +1 draw from Sunken. I do want to say, I'm not sure if you caught it, plus Vi on the side of LeBlanc.
The Peacemaker, I see it.
I think it's a very cool addition to the deck. New, I think. Any thoughts about the card?
I love it. You know, if they didn't have to spend a power, you could go ahead and play out the Vi right here on this very turn too. But the fact that it did cost a power, which balances the card, because without that power, she would definitely be seen. I mean, she's already seen a whole lot of play, but she would just be that much more effective. So I like the Vi. I think it's pretty good in a lot of order decks. I think you're never wrong running at least one Vi in pretty much any order deck. Ambush is a heck of a thing. On top of that, you do have a stun every time you do ambush in on offense, I will add. So not too bad. I want to see if it does come into play, but the Karthus does come online. I do see a challenge in hand, and you do have the option with the Unsung Hero. LeBlanc is just going to have to eat it there because there is no kind of negate/counter to stop this Karthus from going down. And you don't even have a hidden blade hidden, so you can't react to get the benefit from Karthus. So yeah, this is just a dead Karthus right now. Or will be soon.
Right. And that is the strength of this challenge. Being able to deal with this card basically for free is very strong. But most importantly, we had to go down a lot of runes to make these plays. We are a full turn behind in terms of rune count. And Fiora can not only get this challenge off, but develop their board even more.
Exactly right. And we saw how good these challenges were in game number 1. It was pretty much the game-winning card, and it might just very well be the game-winning card in this final closing game number 3, because taking the Karthus down as early as your turn 2, you can never go wrong with that. Retreats back from the Aspirin Climb back to base, has the first mate to go ahead and effectively gank on over the other battlefield. You're swinging in You have 3 damage as the combat. There wasn't any combat, so you're trying to go down. You're trying to get the additional +2, and that you do. So you trade the real one because you know the temporary one won't be allowing him to hold for a point. More importantly, you do get your +2 draw, and not looking too bad. You have the counter with riposte. You have some other hidden blades. You have a punch furs. And the unit that you're lacking, you at least have a guaranteed unit in the chosen zone. So I feel like Fiora is definitely in a commanding position so far. It does depend what LeBlanc is able to do on this following turn. But so far, so good if you're Fiora.
And right now, if you're Fiora, you're kind of tasked with this really hard decision of, do I go for this first mate Doran's Blade and get this extra ramp turn? Or do I go for this aggressive play where I send in my pay rookie with the Dorans and at least get rid of this token before I can get an extra draw on the beginning phase?
And it looks like his decision is to go in a bit more aggressively, get the 3rd point, so it keeps on effectively the even point tempo when we're talking about an Aspirin Climb. You go up to 3. Oh, no, he actually held that one already, so stays at 2. So doesn't get up to 3 this time around, but decides to go at... But in that case, is he just trying to deny LeBlanc a easier conquer? But it's just 2. I guess with the 1 rune you have available, you're always threatening from the punch first. So I see the logic. I see some kind of logic here for Fiora.
And to be fair, if we did do that play on side of Fiora of conquering the other battlefield, we do have a salvage and a cull. So if we have any way of just getting onto this battlefield, we would have just completely blown out the game. And there's that double 2 drop slow turn. Sorry.
No, I was just going to say, just taking the time to go ahead and establish out some units. So taking a turn off, knowing that Fiora isn't too far ahead, as she will only go up to conquer up to 4 this turn. But if you have another Karthus in hand, that could be the turn to really ramp up and set yourself up for a huge turn. But honestly, despite having an Aspirin Climb, how much turns do you really have? Because next turn, it doesn't seem to be that big turn. We're talking about 2 turns down the road, which could be looking down from 4 to perhaps 6, potentially 8 for those 2 turns. So this is a risky strategy, but I just don't think LeBlanc had any better options, honestly.
Right, and we've essentially bought ourselves 1 extra turn. Because if this was a normal game of Riftbound, we'd go 4, 6, 8, end of game. But now at least we have a turn of we get to conquer with these channel units. Then they can die, and then we have another turn where we can develop our board with these extra runes that we wouldn't have access to if it wasn't for the Aspirin's Climb game. So not the worst position to be in if you're on the side of LeBlanc. This is more of a setup game. But it's more about, do we have the cards in hand? Do we have the big units? Do we have Herald? Do we have Echo to kind of make advantage of these extra runes that we're about to get?
Yeah, and you're still a little bit far from getting those units online. Right now, it looks like it might just be a Glass Mixologist. You could go a little bit more offensive. Actually, it's only a first mate with a hidden blade on that battlefield. So I don't really like the ambush Vi in this position. But does he kind of... I mean, you have to assume the only hidden card that we've seen this best of 3 series long is a hidden blade from Fiora. I don't even know if Fiora plays any other hidden cards. I guess sometimes a Facebreaker could do a little bit of work. But most often than not, it should be that hidden blade. So trying to think carefully if you want to go ahead and take the odds of something else being behind that hidden card. But I don't like my chances. But what I do like is the chances of Fiora taking down this game 3. Has an excellent back line. And we said it before, LeBlanc doesn't have the best, or I should say the easiest way of dealing with the back line. The only way being is those Ruin Rexes and Karthus combo. And none of those cards are currently on the board for LeBlanc. So those cards are definitely safe for a little bit longer for Fiora, which is exactly what she needs to do to continue on the game plan of conquer after conquer, little by little getting her way closer to that 9th final point for this game 3.
Right, and this is where this deck becomes unbelievably difficult, because there's so many plays you can do here. You can Watcher and base. You can try and salvage. You can try and play your Mixologist and play it till the next turn. All these different lines that you have to think 3-4 turns down the line to see which one's the winning one. And I think our player here has gone for the Watcher, being able to at least try and trade with this Dignitary could be the answer here that we want to find from this game.
Right, hanging in there with just 2 total might, which kind of tells me that Hidden Blade isn't for your opponent. This Hidden Blade is for me. I'm trying to get greedy with the card draw, just adding 2 additional card draws. I'll be surprised to go ahead. I mean, funny enough, if you Hidden Blade the Dignitary, the Soaring Scout can't conquer because it's only 1 might to 2 might. So there is a little bit of reason to go ahead and take it down. But I'm kind of liking the double draw because of the units I have in the back line a little bit better. So, oh, interesting. Hidden Blading on the opposing unit. Allow him to draw 2, but I think he's exactly as that. He's trying to hold up to 5. More importantly, keeping the first mate because you're at 5. Most likely won't get up to... Or we'll see if he wants to stay at 5. Or does he want to go ahead on the off tempo, if you will, for Aspen Climb to conquer up to 6? Because this is tricky. Sometimes you do want to stay on the double conquer game plan, but sometimes you want to threaten a hold for the victory as well. So let's see exactly what Fiora has. I will point out real quick though, Fiora has been so clean with it all best of 3 series long. They haven't missed a single Fiora legend ability. Sometimes even the best of players miss maybe 1, at most 2 Fiora Legends abilities. I haven't seen it whatsoever. Very diligent, making sure they always ramp when they need it. Or when they proc, I should say.
Right, I think this champ and Volibear, notorious for being missed, I think, a lot of the times. And I think we're going into time right now.
Oh, overtime. Active player turn 0. Good eye, EK. I wasn't paying attention to the time. Time was just kind of flying by for this round number 7. But that means Fiora is turn number 1. So just 1 more turn apiece following this. And you're at 4. You are going for the double conquer. You want to make sure you're always 2 points ahead, which guarantees you a win regardless if you're up ahead or not. Or up at the final point or not. So 5... You definitely want to go ahead and get up to 6 if you can, which I believe you should be able to.
Right, and I do think maybe this was a kind of a mismanagement of time from the side of the LeBlanc player. I think you definitely would have wanted the extra turn from being turn 1, I'm pretty sure. But maybe just if we ended our turn a bit quicker, we could have forced the Fiora to be turn 0 and bought us an extra turn.
Yeah, honestly, for the simple fact that we are in overtime procedures, this is over, EK. I don't see it any other way. I think the fact that you're conquering up to 6 kind of solidifies it because the most they can go ahead and score next turn is up to 4. 4, that's still a 2-point deficit. That's a guaranteed GG.
Right, guaranteed GG.
If you deny them the conquer, then we're still talking. But then they still have another turn to score at least 1 more point to create that 2-point margin between you and your opponent. So I don't know. It's like a 90% chance I feel this Fiora is walking away victorious today.
Right, and speaking of victorious, even if we do get this Hidden Blade off, we have victorious just to walk over and get this point. There's nothing that this LeBlanc player can do to stop this from happening, which is why I would have loved to see him end the turn a little bit earlier, because look at our hand. We have Singularity. Imagine how good Singularity would be in this spot. We conquer with the Watcher, Singularity 2 of his units, and we'd be in such a great position to kind of win this game. And it was that small mismanagement of time, these overtime procedures that did him in.
Right, I'm wondering if there is actually a timer close by. Maybe just wasn't paying attention to it, of course. But honestly, Fiora seemingly has so much gas in the hand. Not only the counterspell, the riposte, but has not 1, but triple punch first currently in the hand. So even if there was a world that you try to push in from one of these battlefields, I don't think you're ever cracking 15 total buff might or increase of might. I mean, Singularity, right. You can't punch first at reaction speed. So there is a world, but that pretty much is the final nail coming down from Fiora. We said it. He goes up to 6. LeBlanc on her final turn can most get up to 4, which is still always a 2-point difference between you and your opponent. I think that pretty much has 100% locked it in. Fiora will remain X1 and look pretty good. I hope to see at least one Fiora top 8 tomorrow.
Yeah, and there's that set just to say, you know what, there's no way of you winning this game, even if you had the extra turns, because that set is just threatening so much. And I feel like the Fiora would have just won this regardless. Really well played. You know, we see the challenges kind of stop the early game tempo from LeBlanc. We saw, you know, this ability to use our units to kind of get over these double holds that, or just not even care about them when they were happening. And I think that's just us seeing how China has just perfected this deck. I feel. Do you feel that we will see kind of a similar performance from Fiora in the Sydney regionals?
I hope so, because I was talking to a couple friends. They were feeling like Fiora is one of the better decks that really benefited from set 3. It was already looking good in Spirit Forge. The only thing that was significantly holding Fiora back was the lack of draws, but now with things like Sacrifice, as we saw being used to perfection with that Unsung Hero, and you even have access to the Temporal Call, or is it Spiritual Call? You know, the one that adds temporary.
Yeah, I think it. I think it's. Hold on. I remember
Shadow's
that card.
Call.
Shadow's Call.
Right,
Yeah, that card
for
we're gonna be
access
seeing
for
a
those
lot.
kind of cards, and even some Fioras running things like Kinku, Initiate, you have so much more access to stay consistent because you're able to see more of your deck. And Fiora having more answers, more resources, that is a powerful deck, as we know she can do really well when she has the card, but there's some situations where you just don't draw it. So I like Fiora in set 3, and we're going to see more and more going forward. I don't know if we will see a top 8 in Sydney because it's such a bit more of a massive and competitive event. They're both competitive, but we are talking about 650 players versus closing in on 2,000 players. So it is a little bit of a difference, but heck, I think maybe one could squeeze in there in top 8 for Sydney.
I mean, definitely we're going to be seeing a day 2 top 64, but
definitely.
I mean, with how diverse the meta is, I think anyone can make it to top 8. There's so many decks that I feel like can make top 8 in this meta, which is really good to see.
Yeah, I was looking around Twitter. They were saying there's never been a TCG with this kind of a diverse meta, specifically speaking about the Sydney RQ, where the number one being LeBlanc was just coming in, I believe, 6 or 7%. I don't remember any TCGs that I've seen a meta share spread quite like this. I mean, it was 7%, 6%, 5%, 4%, so on and so forth. That's pretty impressive. That's pretty much, you know, a little pocket of each legend being represented among a huge major event. So well off, you know, I'll give Riot their flowers. It looked a little bit dangerous in set 1 where Kaiser getting crazy out of control. Master Yi and Kaiser maybe being the most prominent players. And then definitely looking a little bit scary with Draven being at 25 to 30%. Thankfully, they reacted as quickly as they could. The ban list came in, and then more importantly, set 3 just added so many more tools for a lot of these decks, which is why we're seeing the wonderful diversity in the meta so far. I hope it stays this way. I hope maybe the regional winner doesn't kind of spike a legend's appearance and says, you know, this is just the best legend, because I do think it comes down to true player skill right now.
Right. I mean, I think we did hear Alan say in the interview where there's so many good decks out there that even if there is no such thing as the deck that beats all. We had Draven last set. That was kind of that, hey, I'm going to win, right? That's my win con. You're playing a worse deck than me. That's all you got. That's all there is to it. But having there's such a diverse meta. Like how are you supposed to not only beat Aurora, but also aggressive like decks like Lilia Ornn, but also stuff like Yi and Fiora, right? There's so many, and then it's not even considering all the Pyke and Ezreal shenanigans that we're seeing.
Or Azir. I mean, there's just no deck I feel like that single-handedly has a favorable matchup across the board, which I think is a sign of a healthy game, of a healthy meta game. because there shouldn't be just one card or one legend, if you will, that just takes care of everything. Some decks in
For
the
sure.
right hands feels that way, but I don't think overall it really is like that. But we'll see. I mean, we're gonna have two regional champions. Once this weekend is all said and done, will it be the same champion? I'm gonna bet it's gonna be two completely different champions. But at the end of the day, they are the players that walked out ahead, having the highest skill and a little bit of luck, of course. And EK, I don't know what's going on, but why are they still playing unless they didn't give turn 0 to LeBlanc when we said it was turn 0? Because you're fighting for 4. He's at 6. There must be something we're missing in terms of active player, because he's going in. He's trying to do all the calculations, saying, what can I possibly do? Singularity here, watcher there. But we're playing for 4, right? So we must be missing
Right.
something in terms of overtime.
Is China's overtime 5 turns?
No.
we-
It's definitely across the board worldwide rules that is 3-turn
Right.
overtime.
So there, we do see the turn dice says 2 right there. So maybe just kind of playing it out for the stream. But I think, yeah, because it will end the turn, and at most, our player, if he had the hand somehow, there's another punch first. That's not what you want to see. If he did have the hand, we could have maybe go up to 4-6. That's still a win from the side of Fiora. And it's not even accounting for their turn that they're going to have.
Yeah, honestly, at this point, LeBlanc is playing for some kind of hidden statistic saying, I conquered this many times, I killed this many units. But honestly, I don't know. You kind of just save your mental fortitude for the next day too. So I don't know. I mean, you're getting these little mini successes. Yes, it feels a little bit better. Oh, and okay. He's saying, you know what? In a world where we play this out, I think I could have win the long run. But I think more importantly, Fiora was just playing for the immediate
Right.
near future. And as we predicted, there was just no world of closing in on that 2-point deficit. Fiora walking away from this best of 3 series, maybe the best game of China so far in day number 1. But I'm excited, K. We have a whole nother day 2, or a whole nother day, I should say, of regional coming down tomorrow. The times are a little bit crazy, but I'm excited nonetheless.
I mean, yeah, we saw a really good showing of 2 decks that we definitely will be seeing a lot upcoming this set, I feel, especially from the side of China with Fiora, with the LeBlanc. But I think the best thing about that game was there is a merit to playing out these games because you are in a regional level event and you're only going to have so much experience in these kind of events. So saying, you know what, I'm going to play this out, think about how this game could have been, right? So I can improve upon next game. Because usually you go, oh, just you surrender, save your mental for the next game, like the next round, but next round's still tomorrow. So I think him just kind of valuing the experience.
Definitely, and I see what you mean. Just trying to prepare kind of for the matchups to come. So, because if you kind of extrapolate out a little bit, it looked like LeBlanc was just turning the corner right in that moment. But I think it's totally different when you do take into account overtime. You play it totally different than you would if you weren't in overtime. But regardless, a fantastic day of Riftbound action today. 7 clean, awesome rounds. We saw some cool synergies across legends. And I am super excited, as we were just talking about, to see what day 2 can bring from us. Not just for the China Regional on this side, but also for the Sydney RQ. Hopefully we can get those stats posted for you guys as soon as they drop. But I am BEK. That's going to be it for us here at the Runes and Rift co-stream of the Suzhou Regional. If you guys tuned in, I appreciate you guys very much, because I know there was the official streams live as well. For those that were tuning into both streams, you guys are the best. But before we head on out of here, EK, if you want to leave us with any little final closing remarks, I think now would be perfect before I go ahead and end the stream to go ahead and take a good sleep.
Right, yeah, I'm not going to take too much of your time. Plus, I know you're kind of very tired. I'm going to say again, shout out to the people back at home. I know we're going to have a very big tournament of our own in the probably end of May. So happy to be winning that one soon. But other than that, I can't say more. Shout out to the people, the homies back at home, Riftbound UAE. But I think I'm good to let you go to bed.
There we go. I appreciate that. But I really do appreciate you coming on, helping us out for rounds 6 and 7. And EK will be back to close out the show tomorrow as well. We have another set of fantastic casters join us for day number 2. So you definitely don't want to miss out. We will be back at it one more time. I believe it starts 40 minutes later than it did today. If I'm not too tired from today, I might hop on early to just kind of watch the Sydney RQ. I will save my energy, won't go caster mode, and just kind of enjoy the regional alongside you guys. But if I do that, then it's probably going to extend to like 12, 13-hour streams. So I'll play it by ear. If I'm feeling up for it, I'll hop on early. If not, I'll post the starting time on Discord/Twitter as I did today. But that will be everything for today. Thank you guys for tuning in. We'll catch you guys tomorrow, and take care to you, EK.
See you.